Synopsis. When Eren suddenly wakes up in another world, he's now a student at Midtown High. His first surprise. Gwen Stacy, beautiful, popular, and way out of his league, is holding on to him like they're more than just classmates. But before he can process anything, a blinking red light and voices outside the door hint at something much more dangerous than teenage drama. His new life just got complicated. Chapter 1. It was a deep, quiet night. In the icy chill of December, New York's Chinatown lay still, an unusual silence replacing the usual hustle and bustle of the streets. Situated in Lower Manhattan, Chinatown spanned over 40 streets, home primarily to Chinese-American residents. At the edge of this vibrant community stood an old three-story brick building. Inside, a shadowy figure peeked through the gap in the curtains, observing the dimly lit street below. Chinatown's architecture was a blend of Eastern and Western styles. Flying eaves and intricate rooftops mingled with tightly packed, boxy residential buildings. Narrow streets, lined with haphazardly hung Chinese signboards, felt suffocatingly claustrophobic. Outside, a soft hum broke the silence. A yellow taxi glided past, its pale headlights casting a fleeting, slender glow on the ceiling before fading into the distance. The sound of the engine receding brought a sense of relief to Eren, who lay back on his bed. Moonlight seeped through the curtains, forming a single cold beam that illuminated the dim room. Eren lay with his hands behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. One day ago, Eren had been at his desk, immersed in coding for a client project, when a sudden dizziness overwhelmed him. When he came to, everything had changed, his body, his surroundings, and even his age. After a few minutes of shock, disbelief, and confusion, he began accepting his reality. There was no other choice. He had to think quickly, or risk being thrown into a far worse situation. When he woke in this strange new reality, he was not alone. Beside him lay a stunningly beautiful young woman. Don't get the wrong idea. It wasn't his girlfriend. It was Gwen Stacy. Yes, the Gwen Stacy, the academic star of Midtown High. Even with her golden locks disheveled, partially covering her youthful face, her radiant beauty was unmistakable. Neither Eren nor the body's original owner could fail to recognize her. Memories, disjointed and incomplete, flooded his mind. These belonged to another Eren, the Eren of this world, with whom he now shared a name. Though fragmented, they provided enough context to help him grasp the basics of his situation. He quickly realized that Gwen Stacy wasn't his girlfriend. In fact, they weren't even acquaintances. Their only connection was that they both attended Midtown High, an elite school. But Gwen Stacy was the school's shining star, a top student admired by many boys, including the former Eren. By contrast, the old Eren was an unremarkable student, decent-looking but otherwise average in every way, someone who blended into the background. Under normal circumstances, their lives would never have intersected. And yet, here they were, lying on the same bed in a shabby motel. The situation quickly turned alarming. Both of them had been drugged with a powerful aphrodisiac designed to ignite uncontrollable desires. If that weren't bad enough, an old-fashioned camcorder sat in the corner, its faint red light blinking ominously. The sight instantly doused Eren's drug-fueled haze. A trap. Or rather, a conspiracy. With his heart pounding, Eren managed to suppress his rising panic and wrestle free from the dazed Gwen. Pressing his ear against the door, he caught snippets of conversation from outside. "Henry, why does the boss want us to trap some kid with that chick? She's a real beauty. What a waste to let some outsider have her. If it were me, I'd." "Shut up, bud. Unless you want to spend the rest of your life picking up soap in prison, keep it in your pants. That girl's dad is the precinct captain of the NYPD. If it weren't for the big boss backing us, even our boss wouldn't dare touch her." "Exactly. Bud, don't screw this up. If the boss finds out, we can't protect you." Fine, I get it. But why this kid? What's his connection to Chinatown? He owns a 3-story building there. The boss wants to expand his operations into Chinatown, and controlling this kid could give us leverage." The overheard conversation confirmed Eren's suspicions. Dressing swiftly, he tiptoed to the window. Calculating the height of the drop, he exhaled in relief. The second floor overlooked a trash-filled alley. A jump from here might hurt, but it wouldn't kill him. As he prepared to climb out, his gaze fell on Gwen's serene face. If he escaped alone, what would happen to her? Biting his lip, Eren made a decision. He locked the door, dragged a cabinet to barricade it further, and climbed out the window. Using a nearby public phone, he called the NYPD. As for taking Gwen with him, he simply didn't have the strength or means to get them both out safely. Fortunately, Gwen's father's position ensured that her kidnapping quickly garnered significant attention. Chapter 2. It didn't take long after Eren's call for police cars to roar through the streets, surrounding the motel where he had woken up. After a brief but intense firefight, the authorities carried out 2 bodies and successfully rescued Gwen Stacy, who was quickly sent to the hospital. Gwen was safe, but Eren, observing from a hidden spot, felt a chill settle in his heart. 2 bodies. The police only carried out 2 bodies. Yet, he clearly remembered hearing 3 distinct voices outside the room. If there were 3 people and only 2 were accounted for, it meant one had escaped the police's dragnet. Eren didn't know who the escapee was, but he knew this spelled trouble for him. Regardless of whether the group had entered the room before the police arrived, the fact that Gwen was rescued alone would lead them to deduce that Eren had escaped before the authorities stormed the building. Considering the precision of the police raid, it wouldn't take much for those criminals to connect the dots and pin the blame on him. When that happened, Eren's safety would be in grave jeopardy. 2 options lay before him. The first was to seek refuge with the NYPD, claiming protection as a victim. After all, it was his call that had led to Gwen's rescue. Eren was confident that her father, George Stacy, wouldn't hesitate to help him out of gratitude. But was it truly safe? Eren couldn't ignore what he'd overheard during the criminals' conversation. Gwen's kidnapping stemmed from someone within George Stacy's circle of enemies. If George couldn't even protect his own daughter, could he protect Eren? Moreover, the precision with which the group had tracked Gwen's movements suggested that someone within the NYPD might be involved. If that were true, walking into the police station could be like stepping into a trap. No, Eren muttered, shaking his head. I can't leave my safety in someone else's hands. Newly arrived in this world, Eren's instincts were on high alert, his sense of security almost non-existent. Trusting others with his life wasn't an option he was willing to consider. That left only one alternative: solve the problem himself. But first, he needed to return home. Unlocking the door to the old 3-story brick building his mother had left him, Eren stepped inside, only to see Pepper Potts sitting on the living room sofa, wrapped in a blanket and frowning in concern. Hearing the door open, Pepper turned, her gaze landing on Eren. Her tense expression softened, though only slightly, as she set the blanket aside and stood up. Staying out all night isn't a good habit. Care to tell me where you were, Eren? Eren froze for a moment, surprised to see her waiting. It seemed she'd stayed up all night. A quick flash of fragmented memories reminded him who Pepper Potts was. Pepper Potts. The personal assistant of Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries. She had been a business partner at his mother's company and her closest friend. After Eren's mother, Carrie, had passed away in a car accident, Pepper had taken care of everything, from the funeral arrangements to the handling of Carrie's estate. Without Pepper, the vultures circling the inheritance would have stripped Eren of everything. Even the fact that he still owned this building was a rare stroke of mercy. Pepper had also played a major role in helping Eren get into Midtown High, one of New York's top schools. Recalling these details, Eren's eyes lit up. Perhaps there was another way forward. He didn't hold anything back. Eren recounted everything that had happened in detail. What? Pepper's face turned pale as she listened. She had assumed Eren had spent the night at a bar with friends or out with a girl. If that had been the case, she would have merely given him a stern reminder to stay safe. After all, she'd been young once, too. But Eren's story was far more alarming: kidnapping, gangsters, police raids, and death. This was no teenage escapade. Recognizing the potential danger, Pepper grabbed Eren's shoulders and said seriously, "Leave this to me. For now, you shouldn't stay here. Come to my place for a few days." Eren shook his head. "Thank you, Aunt Pepper, but I can't do that." Pepper lived in a predominantly white middle-class neighborhood. While the area's security was better than Chinatown's, it wasn't impenetrable. Staying there wouldn't guarantee safety and might even put Pepper in danger. Mistaking his hesitation for stubbornness, Pepper tightened her grip and explained, "Eren, if what you're saying is true, those people have already marked you. Staying here alone isn't safe. Trust me, just a few days at my place, like when you were younger. Once it's over, I'll bring you back." Before she could continue, Eren interrupted, "I understand, Aunt Pepper. I don't want to put you in harm's way. I'll find a place to hide for a few days. Chinatown is big, and outsiders don't have an easy time navigating it. Don't worry, I'll be careful. He smiled warmly. Though I would appreciate it if you could call the school for me and explain my absence. Chapter 3. Convincing Pepper Potts was no easy feat. But in the end, Eren managed it. The compromise was that he had to check in with her twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, to reassure her of his safety. For Eren, this was a small price to pay. Before anything else, he needed to buy a new phone at the nearby mall. His original phone had vanished when his former self was knocked out and abducted. Whether the thugs had stolen it or discarded it somewhere, he couldn't be sure. After seeing Pepper off in her car, Eren returned home and secured the building's entrance with its lock and deadbolt. While Chinatown wasn't as chaotic as Hell's Kitchen, it wasn't exactly safe at night. Getting ambushed in an alley before was proof enough of that. And now, with a potential enemy after him, extra caution was warranted. Back in his room, Eren quickly packed a few sets of clothes before sliding his bed aside and peeling back the carpet. Using tools he had prepared, he pried up a loose floor tile. Beneath the tile lay a hidden stash, a bank card and 3 rolls of cash. These were the lifelong savings of his late mother and grandparents. Eren's mother, a hardworking Chinese-American businesswoman, had died in a car accident a year ago. With Pepper's help, the inheritance, after taxes, had left Eren with enough to sustain himself $300,000 in savings and ownership of this 3-story building on the edge of Chinatown. As for his father, he was a nonentity. According to Eren's mother, she had used a sperm donor to avoid pressure from her parents to marry. Her choice had nearly caused a rift with her family but was ultimately accepted after Eren's birth. Growing up, Eren had lived with his grandparents while his mother worked tirelessly to support them. Tragically, he lost his grandfather to illness at age 10, followed shortly by his grief-stricken grandmother. The building, originally left to Eren's mother, had been handed down to him after 2 rounds of inheritance taxes, which had drained a significant portion of the family's wealth. Still, Eren's assets far exceeded the average person's. With $30,000 in cash reserves at home and a building whose ground floor could be rented as a storefront, he was relatively well off. This wealth, however, was likely what had drawn the gang's attention. With the cash and bank card safely stashed in his backpack, Eren restored the floor and bed to their original state. Next, he retrieved a key from his drawer and descended to the building's basement. The old wooden door to the basement, worn from years of neglect, resisted his efforts to open it. Only after several heavy kicks did it finally budge, dislodging a New Testament calendar from the wall in the process. As dust swirled in the air, Eren pressed a switch on the wall, illuminating the room with a blinding array of incandescent lights. His grandfather, wary of the dark, had once meticulously outfitted the basement with an abundance of lights. The result was almost overkill but undeniably effective. Once the air had cleared, Eren descended the creaky wooden stairs and searched the hidden compartment in a drawer near the entrance. From it, he retrieved a pistol wrapped in oilcloth. The weapon, a well-maintained Beretta 92F, gleamed in the light. This was his grandfather's prized possession, a gun that had protected the Lin family for generations. Stories of this pistol had been a part of Eren's childhood, passed down as a symbol of resilience. Holding the firearm in his hands for the first time, Eren felt a surge of confidence. With the money and pistol in hand, Eren wasted no time. He left home and rented a room at a small Chinese-run motel several blocks away. Lying on the unfamiliar bed, Eren reflected on his eventful day. "This life is already more thrilling than my last," he muttered, turning over. As he reviewed his predecessor's fragmented memories, a peculiar weariness settled over him. The more he focused, the heavier the fatigue grew, until his thoughts blurred and he began to drift off. Suddenly, Eren felt the air around him grow dense and still, an oppressive sensation that made his skin crawl. Then came the whispers. Maddening, eerie, and strangely alluring, the voices surrounded him as if dozens of unseen figures were murmuring directly into his ears. No matter how hard he tried, Eren couldn't decipher the words. Instead, the whispers only intensified his headache, each syllable like a hammer to his skull. As the pain reached its peak, the cacophony abruptly ceased. The whispers retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Eren's surroundings felt weightless and surreal, as though his very soul had been unmoored. It was as if he had crossed an invisible boundary, entering an unknown realm. When he opened his eyes again, his vision was consumed by swirling white mist. Chapter 4. Where is this? The bizarre scene before him had Eren on edge. Carefully observing his surroundings, he realized he was floating at the edge of an infinite silver river. The dense white mist clouding his vision seemed to emanate from the river, glimmering like liquid mercury. In front of him loomed a massive, ethereal silver scale, standing resolute at the riverbank like an ancient monolith. It continuously drew in the mist that rose from the river's surface. What is this? Curiosity piqued, Eren cautiously extended his hand toward the scale's ghostly image. The moment his fingers touched it, an inexplicable wave of information surged into his mind. Through this enigmatic transmission, Eren began to grasp the nature of the scale. The Scales of Fate. A supreme artifact born from the River of Fate, now tainted by an unknown entity and displaced into Eren's previous world. Under the guidance of fate, it had found Eren and saved him at the moment of his untimely death, transporting him to this new world. So, I died before crossing over. Eren muttered. I guess this thing actually saved my life. Then he frowned. But of all places, why send me to the dangerous Marvel universe? Couldn't it have been a safer world? The scale remained unresponsive, silent and unmoving like a lifeless object. Yet Eren, having received some of the transmitted knowledge, knew it wasn't just a simple artifact. While its external form was a scale, it could manifest its abilities in ways most comprehensible to its host. For a programmer like Eren, what could be easier to understand than a system? With a single thought, the white mist began to swirl and coalesce before him, forming a simple interface. Name, Eren Lin. Fate Compass, 100 fate points required to spin the compass. Fate Manifestation, unlocks items from the River of Fate locked. Talent, the unpredictable, your fate is ever-changing and unknowable. As the host of the Scales of Fate, no one can capture your destiny or predict your future. Skills, driving, beginner, English, 11th grade, history, 11th grade, math, 11th grade, chemistry, 11th grade, antique appraisal, novice, programming, advanced. Power rating, weakling. Fate points, 100, a gift from fate. Looking at the interface, Eren felt mixed emotions. Midtown High's high-standard education was evident in the solid foundation of his academic skills, even despite the personal losses his predecessor had suffered. As for his programming, advanced, skill, it was likely a remnant of his past life as a professional programmer. Having lived until 2023 in his original world, it wasn't surprising that his expertise in coding had carried over as a valuable asset. The weakling power rating, however, didn't surprise him. It only heightened his sense of urgency to grow stronger. Turning his attention to the only available option, the Fate Compass, Eren focused on it. Spinning the compass cost 100 fate points. Was that expensive or not? He had no reference, but at least he had one spin thanks to what seemed like a newbie gift. Without hesitation, Eren activated the Fate Compass. There was no elaborate animation, just a fleeting image of a colossal compass spinning rapidly before the pointer stopped. In the next moment, the compass dissolved into light, leaving behind a pale blue orb floating before him. A reward. Heart pounding, Eren reached into the glowing orb, his hand closed around something cold and smooth, and as he pulled it free, a message appeared. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the Seer's Potion. What emerged was a vial of deep blue, viscous liquid contained in a test tube. Checking its details, Eren read. Seer's Potion. Origin, from a world tainted by outer gods, utilizing a unique sequence-based power system. Grade, Sequence 9. Effects, upon consumption, moderately enhances physical attributes and grants the seer aptitude for mysticism. This includes efficient learning and utilization of divination abilities, partial resistance to the dangers of divination, and the ability to perform rituals such as spirit summoning. Holding the Seer's Potion, Eren felt conflicted. As a fan of Lord of the Mysteries, he had once marveled at its world-building and fantasized about wielding its powers. But now, faced with the reality of its perilous system, he wasn't so sure. The madness inherent in the sequence system was a well-known double-edged sword. Even reaching godhood wouldn't free him from its grip. It required anchors to maintain one's sanity, a burden he wasn't eager to shoulder. Still. Chapter 5. With all his fate points spent on the spin, Eren had no way of attempting another draw. If he let go of the Seer's Potion now, who knew how long it would be before he encountered another extraordinary power system? In this world dominated by ordinary people, obtaining supernatural abilities was no simple feat, and even if he did acquire them, most of the powers in the Marvel Universe couldn't match the potential of the sequence-based system. Without sufficient strength, how could he hope to survive in a world rife with danger? Moreover, there was no guarantee that accumulating another 100 fate points would yield something as useful as the Seer's Potion. Considering the scales of fate had already been tainted by an unknown entity, Eren doubted his next reward would fare much better. And time was not on his side. Even now, trouble was likely brewing outside, waiting for him. Resolving himself, Eren's gaze hardened as he looked at the potion in his hand. Suddenly, Eren felt a sharp heaviness in his body. The surreal surroundings faded into darkness before his vision abruptly returned. In the blink of an eye, he was back in his rented motel room. If not for the vial of dark blue potion still in his hand, he might have thought everything that had just happened was a dream. Phew, well, I guess this isn't so bad. At least I've got some sort of cheat system, he muttered, chuckling softly at his own joke. Without further hesitation, Eren tilted his head back and poured the seer's potion into his mouth. The cool, viscous liquid slid down his throat, spreading a chilling sensation through his body. It felt as if thin, icy tendrils were extending into every cell of his being. His body convulsed uncontrollably as the potion took effect. His vision blurred, his surroundings twisted into abstract shapes, and his thoughts grew disjointed. It felt as though his soul was being pulled into a higher dimension. In his disoriented state, Eren noticed strange, indescribable figures encircling him. These entities seemed intent on pulling him into their midst, beckoning him to join them and succumb to eternal madness. No, I won't let them drag me down. A sudden clarity struck him like lightning. With a determined effort, Eren's consciousness plunged downward, reconnecting with his body. Boom! In an instant, the abstract, chaotic visions dissolved. The figures around him vanished, and his motel room returned to normal. But Eren wasn't unscathed. An influx of knowledge flooded his mind, making his head feel like it was about to explode. His vision doubled, with faint silhouettes whispering incomprehensible words at the edges of his perception. A sharp pain pierced his forehead, and an overwhelming urge to destroy and lash out surged within him. Grimacing, he shook his head violently, fighting to suppress the chaotic impulses. After what felt like an eternity, the discomfort subsided. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Eren realized his entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he'd been submerged in water. What a horrible experience, he muttered with a bitter smile. Despite the ordeal, a hint of exhilaration sparkled in his eyes. The seer's potion hadn't just brought him pain, it had granted him extraordinary powers and an initial grasp of esoteric knowledge. According to the information I've received, I need to meditate to stabilize my powers and learn to control them. Eren began by adjusting his breathing, slow, deliberate, and rhythmic. Gradually, he cleared his mind, focusing entirely on a vivid mental image, a grand, divine scale suspended in his thoughts. Meditation required envisioning objects that didn't exist in the material world. Only by transcending one's sense of self could one begin to align with the greater truths of the universe. Through the night, Eren meditated and practiced. Thanks to the seer's potion, he managed to stabilize the powers within him and gain a rudimentary mastery of spirit vision. However, his other divination abilities would require further study and training. At this point, even something as basic as interpreting a dream would likely be beyond his capabilities. Still, none of this could dampen Eren's excitement. From this day forward, he was part of the ranks of the extraordinary. Just as Eren's sense of crisis began to ease, a sharp knocking at the door broke his focus. Knock, knock, knock. The sound sent a chill down his spine. His pupils narrowed, and his right hand instinctively slipped beneath his pillow to grip the Beretta. In his current state, the pistol offered more tangible security than the fledgling abilities granted by the potion. This was no hotel with concierge service, and the Chinese motel owner wasn't known for acts of kindness like wake-up calls. Clutching the gun, Eren crept off the bed like a cat, carefully lifting his backpack and edging toward the window. The room and its location had been chosen with escape in mind. If trouble came knocking, the window offered a swift way out. But before Eren could act, the person outside spoke. "Kid, it's your Uncle Yuan. Open up if you're awake. Last night, we caught 3 thugs breaking into your place in Chinatown. They said they were here to deal with you. You should come take a look." Huh. Eren froze mid-step, his escape plan temporarily forgotten. Chapter 6. Eren froze mid-step when he heard the voice outside. Uncle Yuan. Digging through his predecessor's memories, Eren recalled someone he called Uncle Yuan. He was a distant relative of Eren's grandfather, who had once helped Yuan settle in New York after sneaking over from mainland China. Back then, Uncle Yuan had even lived in Eren's grandfather's home before finding his footing. The bond forged during that time kept the two families close. As a child, Eren often saw Uncle Yuan visiting during holidays, bearing gifts. However, his mother had never been fond of Uncle Yuan's gang affiliations and discouraged Eren from getting too close to him. After his grandparents' deaths, the families drifted apart, though Uncle Yuan still made an effort to visit during Lunar New Year. Remembering these details, Eren hesitated briefly. He moved cautiously to the door, peering through the peephole. Outside, the corridor was empty except for a broad-shouldered, square-faced man with a scar over his temple. Uncle Yuan. Eren called out hesitantly. Who else? Don't tell me you've already forgotten my voice, kid, came the gruff reply. Activating spirit vision, Eren confirmed that only Uncle Yuan was outside and sensed no malice. He pushed aside the cabinet barricading the door. Hearing the sounds of movement, Uncle Yuan's face briefly twisted with a peculiar expression. When Eren finally opened the door, he greeted Yuan sheepishly, "Of course not, Uncle Yuan." Yuan glanced at the cabinet by the door and nodded approvingly. Not bad. You've learned a bit. With that, Yuan strode inside without waiting for an invitation, settling onto a chair and gesturing for Eren to explain. What did you do to piss off the Shueigui gang? Their turf is by the docks. Normally, they wouldn't bother with someone like you. It wasn't me provoking them, they came after me, Eren replied with a bitter smile. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Go on. They're after my grandfather's house and the money my mom left me. They knocked me out, drugged me, and tried to record that kind of video to blackmail me into compliance. I managed to escape and called the police. They raided the place, rescued another girl they had kidnapped, and shot 2 of the gang members in the process. I'm guessing the 3 who came to Chinatown last night were sent to get revenge on me. Honestly, I'd never even heard of the Shueigui gang before this. Although Eren trusted Yuan more than a stranger, he remained cautious. He omitted any mention of Gwen's true identity, George Stacy's involvement, or the potential conspiracy behind the incident. Yuan frowned deeply, his scarred face growing more intimidating as he processed the story. So, they're after your grandfather's property? Yuan mused. That makes sense if they're trying to expand their territory. But targeting Chinatown, he trailed off, lost in thought. After a moment, Yuan stood and said, You're coming with me to see 7th uncle. Tell him what you told me, but emphasize that they're after your house. Chinatown is our turf. Neither Zhongyi Hall nor any other hall here will tolerate outsiders meddling in our territory. Eren's eyes lit up. Yuan's intent was clear, frame the Shueigui gang's actions as a threat to Chinatown itself, ensuring Zhongyi Hall would intervene. Internal disputes might not warrant their attention, but territorial incursions certainly would. With Zhongyi Hall stepping in, Eren's safety would improve significantly. Understood, Eren replied solemnly. Thank you, Uncle Yuan. Yuan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, though he waved it off nonchalantly. It's nothing. Now, let's go. 7th uncle's time is precious. Chinatown's history was one of resilience, forged in the face of systemic oppression, economic exploitation, and racial discrimination. During the most tumultuous periods, Chinese immigrants faced not only institutional challenges but also harassment from local gangs. It was in this crucible that organizations like the Hong Men emerged, groups that united the impoverished and wealthy alike, navigating the delicate balance between cooperation with the authorities and resistance against exploitation. At its peak, 9 out of 10 Chinese immigrants were connected to Hong Men in some way. But as the organization grew, internal divisions emerged, leading to its fragmentation into numerous smaller factions. Zhongyi Hall was one such faction. Although not the largest or most powerful of the Chinese gangs, Zhongyi Hall was among the oldest, with deep roots and enduring influence. Under Yuan's guidance, Eren arrived at Zhongyi Hall's headquarters. They bypassed the main hall and entered a side room. Inside, 3 bound and beaten men, faces bruised and bloodied, sat slumped on the floor. Their captors, a row of stern-looking young men, stood on either side of the room. At the head of the room sat an elderly man with meticulously combed silver hair, dressed in a traditional Chinese jacket. His piercing gaze fell on Eren as Yuan announced, 7th uncle, I've brought the boy. The old man set down his teacup and nodded. Speak. What did you do to anger the Shueigui gang enough for them to send 3 armed men to invade our territory in the middle of the night? Chapter 7. This wasn't me provoking them. Eren gave a wry smile and carefully recounted the events in a way that downplayed the risks, following Uncle Yuan's guidance. As expected, 7th uncle's expression darkened with rage as he listened. How dare they? The old man's claw-like hand slammed down on the redwood table before him, shattering it into splinters with a deafening crack. The sound startled Eren, making him jump. He stared in disbelief at the frail-looking elder, unable to reconcile the image of the feeble old man with the sheer destructive force he had just witnessed. Even the others in the room flinched, falling silent like frightened quails. Finally, Uncle Yuan spoke up. "Seventh uncle, please calm down. Those people have been eyeing Chinatown for a long time. There's no need to get worked up and risk your health." "Humph." Seventh uncle snorted. "The foundation our ancestors built will not fall into the hands of outsiders while I'm alive." His sharp, hawk-like eyes turned toward the three bruised and bound men in the center of the room, fixing them with a glare that could have flayed them alive. "Yuanli, deal with these three and send the Shui Gui gang a warning," seventh uncle commanded. "Let them know that Chinatown is ours." "Yes." Uncle Yuan barked in acknowledgement and signaled for a few men to haul the three captives out. After they left, seventh uncle's fury subsided somewhat. He turned his gaze to Eren, his tone now colder. "Out of respect for Yuanli, Zhongyi Hall will take on this trouble for you. But since you brought this matter to us, you must show some gratitude." As the leader of Zhongyi Hall, seventh uncle had seen through Eren and Uncle Yuan's plan from the start. However, as Uncle Yuan had pointed out, Chinatown was their turf, and no self-respecting Chinese gang would allow outsiders to encroach on it. Still, while he was willing to give Uncle Yuan face, Eren wouldn't get off without contributing something in return. Eren wasn't surprised by this demand. Zhongyi Hall wasn't a charity, and he wasn't naive enough to expect a free ride. "Please, seventh uncle, guide me," Eren replied solemnly. Seventh uncle's eyes glimmered with approval. "Good. I like smart people. I'll give you two options. First, join Zhongyi Hall. If you're one of us, the hall will back you fully, and no one will question it. Second, if you don't want to be part of a gang, pay $100,000. That will cover the cost of our intervention. After Yuanli warns the Shui Gui gang, you'll have some peace for a while. And as long as you stay in Chinatown, Zhongyi Hall will ensure your safety." Having said his piece, seventh uncle sipped his tea and waited for Eren's decision. Eren didn't hesitate. Joining Zhongyi Hall was out of the question. Although the hall wasn't particularly powerful, its strict hierarchy made it an unsuitable environment for someone like him. Even if he wanted to dabble in gang life, Zhongyi Hall wouldn't be his first choice. "I'll take the second option," Eren said decisively. Seventh uncle nodded, unsurprised but slightly regretful. "Fine. Have the money ready in 3 days. I'll send someone to collect it." With that, the conversation ended. Seventh uncle lost interest in continuing the discussion and waved Eren off. Stepping out of Zhongyi Hall, Eren felt a mixture of relief and pain. The $100,000 protection fee was a heavy blow to his finances, cutting his wealth in half. Still, safety was worth far more to him than money. Shortly after leaving, Eren's phone rang. It was Uncle Yuan. "Kid, just sit tight. Once we warn those cowardly Shui Gui gang scumbags, they won't dare touch you. Relax, ha. Before Eren could respond, he heard the muffled sounds of shouting and pleading on the other end of the line. "Shut up, you cowards." Uncle Yuan barked at someone off-screen before returning to the call. "Alright, I've got my hands full. Talk later." The call ended abruptly. "Well, that's an unexpected bonus," Eren muttered, pocketing his phone with a smile. He had prepared himself for a hellish start in this world but found himself pleasantly surprised by the twists of fate. First Pepper Potts, now Zhongyi Hall, they were all playing in his favor. After leaving Zhongyi Hall, Eren treated himself to a simple breakfast at a nearby noodle shop and called Pepper to reassure her of his safety. A short while later, he spotted Uncle Yuan and 30 men from Zhongyi Hall piling into 5 vans and driving off in a hurry. Curious, Eren hailed a taxi and followed them. At first, the driver refused, unwilling to take such a suspicious fare. But when Eren flashed $500 in cash, the man quickly changed his tune, promising not to lose sight of the vans. Half an hour later, they arrived outside a bar near the docks. Eren watched as the men from Zhongyi Hall stormed into the establishment, their movements swift and deliberate. Looking at the sign above the entrance, Eren noted the bar's name, Morning Star. Morning Star. Is this their base of operations? Memorizing the name and location, Eren instructed the taxi driver to head back. For a seer, after all, battle wasn't limited to the physical realm. Returning to Chinatown, Eren immediately found a new, anonymous motel and checked in under a pseudonym. The ease with which Zhong Yi Hall had located him earlier left him feeling uneasy. If they could find him so quickly, who's to say the Shui Gui gang couldn't do the same? Chapter 8. Evening was settling over the docks, gradually silencing the bustle of the day. Shops began flipping their signs to closed, but certain establishments remained lit, their neon signs flickering against the encroaching night. For workers who had spent the day laboring at the docks, there were two common options: head home in small groups or unwind with friends at a nearby bar. It was in this environment that numerous budget-friendly bars sprang up around the docks. Among them was Morning Star, a bar controlled by the Shui Gui gang. The dock workers knew the bar's affiliation but turned a blind eye as long as the drinks stayed cheap. In fact, there was an odd reassurance about gang-controlled bars: trouble rarely started within their walls. Typically, two burly men in dark jackets stood watch outside the bar, their presence a clear warning. But not tonight. "Hey, where's the usual muscle?" a group of regulars muttered as they approached the door. Shrugging off their unease, they pushed the door open. What they saw inside froze them in their tracks. The dim, vibrant lighting of the bar danced over a chilling tableau. Dozens of people lay scattered across the floor, seemingly asleep. But their chests didn't rise or fall. The flickering lights cast eerie shadows, heightening the oppressive atmosphere. An inexplicable dread settled over the onlookers, their instincts screaming at them to leave. But just as they began to back away, they heard it, faint, incomprehensible whispers. The whispers carried an unnatural cadence, stirring a primal anger in their hearts. Their heads pounded with the urge to scream and lash out at anyone nearby. Within moments, the group succumbed to their violent impulses, turning on one another in a brutal frenzy. Minutes later, the Morning Star bar returned to an eerie calm. The only sound was the haunting music that continued to play. If one looked closely, they would see that 3 new bodies now joined the original group on the floor. The bar's slightly ajar door seemed like the gaping maw of an abyss, swallowing anyone who crossed its threshold. No one noticed anything amiss at the Morning Star bar until someone called the police. The situation quickly escalated, drawing the attention of the NYPD. Meanwhile, at Zhong Yi Hall, Seventh Uncle began to worry when Yuan Li and his men failed to return or answer their phones. Sensing trouble, he sent another team to investigate. When they arrived at Morning Star, the scene stunned them. The bar and its surroundings were cordoned off by dozens of police officers. The perimeter stretched a full 50 meters, marked with bright yellow caution tape. "What's going on?" The 5 Chinese youths sent by Zhong Yi Hall gaped at the scene. "The Shui Gui gang's bar is surrounded by cops. Did Yuan Li and his men get into a fight with them? Maybe the commotion was so big it drew the police. That could be it. Yuan Li brought 30 men with him, no way the Shui Gui gang could take them all. Maybe the cops swooped in and arrested everyone. You two, go ask around. The rest of us will call Seventh Uncle and have him reach out to the police. If Yuan Li and the others were arrested, we'll need to get lawyers to bail them out." No one informed Eren about what happened at Morning Star until the next day. When Zhong Yi Hall finally called him, the news was grim: Uncle Yuan and his team had gone missing. Rushing to the hall, Eren immediately noticed something was off. The usual bustling atmosphere was gone, replaced by an oppressive gloom. Those who remained seemed distracted, their expressions vacant. As Eren entered, a wave of inexplicable sadness and anxiety washed over him, dragging his mood down. "What's going on?" Sensing the anomaly, Eren paused and activated spirit vision. The change was immediate. His surroundings lit up with the emotional auras of those present. The colors were dark and muted, blending into a nearly solid shadow that hung over the hall like a shroud of despair. Eren found Seventh Uncle in his usual spot, but the old man looked visibly drained. His meticulously combed silver hair was slightly disheveled, and his face bore the weight of exhaustion. As Eren approached, Seventh Uncle glanced up briefly before muttering, "Yuan Li and his men are in trouble." "What happened?" Eren asked. "Morning Star has a problem," Seventh Uncle replied gravely. "Since yesterday, anyone who's gone in hasn't come out, not even the cops. I've heard rumors of strange occurrences. The NYPD has sealed off the area, and the case has reportedly been handed over to the FBI." Eren's pupils shrank. Strange occurrences? What does that even mean? This was Marvel, not some supernatural horror universe. Seventh Uncle, mistaking Eren's reaction for ignorance, sighed in disappointment. The Shui Gui gang situation had started with Eren, and Seventh Uncle had hoped he might know more. But clearly, his expectations had been misplaced. After a moment of silence, Eren asked, "Is Uncle Yuan alive?" "No one knows," seventh uncle admitted, shaking his head. "The cops say there are over 100 people trapped inside the bar, but no one can confirm if they're alive or dead. If you want more details, you'll have to investigate yourself. The case is out of my hands now, it belongs to the FBI." Eren nodded grimly. "I understand." Chapter 9. After saying goodbye to his seventh uncle, Eren hailed a taxi and headed straight to the street where the Morningstar bar was located. By the time Eren arrived near the bar, it was already noon. The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly. Yet, as Eren stepped into the street where the Morningstar bar was, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. At the same time, two sharply dressed men, one with a receding hairline, also arrived at the entrance of the Morningstar bar. They were Coulson and Grant Ward. "So, this is the suspicious bar. Doesn't look all that special," Ward remarked, glancing at the building. "Don't let your guard down, Grant. The NYPD already lost officers here," Coulson warned, taking a specialized protective suit handed to him by a nearby staff member and beginning to put it on. Grant Ward followed suit, donning the protective gear and arming himself to the teeth. Once ready, they followed behind a tactical team, cautiously approaching the bar's entrance. When the team pushed open the doors, a wave of serene music spilled out, growing louder as the door opened. Inside, the bar's main hall was filled with people lying scattered across the floor. They looked as if they had fallen into a deep sleep, unmoving. Coulson signaled the team forward. The tactical team leader led his unit into the bar. As nothing abnormal immediately occurred, a flicker of doubt crossed Coulson's eyes. Outside, Ward, who was monitoring the situation, found himself unknowingly moving forward, drawn by the bar's music. Step by step, he approached the entrance. "Grant!" Coulson's sharp shout came through the earpiece. The loud rebuke startled Ward back to his senses. He realized he was already standing at the bar's threshold, his foot raised to step inside. Cold sweat drenched his back. "Fall back!" Coulson's voice barked again. Without hesitation, Ward retreated rapidly, stopping only when he was several meters away from the door. Exhaling deeply, Ward cast a wary glance at the bar. Its inviting lights and soothing music should have made it a place of comfort, but now it seemed like a den of horror. The brief lapse in his judgment sent a wave of unease coursing through him. As a professionally trained agent, he had still been compelled to follow the tactical team, against all reason. "What happened just now?" Coulson demanded, approaching Ward. "It was the music," Ward said grimly. "The sound interfered with my willpower, like hypnosis. If not for your shout snapping me out of it, I don't know what would have happened." The memory of his altered state sent chills down Ward's spine. To be controlled so easily, by mere sound, was terrifying. He couldn't help but imagine the potential danger if the music manipulated him further or even exposed his allegiance to Hydra. Such a revelation would mean doom for both himself and his family. Ward's growing fear turned into deep dread toward the unassuming bar. Music? Hypnosis? Coulson's eyes lit up as he considered this revelation. Could the strange occurrences at the Morningstar bar be linked to its music? Were all the people inside hypnotized by the sound, rendering them unresponsive to the outside world? Just then, something inside the bar changed. The people lying across the floor all suddenly turned their heads in unison, some twisting their necks a full 180 degrees, adopting grotesque poses to face the entrance. And then, they smiled. A sea of twisted, lifeless smiles fixed on Coulson. He felt his skin crawl and cold sweat soaked his back. The synchronized grins etched into those pallid faces were utterly unnatural. Without hesitation, Coulson began retreating, stepping back until he was over 10 meters away. "What the hell is this?" he muttered, his breath uneven. As someone well versed in human anatomy, he knew no living person could twist their necks to such angles. If they weren't alive, then what were they? Ward's grim voice broke Coulson's thoughts. "Sir, we've lost contact with the tactical team." Coulson snapped his head toward the bar's door. Through the crack, he could see the team they had sent in now lying amongst the others inside, their faces frozen in those same eerie grins. "This is bad," Coulson muttered. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd behind the police barricade, Eren received a notification from the scales of fate. Ding! A foreign fate singularity has been detected. The forbidden item, Moonlight DJ, is disrupting the world's fate line. Capturing this item could yield significant fate points and unlock the ability to manifest fate. It is strongly recommended to contain this item. Ding! The Scales of Fate have captured methods to contain the forbidden item, Moonlight DJ, as follows. Method 1, a demigod-level transcendent can temporarily ignore the traits of Moonlight DJ by leveraging their divinity and forcibly contain the item. Method 2, use the forbidden item, Silent Box, to neutralize the traits of Moonlight DJ, and then contain it. Method 3, under Moonlight, sing along with Moonlight DJ to achieve the accomplishment Every Moonlit Night Reminds Me of You, temporarily containing the item. Of course, this depends on your singing not being too terrible. Method 4. Chapter 10. Listening to the prompt from the Scales of Fate in his mind, Eren's thoughts were flooded with question marks. Were these containment methods serious? If he had the strength described in Method 1, he wouldn't be hiding from gangsters, constantly on the run like this. As for the forbidden item Silent Box mentioned in Method 2, he hadn't even heard of it, let alone used it to contain Moonlight DJ. Method 3 seemed somewhat feasible. But judging by the current situation at the Morningstar bar, Eren estimated that he'd be done for before even getting close to Moonlight DJ. And besides, the bar was now surrounded by cops, how could he even get inside? Wait a second. That man giving orders, wasn't he Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D.? With that iconic receding hairline, there was no way Eren could mistake him. Could it be that the situation at the Morningstar bar had drawn S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention? If that were the case, wouldn't it be even harder for Eren to secure the forbidden item inside? No. Eren shook his head. If he took a calculated risk, it might not be impossible. Forbidden items weren't native to this world, so the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were probably scratching their heads trying to figure out how to deal with this situation. With that thought, Eren took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He began pushing his way through the crowd of onlookers. As the commotion caused by Eren's movement spread, a young patrol officer in his 20s shouted, "This is an active crime scene. No pushing. Everyone, stay back. Hey, you. Yes, you. Didn't you hear me? Stop pushing." Ignoring the officer's warning, Eren squeezed up to him and said, "Officer, could you please call over Agent Coulson? The one holding the radio, with the receding hairline." Huh. The young officer, who had been ready to reprimand Eren, frowned slightly upon hearing Coulson's name. Could this guy actually know Agent Coulson? After a moment's hesitation, the officer said, "I can call him, but I can't guarantee he'll agree to see you." "Thank you. Oh, and you might want to mention that I have intel about the issue inside the bar." Eren gestured toward the Morningstar bar as he spoke. "Intel about the bar? If what you're saying is true, I think the agent will want to meet you." "Of course." Convinced that Eren wasn't bluffing, the young officer ran over to Coulson. "He claims to have intel about the situation inside the bar." Coulson glanced at the young man in the crowd, then nodded to the officer. "Bring him here." Standing nearby, Ward frowned. "You really think that kid knows anything?" Coulson smiled faintly. "Meeting him won't waste much of our time, and it's better than losing lives to gather information ourselves. Who knows? He might actually know something useful." Soon enough, the young officer brought Eren to Coulson. Instead of immediately asking about the Morningstar bar, Coulson first inquired, "What's your name?" "I'm Eren." "Well, Eren, how exactly do you know my name? I don't recall ever meeting you." Coulson fixed Eren with an unwavering stare, watching his micro-expressions carefully. "That's correct, you don't know me now. But in the future, you will. As you can see, I'm a diviner. Your name came to me during a reading." "A diviner?" Coulson's mind filled with question marks. Beside him, Ward shrugged with a knowing look, as if to say, "I expected as much." Even Coulson seemed a bit exasperated. "All right, my little fortune teller, I'm not in the mood for games. If you actually know something about this strange bar, spill it. If not, you're free to leave. You wouldn't want to be charged with obstructing justice by the NYPD, would you?" Eren wasn't intimidated by Coulson's subtle threat. He nodded earnestly. "Of course, I wouldn't waste your time if I didn't have real information. However, every successful divination comes at a cost, so." He held up his right hand and rubbed his fingers together, making the universal gesture for money. Ward's expression darkened. Great. A con artist daring to scam S.H.I.E.L.D., he must have a death wish. Clenching his fists, Ward raised an eyebrow at Eren. "Hey, kid, has anyone ever told you that you've got a lot of nerve?" Before Ward could finish, Eren interrupted, $100,000. For that price, I'll share what I've divined. Considering the payout for a federal soldier's death benefit, you'd still come out ahead. This time, I'm being sincere. $100,000 wasn't much to the wealthy, but it was no small amount either. Most families in the country couldn't scrape together that kind of money. To Coulson, it sounded like highway robbery. But, as Eren pointed out, from a certain perspective, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. A single soldier's death benefit would cost several times more. If Eren's intel truly helped with this operation, the cost might even be worth it. Still, Coulson wasn't about to let himself be taken advantage of without trying to negotiate. 100,000 is no small amount. Before Coulson could finish, Eren cut him off. Fate doesn't offer discounts. The price is non-negotiable. If you think it's too steep, I'll leave now. Coulson, fine. But your information had better be worth it. Otherwise, crossing a law enforcement agency is a mistake you'll deeply regret. Ward, meanwhile, cocked his rifle slightly and sneered. Coulson, you're too kind. If his information leads to casualties, he'll be facing prison time. Chapter 11. Grant Ward's obvious threat elicited only a calm smile from Eren, who casually added, "Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, the $100,000 is after tax." Coulson. Grant Ward. As the largest and most heavy-handed law enforcement agency in the Federation, the Federal Tax Bureau was infamous for its aggressive taxation. That $100,000 would lose at least $20,000 to taxes. Eren's cheeky remark effectively increased Shield's costs even further. Ward's face darkened, and he opened his mouth to retort, but Coulson quickly raised a hand to stop him. The last thing he wanted was for this shrewd kid to raise the price even more. "Fine," Coulson said, taking a deep breath. "You've got a deal. Now, tell us what you know." "No problem." Eren shrugged. "From what I know, the situation at the Morningstar bar is caused by a forbidden item. Seal that item, and the bar will return to normal." "Forbidden item?" Coulson's brow furrowed. "What exactly is it? What does it do, and how do we seal it?" Forbidden items are relics left behind by demons, taboos of the world. Each one has unique abilities. The forbidden item in the Morningstar bar is sound-based. It can hypnotize, pollute, and control living beings within a certain range through its music. Find the source of the music, and you'll find the item. Relics of demons? Coulson had never heard of such things before. Though skeptical, he couldn't deny that Eren's description aligned with their earlier suspicions. Ward's near-hypnotic experience had already pointed to the bar's music being the key to its strangeness. For now, Eren's information seemed credible. Eren then added gravely, "As for sealing it, I suggest you deploy a bomber to carpet bomb the Morningstar bar. Destroy the item physically, fast, safe, and effective." The forbidden item Moonlight DJ, as described by the Scales of Fate, wasn't particularly powerful. Eren wasn't sure if such a method would work, but if it did, it might open new possibilities for dealing with similar items in the future. Of course, he also knew Coulson would never go for such a plan. Predictably, Coulson immediately dismissed the suggestion. Not a chance. This wasn't some chaotic Middle Eastern war zone, it was New York, one of the most developed cities in the Federation. Using a bomber here would lead to a public outcry that could destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. overnight. Eren simply shrugged. "In that case, we wait." "Wait? For what?" "The moon. Moonlight is key to sealing this item. Until then, you'd best lock down the area and disperse the crowd. The more people enter the bar, the stronger the forbidden item becomes." The notion that the forbidden item grew stronger with more people caused Coulson's expression to tighten. "I understand. I'll ensure the area is cleared. But why wait for moonlight? Why can't we act now?" Coulson glanced up at the overcast New York sky. It was only midday, there were still hours to go before the moon appeared. Was he really supposed to just sit around and wait? As night fell and the moon rose, S.H.I.E.L.D. had surrounded the Morningstar bar with a massive tarp, concealing it entirely. This not only prevented news from leaking and causing panic but also provided cover for the next phase of their operation. Even the surrounding buildings had been evacuated under the pretext of a gas leak. Inside a surveillance van parked near the bar, Coulson sat before a desk piled with detailed reports. On top of the stack was a file bearing Eren's name and a photograph. During the hours they'd been waiting, Coulson had thoroughly investigated Eren's background. According to the file, Eren had been an unremarkable high school student. None of this matched the confident and enigmatic figure he'd encountered today. The file also revealed that Eren had recently clashed with the Water Ghost gang, which owned the Morningstar bar. 2 days ago, the gang had kidnapped Eren and the daughter of the NYPD commissioner. Somehow, the two had escaped, triggering a crackdown on the gang by both the police and City Hall, with pepper pots exerting influence. Was Eren here to get revenge on the gang? Wait, why had the gang kidnapped him in the first place? Could the strange events at the Morningstar bar be connected to Eren? If so, the entire situation might have a very different explanation. Coulson closed the file and stepped out of the van. It was time to speak with Eren again. Meanwhile, Eren had returned to the bar after a brief trip to Chinatown, where he'd bought some snacks and eaten a burger and fries. The moment they met, Coulson got straight to the point. What's the next step? In 30 minutes, at midnight, the forbidden item will reach its peak power, and also its most vulnerable state. That's when you can try to retrieve it and seal it. How do we seal it? Coulson asked. Eren spread his hands and shrugged. That's up to you. Sealing dangerous forbidden items wasn't part of our original deal. Before Coulson could react, Eren continued with a sly grin, but, as a personal favor to you, I can help seal it. In return, you'll owe me a favor. Coulson hesitated, then nodded. Deal. Chapter 12. Well then, let's begin. Containing the forbidden item Moonlight DJ was Eren's main goal all along. Securing a favor from Coulson on top of that. A delightful bonus. More importantly, this was Eren's perfect excuse to contain Moonlight DJ openly and without suspicion. A few minutes later, a tactical team equipped with advanced soundproofing technology charged into the bar, led by Grant Ward. Once inside, the operatives immediately fired large net guns, ensnaring the dozens of seemingly entranced individuals sprawled across the bar's main hall. Meanwhile, others unleashed their weapons on every object capable of producing sound, leaving nothing untouched. Unlike ordinary objects, forbidden items are notoriously resilient. Not even gunfire could damage them. But this was precisely the straightforward method Eren had taught them to identify a forbidden item. Anything that remained unscathed was suspect. Outside the Morningstar bar, Eren listened to the relentless gunfire echoing from within and silently reflected. Good thing S.H.I.E.L.D. was paving the way as the sucker. Without their resources, Eren had no idea how long it would have taken him to secure Moonlight DJ alone. Shortly after the gunfire subsided, Ward emerged from the bar alongside 2 heavily armed soldiers, shielding another operative carrying an old-fashioned record player. Behind them, an ominous human tide surged toward the bar's exit. The moment Ward cleared the threshold, he signaled to Coulson. In response, Coulson pressed a remote switch. With a loud crash, massive iron cages dropped around the bar's entrances and windows, slamming down with brutal force. Several figures attempting to escape were crushed, their bodies horrifyingly torn in half as the cages sealed the building. The sight of their well-laid trap springing into action prompted Ward to flip a middle finger at the struggling horde behind him. Idiots, he muttered. Still, his grim mood lingered. Despite their precautions and equipment to block the effects of the sound, the mission inside the bar had claimed 5 members of his elite 8-person team. The loss stung. Watching the frenzied crowd relentlessly hurl themselves against the barriers, Coulson asked, his face dark with concern, will sealing the forbidden item fix these people? Eren looked at the chaos, noting familiar faces among the crowd, including members of the Triad faction. His expression dimmed as he shook his head. I don't know. Truthfully, Eren hoped that once Moonlight DJ was sealed, its victims would recover. But this was his first direct encounter with a forbidden item, and he had no guarantees. Seeing Coulson's grim expression, Eren pointed to the soundproofing gear and said quickly, I suggest you wear this. If the forbidden item controls you, don't blame me for not warning you. Without waiting for a response, Eren busied himself putting on the layered soundproof equipment Coulson had prepared. When he finished, he turned to find Coulson already fully geared up. This sly old fox. Through hand signals, Ward's team positioned the old record player at the spot Eren had specified. Everything was ready. Now, it was up to Eren. Under the watchful eyes of Coulson and the others, Eren took a deep breath. Then, he carefully placed 3 windproof candles around the record player in a triangular formation. At each corner, he scattered tulip, lavender, and lilac petals. Once the preparations were complete, Eren began to sing. If I were a DJ. Eren's voice carried surprisingly well, and as the song ended, the forbidden item Moonlight DJ abruptly stopped playing. A soft click sounded, as though it had surrendered to the melody. In that moment, Eren felt a strange sensation wash over him, a distinct awareness that he had succeeded. Simultaneously, the scales of fate in his mind quivered. A vortex in the river of fate smoothed out, and ripples of energy surged into the scales. Ding! The host has successfully contained the forbidden item Moonlight DJ, resolving the fate singularity. You have gained 1000 fate points. Ding! Fate manifestation unlocked. Hearing the notifications, Eren finally allowed himself to relax. It's done. His tightly wound nerves eased, and he glanced around. Coulson and the others were still positioned defensively around him, their faces tense. Fortunately, their soundproof gear prevented them from hearing anything, sparing Eren from any awkward explanations. In the distance, the crowd controlled by Moonlight DJ collapsed in unison the moment the item was contained. With the forbidden item's power gone, they fell like puppets whose strings had been cut. Seeing this, Ward's eyes widened. What just happened? Did the containment actually work? Even Coulson turned to Eren, curiosity and doubt flickering across his face. As seasoned agents, both Coulson and Ward had harbored suspicions about Eren's claims, his supposed divination abilities and his knowledge of forbidden items. But now, with the undeniable results before them, their skepticism began to waver. If Eren truly had prophetic abilities, his value would skyrocket. To Coulson, he was suddenly a prime candidate for recruitment into S.H.I.E.L.D. On the other hand, Ward, a Hydra operative, couldn't help but see Eren as a potential asset for his own organization. Still, both men knew more observation was needed before making a move. Unaware of their thoughts, Eren finally exhaled, his eyes scanning the fallen crowd. Only now did he truly feel the weight lift from his shoulders. Chapter 13. Eren swept an inconspicuous glance at the fallen crowd, then began removing the soundproof equipment strapped to his body, letting his hearing return to normal. Seeing this, Coulson and the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents followed suit, taking off their gear. Much better, Coulson said with a faint smile. He pointed to the old-fashioned record player behind Eren and asked, "So, does this mean the containment was successful?" Eren turned to look at the record player and nodded. "It's contained for now. However, my abilities are limited, so I can't guarantee how long the containment will last. If you want to avoid future incidents, I suggest constructing a completely soundproof space to store it." A soundproof space, huh? Noted. Coulson nodded thoughtfully, then cast a troubled glance at the hundreds of people lying lifelessly in the Morningstar bar. "And what about them?" Eren shrugged. "I'm no doctor. If you want to help them, you could try sending them to a hospital." Before he could finish, a soldier in tactical gear approached Coulson and whispered, "Sir, the people inside the bar, including the team that went in earlier, none of them have a pulse." The words struck like a thunderclap. Eren, Coulson, and the others froze. "They're all dead." Eren sighed internally. So even Uncle Yuan didn't make it. Uncle Yuan, who had tried to help him, had left a positive impression on Eren. This crisis was indirectly caused by Eren, and part of his reason for cooperating with S.H.I.E.L.D. was to try to save Yuan. But in the end, he still failed. After a moment of silence, Coulson personally went to check on the people in the bar. To his shock, he found that not only were they without a pulse, but their bodies were unnaturally cold and rigid. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, Coulson might have believed these people had been dead for days. "So this is what a forbidden item does," Coulson muttered grimly. "In a single incident, over 100 casualties. If they hadn't acted quickly, the toll could have been even higher. Truly, a devil's relic." Eren, standing nearby, softly murmured, "The 1,000-year shift is upon us. The gears of fate have begun to turn. All that was hidden in history will soon resurface." Though Eren's voice was low, Coulson's sharp ears caught every word. Before Coulson could question him, Eren preemptively said, "So many people died here today. You've got your hands full, Agent Coulson. As for me, containing the forbidden item drained me. I need to rest." Without waiting for a response, Eren turned and left, his weary expression making it clear he had no intention of staying longer. Coulson hesitated. He wanted to stop Eren, to ask about what he'd just said. But the sight of the lifeless bodies sprawled across the bar pulled his attention back. Eren was right, there were more urgent matters at hand. Over an hour later, Eren finally managed to hail a taxi and relocated to a new place to stay. After carefully checking the room for any abnormalities, he took a deep breath and entered a meditative state. Moments later, Eren found himself once again in the space of the scales of fate. Standing before the scales, Eren summoned his personal fate panel. Name, Eren. Fate compass, 100 fate points required for 1 spin. Fate manifestation, unlocks items from the river of fate unlocked. Talent, unpredictable fate. Skills, driving, beginner, English, 11th grade, history, 11th grade, mathematics, 11th grade, chemistry, 11th grade, antique appraisal, novice, programming, advanced, comma. Combat system, sequence 9, diviner. Strength evaluation, a novice with basic knowledge of the mystical arts. Fate points, 1000. The new section titled Combat System caught Eren's eye, likely a result of advancing to sequence 9 and consuming the diviner's potion. His strength evaluation had upgraded from complete amateur to novice, which wasn't much of an improvement. Moving on. Eren's gaze shifted to the 1000 fate points displayed on the panel. This was far more than the 100 fate points he'd started with as a newbie gift. With this amount, he could spin the fate compass 10 times. Additionally, the fate manifestation ability was now unlocked. However, after a brief review of the ability, Eren grimaced and dismissed it. Way too expensive. For instance, manifesting a simple Desert Eagle handgun cost 100 fate points. Advancing to the next potion, Clown, under the diviner sequence. A whopping 2000 fate points. Compared to that, spinning the fate compass felt like a much better deal. What's more, Eren didn't urgently need the Clown potion, he had barely begun digesting the diviner potion. A series of 10 spins seemed far more appealing. With that decision, Eren activated the fate compass. A massive ethereal image of the compass appeared before him, spinning rapidly. Click. As the compass needle stopped, a white orb of light materialized before Eren. Instead of checking the reward immediately, Eren continued spinning. 9 more times, he drained all his fate points. When the compass vanished, 10 glowing orbs hovered before him, 1 purple, 1 blue, 2 green, and 6 white. The colors likely indicated the rarity or quality of the rewards. With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, Eren reached for the purple orb. Chapter 14. With excitement building, Eren reached into the purple orb. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Cosmic Brain Meditation Technique. Cosmic Brain Meditation Technique? What was this? Could it be from some mysterious wizarding world? Curious and eager, Eren crushed the purple orb. A burst of violet light enveloped him, and his consciousness seemed to enter another realm, one of knowledge and legacy. In this void-like space stood a serene middle-aged man. He stood as though teaching a student, his voice calm and deliberate as he addressed Eren. I will now pass on the pinnacle meditation technique of the universe, the Cosmic Brain Meditation Technique. Without unnecessary words, the man began demonstrating the practice. Sitting cross-legged, his posture was stable, one hand upright with the palm perfectly rounded, the other hand resting naturally, touching the void. Watching this serene posture, Eren immediately felt his mind settle. Fear, doubt, and intrusive thoughts vanished as his spirit calmed and clarity bloomed. The man's hand movements then began to change, sometimes blossoming like a lotus, sometimes forming fists, interlocking, or forming rings. The transitions were fluid and mesmerizing. My meditation diagram above represents the cosmic brain. Meditating upon it will enhance your mental strength, solidify your willpower, purify your soul, and guide you toward profound wisdom, he explained. The accompanying mind seal gestures will mobilize your mental energies, harmonize your physical cells, and unlock the latent potential of your body. Looking up, Eren saw a breathtaking starfield above the man's head. The vast cosmos seemed endless, containing billions of stars grouped into nebulae. At a distance, the nebula resembled the structure of a brain, billions of stars formed glowing neural pathways, their movements akin to brain cells constantly firing. This was the meditation diagram of the cosmic brain. Eren was utterly captivated. As he marveled, the man continued demonstrating the intricate seals and gestures, their complexity burned into Eren's soul like vivid imprints. The man's words resonated deeply. The brain is will. Will is thought. Thought is spirit. Spirit is the soul. Meditate upon the cosmic brain, and your brain becomes the cosmic brain itself. Eren watched as the gestures and the massive nebula became deeply etched into his consciousness. When he finally emerged from the void, Eren found himself back in the scales of fate space. The cosmic brain meditation technique was now firmly embedded in his mind, indelible. The gestures, the diagram, the vast cosmic nebula, all of it remained vividly clear. Just recalling it for a moment caused dizziness and a sharp headache. Eren stopped himself immediately. Though his face had gone pale, his smile was uncontainable. This is incredible. Compared to the beginner meditation technique that came with the diviner potion, the cosmic brain meditation technique was leagues more profound. It seemed to hail from a high-tech world, crafted by some supreme mental master. Its complementary mind seal gestures were among the most advanced techniques for hypnosis and mental manipulation. Once Eren mastered this meditation, he could quickly rise to become one of the world's top hypnotists. Beyond that, the meditation would rapidly enhance his mental strength, expand his intellectual capacity, and allow him to unlock the full potential of his physical body. Most importantly, its ability to purify his mind would help stave off the insanity that often plagued those who consumed mystical potions. This alone made the technique invaluable. Definitely worthy of being a purple-tier reward, Eren said, brimming with satisfaction. After calming himself, Eren turned his attention to the remaining 9 orbs. Following the order of rarity, he reached into the blue orb next. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the sequence potion, clown. Eren froze for a moment. No way. Just earlier, he had been debating whether to save up another 1,000 fate points to manifest the clown potion through the new ability. Now, here it was, handed to him by the compass. What incredible luck. Spending just 100 fate points had netted him a potion worth 2,000 fate points. This alone made the entire draw immensely worthwhile. Good thing I didn't save up for that manifestation, what a waste that would have been. Having already scored the cosmic brain meditation technique and the clown potion, Eren was thrilled. Let's see if the rest of these are just as good. With growing anticipation, Eren crushed the remaining orbs all at once. Pop! 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 When the light from the bursts faded, the results of his first 10 spins lay before him. In addition to the meditation technique and the potion, the 2 green tier orbs had produced. Chapter 15. Aside from the cosmic brain meditation technique and the clown potion, the 2 green tier orbs produced a pink paper crane and a set of emerald green vials. Seeking paper crane, simply tell it the name of the person you wish to find, and the crane will lead you to them. Notes: the pink paper crane symbolizes a desire to spread its wings and fly toward a loved one. Limitations: the crane cannot locate deceased individuals. Don't expect a sentimental paper crane to traverse heaven or hell for the dead. Remaining uses: 3. Universal antidote, can neutralize all ordinary toxins and most extraordinary ones. Notes: crafted by a master alchemist, this antidote contains near rule-level power. A single dose cures any ailment. Quantity: 12 vials. The 6 white tier orbs yielded more mundane items. A crystal ball. A nutritionist's recipe handbook. A sharp dagger. An elegant clown mask. A grenade. A vial of hallucinogen spray. Compared to the first 4 items, these white tier rewards seemed lackluster. Most were simple, practical tools lacking any extraordinary properties. For instance, the crystal ball, dagger, clown mask, and grenade were all items one could purchase in the US. Spending 100 fate points on these items felt like a loss. Analyzing the rewards, Eren began to see a pattern in the fate compass's tiers. White tier orbs, common and practical, but not extraordinary. Useful tools, but often mundane. Green tier orbs, items imbued with extraordinary abilities, often unique or irreplaceable, though their uses may be limited. Blue tier orbs, rare and powerful objects that enhance the user, often granting supernatural capabilities. Purple tier orbs, exceptionally rare and potent, providing power with minimal risk or long-term advantages like transferable skills. Back in the scales of fate space, Eren's mind churned as he examined his rewards. The clown potion was unnecessary for now, he still hadn't fully digested the diviner potion. Better to leave it in the scales of fate space for safekeeping. The universal antidote was an immediate priority. Taking 1 vial for emergencies, Eren left the rest stored. The seeking paper crane would remain untouched for now, there was no urgent need for it. As for the other items, like the nutritionist's recipe handbook and crystal ball, they could wait until the current danger was resolved before being placed in his apartment. The dagger, clown mask, grenade, and hallucinogen spray, however, were perfect for self-defense and were immediately added to his gear. With that settled, Eren focused his mind, and the scales of fate space dissolved around him. Eren's consciousness returned to his rented motel room. Compared to his previous experience, the transition was much smoother and faster this time. Could this be due to the diviner potion? Eren wondered. The enhanced spiritual strength and focus likely played a role. Making a mental note, he packed his new tools into his backpack before giving the room a final inspection. Once satisfied that everything was secure, Eren returned to the bed. Sitting cross-legged, Eren assumed the cosmic brain meditation pose from memory. With his hands forming intricate seals and his mind fixating on the vast neural cosmos, he began his meditation. As his fingers transitioned fluidly through the mind-seal gestures, Eren's concentration sharpened. The visualization of the stellar brain intensified. His mental processes accelerated. It was as though every neural pathway in his brain fired simultaneously. Thoughts, connections, and solutions flowed at an extraordinary pace. If his brain had once processed dozens of computations per second, it now handled thousands, a tenfold increase. The deeper he delved into the meditation, the more his mental acuity grew. His thoughts became clearer, his perception sharper, and his will stronger. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Eren's head. His vision blurred, and he felt hot streams trickling from his nostrils. Stopping abruptly, Eren wiped his nose and found his hand stained with fresh blood. Chapter 16. Is this nosebleed from overusing my brain? Eren wiped the blood from his nose, reflecting on the impact of the cosmic brain meditation. The rapid mental acceleration had evidently overloaded his system, a classic case of mental exhaustion. This wasn't surprising. Tales of overthinking leading to physical decline, even death, were ancient and modern alike. Looks like the technique is powerful, but it's also a double-edged sword. Even completing a single cycle of the meditation was beyond his current limits. Overusing it could wreck his body. No sooner had he cleaned up than his stomach let out a loud, rumbling protest. Starving, Eren muttered, clutching his midsection. It wasn't ordinary hunger, it felt like he hadn't eaten for 3 days. The kind of hunger that could drive a man to devour an entire cow. But why? I even ate a midnight snack earlier. The realization dawned on him. It must be the meditation, it burns through nutrients like nothing else. Unable to endure the pangs, Eren grabbed his wallet, slung on his backpack, and left the motel to find food. The streets of Chinatown were dotted with eateries, many open 24/7. Fortune smiled on him as he found a burger joint still serving. Under the astonished gaze of the staff, Eren devoured 3 massive combo meals, each featuring a double patty behemoth, fries, and a drink. Even as his belly felt ready to burst, the gnawing hunger barely abated. I can't keep eating like this, I'll explode. Suppressing the remaining hunger, Eren trudged back to the motel. The meditation's consumption rate far outstripped what ordinary eating could replenish. I need a solution. Fast. Suddenly, he remembered something. The nutritionist's recipe handbook. Maybe it has a way to boost nutrient absorption. Eagerly, Eren quickened his pace. Back at the motel, he showered, then retrieved the handbook under the warm, dim glow of the room's pinkish light. Flipping through the pages, Eren quickly realized this wasn't just any book, it was a treasure trove from a futuristic world. The nutritionists it described specialized in crafting dietary plans and concoctions for genetically enhanced soldiers, whose caloric needs were astronomical. The book detailed not just meal plans but recipes for dozens of nutrient-dense elixirs designed to rapidly restore energy and vitality. If the ingredients exist in this world, I might really be able to make some of these potions. Excited, Eren continued skimming the book until a sharp headache forced him to stop. Ah, the after-effects of the meditation. I overdid it again. He set the book aside, slid it under his pillow for safekeeping, and lay down. Sleep came almost instantly. Eren's body worked overtime as he slept. His stomach processed the high-calorie meal with astonishing efficiency, breaking it down into nutrients and distributing them throughout his body. On a cellular level, his body seemed to hum with activity, each cell regenerating and strengthening, his entire system recalibrating itself for optimal performance. When Eren woke the next morning, he felt like a new man. The fatigue and headache from the meditation were gone. His mind was sharper, his focus keener, and his body brimmed with energy. Even his senses felt heightened, he could hear the rhythmic beat of his heart and the subtle flow of his breath. Is this the result of just one meditation session? He marveled at how quickly his body was adapting. If this was what one session could do, the long-term benefits would be unimaginable. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone began to ring. Incoming call. Eren picked up the device and pressed the answer button. A familiar voice chirped through the line. Eren, are you awake yet? It was none other than Pepper Potts. Chapter 17. I'm awake, Aunt Pepper. Good, you're up. I have some good news to tell you. On the other end of the phone, Pepper sounded unusually cheerful. Even over the call, Eren could clearly hear the excitement in her voice. Good news? Could it be about my issue being resolved? Haha, clever Eren, you guessed it right. After a brief pause, Pepper continued, the culprit behind your kidnapping and that of your classmate was a gang entrenched in the Docklands. Over the past couple of days, I've leveraged Stark Industries' connections to contact a city councilman. Through his influence in the city government, we've been pressuring that gang. On top of that, Director George has been consistently causing them trouble, giving them enough of a deterrent. Just this morning, they sent someone to assure us they won't bother you two anymore. Although Eren had speculated something along these lines after leaving the Morning Star bar last night, he hadn't expected the resolution to come this quickly. After all, the Morning Star bar was the Water Ghost Gang's stronghold. Most of the Water Ghost Gang members usually gathered there. When the contamination from the forbidden object Moonlight DJ erupted, a significant number of the gang members were caught in the bar at the time. As a result, many of them perished due to the effects of Moonlight DJ, greatly weakening the gang's power. This sudden vulnerability exposed them to the opportunistic gaze of surrounding rival gangs. With wolves circling, the Water Ghost Gang now struggled to retain their turf, let alone make trouble for Eren. This really is good news. On the other end, Pepper breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled, yes, now you can rest easy. The school also called me earlier, so you should return to classes tomorrow. There's only half a semester left before you graduate high school. If you want to get into a good university, you don't have much time to waste. Eren was taken aback. Seriously? The Water Ghost Gang's situation had just been resolved, and now he was being rushed back to school. That was something. Shaking his head helplessly, Eren replied, all right, Aunt Pepper. I'll go back to school tomorrow. Before last night, Eren had been considering giving up on school entirely to focus on quickly growing stronger. After all, this was the perilous Marvel universe, where survival depended on power. But after flipping through the nutritionist's compendium last night, Eren realized that he needed a more systematic understanding of botany and biology. Creating the serums detailed in the book required a strong foundation of theoretical knowledge, particularly to navigate the differences in nomenclature and classifications of plants and animals between this world and his original one. He needed to spend time and effort identifying cross-world equivalents before he could start producing those miraculous formulas. On the phone, Pepper seemed to pick up on Eren's reluctant tone and let out a soft laugh. After giving Eren a few final reminders, Pepper quickly hung up. As Tony Stark's personal assistant, her workload was far from light. She always had a mountain of tasks waiting for her, especially given the recent chaos surrounding Stark Industries. The fact that she had taken time out to resolve Eren's troubles showed how much effort she had put in. On the other end, Eren stared at the phone in thought. For the Water Ghost Gang to fold so quickly, the incident at the Morning Star bar must have hit them hard. They were likely struggling just to stay afloat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed to reassure Pepper so early in the morning. With the gang weakened and on the defensive, would this be the perfect opportunity to wipe them out for good? Following S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lead during the Morning Star bar incident, Eren had managed to glimpse several key pieces of information about the Water Ghost Gang. The gang's leader, Onyx, nicknamed the Giant Ghost, had built the gang with his own hands. Known for his brawn, cunning, and fearless personality, Onyx had carved out a foothold for the gang in the docks. Onyx had been absent from the Morning Star bar that night, narrowly escaping the disaster. But 3 of the gang's 4 top lieutenants had been present and were killed. With most of their leaders and rank-and-file members gone, the gang was now left with only Onyx and his brother-in-law, nicknamed Seaweed. If Eren could take out these 2, the gang would collapse into chaos. The surrounding gangs, smelling blood in the water, would swoop in like sharks, tearing the Water Ghost Gang apart. That would eliminate the threat entirely. The thought sent a dangerous glint through Eren's eyes. Now that their power was diminished, Onyx would have no choice but to send his remaining lackeys to guard their territory, leaving himself relatively unprotected. This was the perfect time to strike. And with the Seeker origami crane in his possession, Eren could find Onyx no matter where he tried to hide. With determination in his gaze, Eren muttered to himself, if that's the case, let's put an end to this once and for all. As nightfall approached, Eren roamed the alleys of Chinatown, carefully purchasing the items he thought he might need for the night's mission. By the time darkness fully descended, Eren, now in disguise, silently slipped out of his three-story home. Avoiding the street cameras at intersections, he followed the guidance of the seeker origami crane in his hand. Step by step, he moved closer to Onyx's location. Chapter 18. Hell's Kitchen. The most depraved and filthy place in New York City, perhaps in the entire country, a cesspool of crime and chaos. The alleys lining the streets were littered with discarded trash, resembling makeshift garbage dumps, their stench polluting the air. Sunken and cracked roads bore scattered, empty bottles and crumpled cans that rolled listlessly in the occasional breeze. The air reeked of rotting food mixed with strange, unpleasant odors. The environment was dreadful, the streets dilapidated, and law enforcement practically non-existent. Even New York's police officers avoided the area unless absolutely necessary, their patrols hurried and perfunctory. Yet this very lawlessness made Hell's Kitchen a haven for criminals. Countless fugitives and lowlifes from across New York sought refuge here, hiding their identities and lying low in its shadows. The headquarters of the giant ghost, Onyx, the water ghost gang's leader, was a graffiti-covered red brick building nestled in the heart of this hellhole. Inside, the hulking figure of Onyx, nearly 2 meters tall, guzzled beer straight from the can. With a single swig, he emptied the 500-milliliter can before crushing it into a twisted hunk of metal with his massive hand. The remaining beer dripped down his tattooed arm, pooling on the floor and accentuating the violent atmosphere of the dimly lit room. Ever since taking on a job from a mysterious benefactor, Onyx had felt like everything was falling apart. The mission had failed, he hadn't secured what he was after, had lost several men, and had drawn unwanted attention. In the days since, the NYPD and city officials had been relentless, constantly breathing down his neck. As if that wasn't enough, the so-called gas leak at the Morning Star bar, his gang's base of operations, had wiped out most of the Water Ghost gang's members and leadership. The losses were devastating. He had to shell out a significant amount of money to placate the families of the deceased or risk the gang fracturing completely. To make matters worse, rival gangs had begun circling like sharks, eager to carve up the weakened Water Ghost gang's territory. When Onyx had finally swallowed his pride and reached out to his powerful backer for help, he was met with a barrage of insults. Useless idiot. The memory of the scolding made Onyx's blood boil. FCK, he growled, slamming his fist into the glass coffee table in front of him. The sturdy table shattered instantly, shards of glass flying everywhere and leaving cuts on his hands and face. FCK. FCK. His rage spiraled out of control. Roaring profanities, he began overturning everything within reach, smashing lamps, chairs, and anything else unlucky enough to be nearby. Outside the room, 2 gang members stationed at the door exchanged nervous glances as the sounds of destruction continued unabated. He's terrifying. How long do you think it'll take for him to calm down? One muttered, his voice trembling. No idea. Let's just hope he doesn't take his anger out on us, the other sighed, clearly uneasy. Suddenly, one of them sniffed the air. What's that smell? The other perked up, inhaling deeply. I don't know, but it smells kinda nice. Maybe it's perfume. Perfume? Don't be ridiculous. There's no way there's a woman in this building. Before he could finish, his eyes glazed over, and he slumped against the wall, unconscious. Alarmed, the remaining gang member rushed to his companion, only to collapse as well, succumbing to the effects of a potent hallucinogen. Moments later, a figure wearing an intricately designed clown mask slipped through a nearby window. Silent and methodical, the masked intruder slit the throats of both men before stabbing each in the heart. Eren glanced at the vial of custom hallucinogen in his pocket, impressed by its effectiveness. Not bad, he murmured. Using the same strategy, he sprayed the remaining hallucinogen under the door to Onyx's room before readying his grandfather's Beretta handgun, chambering around, and waiting patiently. The hallucinogen worked quickly. Within minutes, the sounds of Onyx's rampage subsided. After waiting a little longer to ensure the air was less saturated with the drug, Eren carefully opened the door just a crack. Through the gap, he saw the massive figure of Onyx sprawled motionless on the couch, his bulk resembling that of a grizzly bear. Perched silently on Onyx's head was the seeker origami crane, its presence confirming that this was indeed the leader of the Water Ghost gang. Activating his spirit vision, Eren confirmed that Onyx was in a deep, tranquil sleep. Exhaling slowly, Eren entered the room. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and drove his blade into Onyx's chest, piercing his heart. The giant didn't even have time to make a sound. In a matter of minutes, the leader of the Water Ghost gang and his two subordinates were dead, their lives snuffed out in utter silence. Eren let out a deep breath, finally relaxing. Before entering the building, he had used spirit vision to verify that Anik and the two guards were the only occupants. With them gone, there was no immediate threat left in the house. Chapter 19. To be honest, Eren's infiltration had gone far more smoothly than he anticipated. The Water Ghost gang's leader, the giant ghost, Anik, was even easier to deal with than Eren had imagined. There had been no resistance worth mentioning. They were incapacitated by the hallucinogen and died without ever knowing who their attacker was. Of course, the ease of this operation owed much to the unexpectedly effective hallucinogen spray Eren had used. Looking at the bloodied corpses, Eren mused. Killing seems to be easier than I thought. People are more fragile than I expected. Too bad the other top lieutenant of the Water Ghost gang wasn't here. Otherwise, I could have eliminated them all at once. Despite the killing, Eren felt neither discomfort nor twisted excitement. What he experienced was a calm, matter-of-fact acceptance, as if, deep down, he believed that taking a life wasn't such a big deal. Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, Eren donned gloves and began searching the house. Since he had avoided using firearms and made no noise during the operation, he had ample time to clean up and secure any valuables. Half an hour later. After meticulously erasing his traces, Eren left the house with a heavy backpack, skillfully avoiding the few working cameras in Hell's Kitchen. 15 minutes later, a simple trap was triggered. The faintest spark ignited the natural gas Eren had released into the building, resulting in a deafening explosion. Boom! The raging flames consumed everything inside, leaving no evidence of what had transpired. By the time firefighters extinguished the blaze, the house was unrecognizable, and only 3 charred corpses remained to tell the story. Meanwhile, Eren had already returned to his room in Chinatown. Dumping the contents of his backpack onto his bed, he began inventorying his spoils. First were stacks upon stacks of US dollars, over 100 bundles in total, along with loose cash from the bodies. The total came to $1,308,852. In addition, there were 15 gold bars, each weighing 1 kilogram, and an assortment of jewelry and ornaments, loot Eren had retrieved from the house's safe. He wasn't entirely sure about the current gold prices, but he estimated the gold and jewelry were worth at least another couple of $1 million. Well, what do you know? With a wry smile, Eren thought of an old saying, murder and arson bring wealth, while labor leaves no bones. After hiding most of the cash, gold, and jewelry in a hidden compartment under his bed, Eren kept only a small portion of cash for emergencies. Afterward, he took a long shower and burned his clothing in the basement furnace of an old building, ensuring no trace was left behind. Finally, Eren lay down on his bed and drifted off to sleep. Elsewhere. Agent Coulson sat in his office, exhausted but satisfied. He had just finished constructing a soundproof chamber to contain the forbidden object and submitted his mission report. Just as he leaned back to relax, an agent knocked on his door to deliver news. The giant ghost Anik of the Water Ghost gang died in a fire, the agent reported. Fire? Coulson frowned. That seems a little too convenient. Given the role Anik had played in the Morning Star Bar incident, Coulson had already marked him as a person of interest. The agent shrugged. It wasn't the fire that killed him. I checked with the NYPD, and the coroner believes Anik and the others were dead before the fire started. The corpses' positions weren't consistent with death by burning. Plenty of groups have their eyes on the Water Ghost gang's territory. My guess? One of the gangs took him out and staged it as an accident. I see, Coulson said, nodding. Any leads on who was behind it? The agent shook his head. The fire destroyed all evidence, and the surveillance cameras in the area didn't capture anything unusual. Whoever did it must have been a professional. A professional, huh? Coulson murmured, his mind wandering. Could this have been a simple gang rivalry, or was it a case of silencing loose ends? Coulson's instincts told him there was more to this story. He couldn't shake the image of the young fortune-teller who had been at the Morning Star Bar. The next morning, Eren rose early and took a taxi to Midtown High School. The original host of his body had been reclusive since his mother's death, keeping to himself and avoiding friendships. His absence over the past few days had gone unnoticed by both students and teachers. This worked to Eren's advantage. At the school gates, the administrator greeted him with concern. Eren, are you feeling better? Eren guessed Pepper had used his illness as an excuse to get him time off, so he nodded and responded lightly, deflecting the question. Settling into his classroom, Eren had barely sat for a few minutes when someone caught his attention. Blonde hair, a sweet smile, and strikingly beautiful features, Gwen Stacy stepped into the room, immediately drawing the gaze of nearly everyone present. She scanned the classroom briefly before locking eyes with Eren. Chapter 20. When Gwen Stacy saw Eren, her eyes lit up. She quickly walked over to him, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and said, "Hi, I'm Gwen. Can I borrow a few minutes of your time, Eren?" "Of course." Eren shrugged and added, "Honestly, there aren't many people at Midtown High who don't know you." With that, Eren stood up and followed Gwen out of the classroom. Behind them, the classroom erupted into a mix of whistles, teasing, and whispers. Gwen was undeniably the goddess of Midtown High. Every move she made captured the attention of her fellow students. A group of gossiping girls immediately started speculating about the relationship between Eren and Gwen, while a few members of the basketball team glared resentfully at Eren's back, their thoughts hidden behind clenched jaws. Outside the classroom. The walk was initially quiet. Neither Eren nor Gwen spoke until they reached a secluded corner, where Gwen finally broke the silence. "Thank you for what you did that day," she said, her tone sincere. Eren scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Honestly, I'm just glad you don't blame me." That day, trapped alone in a room together, both drugged, they had come dangerously close to crossing a line. While they hadn't taken the final step, much had already transpired between them. The memory cast an awkward tension between them. Gwen's ears flushed a delicate pink as she likely recalled the events as well. Her flushed ears were strikingly delicate and, unintentionally, captivating. "How could I blame you?" Gwen tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice soft. "You held back in the end, didn't you? If it had been someone else, I don't think." Ahem. Spotting a teacher approaching from a distance, Eren cleared his throat loudly, cutting her off. If Gwen had continued speaking and someone overheard, it would have been unbearably awkward, for both of them. Understanding the unspoken warning, Gwen quickly fell silent. Once the teacher had passed, she changed the subject. "By the way, you were the one who called the police that day, weren't you?" "Yeah." Eren nodded. There was no reason to deny it. "Both of us had been drugged, and you were barely coherent. I had to run out on my own to get help." "I understand. If you had stayed to drag me along, neither of us would have gotten out," Gwen interrupted, her voice firm. "My dad said it was because you barricaded the door that they had enough time to take down those criminals. You saved us." Eren chuckled lightly, saying nothing. It wasn't hard to see why Gwen was so well liked at school. She was not only beautiful and intelligent but also perceptive and kind. Gwen suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression brightening. "Oh, by the way, my mom wanted to thank you for saving me. She's invited you to dinner at our house tomorrow evening. You won't say no, will you?" Eren blinked, startled. First, he had seen Gwen in ways no one else had, now, he was being invited to her house for dinner. Was this some kind of meet the in-laws scenario? Shaking his head, Eren replied, "That's really not necessary. I didn't do much to help." Before he could finish, Gwen raised a finger and pressed it against his lips. "You're not allowed to refuse. I already promised my mom, and you wouldn't want me to go back on my word, would you?" The warmth of her finger lingered on his lips, and without thinking, Eren lightly licked his lips. Gwen's reaction was immediate, she pulled her hand back as if shocked, her face glowing red. The blush spread across her cheeks, painting her porcelain skin with an enchanting hue. Before the moment could grow more awkward, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class. "I wrote the address on this card. If you don't come tomorrow, you're dead." Taking advantage of the distraction, Gwen shoved a card into Eren's hand before dashing off in a flustered hurry, leaving him no chance to refuse. "Well." Before Eren could process what had just happened, a voice sounded behind him. "She's already gone. Staring won't change that. You should hurry to class before your teacher starts docking your grades." Turning around, Eren saw the school administrator he had encountered earlier at the gates. The older man's plump face bore a knowing smile, and there was a glint of nostalgia in his eyes, as if the scene had reminded him of some fond memory from his youth. Eren didn't bother explaining. With an awkward smile, he nodded and headed back to class. Back in the classroom. Eren returned to find his math teacher already waiting. Fortunately, the teacher didn't make things difficult for him. After nodding in acknowledgement, the teacher allowed Eren to take his seat. Barely seated, Eren felt an elbow nudge his arm. Turning, he saw a round-faced, cheerful classmate leaning in with an eager expression. "Eren, you sly dog. Since when did you know Gwen? And why didn't you tell me?" The boy, Doug, was one of Eren's few acquaintances at school. A fellow Chinatown native and an Asian American like Eren, Doug was one of the few classmates Eren could have casual conversations with. But Doug's nosiness and loose tongue made him someone Eren preferred not to confide in too much. "You're overthinking it," Eren replied, keeping his voice level. "I was out sick for a few days, remember? Gwen's a student assistant, so she was just checking up on me to see if I needed any help." Eren intentionally spoke loud enough for nearby eavesdroppers to hear. His words served as a subtle warning to the curious students around him. He had no interest in becoming the center of gossip. After all, Eren's reason for attending school was to learn, not to waste time on meaningless drama. Chapter 21. People always like hearing what they want to hear, regardless of age. Sure enough. When Eren spoke, the students eavesdropping nearby visibly relaxed, their expressions shifting to an, "ah, that makes sense," kind of look. Compared to the gossip about Eren and Gwen earlier, they were more inclined to believe the explanation he just gave. However, the chubby Doug rolled his eyes and deliberately said in Mandarin, "Who are you trying to fool? If that's all there is to it, why did you two need to step out and talk alone?" Both their families had been Chinese for 3 generations. Since childhood, they were taught Mandarin by their elders, so they sometimes used it to communicate in school when discussing things they didn't want others to overhear. Mandarin, renowned for its difficulty, was rarely spoken by anyone other than Chinese. At Midtown High, there weren't many who understood it. Using Mandarin ensured they wouldn't be overheard. Eren rolled his eyes and replied softly, "That's the truth. Believe it or not." "Hey." Doug, annoyed by Eren's response, raised his voice unconsciously. Just as he was about to say more, he caught the stern gaze of the math teacher. Though old, the math teacher was far from senile. He wasn't about to let his class be disrupted so blatantly. Doug immediately deflated like a balloon with a hole in it, shrinking back into his seat. The rest of the class, also wary of the teacher's wrath, fell silent. The room became eerily quiet. Satisfied with the restored order, the math teacher cleared his throat. He announced that, as graduating students, the school would be conducting a mock exam next week to assess everyone's knowledge level. The math exam would be held on Wednesday morning. The teacher didn't want his class to lag behind others, so he planned to use the upcoming sessions to review past lessons thoroughly. He urged everyone to pay close attention. As soon as he finished, the classroom erupted again. The top students looked confident and unperturbed. The struggling students, on the other hand, groaned as if mourning a loss. Eren's earlier smile also wavered upon hearing the announcement. "Seriously? First day back at school, and you're telling me there's going to be an exam?" Even though Eren had inherited the memories of this body, they were incomplete. Moreover, the original Eren wasn't exactly a top student. His grades usually hovered around the middle to lower ranks of the class. Now it was his turn, with incomplete memories, to face an exam. Success seemed unlikely. The math teacher, of course, didn't care about Eren's plight. He picked up a piece of chalk and began scribbling formulas on the board, explaining the key concepts he had previously taught. As the teacher spoke, Eren's dual memories began to merge, rapidly enhancing his grasp of mathematical knowledge. Even concepts the original Eren had forgotten, or never mastered, were now quickly absorbed and retained. After consuming the seer potion, Eren's memory and learning abilities had already reached extraordinary levels. The cosmic brain meditation technique he had practiced further boosted his mental acuity, enhancing his ability to learn and retain information. Now, Eren's sharp mind devoured every piece of knowledge, turning it into something he could use. Midtown High was a prestigious school, even among elite institutions in New York and across the country. The teaching staff was top-notch. In just one class, Eren felt his mathematical skills improve noticeably. This was partly due to his 2 lives' worth of knowledge merging, but also thanks to the teacher's guidance. After the math class, it was time for physics, chemistry, and other subjects. Each session further solidified Eren's understanding, significantly boosting his overall knowledge. Though he still couldn't compare to the academic stars of his grade, he was no longer at the bottom of the class. At 3 p.m., Eren retrieved his books from his locker, preparing to attend his Advanced Placement (AP) course. AP courses allowed students to earn college credits in advance, but participation was optional and left to the student's discretion. However, for anyone aiming to get into a top-tier university, AP course performance was a must. Federal high schools typically divided their courses into 3 difficulty levels. Basic difficulty, regular courses that were barely enough to earn a high school diploma. Intermediate difficulty, honor courses, sufficient to secure admission to second or third-tier universities. Advanced difficulty, AP courses, requiring a minimum of 5 subjects and an average score of 5 for admission into top universities. In the US, college preparation began the moment you entered high school. As a student at Midtown High, Eren was no exception. With his current plans, he intended to add a few more AP courses to his schedule beyond what the original Eren had chosen. For most people, taking on several new AP courses in one semester and scoring high on the exams was a daunting task. But with his enhanced memory and learning ability, Eren believed it wouldn't be too difficult. Just as Eren was about to leave with his books, he unexpectedly bumped into Gwen, who was carrying a stack of textbooks. Eren? Yeah, Gwen, what are you doing here? Heading to my AP class, Gwen said, raising her textbook slightly. She glanced at the book Eren was holding and asked, you too? Eren looked at his book and realized it was the same AP calculus textbook Gwen had. What a coincidence. I didn't expect us to pick the same course. Gwen rolled her eyes playfully. Calculus is a required course for college. It's not surprising that many students choose it. Eren smiled. Fair point. But there's only one AP calculus class this afternoon. I didn't realize we were in the same class. How did I not notice before? Gwen wondered. Eren chuckled without answering. After all, the only one who hadn't noticed was Gwen. The original Eren had been so inconspicuous in school that he was practically invisible. Chapter 22. Eren had been secretly glancing at Gwen during every AP class they shared. But Gwen had never noticed. The reason for Eren's momentary surprise earlier was simply because he hadn't recalled this particular detail right away. After all, in Eren's view, the original body's naive little crush had already ended before it even began. As for the memories tied to that crush, Eren wasn't interested in revisiting them. Shall we go together? Gwen raised the textbook in her hand, inviting him. The accidental physical contact earlier seemed to have elevated Eren's position in Gwen's mind, compelling her to want to know him better. Eren shrugged. Sure, let's go together. I have something I wanted to talk to you about anyway. Gwen turned to face him, smiling. As long as it's not about canceling tomorrow night. But even if you do, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. She added a playful wink. This. The difficulty of the AP calculus course was not as daunting as Eren had expected. It was comparable to the calculus he had studied in his previous life. One class session was enough for Eren, now refreshed by his past life memories, to make remarkable progress in his understanding of calculus. What amazed him even more, though, was Gwen. She seemed to find the university-level calculus course too elementary. Throughout the class, she spent most of her time engrossed in reading advanced mathematics papers. If it weren't for the dismissal bell, Eren suspected Gwen could have buried herself in those books at school until nightfall. After putting his AP calculus textbook into his locker, Eren retrieved his backpack and locked the door, ready to head home. Gwen, seeing him grab his bag, asked curiously, "You're not in any clubs?" Since the next day was the weekend, Friday afternoons were prime time for most clubs to gather and hold activities. Eren shrugged. I was in one, but today I need to leave early. Gwen nodded and smiled. Got it. I won't walk you out, then. I've got a chemistry lab group meeting. Alright, Eren replied, then added, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Gwen, Eren hadn't even made it to the school gates before a chubby hand wrapped tightly around his neck from behind. Gotcha, Eren. I knew there was something going on between you and Gwen. Deny it all you want, but I saw it with my own eyes. Now spill the beans. The culprit was none other than the chubby Doug, whose nickname was Big Dog. Doug's name sounded similar to the word dog, so his nickname stuck ever since someone first called him that. Eren pried off the pudgy arm around his neck and retorted, spill what? Gwen and I share the same AP class, you know that. Then, rubbing his slightly sore neck, he added, also, Big Dog, you really need to lose some weight. If you don't, you won't even be able to see your neck anymore. Doug's face turned green as soon as Eren mentioned his weight, completely forgetting about the gossip he was so fixated on earlier. He glared at Eren. I've told you before, you can call me by my nickname, but don't call me fat. I've said it 100 times, it's not fat, it's muscle. feel my biceps if you don't believe me. Rock solid. Yeah, right, Eren sneered, rolling his eyes at Doug's soft, fluffy arms. He left Doug to his own delusions. Hey, what's with that look? I'm telling you. Before the chubby boy could finish defending himself, Eren swung his backpack over his shoulder and strode towards the school gates. Doug hurriedly followed, panting heavily as he tried to keep up. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't catch up to Eren, who eventually flagged down a taxi and drove off. Gasping for breath, Doug watched in disbelief as the cab sped away. A taxi? How extravagant. Has Eren struck it rich or something? Normally, unless it was for a club activity, Eren would take the bus home with Doug. After all, a taxi ride from school to Chinatown wasn't cheap. For them, it was better to save that money for games or a better controller. Getting out of the cab, Eren unlocked the front door of his home. Sure enough, Pepper Potts, dressed sharply in professional attire, was sitting on the couch. On the table in front of her was an extra-large pizza box, a box of crispy fried chicken, and 2 drinks. Eren had rushed home today because Pepper had told him earlier she would be visiting. Eren is back. I brought you a supreme pizza set from Crown Pizza and your favorite fried chicken. Oh, and Coke too, Pepper greeted him warmly. Although there was a hint of worry in her expression, she forced a smile and motioned for Eren to sit down. She then opened the boxes of pizza and chicken. Crown Pizza was a famous New York pizzeria, with long lines every day. Getting their pizza wasn't easy. The moment the box was opened, the rich aroma of the supreme pizza wafted through the air. Compared to that, the smell of the fried chicken seemed less enticing. Eren didn't immediately go for the fragrant pizza or the golden, crispy chicken. Instead, he grabbed a drink and took a sip. Coke. Aunt Pepper, you know me so well. You knew I'd prefer Coke over the juice that comes with the pizza set. Pepper chuckled. I actually think their freshly squeezed juice is pretty good. You should try it sometime, a little variety wouldn't hurt. Chapter 23. Aunt Pepper, that's because you don't understand the joy of Coke. Pepper shook her head and said, all right, enough joking around. The pizza and fried chicken are still hot, let's eat before they get cold in this weather. As she spoke, Pepper picked the meatiest slice of pizza from the box and handed it to Eren. Thanks, Aunt Pepper. Without hesitation, Eren took the pizza and began devouring it. Since practicing the cosmic brain meditation, Eren's appetite had grown significantly. He was eating more and feeling hungry faster. Whether it was due to the meditation consuming a lot of energy or his body now requiring more nutrients to sustain itself, Eren couldn't be sure. By the time the meal was over, Pepper had only eaten 1 slice of pizza and drank a cup of juice. The rest of the pizza and all the fried chicken had gone into Eren's stomach. Watching him eat like a ravenous wolf startled Pepper. She was almost worried something was wrong with his body. Aunt Pepper, don't worry. I've been training lately, so I'm burning a lot more energy and eating more as a result. Training? Yeah. Last time, I was kidnapped so easily, partly because I was physically too weak. Even if I couldn't fight back, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to capture me if I were stronger. Since escaping, I've been training to build up my stamina. My appetite has grown along with it. I see. Pepper let out a sigh of relief after Eren's explanation. Intense physical training leading to a bigger appetite wasn't unusual, and as a growing boy, getting stronger was never a bad thing. After dinner, they began chatting leisurely. Oh, right, Pepper said, I got a call from Chief George this afternoon. He said the leader of the Water Ghost gang died last night, and the last remaining boss, that guy named Seagrass, was arrested for murder. You can finally relax and stop worrying. Eren froze for a moment. So the leader, Seagrass, was captured by the NYPD? No wonder I didn't find him when I wiped out the Water Ghost gang. Messing with the daughter of a New York police chief? Eren had no doubt that Seagrass was finished. Plus, as the second-in-command of a gang, it was impossible that his record was clean. This time, the NYPD wouldn't let him go easily. Eren grinned. Well, karma sure does work fast. Looks like I can finally get a good night's sleep. Pepper smiled. You definitely need it, especially since you'll be at Gwen's house tomorrow night. You wouldn't want to look tired. Wait, Aunt Pepper, how do you know about that? Pepper chuckled. I know Gwen's mom, Helen. She invited me too. But Stark Industries is a mess right now, so I can't make it. You're on your own, kiddo. Then, with a teasing glint in her eyes, she added, maybe it's for the best you might just charm your way into Gwen's heart without me around. Oh, so that's how it is. Ignoring Pepper's teasing, Eren recalled the troubled look on her face when he first entered. Aunt Pepper, is something wrong with Stark Industries? Is that what's been bothering you? Pepper hesitated for a moment, then sighed. You noticed, huh? Of course. Well, I won't hide it from you. Tony's gone missing. Stark Industries is in chaos, and even the military keeps sending people over for updates. As Tony's personal assistant, I have to handle all of it. On top of that, there's a flood of reporters. These past few days have been overwhelming. Perhaps it was because she needed someone to confide in, or maybe she genuinely saw Eren as family, but Pepper began venting her frustrations to him. Apart from the company issues, she had also been worried about Eren's recent troubles, though she chose not to mention that part to him. Tony? You mean the famous billionaire playboy Tony Stark? When did he go missing? Pepper looked surprised. You didn't know? The news has been all over this for days. Eren shrugged. Aunt Pepper, you know why? After that incident, I haven't watched the news at all. Oh, my. I'm so sorry, Eren. I forgot about that. Pepper immediately pulled Eren into a tight hug, guilt written all over her face. After a while, she finally said, now that I think about it, Tony went missing on the same day you were kidnapped. What? The same day? Pepper didn't realize the storm her words had stirred in Eren's mind. As Marvel's chosen one, Tony Stark's disappearance marked the beginning of the extraordinary world of the Marvel Universe, the turning point for everything. The day Tony Stark went missing was the same day Eren arrived in this world. Was it purely coincidence, or was there some unknown connection? Suppressing his shock and doubt, Eren replied, what a coincidence, huh? Coincidence, my foot. Pepper rolled her eyes. Do you know how much I've been worrying about you too? Your issue is resolved now, but there's still no news about Tony. As she spoke, her eyes betrayed a deep-seated worry she couldn't hide. Don't worry, Aunt Pepper, Eren comforted her. Tony Stark is a genius. He'll be fine. But the military found several wrecked vehicles and soldiers' bodies at the site where he went missing. They suspect it was a terrorist attack. Pepper's voice trembled, as if she couldn't bear to think about the worst-case scenario. Seeing this, Eren offered another perspective. Aunt Pepper, think about it this way, if Tony Stark were really in trouble, wouldn't the terrorist group responsible have bragged about it by now? No group has claimed responsibility, which could mean Tony is still alive and well. Chapter 24. If fate in this world was still on track, Eren remembered that Tony should currently be swinging a hammer in some cave. The conditions were harsh, but at least his life wasn't in immediate danger. Hearing Eren's words, Pepper forced a faint smile. I hope so. Seeing the gloom in Pepper's eyes, Eren sighed inwardly. Fine. For Aunt Pepper's sake, I'll help out. Having made up his mind, Eren said, Aunt Pepper, if you really want to find your boss, Tony Stark, I might be able to help. Pepper was momentarily stunned before she smiled and ruffled Eren's hair. It's sweet of you to offer, but finding Tony is something for the police and military to handle. Clearly, Pepper didn't believe Eren could help with such a major issue. Stark Industries and the federal military, two massive entities, had been searching for Tony for so long without success. What could a high schooler like Eren possibly do? Aunt Pepper, you don't believe me. Eren wasn't foolish, Pepper's patronizing tone was obvious. Pepper smiled but said nothing, her attitude crystal clear. Well, I believe him. At that moment, a magnetic, calm voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Startled, Pepper immediately stood up and placed herself protectively in front of Eren, glaring at the middle-aged man who had entered uninvited. Sir, this is private property. Please leave. The intruder, Coulson, quickly raised his hands, one holding his identification and the other a briefcase, to show he meant no harm. He explained hastily, please don't be alarmed. My name is Phil Coulson, an agent with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Eren can vouch for me. Pepper frowned, not recognizing the lengthy name, but she did catch the word agent. Keeping a safe distance, she examined Coulson's ID carefully, then turned to Eren with a questioning look. He's indeed an agent from that long-named organization, Eren confirmed flatly, then turned to Coulson with a cold expression. But I don't recall inviting you into my home, Agent Coulson. Are you planning to trespass, or does your agency have the authority to override federal law? Don't misunderstand, Coulson said quickly. The door was unlocked, and I overheard your conversation, so I. He paused mid-sentence, then added apologetically, all right, my bad. I should have knocked first, but since I came bearing money, maybe you can let it slide this time. He raised the briefcase in his hand with a sheepish smile. Money? Pepper frowned in confusion. Eren, however, seemed to catch on. Is this about the reward for the last mission? Your strategic something works fast, huh? It's the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Coulson corrected with mild exasperation, then added proudly, our efficiency is top-notch, unlike some bloated organizations. With that, he unzipped the briefcase, revealing stacks of neatly arranged cash. The sight of the money made Eren's eyes light up. All right, since you came all this way to deliver money, I'll let it slide this time. But if you barge in uninvited again, I'll hire a lawyer to sue your agency. Eren casually took the briefcase from Coulson's hand. As he did, Coulson scratched his head awkwardly. The briefcase is my personal property. Once you take the cash and tax receipt, could you return it to me? Eren rolled his eyes but obliged, pulling out $100,000 in cash and a tax receipt with his name on it before tossing the briefcase back to Coulson. Thanks, Coulson said as he caught the briefcase and zipped it up. Meanwhile, Pepper's expression turned grim as she stared at the stacks of cash on the table. Eren, don't you think you owe me an explanation for this? She was both worried and scared. $100,000 was no small sum. Even for someone like Pepper, who had been working for years, saving up that much would take over a month. For a high schooler like Eren, why would this mysterious agency hand him so much money? The last thing Pepper wanted was to hear that Eren had joined some secretive government agency, let alone one as dangerous as this. Seeing Pepper's stern expression, Eren knew she had misunderstood. He quickly explained, it's like this, Aunt Pepper. I have some special abilities. During one of Agent Coulson's missions, I happened to help out, and this is my reward. I wasn't kidding earlier when I said I could help you find your boss. That's also related to my abilities. Coulson chimed in, that's right. Eren does possess extraordinary talents. I can vouch for that. When I heard him say he could find Tony Stark, I got a little too excited and came in without knocking. Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of Coulson's organization. Because of that connection, coupled with Tony's extraordinary genius, he had always been a high-priority figure for the agency. Chapter 25. Give it a review if you like it, it helps a lot. After Tony Stark went missing, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, SHIELD, had also been searching for him. Unfortunately, they had yet to uncover any clues. That's why, upon overhearing Eren claim he could locate Tony, Coulson couldn't resist barging into the house. As Eren and Coulson exchanged words, Pepper began to waver. Could Eren truly possess some ability she didn't know about that could help locate Tony Stark? If it were just Eren saying so, Pepper might dismiss it as a kind gesture to comfort her. But with a SHIELD agent also affirming it, she couldn't help but start to believe there might be some truth to it. After a moment of hesitation, her worry for Tony overpowered her doubts. Pepper asked, Eren, can you really find Tony? Eren nodded. I have a mystical item that can locate Tony Stark. But it's a rare and valuable consumable. Before he could finish, Coulson interjected, if you truly have something that can help us locate Tony Stark, SHIELD will gladly compensate you generously, just as we did before. Eren shot Coulson a sidelong glance. That item is a consumable, and its value far exceeds $100,000. How about $200,000? Coulson ventured cautiously. Eren rolled his eyes, ignoring him entirely. Pepper, on the other hand, said, if it's about money, I do have some savings. Eren cut her off. Why would I take your money, Aunt Pepper? You've helped me so many times, can't I do this one thing for you? Besides, if Tony is really being held by terrorists, finding him is as good as saving his life. He's a billionaire, do you think he wouldn't reward me? Of course not. Pepper immediately replied with a smile. Tony Stark wasn't one to owe people favors. If Eren were to save him, Tony's prideful nature wouldn't allow him to skimp on repaying the debt. Hearing this, Eren shrugged. Exactly. However, while the item can locate Tony Stark, that's all it can do. If he's really been kidnapped, someone still needs to rescue him. Aunt Pepper, isn't Tony well connected with the military? You could ask them to. Before Eren could finish, Coulson cut him off. If the credit for rescuing Tony Stark were handed to the military, Coulson knew his one-eyed boss would glare him to death. Ahem, no need for that, Coulson said quickly. If you can pinpoint Tony Stark's location, S.H.I.E.L.D. will dispatch its most elite agents to rescue him immediately. Trust me, when it comes to rescue missions, we agents are far more skilled than the military. This is what we're trained for. Coulson's confident demeanor was hard to argue with, and even Pepper nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Eren shrugged. Alright, you can handle the rescue. But in that case, Coulson, you owe me another favor. Another favor? Why? Coulson asked, visibly baffled. Eren smirked. Don't play dumb. Rescuing Tony Stark would be a massive achievement for both the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. Letting you claim all the credit, don't you think that earns me a favor? Who knows, Coulson. This might even get you a promotion and a raise. Coulson sighed in defeat, raising his hands as if surrendering. Fine, fine. If we rescue Tony Stark, I owe you another favor. With that assurance, Eren nodded and said, wait here. He ran upstairs to retrieve a glass jar containing a pink origami crane he had used once before. About 10 minutes later, Eren returned to the living room, holding the jar with the pink crane fluttering inside. As soon as he walked in, both Coulson and Pepper's eyes were drawn to the strange object in his hands. Coulson immediately noticed the pink crane flapping its wings and bumping against the jar's glass walls. Is that the item you mentioned? Pepper asked skeptically. No, Eren replied, shaking his head. The pink crane inside the jar is the item. I just performed a divination to locate Tony Stark and imprinted the information on this crane. It will now lead you to him. Don't worry. Unless someone breaks the enchantment I placed on it, the crane won't stop flying until it finds Tony Stark. So we just follow the direction it points to find him? Coulson asked, interjecting. Eren glanced at him. Exactly. But you'd better wait until you're in Afghanistan before letting the crane guide you. Afghanistan? Tony Stark is still in Afghanistan? Coulson's eyes lit up, and he immediately followed up. According to my divination, yes. The crane will take you to his exact location. Alright, I'll report to my director and arrange for our best agents to head out and rescue Tony Stark. Chapter 26. As Coulson stepped forward, he naturally reached out for the jar containing the pink origami crane in Eren's hands. However, before he could grab it, Pepper swiftly took the jar from Eren. As Tony Stark's personal assistant, since this item can locate Tony, I'll keep it safe. I'll also accompany you to Afghanistan, Pepper said decisively. Coulson froze, his outstretched hands awkwardly hanging midair. After a brief pause, Coulson tried to reason with her. Ms. Pepper, Afghanistan is not New York. It's chaotic and extremely dangerous. Pepper countered, are you saying you can't ensure my safety? If you can't protect me, how can I trust you have the ability to rescue Tony? Of course, that's not the case, Coulson began to explain hastily. But before he could finish, Eren frowned and interjected, Aunt Pepper, maybe it's better if you stay in New York and wait for news. Leave the rescue to professionals like Coulson. Coulson wasn't exaggerating, Afghanistan at this time was synonymous with chaos. Armed groups ran rampant, and even the locals lacked basic security. Eren didn't want Pepper to put herself in harm's way and tried to persuade her. Pepper, however, remained resolute. Shaking her head, she said, I've never heard of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, so I don't know what they're capable of. If they can't even protect me, I'd rather rely on the military. Their strength is well documented. If that's the case, let's involve the military. Eren didn't want Pepper to take unnecessary risks. If she insisted, he was more than willing to hand the task over to the military, even if it meant forfeiting Coulson's favor. Realizing his opportunity was slipping away, Coulson panicked. No, S.H.I.E.L.D. can guarantee Ms. Pepper's safety. We've worked with Eren before, and we're familiar with his unique talents. That's why we trust him and are willing to deploy our best agents to rescue Tony Stark. As for the military, do you think they believe in divination or a pink origami crane? Even if they did, assigning the wrong personnel might put Tony in even greater danger. With S.H.I.E.L.D., you don't have to worry about that. Coulson's arguments were logical and persuasive. Even Pepper couldn't help but agree and abandoned the idea of involving the military. She compromised slightly, saying, alright, I won't contact the military, but I'm still going to Afghanistan. Don't worry, I'll only guide you and won't be a burden. In the end, unable to change her mind, both Eren and Coulson reluctantly agreed to her request. After everything was settled, Coulson immediately called Nick Fury. Briefing Fury on the situation, Coulson requested, "Director, I don't know how many people this terrorist group has, so I'd like to request additional manpower for this mission." On the other end of the line, Fury didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked, "Coulson, do you really believe that high school kid is some kind of seer? Do you trust that Crane to lead us to Tony Stark?" Coulson replied confidently, "Director, I trust my judgment. The Morningstar Bar incident shattered my worldview and made me realize this world isn't as simple as it seems. Besides, if we don't find Tony Stark, all we'll lose is a bit of time. But if we do rescue him, the benefits will be immeasurable." There was a long silence on the other end of the line, as Fury seemed to weigh the pros and cons. Finally, Fury's voice came through. "All right, I approve this mission. I'll assign you 5 tactical teams, along with Hawkeye and Iron Rider, to assist you." I think the author meant the cavalry. Hawkeye and Iron Rider. Hearing those names, Coulson's eyes lit up. These two were among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite agents, and their involvement greatly increased the chances of success. "Thank you, Director. I won't let you down." After expressing his gratitude, Coulson hung up and prepared to leave with Pepper. They headed for the nearest S.H.I.E.L.D. base, where a helicopter was ready to fly them directly to Afghanistan. Hawkeye and Iron Rider would rendezvous with them en route. After Coulson and Pepper left, Eren sighed deeply. For a brief moment earlier, he had clearly felt the seer potion within him digest further. More people were beginning to believe in his role as a seer. But the frustration of being unable to change Pepper's mind left him feeling restless. Even the progress in digesting the potion couldn't lift his spirits. What Eren didn't realize was that Pepper's insistence on keeping the jar and joining the mission wasn't solely out of concern for Tony Stark. As someone who had fought her way up to become Tony's personal assistant and managed half of Stark Industries, Pepper had seen her fair share of darkness. She didn't trust agents like Coulson completely. Pepper worried that S.H.I.E.L.D. might become curious about the Crane's secrets, take it for research, and accidentally break the enchantment Eren had placed on it. If that happened, not only would they lose their chance to find Tony, but they might also turn the blame on Eren, accusing him of fraud. Chapter 27. As Tony Stark's personal assistant and Eren's aunt, Pepper felt it was her responsibility to protect Eren from potential exploitation by people like Coulson. In this world full of cold-hearted people and treacherous deeds, her caution was far from excessive. Even though Coulson's character seemed reliable, it never hurt to stay vigilant. On this unexpectedly lively Friday night, after Pepper and Coulson had left, Eren's home received another group of guests. An elderly man dressed in a traditional Chinese tunic, his neatly combed silver hair gleaming under the dim streetlights, arrived at Eren's 3-story home. A crowd of people flanked him, so dense they blocked the street in front of the house. The scene quickly drew the attention of Eren's neighbors, who began whispering among themselves. Some speculated whether Eren had gotten himself into big trouble, given how many people from Zhongyi Hall had shown up at his door. With such a commotion outside, it was impossible for Eren not to notice. He had yet to begin his meditation when he grabbed a jacket, descended the stairs, and opened the front door. Standing in the doorway, Eren looked at the group of Zhongyi Hall members, their expressions not exactly friendly. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "I didn't expect Seventh Uncle to honor me with his presence. What brings you here?" Seventh Uncle glanced at the curious onlookers peeking at them from various angles and said coolly, "What, am I not welcome? Invite me in, this isn't the place to talk." "How could I not welcome you, Seventh Uncle?" "Please, come in," Eren said as he stepped aside, motioning for the elderly man to enter. Seventh Uncle seemed pleased with Eren's attitude. The coldness in his expression softened slightly. Turning to the group behind him, he said, "Xiao Yang, Xiao Li, you two come with me. The rest of you, stay outside and keep watch." "Yes, Seventh Uncle." With 2 muscular men flanking him, Seventh Uncle entered the 3-story house. Eren guided them to the sofa in the living room and brewed a pot of aged tea, an heirloom left by his grandfather. Even before the tea was fully brewed, the rich aroma wafted through the air, causing Seventh Uncle's nose to twitch. This scent, could it be the treasure tea left by the Lin family elder? Though aged tea wasn't particularly expensive, Seventh Uncle and elders like Eren's grandfather had a fondness for its robust flavor. The aroma alone improved Seventh Uncle's mood considerably. However, despite the pleasant tea, Seventh Uncle didn't forget the reason for his visit. Yuan Li and his men died mysteriously on the Water Ghost Gang's turf. The government claims it was a gas leak, but I don't buy it. Our people saw you talking to those who sealed off the Morningstar bar, and their leader even came to see you this afternoon. Lin family boy, tell me the truth, how did Yuan Li and the others die? Did the Water Ghost gang kill them? I can't let my men die without answers. Eren shook his head. Uncle Yuan and the others didn't die from a gas leak, nor were they killed by the Water Ghost gang. In fact, the Water Ghost gang suffered even more casualties. After a pause, he continued, Uncle Yuan and his men were victims of a cursed artifact left behind by a demon. A demon's cursed artifact. Before seventh uncle could respond, the two muscular men beside him, Xiao Yang and Xiao Li, scoffed. Who are you trying to fool? There are no demons in this world. A cursed artifact? Ha, what nonsense. Eren ignored their mocking and looked directly at seventh uncle. Do you not believe me either? Seventh uncle didn't answer. His gaze became unfocused, as if he were lost in some distant memory. Xiao Yang and Xiao Li exchanged puzzled looks. Finally, one of them called out softly, Seventh uncle. The voice seemed to pull seventh uncle from his thoughts. After a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, no wonder no matter how much we inquired, the officials kept giving us that ridiculous gas leak excuse. They wouldn't even let us see Yuan Li's body, claiming it was contaminated. So that's what happened. Seventh uncle looked deeply at Eren, then cupped his hands slightly in thanks. Thank you for telling me. Xiao Yang, Xiao Li, we're leaving. Without waiting for a response, seventh uncle turned and headed for the door, leaving the freshly brewed tea untouched. He's leaving already. Xiao Yang and Xiao Li were visibly confused but followed obediently, their respect for seventh uncle preventing them from questioning him. Seventh uncle, wait. Before they could leave, Eren called out, stopping them in their tracks. Seventh uncle turned back, his brows furrowed in confusion. What is it? If you're here, take this $100,000 with you, Eren said, pointing to a bag on the table containing the money. $100,000. Seventh uncle immediately recalled the payment he had accepted to protect Eren. Seeing the money now, his heart filled with regret and guilt. By accepting this job, he had indirectly caused the deaths of over 30 members of Zhongyi Hall on the Water Ghost gang's turf. 30 lives for $100,000, a deal he would regret for the rest of his life. If he could turn back time, seventh uncle would never have taken this job. Sigh. With a deep sigh, seventh uncle shook his head and gestured to Xiao Li. Take the money and use it to buy better urns for Yuan Li and the others. Let them rest in peace. Chapter 28. Though seventh uncle found the $100,000 increasingly unpleasant to look at, he wasn't about to turn it down. After all, refusing money offered to a gang would be unheard of. Yes, the burly man known as Xiao Li responded, stepping forward to pick up the bag of money. With a firm grip, he hoisted it over his shoulder and quickly returned to seventh uncle's side, following him out of Eren's three-story home. The sound of the heavy front door slamming shut echoed as Xiao Yang strode ahead to open the car door for seventh uncle, respectfully helping him into the vehicle. Once inside, Xiao Li, still holding the money, couldn't help but ask, Seventh uncle, why are we leaving just like that, $100,000 to settle this matter? Isn't that way too cheap? Yuan Li and the others died for practically nothing. And that kid? He's just spouting nonsense, claiming Yuan Li and the others were killed by a cursed artifact left by a demon. What kind of fairy tale is that? There's no such thing as demons in this world. Before Xiao Li could continue, seventh uncle, who had closed his eyes as if to rest, spoke in a low, eerie voice, are you so certain there aren't? Xiao Li's mind went blank, a metaphorical question mark forming over his head. What does that mean? Could demons actually exist? Without letting Xiao Li dwell on his confusion, seventh uncle began recounting, his tone tinged with recollection. When I was younger, during Zhongyi Hall's heyday, we tried to expand beyond New York and establish Chinatown in other states. I was sent to Texas. There, we encountered a demon, a real one. Knives, swords, even guns, they were useless against it. Of the 70 or 80 men we sent, only 3 of us survived. I was among the lucky few. If it weren't for the legendary Ghost Rider of Texas appearing and burning that demon with hellfire, none of us would have lived to tell the tale. After that incident, Zhongyi Hall declared Texas off-limits. No one has dared set foot there since. The car grew eerily quiet as Xiao Yang, Xiao Li, and even the driver listened in stunned silence. There are really demons in this world? Had it been anyone other than seventh uncle, a man they deeply respected, they would have dismissed the story outright. Xiao Yang suddenly had a realization. Seventh uncle, does this mean leaving with the $100,000 has something to do with that? Seventh uncle gave Xiao Yang an approving glance before nodding slightly. That kid isn't as simple as he appears. How does he know things the police don't? And why was he able to enter the sealed-off Morningstar bar multiple times? Until we figure out what he's hiding, we can't act recklessly. Besides, he shared the truth about Yuan Li and the others with us. Zhongyi Hall owes him for that. With that, seventh uncle closed his eyes again, lost in deep thought. No one in Zhongyi Hall understood the terror of demons better than he did. That's why he believed Eren's claim about Yuan Li and the others falling victim to a cursed artifact left behind by a demon. The Water Ghost Gang's territory, why would something like that appear there? Could they be connected to demons somehow? Initially, seventh uncle had intended to capitalize on the chaos within the Water Ghost Gang, hoping to absorb some of their operations to offset Zhongyi Hall's losses. But now, learning that the Water Ghost Gang was entangled with something as dangerous as a demon's cursed artifact, he couldn't help but reconsider. What if more of those cursed artifacts are hidden within their ranks? Seventh uncle had no desire to see Zhongyi Hall destroyed from within by something as deadly as what had devastated the Water Ghost Gang. Better to prioritize safety. We'll leave the Water Ghost Gang's mess alone. Meanwhile, back at Eren's house, he stood by the window, watching the convoy fade into the distance. Zhongyi Hall, Uncle Yuan. Eren sighed deeply, his thoughts drifting to Yuan Li's past. Yuan Li had been a bachelor. Though once married, his wife had left him, tired of living a life filled with fear and uncertainty due to his gang affiliations. The divorce court had granted her full custody of their daughter, believing a father with ties to the underworld couldn't provide a stable childhood. Despite their separation, Yuan Li had continued to support his ex-wife and daughter financially, sending them money every month. Now that Yuan Li was gone, what would happen to them? I think they still live in Chinatown. I should visit them when I have the chance, Eren muttered to himself. If not for Yuan Li's willingness to help, he wouldn't have gone to that cursed Morningstar bar. And if not for that, Yuan Li might still be alive. Eren couldn't ignore the plight of Yuan Li's daughter, especially not after everything Yuan Li had done for him. As night fell and the city lights flickered to life, Eren finished his meditation session. Stretching his legs, he massaged his slightly numb limbs before picking up the teacup by his side and taking a sip of water. This time, his meditation wasn't focused on the cosmic brain visualization technique but rather on the method tied to the seer potion. Though less profound and powerful than the cosmic brain technique, the seer's meditation method was excellent for alleviating mental fatigue and sharpening focus. It provided a slight boost to Eren's attention and memory in a short time. After drinking his water, Eren leaned against the headboard, grabbed a book on divination he had purchased earlier that day, and began reading under the soft glow of his bedside lamp. Chapter 29. Divination has an extensive history with countless variations developed over time. In the East, there are methods like coin divination, facial fortune-telling, birth chart analysis, and turtle shell divination. In the West, there are coffee ground readings, hexagram divinations, holy triangle readings, tarot card readings, great cross divinations, and mirror scrying. Some techniques, such as dream divination and astrological readings, are universally recognized in both the East and West. Despite the variety, divination methods can generally be categorized into three main types. 1. Symbolic connection to the Kerent. This category includes techniques like tarot cards, pendulum readings, and hexagram casting. These methods rely on the querent's spiritual resonance to communicate with the intangible concept of fate, gaining partial insights. The diviner interprets these insights to obtain results. Most divination methods, such as tea leaf readings and dream divination, fall into this category. 2. Calculation and deduction. This involves gathering ample objective information and then deducing results through calculation and interpretation. Examples include ancient Eastern turtle shell diagrams and Western astrology. These methods analyze natural information to predict future events or natural disasters. 3. Third-party guidance. This type involves soliciting answers from entities or forces beyond the Kerent and diviner. Examples include spirit-invoking games like the use of spirit boards. Ancient tales of divine revelations also fall into this category. Ordinary individuals often fail in attempts to directly communicate with these mysterious entities. Worse, contacting a malevolent force can lead to catastrophic consequences, as such entities often corrupt or harm those who reach out to them. As a bona fide mystic diviner, Eren had tools and techniques to discern malicious intent and extract detailed results with minimal risk. Often, by observing the aura's thickness, brightness, and color through surface-level spirit vision, Eren could assess a person's health and emotional state, using this as supplementary data for divination. Once his abilities improved further, Eren might even discern deeper insights, such as a person's lifespan or hidden secrets. At the highest levels, some beings could use advanced spirit vision to observe any event, at any time, past or future. Although Eren had consumed the seer potion and gained supernatural powers, his journey as a seer had only just begun. Not only had he yet to master the core skills of a seer, but much of the esoteric knowledge remained partially understood, a foundation without deeper comprehension. This lack of mastery could hinder Eren's progression in the future. Therefore, whenever he had free time, Eren immersed himself in studying various related topics. Through this comprehensive approach, he hoped to quickly assimilate and master the seer potion. After 3 hours of focused reading, Eren set down his book and rubbed his dry, tired eyes. He turned off the reading lamp, leaned back onto the bed, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. While meditation helped alleviate mental fatigue, it could not yet replace sleep entirely. When Eren awoke, the dim morning light filtered through the curtains, painting the room in soft gray hues. Glancing at the clock on the bedside table, he saw it was only 5 a.m., barely 2 hours since he'd fallen asleep. Despite the short duration, Eren felt fully refreshed, his body brimming with energy. Deep sleep truly works wonders, he murmured with a satisfied smile. Though his attempt at practicing the cosmic brain visualization had been incomplete, it had brought him numerous benefits. Beyond enhancing his mental and physical control, it had granted Eren the ability to enter a state of deep sleep with ease. Studies had shown that 1 hour of deep sleep was far more restorative than 7 to 8 hours of light sleep. 2 hours of deep sleep gave Eren the equivalent of an extended, restful night, freeing up valuable hours for study or other pursuits. Over time, frequent deep sleep could unlock hidden brain potential, significantly boost memory, and improve mental sharpness. Some even suggested it could enhance physical health and extend lifespan. In just a few days, Eren had become enamored with the unexpected bonus provided by the cosmic brain visualization technique. After a quick wash, Eren headed downstairs to the second-floor kitchen. Don't ask why the kitchen was on the second floor, it was an old family quirk. Back when his grandparents were alive, the first floor had served as a small general store. After their passing, his mother had neither the time nor energy to keep it running, so the store was closed and converted into a living room. Entering the kitchen, Eren began preparing breakfast. He rinsed a pot of rice, added water, and mixed in a few drops of sesame oil. Next, he retrieved green onions and pork from the refrigerator. He chopped the onions into short segments and set them aside in a small bowl. The pork, already marinated with salt overnight, was sliced into strips and then diced into small cubes. After blanching the pork in boiling water, he added it to a rice cooker along with the rice and preserved egg, setting it to cook. In about 30 minutes, the pot would yield a steaming batch of preserved egg and pork congee, ready to be garnished with fresh green onions. While the rice cooker worked its magic, Eren changed into athletic wear and went for a morning jog. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, he returned home, took a refreshing shower, and changed into clean clothes. Back in the kitchen, he placed a dozen eggs into a pot, covering them with water to boil. Once the eggs were ready, he grabbed a jar of pickled vegetables from the refrigerator, its crunchy tang perfect for breakfast. Finally, Eren added chopped green onions, a pinch of MSG, and a dash of salt to the rice cooker, stirring it all together before ladling himself a generous bowl of hot, fragrant congee. Chapter 30. After devouring an entire pot of preserved egg and pork congee, plus a dozen boiled eggs, Eren finally leaned back, clutching his overstuffed stomach and letting out a series of loud burps. Ugh, if I keep eating like this, my stomach is going to explode, he muttered, shaking his head at his predicament. I need to find a way to replicate the recipes and nutritional formulas from the nutritionist's guide sooner rather than later. Otherwise, I'll either break my budget or my body. Eren thought about the $100,000 he'd taken from the Water Ghost Gang's stash. That should be enough to set up a basic lab. I'll start small, work on recreating those nutrient-rich meals and supplements, and maybe even run some trials on lab mice to see if the formulas are compatible with humans in this world. He frowned, though, realizing the challenge ahead. Setting up a proper lab won't be cheap. High-precision equipment, safe materials, where am I even supposed to buy all that? Ugh, more headaches. Still, in the US, money often most solved problems. Let's just hope the Water Ghost Gang's stash doesn't run out too fast, he sighed, wondering how his supposed wealth had vanished into a sea of logistical nightmares. With his stomach finally settling after several trips to the restroom, Eren donned a worn-down jacket, grabbed $50,000 in cash from upstairs, and headed out the door. This time, his destination was the address he'd learned earlier that morning, the residence of Uncle Yuan's ex-wife. A short taxi ride later, Eren arrived at a rundown 7-story apartment building. Its weathered walls and peeling paint spoke of its age, though its proximity to the local Chinatown police station ensured a relatively safe environment. Paying the driver and tipping generously, Eren stepped into the apartment's dimly lit lobby. Inside, an elderly Chinese man sat behind a counter, engrossed in an illustrated novel titled The Plum in the Golden Vase. He barely acknowledged Eren's presence, occasionally casting critical glances at the book's risque illustrations. Eren didn't bother disturbing the man. He ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, quickly finding Unit 304. Knocking lightly, he waited for a response. Moments later, a shadow moved behind the peephole, and Eren felt someone scrutinizing him from the other side of the door. "Is that you, Aunt Fong?" Eren called, his voice gentle and polite. The figure hesitated before a soft, cautious voice replied, "Who are you?" "It's me, Eren. Don't you remember? My grandparents brought me to your wedding with Uncle Yuan years ago." Eren, the voice trailed off, as if searching its memory. After a moment of silence, recognition dawned. "Oh. You're old Mr. Lin's grandson. My goodness, you've grown so much. If it weren't for that familiar face, I'd never have guessed it was you." The door opened to reveal Feng Qinggu, a woman in her 30s with delicate features. Though life's hardships had left their mark, she retained a refined air. Eren smiled warmly. "It's been years, Aunt Feng. I'm about to graduate high school now, so I've changed a lot since you last saw me." "That's true," Feng Qinggu said with a small laugh, stepping aside. "Don't just stand there. Come in and sit down." Inside, the modest apartment was clean but sparsely furnished, with signs of wear and tear visible in every corner. After offering Eren a pair of house slippers, Feng Qinggu asked, "Would you like something to drink? Coffee? Juice?" "Just hot water, please," Eren replied. "It's perfect for this chilly weather." "Good choice," she said, smiling. "I just boiled a pot of water, so it won't take a moment." She poured Eren a steaming cup and sat across from him at the small dining table. "So, Eren, what brings you here today? Are you in need of help? If it's money, don't hesitate to ask, I can spare some," Feng Qinggu said, pulling out her wallet. She began counting the larger bills, ready to hand them over. Eren froze for a moment, caught off guard by her assumption. Seeing her sincere concern, he realized she must have heard about his circumstances, the loss of his grandparents, then his mother's passing in a car accident, leaving him an orphan. To her, his unexpected visit must have seemed like a plea for assistance. "Aunt Fong, that's not why I came here," Eren said quickly, waving his hands. Chapter 31. It was precisely because of this thought that Feng Qinggu decided to use her savings to help Eren. Young people borrowing money often feel embarrassed. By offering it first, she could save Eren from the awkwardness of asking for help. Everyone has moments of struggle. Although her own savings were limited, Qinggu never hesitated to lend a hand when she could. Looking at the thickness of the stack of cash in Qinggu's hand, Eren's gaze grew complicated. That stack of bills was at least $1,000, a considerable sum that Qinggu couldn't give away lightly. Yet, she was willing to lend it to someone she had only met a few times, suspecting he might be in need. Even without using his spiritual vision, Eren could feel the kindness emanating from Qinggu. Seeing Eren hesitate to take the cash, Qinggu mistook his reluctance for embarrassment. She stepped forward, pressing the money into his hand with a smile. "Take it, little Eren. Don't feel bad. Aunt Qing just found a well-paying job recently, so I can afford to help now and then." Eren shook his head and placed the cash back on the coffee table in front of him. "Aunt Qing, I didn't come to borrow money, and I'm not short on funds." In truth, though Eren still had a significant funding gap for building his lab, his financial situation was far better than Qingwu's. This much was clear just by observing her living conditions. Though Qingwu's apartment was neat and tidy, much of the furniture was old and damaged, some pieces even visibly chipped. Perhaps the only newer items in the apartment were the children's toys neatly stored in cardboard boxes. Hearing Eren's explanation, Qingwu blinked, a faint blush of embarrassment rising to her cheeks. "Is that so? I'm sorry, little Eren. Aunt Qing must have misunderstood." After a brief, awkward explanation, Qingwu asked, "So, why did you come here this time?" Looking at Qingwu's awkward smile and recalling her earlier kindness, Eren found it difficult to speak for a moment. After a long pause, he rasped, "Aunt Qing, did you know that Uncle Yuan had an accident?" "Uncle Yuan? You mean Yuan Li? What happened this time? Did someone break his arm, or his leg? Or maybe he was arrested by the police?" As she spoke, the always gentle Qingwu became agitated. "I've told him so many times, don't join a gang. Don't join a gang. Why can't he just find a stable job and help me raise Nan Nan? But he never listens. To be honest, if he had just listened to me, we wouldn't have ended up divorced. And now, when something goes wrong, he remembers me. Back when he refused to leave that gang, did he ever think about how I felt?" Although Qingwu's words were harsh, Eren could sense her unease and lingering concern for Yuan. "Aunt Qing, Uncle Yuan, he's dead." "Dead?" Qingwu froze, her eyes losing focus. She seemed utterly stunned. After a long moment, she asked in a trembling voice, "You're saying, Yuan Li is dead?" Eren nodded. "Do you remember the big gas leak incident at the docks recently, Aunt Qing?" Qingwu slowly nodded, still dazed. The gas leak, orchestrated by S.H.I.E.L.D. to clear out the area around Morning Star Bar, had caused a massive uproar. Over 100 people had died inside the bar. The incident had been widely reported, and if not for efforts by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the federal government to suppress the news, it would have dominated headlines across New York. Even now, its impact hadn't subsided. Clearly, Qingwu had heard about it as well. She looked at Eren and asked hoarsely, "Are you saying Yuan Li was there?" Eren nodded again. "Not long ago, I was kidnapped by the Water Ghost Gang at the docks. After escaping, 7th Uncle ordered Uncle Yuan to lead over 30 men to warn the Water Ghost Gang on my behalf. But they encountered the gas leak." Eren didn't mention anything about the anomalous objects involved. Some things were better left unknown to ordinary people. "If it weren't for me, Uncle Yuan wouldn't have died." With that, Eren took out $50,000 from his backpack, along with a piece of paper with his phone number written on it. He placed both on the coffee table. "This money is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Aunt Qing. And here's my number, if you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to call me. I'll do whatever I can." However, Qingwu, still in a daze, barely glanced at the stack of money. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her voice trembling. "Yuan Li's death isn't your fault. Zongyatang probably only stepped in because you paid them, right?" Having been married to Yuan, Qingwu knew Zongyatang's ways better than Eren ever could. 7th Uncle wouldn't have sent over 30 men to help Eren unless there was significant compensation involved. "Yuan's death, I wouldn't blame you for that. People who join gangs, how many of them ever meet a good end? Even if he hadn't died at the docks this time, Yuan would have lost his life somewhere else eventually. I saw through this long ago. That's why I insisted on divorcing him back then. But he wouldn't listen. And now, we've been divorced for a long time. Whether he's alive or dead has nothing to do with me anymore. Take your money back, little Eren. I can't accept it." Chapter 32. As Feng Qingwu reached for the cash on the table to return it, Eren pressed it firmly back down. Seeing her reddened eyes and resolute refusal to accept the money, Eren said firmly, "Aunt Qing, you must take this money. Even if you're divorced from Uncle Yuan, Nan Nan is still his only child. If not for yourself, you have to think about her future. Nan Nan is still young. A proper education will require substantial expenses. Even though the US advocates for relaxed education, all those who truly succeed and rise above the rest started receiving elite training from a young age. Aunt Qing, you don't want Nan Nan to struggle at the bottom of society like so many others, do you?" A parent's heart is always full of concern. As Eren spoke, Feng Qingwu couldn't help but waver. As a mother, she couldn't ignore her daughter's future. Feng Qingwu knew all too well the harsh realities of life at the bottom of the Federation's social hierarchy. She didn't want Nan Nan to follow the same path she had. Raising a child to become a true elite in society required significant financial resources. When Yuan was alive, Feng Qingwu still had a fallback. She could have asked Yuan to contribute to their daughter's education. After all, it was his responsibility as a father. But now that Yuan was gone, she faced a cruel question: could she earn enough on her own to provide Nan Nan with a better future? The Federation was a pragmatic place, where life without money was incredibly difficult. With Eren's reasoning cutting through her doubts, Feng Qingwu's resolve to return the money began to falter. That $50,000 was no small amount. If she spent wisely and supplemented it with her own earnings, it might just cover Nanan's education expenses. Feeling her resistance weaken, Eren pressed on. Aunt Qing, you know a bit about my situation. Although my mother has passed, she left me a sizable inheritance. This $50,000 is nothing to me. Please, keep it, for my peace of mind. After much persuasion, Eren finally convinced Feng Qingwu to accept the money. Before she could change her mind, Eren quickly said his goodbyes and left, closing the door behind him. With a soft click, the door of apartment 304 shut behind Eren. Inside, Feng Qingwu stared at the $50,000 on the coffee table, frozen in place. Tears welled in her eyes, and she began to sob quietly. Outside, Eren paused. His sharp hearing caught the faint sound of crying from the apartment above. Looking up at the apartment building, he sighed softly. Ah! This visit to see Yuan's family had taken an unexpected turn. Feng Qingwu was kind-hearted, and it was clear to Eren that she still cared deeply for Yuan. Their divorce had likely been her desperate attempt to push Yuan away from his gang life. But in the end, she had failed. No, Eren thought, Yuan must have understood her intentions. So why did he agree to the divorce? Was it to sever ties with them and protect them? Or was there another reason? Eren shook his head, setting aside thoughts of the complicated relationship between Yuan and Qingwu. Through this interaction, Eren realized that while Qingwu was gentle, she was also incredibly determined. Unless she faced absolute desperation, she wouldn't accept help again, not even from him. How could he continue to help her and her daughter? Wait, Eren remembered something. Gang members like Yuan often bought high-value life insurance policies. If Yuan had such a policy, why hadn't the insurance company stepped in after his death? Perhaps Qingwu wasn't aware of it. Eren decided to investigate. If Yuan had insurance, he could help Qingwu claim the payout. She'd be more likely to accept it than direct financial assistance. As Eren pondered, he made his way back to Chinatown. Once there, he visited a bookstore and bought several books on hypnosis before heading to his 3-story building on the edge of Chinatown. Shortly after arriving home, Eren's phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, he answered. Gwen Stacy speaking. Is this Eren? Yes, Gwen. What's up? Eren asked curiously. Nothing much, just a reminder that you're coming to dinner at my house tonight. My mom's already bought a ton of food and is looking forward to cooking for you. Oh, by the way, do you have any dietary restrictions we should know about? None at all. Your mom can cook whatever she likes. Great. She'll be thrilled to hear that. Don't forget to be here by 6. I won't. See you then. After hanging up, Eren sighed and shook his head. He had almost forgotten about dinner at Gwen's house. Let's hope nothing unexpected happens tonight, he murmured. Since arriving in this world, Eren felt like he hadn't had a moment to rest. Every day was packed. After placing the hypnosis books in his bedroom, he settled in for another round of studying. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. At around 5:30, Eren followed the directions on Gwen's note and arrived at her high-end apartment building in the city. The building had excellent security. As soon as Eren stepped inside, a security guard stopped him. It wasn't until Gwen came down to meet him that he was allowed to enter. Chapter 33. Inside the elevator, Gwen pressed the button for the top floor, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Her slightly squinted gaze seemed to conceal laughter from what she had just witnessed. Eren rolled his eyes. What's so funny? Gwen quickly wiped the smile off her face. Nothing. Oh, what's that in your hand? Handing the gift box to Gwen, Eren replied, It's a bottle of fine baijiu my grandfather collected from China. I thought it would make a good gift for this visit. Gwen immediately returned the box to him, saying seriously, There's no need to be so formal. Trust me, if you bring that bottle into my house, Mom will kill me with a glare. Eren shrugged. Then that's not my problem. Good evening, Mrs. Helen, Eren greeted as the door opened. Good evening, Eren. Helen Stacy warmly welcomed him in. Come in, quickly. Eren followed Gwen inside, thanking Helen as he entered. Dinner will be ready in about 20 minutes. Gwen, why don't you keep Eren company in the meantime? After greeting Eren, Helen hurried back to the kitchen to continue preparing the evening feast. Sure, Mom. Oh, Eren brought a bottle of liquor for Dad. Where should I put it? The liquor? Just lock it in the cabinet. You know where the key is, right, Gwen? Of course. Gwen retrieved a key, unlocked the cabinet, and secured the baijiu before dragging Eren up to the second floor. Once inside her room, Gwen shut the door and whispered, "That's the first time I've seen anyone give liquor to Dad without Mom getting upset." "I'm honored," Eren said with a wry smile. "Though I doubt that bottle will ever see the light of day again." Thinking back to the thick layer of dust he had noticed on the liquor cabinet, Eren couldn't help but remark. Gwen laughed brightly. "Of course not. Unless it's a major holiday, Mom never lets Dad drink. You know how it is, he's a cop, always getting called out for emergencies in the middle of the night." "That's a smart move." "Exactly," Gwen said proudly. "That decision has probably saved him countless times." About 10 minutes later, George Stacy, informed by Helen, left his unfinished work and drove home. "That kid is here." Chatting with Gwen in her room, Helen replied. George's brows furrowed immediately. "Just the two of them?" Seeing his expression, Helen quickly reassured him. "Stay here and help me, don't go upstairs and cause trouble." George grumbled, "A boy and a girl alone in a room, you're okay with that?" "If they were going to do anything, it would have happened long ago. Why wait until today?" Helen retorted. George fell silent at her words. He remembered the last time Gwen had been in danger, kidnapped and drugged with Eren. Even under the influence of a potent hallucinogen, Eren had fought his instincts, escaped through the window, alerted the authorities, and even barricaded the room to protect Gwen. George had to admit that the boy had guts. That self-restraint and quick thinking were why Helen had extended the dinner invitation in the first place. Gwen had needed over 6 hours in the hospital to recover from the drug's effects. Meanwhile, Eren had relied solely on his willpower to resist the drug. What George didn't know was that the drug's potency had been partially neutralized when Eren had transmigrated into this world, making his feat less miraculous than it seemed. Still, it was enough to impress even the toughest critics. Helen, noticing George calming down, smiled. "If you want that boy out of Gwen's room sooner, help me finish dinner quickly." Grumbling, George tiptoed upstairs to stand outside Gwen's door for a moment. After hearing nothing suspicious, he returned to the kitchen. Helen rolled her eyes at him. "Hurry up and help." "Fine," George relented, casting one last reluctant glance upstairs before joining Helen in the kitchen. Though not much of a cook, George proved to be a capable assistant. A few minutes later, Helen called out from the dining room, "Gwen, dinner's ready." Gwen grinned and turned to Eren. "Let's go." Eren nodded and followed her downstairs. In the dining room, Eren was introduced to the rest of Gwen's family, Helen, Gwen's 3 younger brothers, and a middle-aged man in a white shirt with brown hair, George Stacy. Despite looking slightly weary, George's handsome features hinted at his striking appearance in his youth. "Gwen, introduce me," George prompted. "Dad, this is Eren." "Eren, this is my dad, George Stacy," Gwen said. "Nice to meet you, Mr. George," Eren greeted. George nodded and extended a business card. "Nice to meet you too, Eren. Thank you for saving Gwen. If you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to call me." Though he still felt uneasy about Eren's past encounter with Gwen, George was genuinely grateful for his actions. Without Eren's restraint and quick thinking, George didn't want to imagine what could have happened to his daughter. Eren chuckled bitterly. "I was just trying to save myself at the time. But Gwen was saved because of it," George pointed out. "All right, you two, stop chatting and eat," Helen interrupted, handing Eren a plate. "Here, Eren." "Thank you, Mrs. Helen," Eren replied. Chapter 34. Eren accepted the plate Helen handed him with a smile and thanked her politely. "You're welcome," Helen replied, adding with a gentle smile, "and no need to call me Mrs., just Helen is fine. Let's not be so formal." Like George, Helen was deeply grateful to Eren for saving Gwen. As a woman, she understood all too well the devastating impact such an event could have had on Gwen's life. "Oh, by the way, tonight's main course is lemon sea bass. I hope you like it," Helen said as she introduced the dish. Eren glanced at the plate of sea bass before him. Interesting. Lemon sea bass, probably one of the most iconic dishes in the Marvel Universe. It hadn't even been a week since he arrived, and here he was, getting a taste of it. Even Spider-Man himself might not have been so lucky. Speaking of Spider-Man, Eren had been curious and had discreetly asked around at school. Oddly, no one seemed to know anyone named Peter Parker. Could it be that in this world, thanks to the existence of Tony Stark, Peter Parker, who was supposed to be Gwen's classmate at Midtown High, had become the wisecracking Spidey from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Ahem. George's cough interrupted Eren's thoughts. Sitting directly across from him, George seemed a bit miffed by Helen's warm attitude toward their guest. "So, Eren," George began, "what's your connection to Pepper Potts? If it weren't for her pressure on the city government, our investigation into the Water Ghost gang wouldn't have progressed as smoothly." Gwen perked up. "Pepper Potts? You mean the Pepper Potts who's currently Tony Stark's assistant and the de facto chairwoman of Stark Industries?" George nodded. "That's right. Tony Stark's personal assistant herself. As the largest industrial conglomerate in the Federation, Stark Industries was well known to George, especially since a significant portion of the NYPD's equipment came courtesy of their sponsorship. It was no small matter for Eren to have connections with someone like Pepper Potts. Eren chuckled and explained, "Pepper is my mom's best friend. After my mom passed, she's looked after me. So when I got into trouble, she stepped in to help." "Ah, that makes sense," George said with a nod. At this point, Helen chimed in fact, after Eren's mother passed, Pepper even wanted to adopt him as her own son. If Eren had agreed, she would officially be his guardian now. Though Helen and Pepper weren't particularly close, they were friendly enough for Helen to have gathered this information after Gwen's incident. "Really? I didn't know that," George remarked, surprised. Eren nodded. "Aunt Pepper has always looked out for me." While not his legal guardian, Pepper had taken on a role nearly as significant. Without her guidance, Eren wasn't sure what his life would have become after his mother's death. George continued to ask Eren more questions, which Eren answered openly. As they talked, George gradually warmed up to Eren, his demeanor softening. Meanwhile, Eren's attention wasn't just on the conversation. The lemon sea base, though unassuming in appearance, was surprisingly delicious. Helen had chosen the freshest sea base straight from the docks. The lemon's tangy aroma neutralized the fishiness, enhancing the base's natural flavor. Paired with a special sauce, the dish exceeded Eren's expectations. It was no wonder Helen had chosen it as the main course to welcome him. In addition to the sea base, Helen had prepared several side dishes and a selection of fresh fruits for dessert. Eren thoroughly enjoyed the meal, frequently complimenting Helen's cooking. His praise kept Helen smiling throughout dinner. Her culinary skills were truly impressive. As Eren savored the food, he couldn't help but wonder how George had managed to win over someone as exceptional as Helen, beautiful, capable, and a fantastic cook. After finishing the meal, Eren prepared to leave. It was getting late, and staying any longer would have been overstepping. In the living room, Eren turned to Helen and George, who were tidying up the kitchen. "Mr. George, Helen, thank you for having me. The lemon sea base was amazing. I'll be heading out now." Helen smiled warmly. "You're welcome anytime, Eren." She glanced at Gwen and added, "Gwen, why don't you see Eren off?" "Sure, Mom." Gwen nodded toward George and Helen before standing up to accompany Eren. Just as they were about to leave, George rose from the sofa. "I'll see him off instead. The city's been a bit chaotic lately, and I'll drive him home to ensure his safety. Gwen, stay and help your mom clean up." After washing his hands, George grabbed his jacket and car keys, gesturing for Eren to follow him. Gwen pouted but ultimately yielded to George's authority, throwing Eren an apologetic look before heading to the kitchen. Outside, George led Eren to the building's underground garage. Pressing the key fob, George unlocked his car, its lights flashing in response. "Mr. George, it's late. I can just grab a cab home." "You don't need to go out of your way," Eren said. George waved him off. "You saved my daughter. Driving you home is the least I can do. Besides, I wasn't exaggerating, there've been a lot of incidents in New York lately. Many people have gone missing after taking cabs at night. So don't argue, get in the car." George patted the car door as he spoke. "Is that so?" Hearing this, Eren hesitated briefly before climbing into the car. As soon as Eren fastened his seatbelt, George handed him a small box. "Mr. George, what's this?" "It's a gift," George replied. "A token of thanks for saving Gwen. Nothing fancy, just take it." Chapter 35. Seeing Eren's hesitation, George opened the small box himself. Inside was a single black card and nothing else. "A membership card for Tom's Club," George explained. "The instructors there are all retired Special Forces soldiers. You can get the most professional firearm training there. New York has been chaotic lately, and learning some skills might help you protect yourself better." As he spoke, a trace of worry flickered in George's eyes. Eren didn't notice George's concern but instead focused on the card with an eager gleam in his eyes. Professional firearm training, just what he needed right now. Eren had access to firearms, including the pistol his grandfather had left him and several weapons he'd confiscated from Onyx's group. But turning those guns into effective tools for self-defense wasn't as simple as having them. Without proper training, Eren's shooting skills were barely sufficient to hit a human-shaped target 5 meters away. And in New York City, finding a place to discreetly practice shooting was no easy task. As a seer in the early stages of the sequence, combat strength was a significant weakness. If Eren could develop solid shooting skills and pair them with a reliable weapon, his survival chances would improve dramatically. The Tom's Club membership card George had provided was a perfect fit for this need. Taking the card, Eren said, "To be honest, ever since that kidnapping, I've felt a severe lack of security. I'll gladly accept this membership card." George smiled. He had anticipated Eren's reaction, which was why he had prepared this card. "If you go to Tom's Club, ask for an instructor named Old Jerry. He used to be a sharpshooter in the military. If it weren't for an operation where his leg was injured by a grenade, he'd probably be a senior officer by now." Eren nodded. Old Jerry, got it. From George's recommendation, Eren could tell that Old Jerry was likely one of the best shooting instructors at the club. George was clearly looking out for him because of what had happened with Gwen. With the card now in Eren's possession, George started the car and drove toward the parking garage exit. Bang! The car had barely moved 10 meters when something round suddenly smashed into the windshield. In an instant, dark red liquid splattered across the glass, staining most of it a gruesome crimson. Inside the car, both Eren and George froze, their eyes wide in shock. Almost instinctively, George slammed on the brakes. Screech! The sharp screech of tires echoed through the underground parking lot, bouncing off the walls in haunting reverberations. Neither Eren nor George paid any attention to the sound, their focus entirely on the windshield. From the passenger seat, Eren's expression turned grave. "That was ahead, wasn't it?" Though it was only a fleeting glance, Eren was certain of what he'd seen. The dark red liquid on the windshield was blood, mixed with brain matter. Even through the closed windows, the metallic tang of blood filled the air, nauseatingly pungent. Sitting in the driver's seat, George said nothing. What Eren recognized, George, a seasoned detective with years in the major crimes unit, could hardly fail to identify. But instead of stepping out to check, George shifted gears and pressed hard on the accelerator. Vroom! The Chevy's engine roared as the car reversed swiftly for 10 meters. With a sharp turn, George maneuvered the vehicle into a side corner. From his position, George finally got a clear view of the gruesome object rolling on the garage floor, a human head. Seeing the bloody, still dripping head sent a chill down George's spine. A murder. As a precinct chief of the NYPD, George had seen his share of gruesome scenes, but the realization that this had happened in his building's parking lot was deeply unsettling. If a murder had occurred here, his family living in the building could also be at risk. Unbuckling his seatbelt, George pulled out his gun. "Stay in the car and call the police," he instructed Eren. "Don't move, it's safer here." While the car was a more secure spot compared to the unknown dangers lurking in the dimly lit parking lot, as a police officer, George couldn't ignore the situation. Just as George reached for the door handle, Eren grabbed his arm. "Mr. George, I think it's best if you stay in the car for now, for safety's sake." As he spoke, Eren's gaze remained fixed on a particular spot ahead. His eyes didn't waver, and even his peripheral vision didn't shift toward George. George frowned, sensing that Eren wasn't simply scared but had a specific reason for his warning. Following Eren's line of sight, George turned his head to look. What he saw made his expression freeze. His pupils constricted in disbelief and fear as he stared at the horrifying sight ahead. In the direction Eren was watching, hanging upside down, was a massive crimson spider. The creature's grotesque body was formed entirely of blood and flesh. Its dark red liquid surface appeared viscous and almost alive, flowing like it might drip at any moment. But what sent a shiver down George's spine was that the upper half of the spider's body was human, a naked upper torso of a woman. Her head, perched atop the human portion of the spider's body, was horrifyingly beautiful and wicked. The crimson glow in her eyes radiated malice and cruelty. Even though she was dozens of meters away, George felt as if those eyes pierced straight into his soul, filling him with a bone-deep chill that made him feel like he had fallen into an icy abyss. Chapter 36. The severed head that had smashed onto George's car earlier appeared to be the handiwork of the spider-like creature. Its lower body's massive spider legs still skewered a headless corpse. "It seems we've interrupted this lady's meal," Eren muttered, his tone laced with tension. "And she doesn't look happy about it." Activating his spiritual vision, Eren could clearly see the creature radiating anger and malice. Had it not been preoccupied with its unfinished meal, Eren suspected it would have already charged at them, shredding both him and George into pieces with its blood-red limbs. "Lady? That thing's no lady, it's a man-eating monster," George spat under his breath, regaining some composure. "Where the hell did this thing come from? What kind of lab creates such a horrifying creature? When I find out who's responsible for these inhumane experiments, I'll personally make sure they pay for this." Clearly, George had attributed the spider-like monstrosity to some secret laboratory's experiment gone wrong. But Eren had his doubts. Thanks to his spiritual vision, he could sense a familiar yet twisted aura emanating from the creature, a sinister, corrupt energy similar to what he'd felt when consuming potions, but far more malevolent and depraved. A pollutant from the outer gods. Damn it, what's something like this doing in the Marvel universe? Wait, could this world have caught the attention of those damned eldritch beings? As he mentally cursed, Eren paused. The Marvel universe didn't exactly need help spawning malevolent deities, it already had plenty. For instance, Dormammu, ruler of the Dark Dimension, was essentially an eldritch god in his own right. And those who worshipped him often transformed into grotesque, half-human monstrosities. Who knew if this creature was another victim of such corruption? Though his thoughts briefly wandered, Eren quickly refocused on the immediate threat. Taking a deep breath, he addressed George. "Mr. George, we need to call for reinforcements immediately. I have a bad feeling this thing is beyond what we can handle. And if it really is some lab experiment, who knows if it's carrying a virus or something equally dangerous." The mention of a virus made George tense up further. His family, Helen, Gwen, and the others, were just upstairs, right above the parking lot. If this creature carried some kind of contagion, could his loved ones be at risk? But years of experience as a police officer had taught George to remain calm under pressure. Forcing himself to stay composed, he said softly, "There's an emergency alarm system installed in my car. When I reversed earlier, I pressed the button. The police station should already be aware of the situation. Still, I think we should make another call just to be sure." Eren rolled his eyes internally. So asking me to call earlier was just a pretext to keep me in the car. Were you worried about my safety or just afraid I'd mess things up? Despite his mental grumbling, Eren quickly dialed 911. The phone rang a few times before connecting. Before the operator could even speak, George leaned over and barked, "This is George Stacy, Deputy Chief of the NYPD's 13th Precinct, badge number XXXXX. I'm at the underground parking lot of 114, 7th Avenue in Queens. I've encountered what appears to be an escaped bioweapon. Immediate heavy firepower support is required. Be advised, the creature may carry an unknown virus. Ensure all response units have protective gear." The urgency in George's voice seemed to spur the operator into action. After confirming his identity, they swiftly relayed the request to the station's special operations team. "Support is en route. Please take precautions and await rescue," the operator responded. But before the operator could finish speaking, the Spider-Woman reacted violently. Dropping the corpse skewered on its legs, the creature lunged toward them with terrifying speed. Using the parking lot's pillars and pipes for leverage, the Spider-Woman's 8 legs blurred as they propelled her forward, rapidly closing the distance to George's car. Her sheer speed exceeded anything Eren or George had anticipated. Eren's skin crawled as he saw the spider's sharp limbs puncturing concrete walls and pillars with ease. "Drive!" Eren shouted. George, having already gauged their overwhelming disadvantage, tossed his pistol to Eren. "Take this." Gripping the wheel with both hands, George slammed the accelerator to the floor, sending the Chevy roaring out of its spot. Vroom. The car shot forward like an arrow, leaving a trail of smoke in its wake. George expertly maneuvered the vehicle, weaving through the parking lot to put as much distance as possible between them and the monstrous spider. While the parking lot was large for its purpose, its confined space limited the Chevy's top speed and mobility. In contrast, the Spider-Woman moved with terrifying agility, her slender limbs allowing her to leap effortlessly between walls and ceilings. The gap between them shrank rapidly. Only George's expert driving, pulling off sudden drifts and sharp turns, kept the Spider-Woman at bay. But her anger grew with each maneuver. With a furious screech, she accelerated further, her monstrous legs carving deep gouges into the concrete as she closed the distance. Screech! As George executed another tight turn, one of the Spider-Woman's limbs lashed out like lightning, piercing the roof of the Chevy with a sickening crunch. Chapter 37. Watch out! Eren, constantly monitoring the rearview mirror and the approaching Spider-Woman, suddenly yanked George by the shoulder. An instant later, a razor-sharp, crimson spider leg tore through the Chevy's metal roof, grazing George's left shoulder and embedding itself into the seat behind him. Had Eren not acted, the spider leg would have disemboweled George on the spot. Barely escaping death, George stomped on the gas pedal, pushing it to the floor. The engine roared as the Chevy surged forward. The embedded spider leg dragged the massive creature along, its weight creating a grotesque, blood-streaked trail across the concrete floor. In just a few seconds, the creature's body was shredded against the ground, leaving chunks of flesh and skin behind. One of its legs struck a concrete pillar and twisted unnaturally, rendering it useless. Screech! The Chevy reached the end of the parking lot in moments. George executed a sharp drift, sending the Spider-Woman flying into a row of parked cars with a thunderous crash. The impact shattered windows and set off a cacophony of car alarms. This is our chance. Let's get out of here. Eren's eyes lit up as he saw the creature struggling to get back on its legs. With George's driving skills, a few seconds was all they needed to escape the parking lot. Once outside, the Spider-Woman would have a much harder time pursuing them. Eren's plan was sound, one that most people would instinctively follow in such a scenario. But George Stacy was not most people. No, George said firmly, his face grim. If we leave now, this creature will follow us out. The reinforcements haven't arrived yet. If this thing gets loose, who knows how many people it will kill. We have to contain it here. You idiot. Eren was nearly livid. He resisted the urge to scream at George, the only thing stopping him being the fact that George still had control of the steering wheel. Was now really the time for heroics? Before Eren could speak, George added quietly, spiders are excellent climbers, and Gwen and Helen are upstairs. I can't risk losing them. If George's earlier reasoning stemmed from his duty as a police officer, this revelation showed his true motivation. George was willing to risk his life to protect his family. For family. Eren clenched his teeth, finding George's reasoning infuriating but reluctantly acceptable. I'll take responsibility for this, George continued. I won't let you risk yourself. We're close to the exit now. I'll stop the car briefly, use that chance to get out. Eren's anger softened slightly at the thought of George's selflessness. But before he could respond, George said, if I don't make it, tell Helen and Gwen, I love them. Eren's face darkened. It was clear George had already prepared himself for death, intending to use his life to buy time against the Spider-Woman. As Eren opened his mouth to argue, a voice, both real and unreal, suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! A Destiny supporting character is about to die prematurely, causing a ripple in the river of fate. Stabilizing this ripple will grant fate points. The host is advised to eliminate the aberrant Spider-Woman to prevent further disruption. A ripple in the river of fate? Eren blinked in surprise, realizing the system was referring to George Stacy. His premature death would apparently cause a significant ripple in Destiny. Eren recalled that in The Amazing Spider-Man, George Stacy had died during the climactic battle between Spider-Man and the Lizard. His intervention had been crucial for Spider-Man's victory. Moreover, as Gwen's father, George's death had a profound impact on Spider-Man's life. From this perspective, George was indeed a key supporting character in that storyline, a Destiny character. So that's what a Destiny character is. After a moment of hesitation, Eren reached into his pocket, his fingers brushing against a familiar object. He clenched his jaw and turned to George. You're going to tell them yourself, Eren said firmly. You don't want Gwen to lose her father, do you? George glanced at Eren, surprised. He hadn't expected this young man to make such a bold declaration. A person's true character reveals itself in times of crisis. George's respect for Eren deepened, but that only strengthened his resolve to protect him. You're brave, kid, George said, shaking his head. But bravery alone won't defeat that thing. Staying here won't change anything, it'll just get you killed for nothing. Is that so? Eren retorted, pulling an object from his pocket and holding it up. What if we add this? George's eyes widened as he caught sight of the item in Eren's hand, a custom high-explosive grenade. Chapter 38. An eggshell high-explosive grenade, a custom product from Stark Industries, George said, his voice heavy with disbelief as he stared at the item in Eren's hand. It's the size of an egg, but 5 times as powerful as a regular grenade. With that, can we handle this monster? He then fixed Eren with a stern gaze. Where did you even get something this dangerous? Eren shrugged. You know the connection between Pepper Potts and Stark Industries. After getting kidnapped once, it's not surprising that I used her channels to acquire something like this for self-defense. Self-defense with a high-explosive grenade. Such a weapon wasn't comparable to a simple handgun. Even in the freedom-loving, gun-toting United States, high-explosive grenades were strictly controlled. Possessing one privately was a federal offense. George doubted Pepper would willingly let her nephew acquire such a dangerous item. But now wasn't the time to argue over the legality of the grenade. In their current predicament, it might be their best chance at survival. After a long look at Eren, George barked, under the back seat, there's a Remington shotgun. Get it out. Eren's eyes lit up. A Remington shotgun, a name synonymous with devastating power. A single shot could leave a gaping hole in its target. In their fight against the Spider-Woman, this weapon would undoubtedly be a major advantage. Eren unbuckled his seatbelt, crawled into the back, and located the shotgun beneath a concealed compartment. Along with it was a box of shells, already preloaded into the weapon. Meanwhile, the underground parking lot echoed with sudden, sharp screams. What's that? Eren looked out the rear window to see 2 young women standing at the staircase exit, their faces frozen in horror as they stared at the blood-soaked Spider-Woman. The Spider-Woman's rage reached its peak. 2 of her sharp legs swung in a blur. Splat! Splat! The next instant, her legs pierced through the girls' mouths and exited through their heads, killing them instantly. Eren didn't even have time to make out their faces before they fell lifeless, their bodies skewered like grotesque trophies. Damn it! George cursed as he caught the scene in the rearview mirror. He slammed the wheel, sending the car into a screeching drift before accelerating straight toward the Spider-Woman. The Chevy roared like a beast as it charged at the monstrous creature, now bristling with corpses. The Spider-Woman screeched back in defiance, her limbs clawing the air as if daring the vehicle to come closer. The collision was brutal. Crash! The Chevy's reinforced frame smashed into the Spider-Woman, slamming her massive body into a parked SUV. Sparks flew, metal twisted, and dark red blood sprayed everywhere. The impact's sheer force left the Chevy's hood crumpled and blood-slick, while the Spider-Woman's legs spasmed violently, some snapping under the strain. Eren and George, who had jumped from the car moments before the collision, tumbled to safety, albeit with bruises and cuts. Hand me the grenade. George demanded, ignoring the blood dripping from his forehead. Without hesitation, Eren tossed the high-explosive grenade to George. Taking advantage of the Spider-Woman being pinned between the cars, George pulled the pin and hurled the grenade with all his might. Boom! The explosion rocked the entire parking lot. Shards of glass rained down as dozens of car windows shattered. Flames roared, illuminating the area in an infernal glow. The Spider-Woman, caught in the heart of the blast, let out a soul-piercing screech as the concussive force and shrapnel tore into her. Hiding behind a concrete pillar, Eren clutched the Remington tightly, his heart pounding. It's still alive. The screech sent chills down his spine. This monster's resilience was beyond belief. It had to die. Eren's expression hardened, a fierce resolve overtaking his fear. Flipping off the safety on the Remington, he bolted out from behind cover and charged toward the flames. Amid the inferno, Eren saw the Spider-Woman's mangled form. Half her body had been blown apart, and several legs were severed, leaving her writhing helplessly in the flames. Her once human upper body was now a charred, grotesque mass of flesh. Any semblance of humanity had been obliterated by the explosion. Eren didn't hesitate. He raised the shotgun, aimed at the creature's still struggling torso, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The Remington roared like a cannon, the recoil jarring his shoulder as the first shell ripped into the Spider-Woman. Boom! 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 Eren kept firing, emptying the shotgun's magazine into the creature until the parking lot echoed with deafening blasts. When the final shell was spent, silence returned, broken only by the faint crackle of the lingering flames. Eren lowered the shotgun, sweat pouring down his face, and exhaled a shaky breath. The monster lay still. Chapter 39. Under the relentless barrage of bullets from the Remington shotgun, the agonized screeches from the Spider-Woman ceased. The writhing, fiery silhouette grew still, melting into the flames that surrounded it. It's over, kid. That thing's dead. George, limping and bruised, approached cautiously. His years as a seasoned officer taught him the fragility of human psychology after a traumatic event. He kept his distance, avoiding any sudden gestures that might startle Eren. He knew all too well how first-time killers, especially those untrained, could react violently to even a well-meaning touch. Ding! Host has killed the aberrant Spider-Woman, stabilizing the Destiny Ripple. Awarded 300 fate points. Dead, huh? Eren's tense expression relaxed slightly as he processed the system's confirmation. Still, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes. 300 points. That's it. The previous encounter with Moonlight DJ had netted him 1,000 fate points, while this life-threatening ordeal had earned him only 300. He couldn't help but feel that fate itself was being stingy. But, comparing the two incidents, he realized the difference. The Moonlight DJ incident had involved over 100 casualties, and he'd only succeeded thanks to the intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. By contrast, the Spider-Woman had claimed far fewer lives. Sighing, Eren muttered inwardly, "Fine. I guess it makes sense. But still, 300 points for risking my life feels like a ripoff." The fire from the car explosion gradually subsided, consuming all the flammable materials until only faint embers flickered in the darkness. The parking lot grew dim as the overhead lights, damaged by the grenade's shockwave, remained shattered. Eren's vision quickly adjusted to the low light, revealing the aftermath of the battle. The ground was smeared with sticky black liquid that oozed from the remains of the Spider-Woman. Her once massive form had been reduced to broken legs, charred flesh, and a pool of dark ichor. Among the debris, 2 burnt human corpses hung limply from the Spider-Woman's remaining limbs. Then, something caught his eye, a faint glimmer of silver amidst the wreckage. Eren squinted, spotting a delicate silver thread swaying gently in the dying embers. Despite the flames licking at it, the thread remained untouched, its pristine shimmer unblemished. A treasure? Eren's instinct screamed that this thread was extraordinary. Before he could investigate further, the distant sound of footsteps and muffled voices echoed through the parking lot. "Hurry up. Let's find out what caused that explosion. I think I heard screaming before the blast. Do you think?" "Shut your damn mouth. If something happened, we're all in deep trouble." The burly leader of the building's security team barked orders as he led a group of guards toward the source of the disturbance. Each guard carried a flashlight, cutting through the darkness with beams of light. George frowned as he saw the approaching lights. Looks like the building security team heard the commotion. Let's go meet them. He turned and hobbled toward the beams of light. Despite his injuries, his steps were steady. George didn't want too many people entering the scene before it could be secured. Not only was there the potential for contamination from an unknown virus, but the very existence of the Spider-Woman could spark panic if news got out. As George moved, Eren subtly reached out, grabbing the silver thread and slipping it into his pocket. With the thread safely hidden, he followed George toward the security team. Neither Eren nor George noticed the pair of hateful eyes glaring at them from the shadows. The gaze lingered on their retreating backs until they reached the security guards. Only then did it vanish into the darkness. Minutes later, the wail of sirens pierced the air. Dozens of police cars, SWAT vehicles, and ambulances converged on the area, flooding the street outside the parking lot. Uniformed officers and armed SWAT teams moved with purpose, securing the scene as paramedics stood ready to assist. The once quiet neighborhood now buzzed with activity, the chaos spilling over as the NYPD launched a full-scale investigation. Chapter 40. In an ambulance, Helen sat beside George, her face tense as she watched the doctor clean and disinfect his wounds. "Doctor, is he going to be okay?" she asked anxiously. George waved dismissively. "It's just some scrapes and bruises. Nothing to worry about. I need to check on the kid." Before he could get up, the doctor glared at him, pushing him back into his seat. "Stay still," the doctor barked, annoyed at his restlessness. After finishing the bandaging, the doctor said, "While the injuries seem minor, given that the patient jumped out of a moving vehicle, there could be internal trauma. I strongly recommend a full examination at the hospital." Helen shot a sharp look at George. "You heard the doctor. You're going to the hospital. Don't even think about arguing with me." Turning to reassure Helen, the doctor added, "Don't worry. Your daughter is with Eren, and he seems to be doing much better than your husband." Indeed, Eren had escaped with only minor injuries. After the doctor finished cleaning his cuts and covering them with bandages, Gwen draped a blanket over his shoulders and wrapped her arms around him tightly. "Thank you, Eren," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. If you hadn't been there, my dad might have. She trailed off, her reddened eyes and quivering voice betraying the depth of her fear. Eren awkwardly patted her back. Honestly, it's your dad you should thank. He's the one who took down the monster. I was just there to help. But Gwen shook her head. If Dad hadn't been taking you home, he wouldn't have been in the garage. But if he'd gone down there alone tomorrow, I can't even imagine what might have happened. At that moment, George, now bandaged and limping, approached them. Ignoring Helen's piercing glare, he directed his attention to Eren. Gwen's right, George said. I owe you a debt of gratitude. However, as his gaze landed on Eren's arms, still loosely wrapped around Gwen, his expression darkened. His eyes seemed to ask, how long are you planning to hug my daughter? Eren quickly released Gwen and coughed awkwardly. So, I guess I won't be going home tonight, will I? George's stern demeanor returned. Of course not. Not until we confirm that there's no risk of infection from the creature. You'll also need to stay for questioning. We'll have to take statements and file a report. He gave Eren a pointed look, signaling that he wanted to speak privately. Once they were alone by a patrol car, George's tone lowered to a near growl. Listen, kid. I don't know where you got that grenade, but owning something like that is illegal. This time, I'll cover for you and claim it was mine. But there better not be a next time. Eren nodded, feeling the weight of George's sharp gaze. Understood, George. Good. Satisfied but still wary, George shot him another warning look before walking away. Moments later, the scene was disrupted by the arrival of several armored vehicles that broke through the NYPD's barricade. Eren instantly recognized one of the figures stepping out, Grant Ward. Flanked by heavily armed tactical teams, Ward strode confidently toward George, holding out an official-looking document. Deputy Commissioner Stacy, I'm Grant Ward, FBI. This is now a federal matter, and we're taking over. George's face darkened. I haven't received any notification of such an order. Without proper authorization, you can't just take over my crime scene. Ward smirked, his confidence unwavering. You'll receive it shortly. As if on cue, a uniformed officer hurried over, phone in hand. Deputy Commissioner, the commissioner's on the line. Chapter 41. As everyone knows, George was merely the deputy chief of New York's 13th precinct, and above him, there was, of course, the actual chief. The caller at this moment was none other than Damon Jones, the chief of the 13th precinct and George's longtime superior. George stared at the phone held by an officer, his expression shifting for a while before he finally picked it up. Chief. Before George could say another word, a weary voice from the other end interrupted him. Listen, George, hand this case over to them. I know what you're trying to do, and I understand how you feel right now, but this case involves unknown creatures, far beyond our jurisdiction. This isn't something we should be handling, and besides, orders have come from higher-ups. Even if you want to fight for it, you can't win. George, unwilling to accept it, responded, Chief, this is New York. We're the NYPD. Is there anything happening in this city that we're not allowed to handle? As the economic hub of the U.S., the NYPD wielded significant authority within its jurisdiction. Even when facing agencies like the FBI, they hardly felt inferior. The FBI's strength lay in its vast scope of jurisdiction, but when it came to enforcement authority, local police departments like the NYPD were not necessarily weaker. It was precisely this that gave George the confidence to stand firm against the FBI. Hearing George's words, Damon sighed tiredly on the other end. George, you know the string of strange cases lately has drawn significant federal attention. After the news that you took down one of those creatures, the FBI, Homeland Security, and more than 5 other agencies called me, and the calls keep coming. They all want the corpse of that creature you killed. This case is beyond us, and since we don't have any research departments, keeping the creature's body serves no purpose. I'm retiring in 6 months, George. I don't want any trouble now. Damon paused before adding, George, I mentored you and chose you as my successor for the 13th precinct. Trust me, let this one go. I wouldn't harm you. George gradually fell silent. Meanwhile, across from him, Grant Ward's smirk grew wider. Just as Ward prepared to signal his team to take over, several vehicles bearing FBI insignias arrived at the scene. What's going on? More FBI vehicles. Could these reinforcements have been called by Ward and his group? Seeing the vehicles, George's already sour expression darkened further. But when he looked up, he was surprised to see that Ward, rather than looking pleased, seemed visibly unsettled, even awkward. What's happening here? Soon, a group of people stepped out of the vehicles. Among them was a portly man who opened his arms with a smile and approached George. "Hey, George, long time no see." Seeing the overly familiar man, George frowned. "Joaquin." The man, Joaquin, was a veteran FBI agent George had worked with on several occasions. Noticing George's expression, Joaquin feigned hurt. "Hey, buddy, don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything to offend you." George gave him a cold glance and sneered, "You didn't offend me, but someone in your FBI sure did." With that, he shot a cold look at Ward and his group across from him. Joaquin, adept at reading people, quickly picked up on George's implications. He frowned, scrutinizing Ward and his team. "You're FBI too? I don't recall seeing any of you before." Ward replied coolly, "We're with the Special Operations Division." Joaquin scoffed, "Nonsense. I'm the operations chief for the FBI's New York division. Any FBI operation in New York requires my authorization. How is it I've never heard of your so-called Special Operations Division?" Turning to his team, Joaquin gestured. "Check their credentials. I suspect these people are impersonating FBI agents." "Yes, sir." As several agents moved toward Ward's team, the latter's forced composure began to crumble. Gritting his teeth, Ward stepped forward. "Chief Joaquin, can I have a word with you in private?" Minutes later, faced with Joaquin's unyielding stance and unable to secure reinforcements, Ward had no choice but to retreat with his group of fake FBI agents, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in disguise. When imposters meet the real deal. Normally, S.H.I.E.L.D. using the FBI's name to operate wasn't a big deal. After all, they paid a hefty branding fee to the FBI every year. But the moment their missions clashed, the FBI wouldn't hesitate to put them in their place. After driving Ward's group away, Joaquin turned to George with a grin. "Hey, buddy, don't let those imposters ruin our relationship, okay?" "Yeah, right," George rolled his eyes. "Aren't you here to steal this case too?" Shrugging, Joaquin replied helplessly, "What can I do? Our boss specifically wants the creature you took down. But I can promise you this, as long as it's not classified, I'll share all the follow-up intel with you unconditionally." Hearing Joaquin's assurance, George's mood improved. At least Joaquin's approach was far more agreeable than Ward's arrogance. Still thinking about the retreating group, George asked, "Who exactly were those people? Using your FBI banner to operate like that, and you just let them go? Since when has the FBI been so lenient?" Joaquin's face darkened as he thought about how close S.H.I.E.L.D. had come to hijacking their case. "Sorry, George, I can't tell you who they are. But I'll report this to my boss and let him handle those people." "You can't say either." George looked at Joaquin in surprise. Chapter 42. Joaquin nodded. "This involves a classified department, so I'm sorry, George." "All right." Since Joaquin had put it that way, George had no choice but to comply. As a police officer, he understood the federal confidentiality regulations well. In the end, George had no choice but to let the FBI take over the scene. "Thanks, George. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to call me, you have my number." As the head of operations for the FBI's New York division, Joaquin clearly didn't want to sour relations with George, the promising deputy chief of the NYPD. After expressing his gratitude, Joaquin led his team to take over the scene. "All personnel, search the area again thoroughly and make sure nothing is overlooked. Report immediately if you find any new information. Forensics, start analyzing the creature's movements and behavior. Find out where it came from. Biotech team, run tests on the creature's blood and tissue samples. Check for any infectious viruses. I need answers immediately, understood?" Under Joaquin's commands, the FBI agents moved in an orderly manner. Elsewhere, Grant Ward, who had left in disgrace, reluctantly dialed Nick Fury's number. "Director, I'm sorry. I messed up." On the other end, Nick Fury responded calmly, "A temporary setback is nothing, Grant. Trust me, that thing will end up in our hands eventually. That's the mandate given to us by the World Security Council." After World War II, the World Security Council had established S.H.I.E.L.D. to address unusual and supernatural incidents. Although Ward had been humiliated by the FBI today, Fury, backed by the World Security Council, remained unconcerned, and unhurried. At worst, they could simply buy the data from the FBI. S.H.I.E.L.D. was never short on funds. And if all else failed, he could always ask Pierce for help. The FBI acted swiftly. Not long after Eren finished giving her statement in one of their vehicles, the biotech team had already produced several reports from analyzing the flesh and blood of the melted-faced spider. Holding the reports, Joaquin approached George and the others. Good news. While the creature's tissue is disgusting, it doesn't carry any infectious viruses. George let out a long sigh of relief. That's the best news I've heard all night. Nearby, Eren looked up and asked, in that case, Mr. George, can I go home now? George glanced at Joaquin. Since the FBI had taken over the case, Eren's departure naturally depended on their approval. Joaquin nodded. The statement is done. As long as you're sure you're fine, you can leave any time. That said, I recommend getting checked at a hospital to ensure you're uninjured. Don't worry, we'll cover the costs. He then turned to George. Same goes for you, my friend. That's great. George didn't mind but didn't reject Joaquin's goodwill either. No need for a checkup. It's just some scrapes. Eren waved her hand, showing the bandages on her forehead with a smile. Honestly, I'd rather go home, take a nice bath, and get some sleep than go through hospital exams. Fair enough. If you feel unwell, you can always call the number on this card. Perhaps sensing a close relationship between George and Eren, or simply wanting to monitor someone who had encountered the creature, Joaquin handed Eren a business card after a brief moment of thought. Thank you, sir. At this moment, George spoke up. Joaquin, can you arrange a car to take Eren home? It's late, and getting a cab now won't be easy. He glanced at his watch, which pointed to 1 a.m. Of course. Joaquin promptly called over an FBI agent to drive Eren home. Eren didn't refuse George's kind gesture and thanked both men politely. Thank you. George waved it off. Go home and rest. Half an hour later. Eren waved goodbye with a smile to the FBI agent who had escorted him to his door. After watching Eren enter his home, the agent quickly left. Behind the closed door, Eren's expression darkened. He removed her jacket, walked into the bathroom, and stared at his reflection in the mirror, bandaged forehead, tired and disheveled. Then, he slapped himself hard. Not even a simple divination before heading out. Some seer you are. Before leaving home, Eren hadn't considered how dangerous this trip might be and hadn't thought to use his divination skills. If not for his growing paranoia after being kidnapped, a fear that led him to always carry that egg-shaped grenade for protection, he might not have survived tonight. Let alone defeat the melted-faced spider and earn fate points. Having recently become a seer, Eren had learned some basic divination techniques but hadn't yet developed the habit of applying them to daily life. This was a cognitive gap. Only after reflecting on this crisis did Eren realize the flaw in his thinking. I'm still too weak. From now on, I need to divine the outcome before leaving the house and adjust my mindset quickly. Sighing bitterly, he turned on the faucet, splashed water on his face, and composed himself. Despite the dangers of the encounter, Eren had earned 300 fate points. And he had no intention of saving them. Tonight's ordeal had underscored his vulnerability. He needed to arm himself quickly and grow stronger. Closing his eyes, Eren felt his soul pass through a thin veil, entering the space where the Wheel of Fate resided. Having visited this space several times, Eren no longer felt curiosity. He summoned the Fate Compass without hesitation and initiated a 3-spin draw. In an instant, the 300 fate points he had just earned were spent. The massive, glowing shadow of the Wheel of Fate spun once again before Eren's eyes. Chapter 43. Ding! 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 Following 3 soft chimes, the Wheel of Fate disintegrated into countless points of light and vanished. In its place, 3 glowing orbs materialized before Eren, 2 blue and 1 white. Huh! A jackpot? Seeing this result, a rare 2 blue orbs and 1 white orb, Eren was stunned. What kind of luck was this? A miracle on a single draw? Could it be that I secretly have the chosen one gene? Eren, who had been feeling down moments ago, was now elated by the sight of the 2 blue orbs. Risking his life to earn those 300 fate points suddenly felt worth it. Without hesitation, Eren reached for the white orb first. Better to save the best for last, leave the blue orbs as the grand finale. Pop! As the white orb burst, what appeared before Eren was a grenade. A grenade identical to the one he'd received before. Eren. It seemed he was destined to ignore George's warnings. After all, how could he resist using something so practical? Besides, it wasn't his fault, it was a reward from the Wheel of Fate. Right? As Eren habitually pocketed the grenade, he froze, his expression shifting. He pulled a small bundle of silver threads from his pocket. A cluster of shimmering, silver-white threads wound into a ball. This wasn't just any thread, it was the fireproof strand Eren had taken from the melted-faced spider's corpse. Why is this thread in my pocket? Eren knew that his current presence in the space of fate was purely spiritual. Though he appeared as he did in the real world, even wearing the same clothes, it was all a manifestation of his subconscious. In truth, his real clothes and possessions couldn't follow him here. He'd tested this countless times before. Only items obtained through the Wheel of Fate could exist in this space. And yet, the silver thread, clearly an external item, had followed him here. How could this not shock him? Could it be that this silver thread was an extraordinary item of some kind? Fascinated, Eren instinctively picked up the silver thread. At that moment, the ethereal image of the Wheel of Fate hanging above the River of Destiny emitted a beam of white light, illuminating the silver thread. Ding! An instant later, a stream of information about the thread entered Eren's mind. Ding! Appraisal complete, congratulations, host, on acquiring the extraordinary item, Poisoned Threads of Resentment. Poisoned threads of resentment, formed from the resentment of a young girl betrayed by her lover, who was turned into a monster while alive. After her death, her lingering hatred coalesced into this thread. Remark, a young girl's love is the most beautiful thing in this world. But when that beauty is shattered, and boundless love falls into despair, it becomes the sharpest weapon. Trait 1, when imbued with spiritual energy, the poison threads can transform into a razor-sharp spear, capable of piercing any armor and converting pure love into a venom that devours flesh and corrodes the soul. Trait 2, the threads can grow stronger by consuming flesh and souls. The more it devours, the more powerful it becomes. Trait 3, faithless shall perish. Once every 24 hours, the threads will absorb a sliver of the host's blood. If it detects the aura of a betrayer, it will inject accumulated poison into the host. Evaluation, before using it, you should ask yourself, are you into Netherere? How powerful? Eren's eyes widened as he read the information. When imbued with spiritual energy, the poison threads could transform into a weapon capable of cutting through any armor, turning love into a deadly poison to devour the body and soul. If the thread weren't so short, its armor-piercing trait alone could make it a highly coveted extraordinary item. Not to mention its growth potential. Of course, its third trait, a glaring drawback, might make others undervalue or outright reject it. After all, the constant risk of backlash wasn't something everyone could accept. But for Eren, this wasn't a concern. Without hesitation, he channeled a sliver of spiritual energy into the poisoned threads. Instantly, the threads became an extension of his will, shifting between soft and rigid, long and short. In his hands, the threads took on countless forms with ease. What a treasure! After experimenting for a while, Eren transformed the threads into a ring and slipped it onto his pinky finger. With that done, he turned his attention back to the two blue orbs before him. The poison threads had been an unexpected boon, but Eren hadn't forgotten the blue orbs, which were likely the real prizes of this draw. Reaching out, Eren crushed the lighter blue orb. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the starting potion for the assassin path, assassin. The starting potion for the assassin path? What? Staring at the potion in his hand, Eren couldn't help but recall a famous line from an emperor. The taste of witches is truly divine. The memory sent a shiver down his spine, goosebumps rising all over. Ugh, what bad luck. Was the surprise of the poisoned threads enough to drain all my good fortune? Muttering curses under his breath, Eren frowned and pocketed the potion. Chapter 44. Admittedly, while the assassin path becomes a massive hurdle for men at Sequence 7, its early stages, starting with the assassin potion, make it one of the strongest paths in terms of combat. Eren mused that a single assassin could probably take on 10 seers in battle. Having such a powerful resource on hand was invaluable, even if he didn't plan to use it himself. After all, just because he wouldn't use it didn't mean he couldn't give it to someone else. Besides, who said the assassin potion was strictly for men? Women could use it too, avoiding the dreaded gender change entirely. Though, Eren couldn't help but be curious, if a man were to undergo the transformation, would he really become as enticing as the Emperor had described? Cough, cough. It was just curiosity. With that thought, Eren put away the assassin potion and reached out to crush the remaining blue orb. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the psychic spell, Gaze of Dread. Gaze of Dread. Description: a psychic spell that forces opponents to undergo a mental will check through direct eye contact. Effect: anyone making eye contact with the user must pass an intermediate level mental will check. Those who fail will experience confusion, fear, or even fainting in severe cases. Each use, regardless of outcome, drains the user's stamina and mental energy. Remark: in some worlds, this psychic spell is also known as Dragon's Might. Evaluation: a rare growth-type psychic spell. The stronger your mental power, the greater the pressure on your opponents. The spell's core can also be upgraded for further enhancements. When Eren crushed the blue orb, the spell's rune seed transformed into a stream of light, embedding itself deep within his soul. A psychic spell? Did I just unlock a skill? After examining Gaze of Dread, Eren's eyes gleamed with excitement. This spell directly targeted the mind. No matter how physically powerful an enemy was, if their mental will failed, they'd tremble, or faint. For foes with weak mental fortitude, this spell was a game-changer, especially when paired with Eren's ever-growing spiritual power. Moreover, Gaze of Dread wasn't limited to combat. Eren could already think of numerous creative uses for it in daily life. Eren spent a long time in the Fate space this time, only leaving when his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Notably, the assassin potion remained in the Fate space. It was too risky to bring it into the real world. Eren had several reasons for this decision. No immediate need, he had no intention of using the potion himself, nor any suitable candidates to give it to. Security concerns: displaying something akin to a super soldier serum would inevitably attract danger. Lack of confidence in his home's security: his old house, vulnerable even to petty thieves, was practically defenseless against S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Since Eren was already on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar, he couldn't rule out the possibility of them investigating his home in his absence. If they found the assassin potion, who knew what they'd do? For these reasons, leaving the potion in the Fate space was the safest choice. Back in the real world, Eren felt considerably better. After a refreshing shower, he made himself a small meal in the kitchen before heading to his bedroom for meditation. Strangely, today's meditation felt unusually effective. Eren could distinctly sense an improvement in both his mental strength and spiritual energy. Could this be an unforeseen benefit of Gaze of Dread? Comparing today's meditation to his usual sessions, Eren quickly pinpointed the spell as the cause. During meditation, the rune seed of Gaze of Dread seemed to spin deep within his soul, absorbing unknown substances from the void. An unexpected perk. Smiling faintly, Eren opened his eyes to find daylight streaming through the window. Morning already? Last night's events had kept Eren up until nearly 2 a.m., and by the time he'd finished his midnight snack and started meditating, it was past 3 a.m. No wonder the sun was already up when he finished. Looking out the window, Eren watched the bustling street below. The aroma of buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and pancakes wafted through the air, distinctly Chinese-style breakfasts rarely found outside of Chinatown in New York. Feeling a pang of hunger, Eren changed into workout clothes, grabbed some cash, and headed downstairs. After buying a pile of breakfast items, he jogged to a nearby park, eating as he ran. Despite the recent gifts from the Fate space, Eren didn't abandon his morning runs. He had grown to enjoy the slight sweat that came with exercise. Today, however, as he jogged, he noticed a new presence in the park, a striking figure with flowing red hair. The woman's tight-fitting outfit accentuated her graceful curves, drawing countless admiring glances. Even elderly men out for their morning strolls couldn't help but steal a look. Initially, Eren didn't pay much attention to her. Even when he occasionally glimpsed her figure, he merely appreciated her beauty before shifting his focus back to his run. But when she lapped him and he caught a clear view of her exquisitely beautiful face, Eren's demeanor changed instantly. His entire body tensed with vigilance. Moments later, however, Eren quickly masked his wariness. Because this wasn't just any woman, she was Natasha Romanoff, better known as Black Widow, a level 10 operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 45. Why was she here? If the person in question had been an ordinary individual, Eren might have thought this was a coincidence or an accident. But if the person involved was Natasha Romanoff, a top-tier agent, Eren couldn't believe it was so simple. Was she here for me? With lingering doubts, Eren continued jogging in the park for another half hour. To his surprise, Natasha never approached him or initiated any conversation. What Eren didn't know was that Natasha herself was equally puzzled as she jogged with her earbuds in. During their brief eye contact earlier, Natasha had clearly caught a fleeting moment of surprise and wariness in Eren's eyes. It was not the gaze of a teenage boy unexpectedly encountering a beautiful woman. That momentary look made Natasha abandon her original plan of using a shared morning jogging routine to get closer to Eren. Was I mistaken? Still slightly suspicious, Eren left the park and pulled a leftover quarter from his pocket. He decided to use a coin flip for divination to determine if Natasha was here because of him. In the realm of divination, coin flips were famous for their convenience and speed. However, their simplicity meant they could only reveal broad answers, heads for yes, tails for no. For Eren, who only wanted to confirm Natasha's intentions, this was more than sufficient. He infused a sliver of spiritual energy into the coin, tossing it into the air and leaving the answer to fate. Just as Eren watched the coin flip mid-air, intending to catch it and interpret the result, a delicate hand with vibrant red nail polish caught the coin before him. Snap! Natasha, smiling brightly, stepped around Eren and held out the coin she had just caught. Your coin. Glancing at the coin in Natasha's palm, with its head side facing up, Eren sighed internally. Heads. Great, no doubt now. She's definitely here for me. Thank you. After politely expressing his thanks, Eren retrieved his coin and stood silently, looking at Natasha. Noticing his gaze, Natasha frowned slightly. Staring at a lady like that isn't very gentlemanly, you know. Eren responded calmly, I'm waiting. Waiting for what? For you to speak. Natasha paused briefly, then smiled slightly. The combination of her exquisite features and the athletic curves emphasized by her workout attire added a youthful vibrance to her charm. That's an unusual way to start a conversation. No, Eren shook his head, I just don't want to waste unnecessary words, Agent Natasha Romanoff. Hearing her full name spoken aloud, Natasha's pupils contracted sharply. You know me? Eren replied cryptically, sort of. During one of my divinations, I caught a glimpse of your death. That's how I know some things about you. Natasha's interest was piqued. My death, you say? What did you see? Judging by her curious expression, she seemed genuinely interested in how she might die. But Eren noticed there was no fear of death in her eyes, something ordinary people would undoubtedly display. After a moment's thought, Eren replied, it was a touching scene. You sacrificed yourself to save countless others. Is that so? Natasha shrugged with a smile. Didn't expect my death to be so noble. Eren chuckled. What I saw was merely one of many possible futures. It doesn't mean it will definitely happen. Fate is ever-changing, and no matter how powerful a seer is, they can never guarantee their visions will come true. More importantly, I'm curious why you're here, Miss Romanoff. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Oh. Aren't you a seer? Why not divine it yourself? Eren held up his quarter. I already did. Unfortunately, fate didn't reveal your intentions. Natasha's gaze shifted to the coin in Eren's hand, recalling how he had tossed it earlier. Her brows furrowed slightly. Was that divination? Assuming her act of catching the coin had interfered with his process, Natasha apologized. Sorry, did I mess up your divination? Though she was still skeptical about Eren's so-called divination, Natasha couldn't deny that he seemed to possess some unique abilities. Otherwise, her director wouldn't have assigned her to make contact with him despite her busy schedule. But who could have predicted that Eren would reveal her identity so directly, throwing her original plan out the window? Eren simply smiled and didn't answer her question. Seeing this, Natasha felt a mix of helplessness and frustration. When she first received this mission, she thought that getting close to a teenage boy with her charm and skills would be a piece of cake. But Eren's behavior had completely upended her expectations. Left with no choice, Natasha adjusted her approach. I'm here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. to thank you for helping us locate Tony Stark. They found him already? Eren's expression briefly betrayed his surprise. He had to admit, S.H.I.E.L.D. worked with impressive efficiency. In such a short time, they had crossed half the globe, found Tony Stark, and apparently rescued him from the terrorists. Otherwise, Natasha wouldn't have said what she did. Your thanks are noted. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With a polite nod to Natasha, Eren turned as if to leave. Natasha, left standing there, felt a trace of disbelief flash in her eyes. Did he just walk away? She even began to question herself. Is my charm failing me? Chapter 46. Watching Eren turn and start walking away, Natasha wondered if there was something wrong with her outfit today. Why else would Eren, who had just ignored her, this stunning beauty, act this way? However, when she turned and caught a glimpse of the men nearby, their gazes burning as if they wanted to strip her bare and devour her whole, Natasha quickly dispelled any doubts about her own charm. It's not me. Instead, she speculated, he must have found out about my identity beforehand and is wary of my role as an agent. That's why he's so cold to me. With this thought, Natasha frowned slightly and tapped the Bluetooth earpiece in her ear, speaking in a low voice. The plan failed. The target seems to have learned about my identity through some unknown source and is now highly cautious of me. Should I try a different approach to get close to him? It wasn't long before a deep voice responded on the other end. No need. If he's discovered your identity as an agent, just return for now. Tony Stark appears to have invented something incredible in Afghanistan. I've already arranged an interview for you tomorrow morning. You can come back and familiarize yourself with your new cover identity. Hearing this, Natasha raised an eyebrow. Looks like my vacation plans are ruined again. The mission is urgent, so your vacation will have to be postponed. Fine, she replied, resigned to Nick Fury's relentless scheduling. Meanwhile, back at his old apartment, Eren was somewhat surprised but relieved to find that Natasha hadn't followed him or tried to pester him. It seems that while I'm on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar now, they haven't prioritized me yet. This suited him just fine. After taking a shower and tossing his clothes into the washing machine, Eren sat down at his desk and pulled out the morning's edition of the New York Times from his mailbox. On the front page was an eye-catching headline, Norman Osborn, chairman of Osborn Corporation, gravely ill and near death. Accompanying the article was a photo of Norman Osborn lying in a hospital bed. The lengthy article detailed Norman Osborn's illustrious career, his groundbreaking achievements, and his tragic downfall due to the Osborn family's hereditary disease. The tone seemed to lament the loss of such a brilliant scientist and entrepreneur while carrying an undercurrent of irony. Norman Osborn. Seated at his desk, Eren tapped his fingers lightly on the surface, producing a rhythmic sound. Tap, tap, tap. From the moment he found the newspaper in his mailbox that morning, Eren realized this might be an opportunity, a quick path to wealth. Since becoming aware of his potential financial challenges, Eren had been actively seeking ways to make money. Tony Stark, soon to be rescued by S.H.I.E.L.D., represented one such opportunity. Similarly, the deathly ill Norman Osborn was another. The Osborn Corporation, while not as valuable as Stark Industries, was still a giant worth billions. In the field of biotechnology, its prominence rivaled Stark Industries' dominance in weaponry. There was no doubt about it, someone like Norman Osborn wouldn't lack money. If Eren could offer something to save his life, Osborn wouldn't hesitate to pay handsomely. But can I really save him? Eren's gaze fell on the vial of universal antidote in his hand, and he pondered. Does the Osborn family's hereditary disease count as a virus? After a moment of contemplation, Eren retrieved the coin he had infused with spiritual energy and began divining whether the universal antidote could treat the Osborn family's condition. To ensure accuracy, Eren channeled a significant amount of spiritual energy into the coin, causing its surface to shimmer with a radiant glow. Clink. Flipping the coin in his hand, Eren revealed its result, a clear affirmation. It actually works. Seeing the outcome of his divination, Eren realized he had underestimated the potency of the universal antidote. If this can cure the Osborn family's disease, then I must seize this opportunity. With that thought, Eren turned on his computer and began searching for Norman Osborn's home address. The location of Osborn's estate wasn't hard to find. After locating the relevant information online, Eren packed the universal antidote into his bag and hailed a taxi, leaving Chinatown. Norman Osborn's estate, situated in the affluent Long Island area, occupied a considerable expanse of land. It took over an hour for Eren's taxi to reach the southeastern corner of Long Island, where the estate was located. At the entrance stood a massive iron gate, guarded by 2 uniformed security personnel who remained vigilant. Inside, additional patrols provided robust security, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to trespass. This level of security didn't surprise Eren. He had anticipated it when he saw photos of the estate online. Fortunately, Eren had prepared for this. Stepping out of the taxi, he walked straight to the estate's gate. One of the guards quickly approached, wary of his presence. "Sir, who are you?" Before the guard could finish his sentence, Eren subtly activated Dreadful Gaze. The moment his eyes swept over the 2 guards, their bodies froze, trembling violently as if they had seen something horrifying. Their minds descended into chaos. Had Eren not restrained the power of dreadful gaze, those guards would likely be unconscious on the ground by now. It took several moments for them to regain their composure. When they did, their fear-filled eyes fixed on Eren. Chapter 47. Open the gate. I have an appointment with Norman Osborn. Take me to him. As Eren spoke, he subtly employed a hypnotic technique from the mind imprint, modulating his voice into an enchanting rhythm that irresistibly drew others in, compelling trust and obedience. Combined with the residual effects of the earlier dreadful gaze, the two guards standing before Eren quickly surrendered their willpower. Subconsciously, they treated his words as absolute truth. After a brief flash of confusion in their eyes, one of the guards took out a keycard and opened the gate, leading Eren into the Osborn estate. Very well, sir. Mr. Osborn is resting in his bedroom. I'll take you to him. Eren nodded and followed the guard into the estate. The large iron gate opened to reveal a striking angel fountain. The estate itself was vast, meticulously maintained, and radiated an aura of orderly sophistication. Despite its grandeur, there were few people within the estate. Besides a gardener tending to the plants, Eren saw no one else on his way inside. Entering the main building, a castle-like mansion, they were quickly approached by a middle-aged butler with a balding head, wearing a suit and white gloves. He frowned as he walked toward them. Jarwin, I recall telling you that the estate is not accepting visitors today. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, you may need to start looking for a new job tomorrow. The guard quickly responded, Butler Brian, this distinguished gentleman has an appointment with Mr. Osborn, so I brought him in. Butler Brian frowned. An appointment with the master? Why wasn't I informed? As Brian turned to scrutinize Eren, his gaze was abruptly engulfed by the icy depths of Eren's eyes. You know now, Eren said calmly. Activating dreadful gaze once again, Eren swiftly dismantled Brian's mental defenses. With practiced ease, he followed up with the hypnotic technique from the mind imprint. Brian, despite his stronger willpower compared to the guards, quickly succumbed under the layered assault. Eren's soft, modulated voice combined with a series of intricate hand seals he performed in front of the butler. The shifting seals created afterimages, almost mesmerizing in their complexity, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to resist. A few minutes later, Eren stood before a wooden door. This room will be quite dark, sir. It may take your eyes some time to adjust, Brian said before opening the door. Eren nodded, and the butler opened the bedroom door. Just as Brian had warned, the room was exceptionally dim. Heavy curtains blocked most of the sunlight, allowing only a faint glimmer to filter through. In the center of the large, spacious room was a luxurious canopy bed surrounded by high-tech medical equipment. A feeble coughing sound emerged from the figure lying in the bed, seemingly triggered by the sound of the door opening. Seeing this, Brian immediately approached, pulling back the semi-transparent curtain to help the figure sit up. Sir, shall I call for a doctor? Brian asked respectfully. The man waved a trembling hand dismissively. No need. After catching his breath, the man looked up at Eren, standing at the doorway. A bitter smile spread across his face. Wow. Another one? To think someone could bypass my knowledge and have Brian bring you here, impressive. Let me guess, another important figure coming to take their piece. Ha. I'm not even dead yet, and you're already so eager. So, what is it you want? Who do you represent? Eren didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gestured toward Brian. Seeing this, Norman Osborn waved his hand again. The butler obediently left, closing the door behind him. With the door shut, the room became even darker, almost pitch black. Interestingly, Osborn's expression visibly relaxed as the light faded further. You seem to dislike light, Mr. Osborn, Eren remarked. That's correct, Norman replied, raising his diseased, trembling right hand and smirking bitterly. I'm like a vampire from the legends now, allergic to sunlight. He chuckled weakly, then continued, how ironic. I gave millions the chance to live in the sunlight again, and now look at me, reduced to this. Norman waved his hand again as if trying to say more, but his arm fell limply to his side. Eren broke the silence. The Osborn family's hereditary disease. Yes, I've heard of it. An extremely rare genetic condition that remains untreatable to this day. Indeed. So, why are you here? Eren answered directly. In fact, that's precisely why I'm here. Norman raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering in his weakened eyes. Let me clarify, I'm not one of those opportunists hoping to carve out a piece of Osborn Corporation. I won't reveal whom I represent, but I'm here to propose a deal that could change your fate and save your life. With that, Eren reached into his backpack and pulled out the universal antidote, placing it on a nearby machine. This is the universal antidote, a rare magical potion created by an alchemist from an extraordinary world. It can cure most diseases in existence, including your family's hereditary condition. Norman scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the vial. A universal potion? Magic? Do you think I'm a fool? There's no such thing as a true panacea. If you expect me to believe that this concoction can cure the Osborn family's disease, you'd better come up with a more convincing explanation. Chapter 48. Oh, really? Eren chuckled lightly. As I said, this is a magical potion. In the mundane world, it's true that no panacea exists, but that doesn't mean the same holds true in the mystical realm. With those words, Eren activated Dreadful Gaze, intending to give Norman Osborn a first-hand experience of the incredible and mysterious power he wielded. The overwhelming mental pressure condensed into a palpable force, crushing Norman Osborn's already feeble mental defenses. It penetrated deep into his psyche, planting a seed of fear. Huh. To Eren's surprise, Norman Osborn's mental resistance was shockingly fragile, far weaker than even the guards he had encountered earlier. It was as if Osborn's mind, ravaged by his illness and drained of vitality, was on the verge of shattering. The mental force of Dreadful Gaze met no significant resistance, easily breaking through his defenses and sowing terror in his soul. A moment later, Norman Osborn collapsed unconscious. Eren frowned momentarily at the sight, then exhaled a breath of relief. So, this Norman Osborn is indeed the weakest version, the ordinary human one from the Amazing Spider-Man. If he were even remotely connected to the Green Goblin, my Dreadful Gaze wouldn't have subdued him so easily. But on the bright side, Norman's frailty presented an opportunity. Initially, Eren had only planned to use Dreadful Gaze to demonstrate the existence of the mystical realm and validate the efficacy of the universal antidote. The goal was to strike a deal and secure significant funds from Norman Osborn. However, Norman's vulnerability gave rise to a far more ambitious and audacious idea. If his mental defenses are so weak, could I directly take control of Norman Osborn through hypnosis? Could I seize control of Osborn Corporation and have this colossal entity serve my purposes? Of course, Eren was well aware that his current spiritual strength was insufficient to permanently alter someone's mind. Even with the advanced techniques of Dreadful Gaze and Mind Imprint, his hypnosis would be temporary at best. External stimuli or enough time could break the spell. That limitation was why Eren had initially planned to negotiate with Norman Osborn rather than attempting direct control. After all, the Green Goblin, whether in the Marvel Universe or elsewhere, was a notorious figure. Eren's mastery of hypnosis wasn't nearly advanced enough to subjugate such a dangerous individual. If his hypnosis failed and provoked the Green Goblin's hostility, it would backfire disastrously. Yet now, faced with Norman Osborn's glaring frailty, Eren saw an opportunity to experiment. Without hesitation, Eren approached Norman's bedside. Using a secret technique recorded in Mind Imprint, he condensed a wisp of his spiritual energy into a seed and implanted it deep into Norman's subconscious, planting a seed of trust. Simultaneously, he used the hypnotic modulation of his voice to reinforce the impression in Norman's mind, solidifying the hypnotic mark. 5 hours later. When Eren emerged from the Osborn estate, his backpack held a document notarized by a lawyer, a stock transfer agreement. This agreement had elevated Eren's status from a modestly wealthy man to the third-largest shareholder of Osborn Corporation, owning 5% of its shares. Despite the recent turbulence in Osborn Corporation stock due to Norman Osborn's illness, it remained a titan valued at over $200 billion. That 5% stake was worth over $10 billion. With just one contract, Eren had become a billionaire. However, this visible windfall was only part of the gain. What Eren truly valued lay hidden beneath the surface. Meanwhile, back at the Osborn estate, Norman Osborn, who had consumed the universal antidote, watched in astonishment as the blemishes on his skin faded and his body rapidly regained vitality and energy. His hands trembled, not with weakness, but with excitement. Beside him, the butler Brian's face was filled with disbelief. Were it not for the sharp pain in his leg, a result of pinching himself, he might have thought he was dreaming. Minutes turned into hours. Having changed into fresh clothes, Norman stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling mirror in his room. He marveled at the strength and life coursing through his body, which had felt like a prison mere hours ago. A genuine smile of relief crossed his face. Being alive feels so good, he murmured. Behind him, Brian's eyes shone with joy. As Osborne's loyal butler for over 2 decades, Norman's recovery was a blessing. At least now, Brian wouldn't have to worry about losing his well-paying job. After standing by the window for a long while, Norman finally broke the silence. "Brian, have Felicia inform all members of the board. Tomorrow, I want a meeting at Osborne Tower. Every board member must attend." "Yes, sir," Brian replied, bowing slightly. He immediately understood what his master intended to do. The news of Norman Osborne's critical condition had caused turmoil not only in the stock market but also within the company itself. Internally, power struggles and schemes had begun to surface. Before, Norman had been too weak, both physically and mentally, to address any of it. But now, everything had changed. Brian, feeling reinvigorated, bowed again and left the room. As the butler exited, Norman caught sight of his reflection in the mirror. A subtle, almost imperceptible glint of cruelty and malice flashed in his eyes. "It's time to clean out the rats." Chapter 49. After hailing a cab from Long Island back to Chinatown, Eren didn't head straight home. Instead, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, he walked toward the main street of Chinatown, home to its largest supermarkets and shops. With the weekend almost over, Eren decided to stop by the mall and buy a safe. After all, his backpack now held a stock transfer contract worth over $100 billion. He felt it would be almost disrespectful not to enclose such a valuable document in a proper safe. Smirking at the thought, Eren made his way toward the main intersection of Chinatown. Chinatown was vast, divided into several sections: Left Street, Right Street, Upper Street, and Lower Street, with the main intersection serving as the central hub. Eren's 3-story apartment building was located on the western edge of Lower Street. These names, of course, were terms coined by the Chinese residents themselves. Before Eren could reach the main street, a chubby hand suddenly smacked his rear from behind. Smack! The loud, unmistakable sound of skin-on-skin contact echoed, causing heads to turn. The hand, belonging to none other than Doug Wong, had landed squarely on the leather skirt-clad backside of a passing woman. "Ah! Pervert!" The woman's high-pitched scream pierced the air, followed by the sharp sound of a slap as she landed a solid strike on Doug's round face. "And no, I didn't mean to," Doug stammered, clutching his reddened cheek. But before he could explain further, the furious woman stormed off, leaving him standing amidst a crowd of onlookers. The surrounding crowd quickly cast disdainful looks at Doug, their eyes filled with judgment, as if he were some irredeemable scoundrel. Amid the disapproving gazes, however, a subtle mix of envy and admiration glimmered in the eyes of several male bystanders. They marveled at Doug's audacity and secretly envied the sensation his hand must have felt. A few older men even seemed to wish they could trade places with him. After all, the woman in the leather skirt had a stunning figure that left more than a few jaws slack. Ugh! Pervert! So disgusting! "Let's stay away from that sleazy guy," one young woman muttered to her friend, glaring at Doug. "Yes, let's go quickly." The crowd's disdain extended to Doug as women, young and old alike, hurriedly distanced themselves from him, looking as if they feared being targeted next. Doug, clutching his cheek and on the verge of tears, protested weakly. "I'm not a pervert. I didn't mean to touch her, but..." A short distance away, Eren sidestepped the chubby boy's wandering hand, crossing his arms as he watched the scene unfold with an amused smile. Doug, catching sight of Eren's smirking face, turned bright red. Humiliation and frustration bubbled up inside him. "Ah! My reputation is ruined. I'll get you for this, Eren." With a roar, Doug charged at Eren, his chubby hands outstretched toward his friend's neck. Eren easily sidestepped the attack and rolled his eyes. Ignoring the commotion, he resumed walking toward his destination. Despite the humiliation, Doug wasn't one to give up. Fueled by indignation, he chased after Eren, determined to vent his frustrations. After several dozen meters, Eren glanced over his shoulder at the panting Doug and said, "All right, that's enough. Stop pretending." "Pretending? I'm not pretending." Doug huffed. "Ugh, my reputation. If my dad finds out, he's going to kill me with a frying pan." Though Chinatown was large, gossip traveled fast. A juicy scandal could spread from one end to the other within hours. Doug knew that if his hot-tempered father heard about him being labeled a pervert for smacking a woman's butt, he'd be in deep trouble. "So, how did it feel?" Eren asked suddenly, his voice dripping with mockery. Doug's mind instinctively recalled the fleeting moment of contact, and he blurted out, "It was bouncy." "Serves you right. Eren interrupted with a smirk, resuming his walk. Realizing what he had just said, Doug's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. He wished he could disappear into the ground. After a while, Doug managed to compose himself and caught up to Eren. Eren, what's with the backpack? Where are you headed? It's been ages since I've seen you out and about. Doug's curiosity wasn't unfounded. It had been so long since he'd seen Eren in public that when he spotted him in the crowd earlier, he couldn't resist sneaking up to prank him. Unfortunately, his attempt had gone awry, leading to his current predicament. I'm just out to buy a safe, Eren replied casually. A safe? You should have come to me. Doug exclaimed, puffing out his chest, my uncle sells safes. If you're serious, I can take you to him. He'll give you the best discount. Eren's eyes lit up. Your uncle sells safes. Alright, take me there. Eren wasn't particularly enticed by the discount but appreciated the reliability of buying from someone recommended by a friend. At least the quality would be trustworthy. Sure thing, but what do you need a safe for? Doug asked as they walked. Just so you know, my uncle's safes are top tier, so even at cost price, they're not cheap. Don't blame me if you think it's too expensive and feel like you wasted your trip. Chapter 50. Enough talking, lead the way. With Doug Wong guiding him, Eren soon arrived at an upscale furniture mall in Chinatown. Doug's uncle's safe store was located within. Navigating through the familiar layout, Doug led Eren upstairs to the second floor. After winding through a few aisles, they stopped in front of a discreet yet luxurious safe shop. Before they even stepped inside, Doug shouted, Uncle! Uncle! Stop napping and come out to greet your customers. A disgruntled voice came from within. I hear you, you noisy brat. Do you want to deafen me? Moments later, an enormous figure, easily several times Doug's size, rose slowly from behind the cashier counter. The man, weighing at least 300 pounds, bore a striking resemblance to Doug. Eren's gaze flickered between Doug and his uncle, and he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The genes in this family are truly something. Unfazed by his uncle's scolding, Doug grinned and said, Uncle, this is my best friend from school. He's looking to buy a safe. Help him out, would you? Doug's uncle turned to scrutinize Eren, noting his youthful, student-like appearance. Shaking his head, he remarked, at your age, you don't really need a safe. If you're just looking for a place to stash some Playboy magazines or workout DVDs, I can give you an old, small safe that your parents won't be able to open. Before Eren could respond, Doug jumped in excitedly. Wait, Playboy. Eren, do you have that kind of stuff? Eren shot Doug an exasperated glare. Seriously? Do you think I need to hide magazines in my school locker like you? I live alone, I don't need to hide anything. Before Doug could retort, flustered and indignant, Eren continued, I'm buying a safe to protect my valuables. My house was almost broken into recently by a group of burglars. I figured it's safer to lock things away. Mentioning the burglars brought a grimace to Doug's uncle's face. If that's the case, then you definitely need a good safe. Trust me, those idiots wouldn't know how to open a high-end safe even if they tried. After throwing in a jab at the burglars, Doug's uncle asked Eren about the safe's intended location and size requirements. He then introduced a few cost-effective models suitable for home use. Despite being labeled cost-effective, the shop's premium safes were far from cheap. The most affordable model started at over $2,000. After comparing features, Eren ultimately chose a medium-sized alloy safe, roughly the size of a refrigerator, to place in his basement. Additionally, he bought a small, compact safe similar in size to the hidden compartment under his bed, intending to see if it could fit there. The two safes cost Eren over $10,000, even with a 40% discount thanks to Doug's family connection. Without the discount, the bill would have easily exceeded $20,000. Both safes were heavy. The larger one required precise measurements and professional installation to ensure security and stability. Fortunately, the shop offered delivery and installation services, saving Eren considerable hassle. Doug's uncle, despite his size, worked with surprising efficiency. After Eren signed the check, the shop staff promptly retrieved two brand new safes from the warehouse and arranged for a team to deliver and install them at Eren's house. They even offered Eren a ride back as part of the delivery. Back home, Eren supervised the installation team as they moved the larger safe into his basement and began securing it in place. Meanwhile, he carried the smaller safe upstairs to his bedroom. However, as Eren climbed the stairs to the third floor, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. His mood darkened, weighed down by an oppressive and gloomy feeling. What's going on? He paused, sensing something amiss. Scanning his surroundings carefully, he activated his spirit sight. His vision shifted, revealing faint gray mist seeping from the partially open door of his bedroom. The ominous, shadowy hues seemed to shroud the entire house in an aura of dread. At the same time, a faint yet pungent stench of decay began to permeate the air, worming its way into Eren's nostrils. Calmly but warily, Eren set down the heavy safe. His right hand moved instinctively to the pistol at his waist, while his left hand reached for the grenade in his pocket. Approaching the bedroom door cautiously, he used his spirit sight to observe every detail. When he reached the door, what he saw through the narrow gap made his pupils contract sharply, and his entire body tensed. The sight before him was grotesque. The only window in the bedroom had been covered with curtains, plunging the room into a dim, grayish light. The walls, once pristine and orderly, were now adorned with frames, dozens of wooden frames nailed meticulously across the walls. Inside these frames were spiders of all shapes, sizes, and colors. Hundreds of spiders had been turned into specimens, pinned to the frames with silver nails. They were arranged in an intricate, grotesque pattern resembling an inverted spider spread across the walls. The specimens, despite being arranged with precision, had clearly been hastily prepared. The faint odor of decay emanating from the spiders suggested that they hadn't been fully preserved. It seemed whoever had put them up was in a rush, completing their work hurriedly. Judging by the struggle marks on some of the spiders, they had likely been alive when pinned, their lives slowly ebbing away. Now, they were deathly still. Only their dark, desiccated eyes remained, gazing eerily into the upside-down world they had been left in. Chapter 51. Hundreds of lifeless spider eyes stared at the bedroom door from their bizarre arrangement on the wall, creating a chilling, oppressive atmosphere that crept into Eren's mind. The overwhelming visual sensation struck like a mental assault, attempting to disturb his thoughts and emotions. For an ordinary person, witnessing this scene would undoubtedly cause a severe psychological shock, leaving behind trauma that would haunt them in recurring nightmares. Eren, however, simply held his breath, steadied himself, and used his spirit sight to scan every corner of his bedroom, seeking out potential dangers. After meticulously sweeping the room several times and finding no hidden threats or lurking adversaries, Eren exhaled slightly, relaxing just a little. Even so, he didn't immediately enter the room. His gaze lingered on the wall of spider specimens before settling on a letter written in dark red ink, a hue unmistakably reminiscent of blood. From the doorway, Eren's sharp eyesight allowed him to make out the message on the blood-written note. The letter contained no lengthy monologue, just one chilling sentence. "You destroyed my favorite bride, I will destroy your most beloved bride." What the? Breaking into his home, nailing a grotesque arrangement of spider specimens on his wall, all to leave behind this cryptic threat. Seriously? What kind of lunatic is this? Eren's initial reaction was to dismiss the note as nonsensical ramblings. After all, he didn't recall ever ruining anyone's bride. Heck, he didn't even have a girlfriend, let alone a bride. What bride are you going to destroy? Are you planning to deliver one to me first? Eren was about to scoff when his eyes flicked back to the spider specimens on the wall. A sudden realization struck, and a flash of memory surfaced, the image of the humanoid spider he and George had killed. Wait a second, could it be? Shaking his head, Eren muttered to himself, no way. That's impossible. People wouldn't. His face darkened as he retrieved the crystalline orb he had drawn previously, preparing to divine the truth. Whether due to the lingering resentment of the pinned spiders or the residual aura of the intruder who had defiled his room, the divination was unusually smooth. The crystal orb's surface shimmered, and an array of fragmented images began to flicker within its depths. Most of the scenes depicted pale hands pinning live spiders to wooden frames, their movements methodical and cold. Other glimpses showed a dimly lit room, flashes of firelight illuminating faint silhouettes. The fragmented visions coalesced into a final, haunting image, a dark scene, faintly illuminated by orange flames, revealing the unmistakable silhouette of a human figure concealed in the shadows. Eren's heart sank. The contours of the scene were all too familiar. It was the parking garage where he and George had confronted and killed the humanoid spider. The revelation hit him hard. Neither he nor George had realized at the time that someone had been hiding in the shadows, silently observing their every move. Damn it. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If that figure had chosen to side with the humanoid spider, their chances of survival would have been grim. Clenching his jaw, Eren immediately pulled out his phone and dialed George's number. Several rings later, George's voice came through. Eren? Eren wasted no time, Mr. George, we may have a problem. Minutes later, the street outside Eren's three-story home was swarmed by police cars flashing their lights. The installation crew delivering Eren's safes froze in panic at the sight of dozens of armed officers pointing guns their way. Fortunately, Eren came down from the third floor before things escalated. Approaching George, who was now in full tactical gear, Eren raised an eyebrow. Quite the show of force, huh? George's expression was grim. After your call, I went home to check, and my bedroom was covered in the same spider specimens you described. Worse, I can't reach Helen. Today's Sunday, she should be home making dinner for the kids, but there's no response. Eren's brow furrowed. He looked at George, whose face was dark enough to drip water, and asked, any leads? George shook his head. My partner, Vinny, has taken a team from the 13th precinct to investigate. They're our best trackers, but so far, nothing. I came here first, hoping you might have some clues. Eren nodded slowly, understanding the gravity of the situation. The disappearance of Helen, George's wife, elevated the matter to an entirely different level. This wasn't just a threat to individuals anymore. It was a direct attack on the family of a high-ranking police officer, a blatant provocation to the entire NYPD. It was no wonder the police had mobilized so quickly and in such numbers. We don't have time to waste. Show me the scene, George urged, his voice tight with urgency. All right, Eren replied. The scene is on the third floor. I'll take you up. George nodded and gestured behind him. Evidence techs, follow me. A group of officers carrying forensic equipment quickly fell into step behind George as they entered Eren's home. The moment they stepped inside, the officers noticed the 4 workers in uniforms, still stunned by the sudden arrival of the police. These are the delivery and installation crew for the safes I bought earlier today, Eren explained. They have nothing to do with this. Chapter 52. Sim, take these men downstairs and question them thoroughly. See if they know anything useful. George scrutinized the 4 workers with a piercing gaze, making them sweat profusely before finally signaling for the officers to escort them out. Despite Eren's explanation about their presence, George wasn't willing to overlook any potential lead. Eren sighed but didn't stop him. These 4 were just unlucky to get caught in this mess. Eren resolved to have Doug compensate them later for their trouble. With the workers taken care of for now, Eren led George and a group of officers upstairs. As they climbed toward the 3rd floor, the oppressive stench of decay seemed to grow heavier, permeating the air even more than before. When they reached the bedroom, Eren opened the door fully, releasing a wave of foul odor that hit them like a wall. The stench was several times stronger than when Eren had first discovered it. Flipping the light switch, the grotesque spider specimen arrangement on the wall came into full view, illuminated starkly by the overhead light. The countless, lifeless eyes seemed to glisten with a malevolent aura under the artificial light. Ugh! A young female officer behind George turned away, clutching her mouth as she retched. Several male officers also looked pale, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Only George and 2 senior detectives seemed unaffected, their seasoned composure allowing them to hold steady. After ensuring the young officer was cared for, George stepped into the room with his team. His gaze landed on the blood-written note on the bed, and his expression darkened further. You destroyed my favorite bride, I will destroy your most beloved bride. That damned line again. If I find you, I swear I'll kill you, George growled, his body trembling with rage. Seeing George's fury, Eren spoke up, Mr. George, I recall that the humanoid spider case, along with the creature's body, was handed over to the FBI. Has there been any update from them in the past day? George's expression soured further. Not only have they failed to make progress, but the culprit has now blatantly threatened us. Is the FBI utterly incompetent? Are they just wasting taxpayer money on early retirement? Eren's frown deepened. So they've said nothing useful. They've withheld everything. Joaquin, the FBI agent in charge, claimed it was to prevent leaks while they pursued leads. He refused to share any details, George said, his tone dripping with frustration. What about now? With Helen's abduction, wouldn't they reconsider? George opened his mouth to reply but then closed it, shaking his head in silent fury. Eren sighed internally, recalling how affable Joaquin had been when he initially took the case from George. Yet within a single day, his attitude had shifted entirely. George's wife was in danger, possibly facing death, yet Joaquin refused to share critical information. Unbelievable. Eren's thoughts drifted to the note. Helen is George's wife, so the culprit kidnapped her. But who, in their mind, is my bride? Eren replayed the events in his head. He and George had killed the humanoid spider in the underground parking garage of George's neighborhood. The culprit was likely someone connected to that area, having observed them closely. Helen had been present at the scene, tending to George after the fight, so the culprit identified her as George's wife. As for Eren, the only person who had been near him at the time was Gwen. A chilling realization struck Eren. Could the culprit have mistaken Gwen as his bride? George, Eren began cautiously, I think the culprit might view Gwen as my bride. George's face paled. Gwen is an intern at Osborne Corporation. Today is Sunday, and she's likely still at their offices. I didn't tell her about Helen to avoid worrying her, so she should be in Osborne Tower right now. The gravity of the situation hit George immediately. He pulled out his phone and dialed Gwen's number. The ringtone felt interminable, each ring like a hammer pounding against George's chest. He couldn't bear the thought of receiving another devastating blow after Helen's abduction. Finally, the call connected. Gwen's voice came through the line, light and unbothered. Dad? Are you coming to pick me up? Norman Osborn announced today that he's calling a board meeting tomorrow, so my department head was pulled into a meeting. I've got some unfinished work, so I might be working late tonight. Hearing her voice, George felt a wave of relief wash over him. For a moment, he even felt grateful Gwen was at the well-secured Osborne Tower. If she had been at home, she might already have been abducted like Helen. However, George remained cautious. Gwen, listen to me carefully. I'm sending someone to Osborne Tower to get you. Stay there and don't leave under any circumstances. Be vigilant of everyone around you. Gwen immediately picked up on her father's tone. Lowering her voice, she asked, Dad, did something happen? There's been an incident. Someone might be targeting you. Trust me, I won't let anything happen to you. Just stay at Osborne Tower and wait for the officers I'm sending. Do you understand? George deliberately avoided mentioning Helen, fearing that Gwen might panic and leave the safety of Osborne Tower, giving the culprit an opportunity to strike. Chapter 53. Don't worry, Dad. I'll take care of myself. After hanging up the phone, Gwen clutched her file folder tightly. Quietly, she reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a small canister of pepper spray, her eyes discreetly scanning her surroundings. Since experiencing a kidnapping attempt, Gwen had made it a habit to carry small self-defense tools. It seemed that decision was paying off now. Meanwhile, back at Eren's house, he turned to George, puzzled. You're not going to check on her personally? Eren knew George to be a doting father. With Gwen potentially in danger, it seemed strange that he wouldn't rush to her side. George, having just radioed Officer Ryan to send a team to protect Gwen, shook his head. Ryan is one of our sharpest officers, a sharpshooter with an impeccable record. I trust him to keep Gwen safe. Helen, however, is in much greater danger right now. I don't even know how long she's been missing. As he spoke, guilt and worry clouded George's expression. If it weren't for him, Helen wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. Eren considered this and then suggested, if you can provide me with something of Helen's, like jewelry she wore often or unwashed clothing, I might be able to help find her. George looked at him skeptically. You're planning to track her scent? We've already tried that with 5 search dogs, but, he shook his head, clearly doubtful of the effectiveness of such a method. The reality was that scent tracking could be easily disrupted. With modern technology and transportation, a person could be sealed in a vehicle and moved hundreds of miles away in no time, rendering even the best dogs helpless. Despite his doubts, George reached into his pocket and pulled out a champagne-colored lipstick and a crescent-shaped pendant. I brought these earlier for the search dogs. Will these work? They'll do, Eren replied, deciding not to explain that he intended to use divination to locate Helen. He doubted George, a staunch believer in material evidence, would take him seriously. I'll also need a patrol car, Eren added. Consider it done, George replied without hesitation. Trust born from their previous partnership, and George's desperation, made him less inclined to question Eren's methods. Scanning the room, George's gaze fell on the young officer who had been retching earlier. Elena, I need you to drive Eren wherever he needs to go. He'll explain the details. Elena, a fresh police academy graduate and a high achiever, had struggled with the gruesome scene in Eren's room. George reasoned it would be better to send her out on a task rather than have her endure more discomfort at the crime scene. Yes, sir. Elena responded crisply, though her pale face betrayed her relief at the assignment. Time was of the essence. With George's approval, Eren and Elena entered a patrol car parked outside. Once Eren settled into the back seat, Elena, now seated at the wheel and buckling her seatbelt, turned to him. "Where to?" "Just a moment," Eren replied. He took the crescent pendant and the champagne-colored lipstick in his hands, preparing for a divination ritual. The lipstick would act as a dowsing rod, using Helen's personal energy to guide the search. In mysticism, personal items were often the best conduits for such rituals due to their close connection to the individual. Focusing his mind, Eren entered a semi-meditative state. His eyes darkened as his spiritual energy surged, lifting his awareness into another plane. In this heightened state, he could sense the invisible, spirit world all around him. Ignoring the vibrant, chaotic energies of the spirit world, Eren silently repeated the words, "Helen's location." After 7 repetitions, Eren let go of the lipstick, allowing it to spin freely in his palm. The air around him seemed to shift subtly, as if unseen presences had gathered, drawn by his spiritual energy. The eerie sensation of being watched by countless invisible entities prickled at Eren's senses, but he remained focused. Fixing his dark gaze on the lipstick, he repeated his query. "Helen's location." The lipstick, as if guided by an unseen force, tilted forward, pointing directly ahead. "Drive straight," Eren instructed, his voice distant and ethereal, as though it carried through layers of space and time. Elena, unnerved by the strange tone, hesitated only briefly before starting the car and following his direction. The method Eren employed was one he had recently mastered. Derived from ancient dowsing techniques, it used a small ritual to imbue an object with spiritual energy, allowing it to indicate the direction of a person or object. While not as precise as modern technology or other supernatural methods, it was a potent tool. By performing repeated divinations, Eren could gradually narrow down the search area. For a detective, such a skill would be a nightmare for any fugitive, a relentless tool to track them down. Chapter 54. Drive. Seeing Elena hesitating, Eren repeated himself, "I'll tell you when to turn." Though puzzled by Eren's strange behavior since getting into the car, Elena chose to follow George's orders and comply. Once the engine roared to life, the police car, with its sirens off, merged into the bustling New York traffic. They navigated street after street, with Eren periodically using his lipstick divination to recalibrate their direction. Elena's driving skills were impressive. Even when Eren abruptly directed a turn at an intersection, she executed it with precision and minimal delay. Half an hour later, after circling a particular building, Eren became convinced that Helen was inside. A final divination confirmed his suspicion. Instead of stopping immediately, Eren directed Elena to drive another block or two and take a turn into a narrow alleyway, ensuring they were out of sight of the target building. Finally, he had her park by a small bakery. "Why are we stopping here?" Elena asked, puzzled, as she killed the engine. Eren tucked the crescent pendant and lipstick back into his pocket before responding. "Officer Elena, I just realized I skipped dinner. Could you get me some bread from that bakery?" "Excuse me?" Elena shot Eren an incredulous look, her expression practically shouting, "Are you serious right now?" Eren doubled down. "Oh, and a drink too. Here's $10. He handed her a bill, his fingers leaving faint afterimages in the air, a subtle nudge that seemed to ease her resistance. Though annoyed, Elena ultimately shook her head and got out of the car. This kid must be in shock after everything he's been through. Fine, I'll indulge him this once. While Elena disappeared into the bakery, Eren called George. "George, I think I've found where Helen is." "What?" George had just left Eren's house, intending to regroup with his partner Vinny, when Eren's words stopped him in his tracks. His heart raced as he barked into the phone, "Where?" Eren glanced at a street sign, 8th Avenue, near 39th Street. A building labeled Abbott Freezing Company. "I don't know how many hostiles are inside, so if you want to save Helen, you'll need backup." To bolster his words, Eren used a touch of the mind imprint technique, ensuring George felt the weight of his urgency. George's bloodshot eyes gleamed with determination as he growled, "Don't worry. I'll get Helen out, no matter the cost." As George prepared to end the call, Eren added, "One more thing, approach quietly. Don't make a big show of force. If they feel cornered, they might lash out. Helen's still in their hands." "Understood. I'll handle it," George replied, his voice as cold as steel before hanging up. With backup called, Eren rummaged through the police car and found a baseball cap someone had left behind. After donning it, he exited the car just as Elena returned with a bag of bread and a drink. Taking the items, Eren said, "When George and his team arrive, wait here for them. I'll check things out up ahead." Before Elena could protest, Eren was already walking away, leaving her standing in confusion. Eren blended seamlessly into the pedestrian traffic on the street, his cap pulled low as he carried his bread and drink like any ordinary passerby. The building housing Abbott Freezing Company loomed ahead. He planned to scout the area before George and his team arrived. However, he had already used divination to confirm that this reconnaissance would be safe, ensuring his confidence as he proceeded. Within minutes, Eren reached the building. The 5-story structure was L-shaped, with its street-facing side serving as the company's front office and the adjacent wing converted into a series of cold storage units. Behind the building, a small lot served as a loading area for trucks. At this late hour, the surrounding businesses and offices were well lit, their windows glowing brightly against the dark New York night. In stark contrast, the Abbott building stood shrouded in darkness, with only the guard station at the entrance showing any sign of life. Avoiding the security cameras, Eren ducked into a shadowy corner and retrieved the champagne-colored lipstick. His eyes darkened as he focused his energy for another round of divination. This time, the lipstick pointed not toward the main building but to one of the adjacent cold storage units. In a cold storage unit? Moving stealthily, Eren crept along the walls, staying in the shadows as he approached the indicated unit. Once close, he took a deep breath and activated his spirit sight. As he channeled more of his spiritual energy into his eyes, the faint colors and lines of auras began to sharpen and intensify. Within moments, his enhanced sight penetrated the walls of the cold storage unit, revealing the energy signatures within. Chapter 55. 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 distinct auras. That's quite a crowd, Eren muttered as his brows furrowed. However, his concern wasn't about the number of people but Helen's condition. Among the 7 auras, 2 were abnormally faint, teetering on the edge of collapse. Damn it, one of those weak ones better not be Helen. Cursing under his breath, Eren retrieved a familiar coin from his pocket. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he flicked it into the air. Buzz. The coin vibrated as it spun mid-air, drawing invisible threads of energy around itself. Eren's darkened eyes fixated on the coin as he silently posed the question to the unseen spiritual realm. Is Helen among those 2 weak auras? Repeating the question thrice, Eren caught the coin in his hand. When he opened his palm, the 25-cent coin revealed its face upside. Heads. The result indicated that Helen wasn't among the 2 fading auras. Breathing a sigh of relief, Eren allowed himself a moment of calm. At least she's not on the brink of death. Still, his curiosity lingered. If it's not Helen, then who are those 2? Other victims, perhaps. The repurposed cold storage unit lacked windows, with only a massive roll-up door for loading and a smaller reinforced steel door beside it. After circling the building covertly, Eren used his spiritual sight to discern the general locations of the 7 auras. The 2 strongest auras were stationed at the roll-up door and the smaller side door, likely guards left by the captors. The other 5, including the 2 weak auras, were clustered at the back of the cold storage unit. Are they all hostages? Or are some accomplices hiding among them? Faced with the uncertainty, Eren concluded, better wait for George and his team. Eren's current arsenal wasn't ideal for the situation. His gaze of despair required direct eye contact to unleash its full potential, and while the eggshell grenade in his pocket was powerful, it was limited in its reach and utility in the confined space of the cold storage. Acknowledging his limitations, Eren slipped away from the cold storage and returned to the alley where he had left the police car. Minutes later, George arrived in a car that screeched to a halt, its engine emitting wisps of smoke. Eren raised an eyebrow at the sight. What speed did he drive at to overheat the engine? Ignoring the pale-faced officer in the passenger seat, George stormed toward Eren. Where's Helen? She's in the 3rd cold storage unit of the Abbott Freezing Company building, about 100 meters away, Eren reported, his tone steady. Along with Helen, there are 6 other people inside. 1 guard is stationed at the roll-up door, another at the side door, and the rest are with Helen at the back of the unit. I'm not sure if all 4 people with Helen are fellow victims or if any of them are accomplices, but 2 of them are in bad shape. George's eyes sharpened, a mix of gratitude and suspicion flickering in his gaze. How do you know all this? Eren shrugged. I'm an orphan. I've picked up a few unique skills to survive. Let's just say I have my methods. George cut him off with a wave, I don't care about your secrets. If your intel helps me save Helen, I owe you everything. With Eren's information in hand, George quickly used his radio to coordinate with the NYPD, deploying officers and finalizing a rescue plan. The police mobilization was swift and precise. After a final check of the cold storage layout with Eren's guidance, George led a squad of heavily armed officers into the building. Eren didn't participate in the rescue operation but waited anxiously outside. Minutes later, George emerged from the cold storage, carrying Helen in his arms. Her face was pale, and she was unconscious. Medics from a nearby ambulance rushed forward, gently but firmly taking Helen from George and placing her on a stretcher. George's face twisted with worry, his hands trembling as he watched the doctors perform emergency diagnostics. Shortly after, 2 more SWAT officers exited the building, each carrying a woman. One of the women, a teenage girl with blood staining her lower body, was conscious but hysterical, her piercing screams echoing through the night. Her eyes darted around wildly, and her body trembled violently, evidence of severe trauma. The scene was chaotic as 4 additional medics sprinted toward the cold storage, carrying emergency kits. They had just received word from the SWAT team inside. 2 women were critically injured and required immediate medical attention. Chapter 56. Eren glanced at the doctor rushing past before withdrawing his gaze. He walked over to the ambulance where Helen lay. She was hooked up to various monitoring devices. Quietly, Eren activated his spiritual vision. However, as soon as he saw Helen's aura, Eren's brows furrowed deeply. In the perspective of spiritual vision, Helen's aura, though not indicative of life-threatening danger, was still in poor condition. The outer layer of her aura, representing health, which was usually a bright white, appeared extremely dim. Her lower legs, in particular, had an aura that was erratic and chaotic, as though the area had suffered severe trauma. Internally, her astral body, which was closely tied to her mental and emotional state, also appeared dulled. It seemed that Helen had suffered some mental strain before falling unconscious. The paramedics called by the NYPD were relatively skilled. After a round of examinations, they quickly assessed Helen's condition. The patient's lower legs are fractured, likely due to blunt force trauma. The patient's heartbeat is erratic, and upper body trauma cannot be ruled out. A piece of rusty metal was found embedded in the wound on the patient's forehead. One piece of bad news after another turned George's face pale as he sat inside the ambulance. Looking at Helen, who wore an expression of faint pain and occasionally twitched even in her unconscious state, George's heart felt as though it were being torn apart. At that moment, George wished he could take Helen's place on that stretcher. If he could, he would willingly endure the pain on her behalf. The masked doctor, who appeared to know George, patted him on the shoulder and said, "The patient is not in immediate danger, but her condition is critical. I need to take her to the hospital right away. You'll need to step out, George." George shook his head. "No, Helen is my wife. I'm not going anywhere. Drive, I'll go to the hospital with you." Although George wanted nothing more than to tear the perpetrator apart, he knew Helen needed his presence now more than anything. The doctor glanced at Helen, lying on the stretcher, and nodded. "All right." After discarding his bloodied gloves, the doctor replaced them with a clean pair and prepared a syringe to administer a painkiller to Helen. Just then, a burly officer with a thick beard approached the ambulance. Peering inside, he asked, "George, how's Helen?" George's eyes dimmed, and he shook his head. "Her condition isn't great." "You're just in time, Vinny. I'm going to accompany Helen to the hospital. I'll leave things here to you." George's longtime partner, Detective Vinny from the NYPD's 13th Precinct, gave Helen a worried look. After a moment of silence, he nodded firmly. "Don't worry, George. I've got this. The department has already issued an arrest warrant for Abbott. We'll catch that bastard." Abbott, the owner of Abbott Freezing Company and the prime suspect in the case. After learning Helen had been locked in Abbott's cold storage facility, George immediately looked into the company. He quickly discovered that Abbott's owner, Junior Abbott, lived just a few floors above their apartment. The man had even exchanged pleasantries with George on multiple occasions. Though not close neighbors, they would sometimes encounter each other during their commutes. George could hardly believe that the polite and courteous Junior Abbott could be capable of such a monstrous act. "Thanks, Vinny. I owe you one." Vinny shook his head. "No need for that between us. I'll also assign a few officers to keep an eye on Gwen and send a team to the hospital with you. With his base of operations compromised, who knows what that lunatic might do next. Better safe than sorry." "Good idea." After speaking with Vinny, George turned to Eren and expressed his gratitude. Eren, thank you for your help. Without you, we wouldn't have found Helen in time. The memory of the horrific scene inside the cold storage facility sent a chill down George's spine, but it also made him deeply grateful for Eren's assistance. Eren waved dismissively. No need to. Before he could finish, the doctor interrupted with irritation. Alright, that's enough chit-chat. If you're going to talk, do it outside. I need to take the patient to the hospital. George, if you want your wife to get better soon, shut the door so we can leave. Right away. George quickly complied, and as the ambulance door shut, the vehicle roared to life and sped off toward the hospital. After George left, Eren turned to Vinny. Detective Vinny, may I take a look inside the cold storage? Vinny frowned. That place is a bloodbath. It's not something someone your age should see. Seeing Vinny's reluctance, Eren tried a different approach. I just want to examine the cold storage for clues. If I can figure out the culprit's location quickly, I can get a good night's sleep. You know, I'm the one who found Mrs. Helen in the first place. Vinny's expression grew serious. He studied Eren for a moment before nodding reluctantly. Although he didn't want to admit it, Eren was indeed talented at tracking. Despite leading a team of over 10 officers for hours, Vinny hadn't found a single lead. Yet Eren had located Helen and gathered detailed information about her confinement in less than 30 minutes. Hoping that Eren's instincts might also lead them to Junior Abbott, Vinny decided to give him a chance. Fine. Follow me. Walking through the side door, which had been violently broken open, Eren entered the dimly lit cold storage facility. As soon as he stepped inside, a heavy gloom seemed to settle over him, casting a shadow on his heart. Chapter 57. As soon as Eren stepped into the cold storage, his eyes were drawn to a mangled corpse lying in a pool of blood. The body was barely recognizable, its arm marked with a spider tattoo. The flickering overhead light cast eerie shadows, intensifying the already grim atmosphere. Eren frowned slightly, carefully avoiding the corpse and the sticky blood on the floor. Skirting the narrow entrance near the side door, he stepped further into the cold storage. Standing at the entrance, Eren swept his gaze across the room, taking in the full extent of the scene. Aside from the towering stacks of frozen goods deliberately placed at the front to conceal the interior, the rear half of the cold storage had been completely cleared out and transformed into a horrifying sight. At the center of the vast space was a 6-meter-wide pit. In the middle of the pit stood a cement altar, carved with strange and unsettling patterns. On the altar, a web of steel chains bound two figures whose lower bodies were mangled and bloody. The chains coiled tightly around them, securing them to the dark red surface of the altar. The paramedics who had rushed into the cold storage earlier were crouched beside the altar, frantically attempting emergency treatment on the two victims. Eren's gaze moved from the altar to its surroundings, and an uncontrollable chill ran down his spine. Goosebumps rose on his arms as an overwhelming sense of dread gripped him. Around the altar were 4 steel cages, scattered among piles of spider carcasses and torn clothing. Amidst the shredded garments, he could make out blackened, shriveled human-like figures, drained of life as if nothing but remnants remained. Creepy, isn't it? Detective Vinny, who had accompanied Eren, patted him on the shoulder, snapping him out of his daze. Vinny continued, at first, we thought that humanoid spider monster was the result of illegal human experiments carried out by some underground lab defying federal regulations. But who would have guessed that the monster came from such a crude setup? Looking at the exposed human remains at the bottom of the pit, Vinny muttered under his breath, this is insane. Judging by the piles of bones near the cages and the blood-stained altar, Vinny could only imagine how many lives had been lost here. Though this wasn't his precinct, Vinny could already picture the headlines in tomorrow's papers, accusing the NYPD of incompetence. This isn't just insanity. Eren turned his gaze to the altar's edge, focusing on the blood-soaked carvings and the cages around it. His voice turned cold. This is a ritual, a sacrifice to please an evil god. A ritual forged with symbols, guided by blood, and fueled by life itself. Even without knowing which god the ritual aimed to please, Eren had no doubt of its reality. The cold storage still held a lingering aura, faint but enough to make his soul tremble with fear. What do you mean? Vinny frowned. A sacrifice to please an evil god? Are you saying these people were cultists? As Eren explained, Vinny glanced at the eerie, corpse-filled cold storage and found the idea unsettlingly plausible. Only cultists, those unhinged lunatics, could commit such horrifying acts within the city. At that moment, the paramedics working on the altar let out simultaneous sighs, stopping their efforts. What's wrong? Vinny quickly stepped forward. One of the older doctors shook his head and replied, the wounds were too infected, combined with excessive blood loss and organ failure, we did everything we could. He then turned to the altar, looking at one of the poor girls whose upper body was human, but whose lower half had been grotesquely fused with massive spider legs. Monsters, he muttered. Removing his bloodied coat, he draped it over the exposed bodies of the two lifeless women, offering them a semblance of dignity. Eren, standing behind Vinny, glanced at the altar and silently mused to himself. This crude transformation ritual must have worked because it gained the attention of some evil god. Seeing the altar and the two women who had died with their eyes wide open, Eren finally understood the origin of the humanoid spider he had encountered earlier. This complicates things. Initially, Eren had planned to look for personal items in the cold storage that belonged to Abbott, intending to use divination to track him down. However, upon seeing that the ritual had succeeded and earned the favor of an evil god, Eren hesitated. If Abbott was still under the god's gaze, any attempt at divination might inadvertently connect Eren to the god. Such a misstep could have catastrophic consequences, including instant death from backlash. Wait. If Junior Abbott truly had the favor of an evil god, Gwen could be in serious danger. Could the officers George assigned really protect her? Eren turned to Vinny and said urgently, Detective Vinny, if that man is a cultist, Gwen might be in grave danger. Vinny's expression darkened. Eren was right. Cultists were unpredictable and dangerous, capable of unimaginable horrors. As Vinny pulled out his phone to warn the officers guarding Gwen, a chilling sense of dread surged through Eren's chest. Danger. 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 The overwhelming, suffocating sense of crisis made it hard for Eren to breathe. What had been an oppressive cold storage moments ago now felt like a monstrous, devouring beast intent on swallowing them whole. Eren's extraordinary intuition as a diviner screamed at him to flee immediately. Danger. Run. Get out of here now. Chapter 58. Eren shouted a warning, wasting no time explaining further. He bolted toward the side door he had entered through, his legs moving so fast they seemed to leave afterimages. Inside the cold storage, the sudden shout startled the police officers and paramedics. Moments later, they saw Eren reach the side door in an instant. Vinny, who was holding his phone and about to call Ryan, froze for a moment before realizing something critical. Just as Eren was about to dart through the side door, Vinny roared, his voice thunderous. Everyone, drop what you're doing and get out of here, now. The officers and paramedics, already unnerved by Eren's actions and words, didn't hesitate. Dropping everything, they sprinted toward the side door with alarming urgency. Their practiced, almost synchronized movements conveyed an instinct for survival that was deeply ingrained in them. Even those who had no idea what was happening understood from Eren and Vinny's warnings that the situation was dire. While Eren and the others were racing to escape, on the rooftop of a building across the street from Abbott Freezing Company, a figure cloaked in black stood shrouded in the night. The figure watched the police swarming around the company building, their faces twisted with anger. Damn it, he growled. How did these useless cops find my altar so quickly? Normally, the NYPD takes days to deal with even minor issues. But this time. Fuck. My altar. My spider brides, all prepared as offerings for the mother of spiders, ruined. Under the figure's hood, Junior Abbott's face was grim. A faint, blood-red spider pattern glowed beneath his skin, spreading across his face and lending his already sinister expression an even darker, crazed edge. All of you, you'll pay for destroying my brides. You lowly worms will be buried with them. Growling curses, Junior Abbott pulled a small remote control from his pocket and pointed it toward the Abbott Freezing Company building. Die, you pathetic mortals. With that, he pressed the red button on the remote. The explosives he had planted around the cold storage facility when it was repurposed for his ritual received the signal. In less than a second, the command to detonate was transmitted to the hidden bombs. The next moment, a deafening explosion echoed through New York's 39th Street, near 8th Avenue. The blast illuminated half of New York City in a fiery glow. Boom! Countless windows around Abbott Freezing Company shattered under the force of the explosion. Glass fragments rained down like deadly shards, adding to the chaos. Consider yourselves lucky. Shielding his face from the blinding firelight with one hand, Junior Abbott smirked at the rising inferno before turning toward the rooftop staircase. The explosion had drawn far too much attention, he needed to leave before the situation spiraled further out of control. Descending the stairs at breakneck speed, Junior Abbott's mind raced. If they found my altar, they'll definitely track down my apartment. Hell, someone might already be waiting for me there. My company's gone, my apartment's a no-go, I need to find a place to hide. Maybe Hell's Kitchen. Most of the women he had abducted for his ritual, except for Helen, whom he had taken to spite George and Eren, had been purchased through channels in Hell's Kitchen. Junior Abbott was no stranger to the chaos and disorder of the area. If he wanted to stay in New York or escape the city, Hell's Kitchen offered the best resources and connections for someone in his position. Racing down the stairs, he reached the building's ground floor in no time. Pushing open the side door, he stepped out into the street. He had barely taken a few steps when... Bang! 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 A volley of gunfire erupted around him. Danger! The moment he heard the shots, Junior Abbott's instincts screamed at him. Dropping to the ground, he rolled forward to evade the bullets. Bang! 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 No matter how he rolled, the bullets seemed to track him, striking the ground where he had been moments before. Clink! 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 Bullets missed him but hit the pavement, sending shards of debris flying. The fragments stung his face, and he felt warm liquid trickling from his wounds. Blood dripped onto his already sinister visage, intensifying the eerie spider pattern glowing on his skin. Even worse, one of the initial bullets had struck his right hand. The searing pain radiated through him, rendering his right hand nearly useless. The injury crippled him, making it impossible to draw the pistol holstered at his waist. Without a means to retaliate, Junior Abbott's situation was precarious, and potentially fatal. Damn it! Fuck! Chapter 59. As Junior Abbott rolled to avoid the incoming bullets, he gritted his teeth and endured the searing pain, his left hand fumbling at his right hip for the pistol holstered there. But then... a small, oval-shaped object, resembling an egg, rolled across the ground as if predicting where Junior would land. After a few precise bounces, it came to rest beneath his body, just as he rolled over it. What? Before Junior could process what was happening, a blinding flash erupted from beneath him. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the narrow alley. Junior Abbott's body was instantly obliterated, his torso shredded into a fine mist of blood and flesh. His remains painted the alley walls in a gruesome coat of dark red. At the alley's entrance, Vinny, disheveled but unharmed, stared at the scene in shock. He swallowed hard, then turned to Eren with a mix of fear and disbelief. Damn it, kid! Why the hell do you have something that dangerous on you? If Eren hadn't yanked him away just before the explosion, Vinny was sure he'd have been covered in Junior Abbott's remains, or worse. Despite the nausea roiling in his stomach, Vinny couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of the small grenade. It had caused far more destruction than any standard-issue grenade used by the police department. Eren shrugged. It's one of Osborne Group's experimental grenades. Still in testing phases. As a shareholder of the Osborne Group, I carry a few prototypes to gather field data. Nothing unusual about that, right? Vinny gave Eren a stunned look, then turned away, choosing not to dig deeper. He owed his life to the kid, after all. But wasn't Eren supposed to be just an ordinary high school student? Since when had he become a shareholder in a major corporation? I need to mention this to George later, Vinny thought, momentarily shelving his curiosity. Suppressing his disgust, Vinny stepped over the viscous remains of flesh and blood, stopping at what was left of Junior Abbott's head. He kicked it lightly, muttering, "You bastard." If Eren hadn't noticed Junior fleeing the scene and dragged him to intercept, the maniac might have escaped. If that had happened, bringing him to justice for the horrors in the cold storage, and Helen's suffering, would have been nearly impossible. Wait. If Junior was here, then the explosion at Abbott Freezing Company must have been his doing. As Vinny pieced things together, the severed head before him suddenly emitted a series of wet coughs. Cough, cough, damn it. I'm not finished. Junior's bloodied head rolled slightly, his eyes snapping open. They burned with hatred as he glared at Vinny. You, damned scum. Let's die together. With a final, furious roar, the blood-red spider pattern on Junior's forehead began to glow, pulsing brighter with each passing moment. Vinny, sensing danger, tried to move, but his legs froze in place under the spider's crimson light. The grotesque head began to swell unnaturally, and the glowing spider seemed to gain strength with each pulse. Then, a thin silver thread shot through the air like a needle, piercing Junior's head. In an instant, a torrent of venomous hatred exploded from the thread. The intense malice coalesced into the form of a young woman, her figure shrouded in a dark, ominous aura. The overwhelming surge of vengeful energy engulfed the blood-red spider pattern, attacking and eroding it relentlessly. The once menacing spider symbol began to corrode and fade, unable to withstand the onslaught of hatred. With the spider's protection gone, Junior Abbott's swollen head rapidly deflated. Within seconds, it disintegrated into ash, leaving no trace of flesh or bone. The venomous energy finished its work, and Eren felt a wave of satisfaction emanating from the silver thread wrapped around his finger. It was as if the thread was thanking him for giving it the opportunity to exact vengeance on a betrayer. The thread, now slightly longer, softened and coiled itself around Eren's finger like a delicate silk ribbon. After witnessing the destructive power of the vengeful thread firsthand, Eren resolved to handle it with utmost care. He had no desire to experience its wrath himself. As Eren retracted the thread, Vinny gradually snapped out of his daze. What happened? What was I just doing? Blinking in confusion, Vinny suddenly recalled Junior Abbott's grotesque, animated head. Damn! Instinctively, he bolted out of the alley, stopping when he saw Eren's amused, knowing expression. A sense of unease crept over him. Turning back to the alley, Vinny scanned the ground where Junior's head had been. But there was no head. Only a small pile of ashes remained on the blood-streaked ground. What the? Where's his head? Muttering to himself, Vinny glanced at Eren, who chuckled softly. After spouting one last threat, the head disintegrated into a pile of ash. Look, it's still there, Eren said, pointing to the obvious heap of ash in the alley. Chapter 60. Following Eren's gaze, Vinny quickly noticed the pile of ashes now occupying the alley. He opened his mouth, his mind filling with a flood of question marks. The massive, bloodied head from earlier, how had it suddenly turned into a pile of ashes? Eren, noticing Vinny's bewildered expression, smirked. Strange, isn't it? Thinking back to Junior Abbott's grotesque head, which had been capable of speech despite being severed, Vinny couldn't help but feel that the head self-combusting into ash, somehow wasn't the strangest thing he'd encountered tonight. Still. When had cultists become this bizarre? Vinny had dealt with cases involving cultists before, but most of them were con artists masquerading as religious leaders, swindling money and exploiting followers. Even the rare, genuine fanatics were simply extreme and irrational in their actions, nothing like the supernatural horror he'd witnessed tonight. After a moment of silence, Vinny shook his head vigorously, as if trying to clear his thoughts of the strange notions taking root. How am I even supposed to write this report? If I include what just happened, everyone's going to think I've lost my mind. Eren glanced at him and said meaningfully, this is just the beginning. The extraordinary is about to become commonplace. You might find yourself dealing with things like this more often, Detective Vinny. And when that happens, you'll have bigger headaches to worry about. Vinny frowned at Eren. What do you mean by that? Before Eren could respond, a squad of heavily armed SWAT officers, clad in tactical gear, arrived at the scene. The squad leader approached Vinny, asking, Detective Vinny, what was that explosion about? Reluctantly abandoning his line of questioning, Vinny turned to the SWAT team. We encountered Junior Abbott in this alley, and there was an altercation. He exited from the stairwell of that building over there. The cold storage just exploded, and Abbott sneaked out right afterward. I suspect he's connected to the explosion, probably triggered it to destroy evidence. Hearing that the cold storage explosion was linked to the mangled remains in the alley, the SWAT officers exchanged grim looks. If Junior Abbott weren't already dead, they wouldn't have hesitated to riddle him with bullets. Despite the warnings from Eren and Vinny, several officers hadn't escaped the blast radius in time. Some were injured even outside the cold storage by debris and shockwaves. The casualties were enough to stoke the SWAT officers' anger toward Abbott. Understood. I'll take a team to check the building. 5 and 6, secure the site and look for any additional hazards. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The squad leader and 3 officers headed into the stairwell to investigate, while the remaining officers secured the alley. One officer took up a defensive position at the far end, weapon at the ready, while the other 2 began sifting through the debris. Among the wreckage, Junior Abbott's lower body became the focal point of their investigation. Moments later, an officer pulled a damaged remote control from Abbott's pocket. Reporting, found a damaged remote control, likely the detonator. Another officer called out from the opposite side of the alley, holding up a mangled pistol. Reporting, found a damaged firearm. Hearing that a detonator had been recovered, Vinny's face darkened. Damn it, so he really was behind the explosion, he muttered. A quick analysis confirmed that the detonator matched the explosives used in the cold storage. The case against Junior Abbott was airtight. Evidence and testimony ensured that even if he had survived, he wouldn't have escaped justice. After giving a brief statement, Eren was driven home in a police car, experiencing yet another ride courtesy of the NYPD. When he arrived, he saw that the officers collecting evidence at his home still hadn't finished. Outside, curious Chinatown residents had gathered near his building. But as Eren stepped out of the police car, the crowd avoided his gaze, their expressions wary. Clearly, the recent visits from gang members and police officers had left his neighbors uneasy, leading them to label Eren as a dangerous individual. Eren ignored their stares, more amused than bothered. Only now did he realize that despite everything that had happened tonight, only a few hours had passed. In that short time, he had uncovered and destroyed the mastermind's hideout and even reduced Junior Abbott to ashes. The thought made the corner of Eren's mouth twitch. Why bother? Living peacefully wasn't an option for him. Now he's nothing but ash. Wait, was it my fault for killing his precious humanoid spider first? Is that why he retaliated? Ridiculous. None of this would have happened if that spider hadn't tried to kill me in the parking garage. I would have been home hours ago without all this nonsense. After seeing the officers off, Eren grabbed fresh bedding from his third-floor room and set it up in the second-floor guest room. Though the police had removed the spider specimens from his bedroom, the stench of decay lingered, making it impossible to sleep there. After a refreshing shower, Eren settled into bed. But then, as if remembering something, he leapt up and rummaged through the guest room's closet. From a compartment at the bottom, he retrieved the small safe he had purchased earlier that day. Chapter 61. After dealing with the commotion in his bedroom earlier, Eren had hurriedly hidden the safe in the guest room following the police's visit. Now, however, he wasn't in the mood to admire the pricey safe he'd bought. Entering the passcode he had set, Eren opened the safe and retrieved his Osborne Group stock transfer contract. Looking at the document, he chuckled to himself, a trace of self-mockery in his expression. Looks like sudden wealth really has gone to my head. Earlier that day, after receiving the stock transfer, he had been so exhilarated by his newfound riches that he had completely forgotten about the critical information he had obtained from Natasha, the Black Widow. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already located and rescued Tony Stark from Afghanistan. This revelation hinted at the next big event, Tony Stark's return to New York. If Eren remembered correctly, the first thing Tony Stark did upon returning from Afghanistan was to hold a press conference, announcing the shutdown of Stark Industries' weapons development division. That earth-shattering news sent Stark Industries stock into a historic freefall, plummeting to rock-bottom prices. It wasn't until Tony Stark declared his iconic line, "I am Iron Man," that the company's stock began its rapid recovery. Although Eren's actions had expedited Stark's rescue, he was confident that Stark's personality and the inexorable pull of fate would still lead to the same sequence of events. This presented a golden opportunity for anyone with enough capital and knowledge of future events. When the mighty whale falls, all creatures thrive. The collapse of Stark Industries, a titan of global military industry, would send ripples across the financial world, driving countless people into a frenzy. For Eren, this was a chance to rake in an astronomical profit. Of course, for the stockholders of Stark Industries, it would be an unmitigated disaster. But then again, capital is never merciful. With that thought, Eren picked up his phone and called Norman Osborn. Once the call connected, Eren directly stated his desire to liquidate part of his Osborne Group shares for cash. Norman's voice, tinged with curiosity, came through the line. "Mr. Eren, are you in urgent need of funds?" After a moment of silence, Eren replied with a sigh, "Yes, I need a substantial sum for an investment opportunity." "I see," Norman murmured. Then he continued, "I must admit, my personal liquid funds are rather limited at the moment, thanks to the considerable expenses I've incurred on experimental treatments for my family's genetic condition. I have about $100 million left in liquid assets. But if you need a larger amount, I suggest using your Osborne Group stock certificate as collateral for a bank loan. Given the company's current market value, 5% of the group's shares can easily secure a $10 billion loan. You'll only need to pay a negligible amount in interest, which can be covered by the annual dividends from your shares. This way, you'll have the funds you need without selling your assets." As Norman spoke, Eren felt as though the man had opened a door to an entirely new world. Wait, the world of capital works like this? Following Norman's advice, a stretch limousine arrived outside Eren's home that evening. The vehicle whisked him away to a Manhattan branch of a New York bank. Though the bank had long since closed for the day, it was brightly lit when Eren arrived. A sharply dressed bank executive greeted him with great respect and personally handled the collateral arrangements. Collateralizing 5% of Osborne Group shares was a massive transaction for any bank, promising substantial returns. It was no wonder the executive was so accommodating. Perhaps due to Norman Osborne's influence or the quality of the assets being pledged, the entire process was remarkably smooth. By the time the limousine returned Eren to Chinatown, the $10 billion loan had already been deposited into his account. Back home, Eren couldn't help but marvel at the sheer convenience of capital in the Federation. Reflecting on the night's events, Eren opened a trading account and poured his $10 billion into the stock market, leveraging heavily to short Stark Industries stock. Fortunately, thanks to his mother's teachings, Eren was familiar with the intricacies of the stock market. He had even pre-registered his account long ago, saving him the hassle of navigating the system. After setting his investments in motion, Eren finally had time to meditate. The day's repeated use of divination had deepened his understanding of the practice. Even the diviner potion in his body felt significantly closer to being fully assimilated. He estimated that with a few more similar experiences, he could completely digest the diviner potion and advance to the jester pathway. The jester potion would not only enhance his strength and agility but also significantly improve his physical coordination. It would grant him exceptional combat skills and allow him to integrate supernatural abilities into combat. For instance, he could instinctively predict an opponent's next move, sense impending danger, or imbue paper cards with razor-sharp edges for throwing. At that stage, Eren's combat prowess would see a dramatic improvement. With visions of a promising future, Eren entered his meditative state. However, this time, he had barely begun when white mist rapidly engulfed his vision, swallowing his soul. In the blink of an eye, Eren found himself drawn into the familiar balanced space. Staring at the surreal scales before him, Eren's eyes flickered with confusion. What's going on? I was just starting to meditate. How did I end up here? Chapter 62. Eren scanned his surroundings in the familiar balanced space, his eyes soon landing on an unusual sight. In front of the eternal scales of fate, a crimson sphere of light had appeared, hovering silently. As if responding to his attention, the blood-red orb floated toward him, its glow intensifying with each moment. Soon, the glowing sphere was directly in front of him, suspended in midair. Eren studied it closely. Apart from its blood-red hue, the orb was nearly identical in size and shape to the ones he had previously obtained from the Fate Compass. Fixating on the orb, he felt a strange, mystical knowledge flow into his mind. A few seconds later, his gaze on the sphere turned peculiar. So that's what it was. The crimson orb was a reward for eliminating Junior Abbot, the cultist of an evil god. However, calling it a reward felt somewhat misleading. The blood-red sphere originated from the sinister spider sigil that had once marked Junior Abbot. It was a token of favor granted by the unknown evil god he worshipped and offered sacrifices to. This sigil had granted Abbot extraordinary abilities, though his rise was cut tragically short by Eren. While Eren's venomous thread had severed and corroded the connection between the sigil and Abbot, it had not entirely erased the sigil. When Abbot's body and soul were consumed by the venomous thread, the sigil, now ownerless, attempted to return to its god. Unfortunately for the sigil, the scales of fate within Eren's soul intervened. The scales forcibly drew the sigil into the balanced space and purged its malevolent influence, leaving behind only its pure, original power. Killing evil god followers comes with such benefits. Eren's initial shock gave way to excitement. Reaching out, he touched the crimson sphere. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a fragment of primordial essence. Effect, activation. This essence can be infused into an object, granting it the characteristics of a living entity. Activation. Eren blinked, puzzled. If the essence had offered something more combat-oriented, he could have infused it into a weapon to boost his strength. But activating an object? If he used it on a gun, he worried the firearm might come alive and cause chaos during battle. Wait. There didn't seem to be any restrictions on the type of object he could activate. Could he use it on his house? Eren's home had been invaded multiple times in just a few days, leaving him frustrated and uneasy. As his notoriety grew, he was certain more uninvited guests would come calling. If this essence could truly activate his 3-story building, it might turn out to be an unexpected boon. At the very least, it could make things more difficult for intruders. With his decision made, Eren grabbed the glowing sphere and exited the balanced space. Back in the real world, Eren examined the crimson orb in his hand, its brilliance illuminating his palm. "Let's see what you can do," he muttered before pressing the orb against the wall of his house. Activate. The essence, now imprinted with Eren's presence, flowed seamlessly into the wall. A faint vibration rippled through the structure as the crimson light fractured into countless beams, spreading rapidly across the entire house. In less than a second, the eerie glow vanished, absorbed into the walls. Eren, still standing before the house, felt a pulse beneath his feet, a sensation akin to a heartbeat. Did it really come alive? Activating his spiritual vision, Eren immediately noticed a new layer of energy surrounding the house. The aura was strikingly similar to the life force he had observed in sentient beings. His lifeless home was now alive, thanks to the essence. Interesting. Curious, Eren approached the guest room door. As he neared, the door creaked open on its own, seemingly responding to his presence. Surprised but amused, he muttered, "Fascinating." Leaving the guest room, Eren moved toward the staircase. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, they transformed into an escalator-like mechanism, smoothly carrying him up to the third floor. Upon reaching the top, the stairs reverted to their original state. Eren headed to his bedroom, and once again, the door opened automatically as if anticipating his arrival. Stepping inside, he noticed the foul stench that had permeated the room earlier was gone, replaced by fresh, clean air. Air purification, huh? Not bad. Nodding in approval, Eren continued to explore the house. The changes were apparent everywhere. From the basement to the roof, the once ordinary building had been transformed into something extraordinary. The house wasn't just alive, it was adapting, reshaping itself to better serve its master. As Eren stepped back into the living room, he couldn't help but marvel at the possibilities. This might be the best decision I've ever made. Chapter 63. The previously haphazardly arranged furniture in Eren's home now looked as though it had undergone professional optimization, with a far more orderly and efficient layout. The floors, scuffed and dirty from the comings and goings of numerous police officers, had somehow become spotless and gleaming. Even the faded and peeling paint on the walls, which bore the marks of age and neglect, had been repaired. While the house still looked a bit old, the cleanliness and tidiness had improved dramatically. Eren also couldn't help but feel that his home seemed more spacious, though he wasn't sure if it was due to an optical illusion created by the new arrangement. As he wandered to the second floor, he noticed that even the previously cluttered kitchen countertops were now immaculately organized. However, next to the refrigerator stood a massive trash can, so large it could easily fit a person inside. Isn't this the same trash can that used to be in the basement for storing junk? Why is it here in the kitchen now? Feeling a bit puzzled, Eren reached out to touch the oversized trash can. The moment his hand made contact, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Super trash can, capable of consuming and disintegrating all living flesh and souls, transforming them into foundational materials to build and enhance your home. Rating: Hey, want to vent to your trash can, buddy? Consume. How could a trash can possibly consume anything? As the thought crossed Eren's mind, the trash can suddenly sprang to life. Its lid flipped open, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Moving with astonishing speed, it lunged at Eren, swallowing his head in one gulp. Eren hadn't even had time to react before his head was enveloped by the trash can's gaping maw. Yet, just as the sharp teeth were about to make contact, they softened and transformed into thick, squishy lips, wrapping snugly around his head. From the dark, abyss-like interior of the trash can, a massive, slimy tongue emerged, enthusiastically licking Eren's head. The sensation was akin to being greeted by an overly excited dog that hadn't seen its owner in ages, except much grosser. Struggling against the sticky, slobbery assault, Eren flailed his arms and legs, eventually managing to wrench his head free. Panting heavily, he staggered back, only to see the trash can bouncing in place like an eager puppy, ready to pounce again. Panicking, Eren quickly imbued his venomous thread with spiritual energy, binding the trash can tightly in place. Finally catching his breath, Eren wiped the slimy residue off his face. Curious, he sniffed the substance. The next second, his stomach churned violently, his face turned pale, and he bolted to the sink, retching uncontrollably. Ugh! The stench was unbearable. Disgusting. The faucet seemed to respond to Eren's discomfort, releasing a gentle stream of water to help him clean up. After rinsing his head thoroughly, Eren slumped into a dining chair, glaring at the oversized trash can, which now looked like a dejected puppy that had been scolded. Through their brief encounter, Eren had pieced together the trash can's identity. It was the core of his newly activated house. The trash can was responsible for breaking down flesh and souls into materials that could strengthen and expand the house. It could also control every aspect of the building, appearing anywhere within it at will. While it had only licked Eren's head earlier, he was certain that anyone else in his position would have had their head bitten clean off. In addition to its unsettling abilities, the trash can functioned as a highly advanced security system. It could identify anyone attempting to enter or leave the house. If it deemed someone unworthy, it could lock all doors and windows, reinforcing them to match the strength of the walls, effectively trapping or barring entry. Perfect. Eren's earlier concerns about intruders seemed to melt away as he considered the trash can's capabilities. Relieved, he softened his gaze and released the venomous thread binding the trash can. The thread coiled back around his fingers like a docile pet. Freed from its restraints, the trash can bounced excitedly, attempting to leap toward Eren again. Stop! Eren held out a hand, issuing a firm command. The trash can skidded to a halt, wobbling slightly as it balanced itself in front of him. Placing a hand on the lid, Eren suddenly realized he could sense the trash can's emotions. It seemed confused and a little hurt. Chuckling at the unexpected connection, Eren patted the lid gently. The trash can responded with a burst of joy, its cylindrical body twisting and wriggling in delight. So, because I created you, I can feel your emotions. With this newfound understanding, Eren's expression softened further. I suppose you need a name. Eren pondered for a moment, staring at the bizarre creature. After much deliberation, he sighed and shrugged. You're such a weird little thing. Let's just call you Little Oddball. Gwa. The trash can let out a raspy, grating sound, spinning in circles on the floor in what seemed to be an attempt at celebrating its new name. Chapter 64. Little Oddball bounced around excitedly for quite a while before finally settling down. Once it calmed, Eren spoke again. Alright, that's enough excitement. Now that you have a name, it's time for you to shoulder the mission I've entrusted to you. You're the spirit of this house and can control everything within it. From now on, I want you to guard this place, this home. This is the place I'm most familiar with in this world. It's my sanctuary, my safe haven, and I don't want anyone disturbing its peace. As the spirit of this house, you should know that in the past few days, several unwelcome visitors have broken in. I don't want that happening again. Keep them out, or deal with them however you see fit, whether it's driving them away or swallowing them as your nourishment to grow stronger. Just ensure they don't bother me again. Hearing this, Little Oddball opened its jagged lid with a snap, slamming it shut as if to declare it would eat any future intruders. Eren chuckled and patted its lid. I'll leave it to you, then. In response, Little Oddball gave a delighted wiggle, and its long, black tongue shot out, aiming to lick Eren's hand. Eren's face fell as soon as he saw the tongue. Stop! Little Oddball froze mid-action. Why are you so obsessed with licking people? Are you a dog or something? And do you even realize how horrible your breath is? It nearly knocked me out earlier. Eren took a deep breath to calm himself. Listen, you are absolutely forbidden to lick me until you've cleaned that disgusting tongue of yours. Understand? Little Oddball's mood plummeted immediately. Its entire body drooped like a scolded puppy. The pitiful sight reminded Eren of when he had forbidden a stray dog he'd adopted in his past life from eating trash, a lesson it clearly hadn't enjoyed. With a sigh, Eren softened his tone. Fine, you can lick my hand, but only after thoroughly cleaning your tongue. And no licking my face. Got it? Hearing this, Little Oddball perked up instantly. It hopped over to the sink and began scrubbing its tongue with great enthusiasm. Eren couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and tenderness as he watched the creature lather its tongue with detergent and scrub it vigorously with a steel wool pad. For the first time since arriving in this world, Eren felt a profound sense of relaxation. Having a secure sanctuary and a creature that trusted him unconditionally eased the tension and vigilance that had gripped him since his arrival. After thoroughly cleaning its tongue, Little Oddball returned to Eren, licking his hand with its now cool and smooth surface. The rhythmic motions of its tongue lulled Eren into a deep sleep, his body finally succumbing to the day's exhaustion. As he slept, the cosmic brain meditation method that he had previously struggled to advance began operating spontaneously. Sections of the technique that had once felt incomprehensible now unfolded naturally in his mind, their intricacies revealing themselves as if by divine intervention. As the meditation progressed, Eren's mental energy grew at an astonishing rate. In the depths of his consciousness, the image of a white-robed man appeared, forming intricate hand seals with fluid motions. The figure's voice resonated like thunder, a series of booming syllables that reverberated through Eren's mind. Though asleep, the intensity of the sound caused his spirit to tremble, nearly jolting him awake. But the thunderous chant soon transformed, becoming imbued with life-giving energy. It soothed Eren's rattled spirit, awakening latent potential within his mental sea and spurring a sudden surge in his mental energy. The white-robed figure continued its demonstrations, merging the cosmic brain meditation, hand seals, and chants into a unified system. Gradually, within the depths of Eren's consciousness, a secret art called Thunder took shape. Thunder was a high-level cultivation technique within the cosmic brain meditation method. It used the metaphor of lightning storms to activate cells, drive out mental distractions, and harness latent vitality. According to the method, the electric fields generated during a thunderstorm could invigorate all cells in the body, while the mind, blank in the face of such overwhelming power, could reach a state of unparalleled focus. Though immensely effective, the technique carried significant risks. Prolonged practice could damage neural pathways, potentially leading to mental deterioration or even insanity. Yet, the rewards were equally substantial. By mastering thunder, Eren could rapidly enhance his mental strength while also improving his physical resilience. This serendipitous encounter during sleep allowed Eren to make a massive leap in his spiritual cultivation, a fortuitous boon amidst his challenges. The surge in his mental energy heightened his resistance to madness and significantly boosted the power and frequency of his psychic ability, Gaze of Despair. When Eren awoke, his face was pale, a result of the meditation's demands on his body's nutrients. Yet, a faint smile played on his lips as he patted little Oddball's head. "You really are my lucky charm." Though unaware of the specifics, little Oddball sensed Eren's approval and radiated joy. Its now clean tongue darted playfully, eliciting a chuckle from Eren. Chapter 65. After playing with little Oddball for a while, Eren mustered the strength to stand, intending to grab a few bottles of nutrient fluid from the fridge to replenish his depleted body. These nutrient fluids weren't homemade, Eren had spent a small fortune purchasing them from specialized suppliers. With no lab of his own yet, crafting his own was out of the question. The store-bought alternatives weren't exceptional but were easy to digest and served as a supplementary source of nutrition. However, just as he stood up, his legs wobbled. Losing his balance, Eren tumbled back into the chair, landing hard on his tailbone. Damn it, he winced in pain, rubbing his lower back. Sensing his struggle, little Oddball emitted a faint crimson glow. The kitchen wall rippled like water, and the refrigerator smoothly slid out of its alcove, floating toward Eren as if carried on an invisible tide. Huh? Eren blinked in surprise. It can do that too. That's convenient. Still marveling, he opened the fridge, retrieved a large bottle of nutrient fluid, and unscrewed the cap. Tilting it back, he gulped down the green liquid. As the fluid settled in his stomach, a comforting warmth spread through his body, seeping into his cells. It was as though every cell in his body, starved and ravenous, pounced on the nutrients with feral hunger. Despite the relief, an insatiable hunger clawed at his core, intensifying with each passing moment. A faint, ethereal whisper brushed against his ears, a voice murmuring fragmented phrases. Corruption, barrier, descent, death, ascension. The whispers carried an almost magnetic allure, pulling at his spirit, coaxing him toward a dark abyss. Without realizing it, small, pale nodules began sprouting on the back of Eren's neck, spreading ominously toward his face at a visible rate. But just as the malign growths crept closer to his features, a spark of clarity flared in Eren's eyes. "Shut up," he snapped, his voice firm and laced with irritation. "I'm starving, not falling. If you've got the guts, hand me some food instead of playing these tricks." The sudden surge of self-awareness broke the spell. The pale nodules receded, melting back into his skin as if they'd never been there. Eren's face darkened as he cracked open another bottle of nutrient fluid, pouring it down his throat to quell the gnawing hunger. The experience unsettled him. He hadn't expected to encounter whispers of madness and corruption so early in his journey through the divination pathway. It was a stark reminder of the dangerous dance between enlightenment and insanity in this mystical system. The higher one climbed in the hierarchy of pathways, the closer they edged to the precipice of madness and corruption. Though prepared for this eventuality, Eren hadn't anticipated facing such challenges while still at the seer stage. This is ridiculous, he thought grimly, his resolve hardening. He needed to accelerate plans to set up his laboratory. Without a controlled environment to anchor himself, it was impossible to proceed with peace of mind. After downing bottle after bottle of nutrient fluid, Eren finally felt his hunger subside. He retreated to the guest room, stretched out on the bed, and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. In this restorative state, his body rapidly metabolized the nutrients, mending the strain on his cells. As he slept, the room seemed to come alive. Lights dimmed on their own, and a blanket gently settled over him, pulled snugly by an unseen force. From somewhere within the house, little Oddball's awareness stirred. Like a silent guardian, it watched over Eren, its presence a deterrent to any would-be intruders. That night, under little Oddball's watchful eye, Eren slept more soundly than he had in days. By the time he awoke the next morning, pale sunlight was just beginning to creep through the windows. Though his complexion was still a bit pale, the gnawing hunger that had plagued him was mostly gone. Finally, Eren murmured, stretching. I feel human again. He grabbed another bottle of nutrient fluid, drained it, and glanced at the clock. Realizing he had time before school, he decided to take a jog through the park. Before stepping out, Eren performed a quick divination for the day. From his deck of tarot cards, he drew the Wheel of Fortune, upright. A good omen, indicating the arrival of fortune and favorable opportunities. His spirits lifted, Eren donned his workout gear, patted little Oddball affectionately, and instructed it to guard the house. Jogging through the streets, he noticed a marked change in how people interacted with him. Fewer greetings, more hesitant glances, some even avoided his eyes entirely. Guess last night's police presence left quite the impression, he mused, smirking to himself. When Eren reached the park, Natasha Romanoff was conspicuously absent. Looks like S.H.I.E.L.D. has pulled her off the case, he thought. Can't blame them, she's already been exposed. Returning home from his jog, Eren spotted two unexpected figures waiting by his front door. Chapter 66. Eren quickened his pace toward the two figures waiting by his doorstep. Recognizing the taller one, he greeted warmly. Pepper, why didn't you come inside? Pepper Potts held up a key, a puzzled look on her face. I tried, but my key doesn't work anymore. Did you change the locks? Eren blinked. Change the locks? No, I didn't, wait. He paused as realization dawned. This must be little Oddball's doing. Scratching his head awkwardly, he explained, sorry about that. There was a break-in last night, a cultist sneaked into my room and left some creepy spider specimens to threaten me. I updated the house's security overnight. Pepper's eyes widened. A cultist? What happened? Before Eren could respond, the shorter figure beside her, none other than Tony Stark, interjected with exaggerated impatience. Hey, hey. Ladies and gentlemen, can we not have this riveting conversation out here on the street? There's a wounded man present, maybe show a little concern for me. He gestured dramatically toward his chest, where faint traces of blood hinted at his recent ordeal. Eren caught sight of curious onlookers sneaking photos with their phones. Reluctant to attract more attention, he relented, all right, let's go inside. Walking up to the door, Eren said aloud, open. The door responded instantly, swinging wide open. Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with condescension. Voice-activated doors? Really? Kid, that's about as secure as a screen door on a submarine. There are dozens of ways to bypass a system like that. If you don't want your house cleaned out while you're sleeping, I'd suggest upgrading to a proper security system. Something like the Stark Industries Smart Defense Suite, it's the best on the market. Pepper shot Tony a sharp look. Tony. Tony raised his hands in mock surrender, zipping his lips theatrically. Pepper turned back to Eren, concern etched on her face. As rude as that was, Tony isn't entirely wrong. Voice-activated systems do have vulnerabilities. Are you sure it's secure? Eren chuckled. Don't worry, Pepper. My house is a lot safer than it looks. He gestured for them to enter, leading the way. As Pepper's heels clicked across the threshold, Tony attempted to follow, but the door abruptly swung halfway shut, nearly smacking him in the nose. Whoa! What the? Tony staggered back, clutching his chest dramatically. Inside, Eren smirked. Little Oddball must be giving him a hard time. Muttering curses under his breath, Tony managed to squeeze through the still open half of the door. But just as he stepped inside, the other half slammed shut with a deafening bang, making him jump again. See? Told you this system's trash, he grumbled, his frustration spilling over. Eren ignored him, walking into the living room to fetch coffee. Returning with 2 mugs, he handed one to Pepper. Pepper, what brings you here so early? Pepper accepted the coffee gratefully, setting down her bag and retrieving a glass jar. Inside was the familiar pink origami crane. "I came to return this," she said. "Honestly, if I hadn't seen it fly across half the globe to find Tony with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed something like this was possible." Eren smiled, taking the jar. "There are things far more amazing than this little crane. You'll see one day." Tony's eyes locked onto the origami crane. So this is how S.H.I.E.L.D. found me, he thought. Ever since learning about the crane's role in his rescue, his curiosity had been eating at him. If not for Pepper's vigilance during their return to New York, he would have taken the crane apart to investigate its mechanisms. Unable to resist, Tony finally spoke up. "Hey, kid, what's the deal with that crane? How does it work? What powers it?" He leaned forward, his tone laced with skepticism. "Don't give me any of that magic mumbo-jumbo, I don't buy it." Eren handed Tony the other coffee and smiled. "Magic mumbo-jumbo, huh? What makes you so sure?" Tony snorted. "Because magic doesn't exist, it's all smoke and mirrors, tricks to fool people who don't know better." "Is that so?" Eren's smile deepened. Locking eyes with Tony, he activated Dread Gaze. Chapter 67. In the next moment, Tony Stark's dismissive smirk froze on his face. His entire body went rigid, as though gripped by the unseen gaze of a terrifying predator. Even his consciousness seemed to dim. Still standing. Eren observed Tony's trembling form with a tinge of surprise. Despite the overwhelming force of Dread's stare, amplified by Eren's recent surge in spiritual strength, Tony remained upright, a testament to his formidable mental fortitude. "Tony." Pepper noticed his unusual stillness and called out to him. When he didn't respond, she turned to Eren with concern. "What's happening? What did you do?" Eren smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Pepper. I just gave him a small taste of magic. Sometimes, seeing is believing." Pepper frowned but didn't push further. "You're sure he's okay? He came here to thank you, you know." "Thank me?" Eren paused, his mind drifting to the Wheel of Fortune card he'd drawn earlier that morning. So that's what it meant. He smiled at Pepper. "Don't worry, he's fine. Right, Mr. Stark?" "Yeah, fine," Tony muttered, shaking off the lingering effects of the stare. His usual bravado faltered as he took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Relieved, Pepper refocused on her earlier curiosity. "Eren, you mentioned something about a cultist earlier. What's going on?" Eren recounted the recent events with clarity, detailing the encounter with the spider cultist, the threats he'd faced, and the subsequent chaos. "Wow," Tony whistled when Eren finished. "Man-faced spiders, kidnappings, cultists, seems like I missed quite the party while I was stuck in that cave." His eyes gleamed with curiosity as they landed on the pink origami crane in Eren's hand. "Hey, how about selling me that little toy? I'll give you 100 grand for it." Eren chuckled and shook his head. "Not happening." Even though the seeker crane had already fulfilled its purpose, its uniqueness made it far more valuable than money. Eren saw no reason to part with it, especially to someone like Tony. Tony looked ready to haggle, but Eren excused himself, taking the crane upstairs to avoid further attention. When he returned, he turned to Pepper. "I've added your information to the house's system. Next time you visit, just say 'open' at the door, it'll let you in." Pepper tilted her head in confusion. "That's it? No voice recordings or scans?" Eren smiled. "It's not the kind of system you're thinking of." He refrained from explaining further. Little Oddball's recognition capabilities went far beyond conventional biometrics. Pepper seemed to accept the explanation and nodded. Eren turned to Tony next. "So, do you have any other business? If not, I need to get to school, I'm already running late." Pepper shook her head, but Tony cleared his throat dramatically. "Listen, kid. Even though I didn't really need your crane, I could have gotten out on my own. You did save me a lot of trouble. So, what do you want? A luxury car? A mansion? A date with a supermodel?" He smirked. "Just say the word, and Uncle Tony will make it happen." Eren raised an eyebrow. "Anything?" Tony froze for a split second before hedging. "Within reason, obviously." Eren rolled his eyes, seeing through Tony's act. He knew Tony was grateful, but his thanks likely ranked lower than his gratitude toward Pepper or S.H.I.E.L.D. After a moment's thought, Eren replied, "Forget the cars and mansions. If you really want to repay me, how about helping me set up a lab?" "A lab?" Tony blinked, caught off guard. Yes, Eren continued. I need a sterile lab for mixing compounds. If possible, I'd like my basement to be converted for the purpose. Tony considered the request and nodded. That's doable. Give me the layout, and I'll design something top-notch. I promise you'll love it. Pepper raised an eyebrow. Eren, what do you need a sterile lab for? I've been experimenting with ideas for consumable nutrition products. The lab would make it easier to work on them. Pepper nodded in understanding, satisfied with the answer. With their plans settled, Tony and Pepper left in a hurry. Tony had a press conference to prepare for and couldn't afford to be late. After seeing them off, Eren glanced at the time and decided to hail a cab to avoid being late himself. Upon reaching school, he walked into his classroom just as the bell rang. Spotting his arrival, a pudgy boy, Doug Wong, leaned over and whispered, "Man, you cut that way close. Old Tang hates it when people are late. You're lucky he didn't start early." Chapter 68. Hi. If you're having fun, please leave a review and your power stones, it helps a lot. Thanks for your support. The chemistry teacher Mr. Tang, or Old Tang, as the students privately referred to him, was one of the few Chinese teachers at Midtown High. However, his background didn't grant him any leniency toward his fellow Chinese students. If anything, it made him stricter with them. His rigid demeanor and penchant for picking on minor infractions often left the students walking on eggshells around him. For the Chinese students, this was doubly frustrating, as they found themselves constantly under his scrutiny, frequently called to his office for lectures, or even having their parents summoned for trivial matters. In contrast to the other two Chinese teachers at the school, Old Tang's reputation was the polar opposite, resented by many. Eren glanced at Doug and chuckled. Well, I didn't end up late, did I? Like many others, Eren held no fondness for Old Tang. If the teacher had been fair and treated everyone equally, it might have been another story. But his double standards, turning a blind eye to the antics of wealthy, privileged students while nitpicking the Chinese ones, made Eren look down on him. Doug grinned and gave Eren a thumbs up. You're something else. After glancing around to ensure Old Tang was busy writing on the board, Doug leaned in and whispered, "Hey, by the way, Gwen came looking for you earlier. Still gonna say there's nothing between you two? What did she want?" "No idea, man. She waited for you for a while, but when you didn't show up, she left right before class started. Honestly, if I were you." Doug stopped mid-sentence, his expression shifting to panic. Eren followed his gaze and saw Old Tang glaring in their direction, his face stern as he began striding toward them. Oh. Doug braced himself for a scolding, but just as Old Tang stepped off the podium, his foot slipped. With a dramatic thud, the teacher fell into a full split. Rip. The sound of fabric tearing filled the room, drawing every student's attention. The classroom was deathly silent for a heartbeat, and then every gaze zeroed in on the unfortunate teacher's compromised trousers. Red-faced and clearly in pain, Old Tang clenched his jaw and quickly muttered something about self-study before limping out of the room, holding his shredded pants together. Doug leaned closer to Eren, whispering with a laugh, "Man, did you see that? A split like that, and he didn't even scream. Respect." Eren smirked subtly as he retracted the poisonous love thread from his finger. "I guess he's tougher than he looks." The incident felt like poetic justice, a small but satisfying payback for the trouble Old Tang had caused his original self. Ha! Serves him right. I was bracing for detention, and instead, he gave us the best show of the year. Doug snickered. The entire class buzzed with excitement, with students eagerly recounting the scene to one another. Taking advantage of the distraction, Eren slipped a folded check into Doug's hand. "Doug, do me a favor. Take this and split it between the guys who helped install the safe at my place yesterday. It's compensation for their time." Doug glanced at the check and nearly choked on his spit. $800. Sure thing," he muttered, tucking the check away with exaggerated nonchalance. After making sure no one else had noticed, he added, "Man, what even happened yesterday? I heard your place was swarming with cops. Just some lunatic making trouble, but it's handled now. The cops got him." "Seriously? Since when did NYPD start getting things done so fast? Come on, spill the details." Doug's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Nice try." The class passed quickly as the students reveled in their unexpected free period. As soon as the bell rang, the room emptied in a rush, leaving behind only a handful of students. Eren was just about to pack up when a familiar figure approached his desk. It was Gwen Stacy, looking slightly pale but still radiant. "Got a minute?" she asked softly. "Of course." Eren followed Gwen out of the classroom, ignoring the buzz of gossip that erupted behind him. The two of them walked to a quiet, secluded corner, ironically, the same spot where Gwen had thanked him once before. Eren leaned against the wall, a playful smile on his face. "Let me guess. Another thank you speech?" Before he could finish his sentence, Gwen stepped closer, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him. The kiss was long and lingering, leaving Eren momentarily stunned. When she finally pulled away, she didn't step back but wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, holding him close. "Thank you, Eren," she murmured, her voice trembling. "I heard what you did. You found my mom. I can't even imagine what I would have done if I'd lost her." Chapter 69. After confirming the demise of Little Abbot, the mastermind behind the recent chaos, George decided to explain everything that had transpired to Gwen. With Helen hospitalized and severely injured, it was impossible for George to keep the events under wraps, no matter how much he might have wanted to. When Gwen learned that her mother had been rescued unconscious from a cold storage room where countless lives had already been lost, she nearly fainted from shock. Helen had endured severe abuse, with both legs broken. It was a harrowing thought. Had George arrived any later, Helen might have become yet another sacrifice on that madman's altar to his dark god. This overwhelming gratitude for Eren's timely help in locating her mother led Gwen to impulsively kiss him. "Don't worry, it's all over now," Eren said softly, patting Gwen's back as he comforted her. Though it wasn't the first time Gwen had kissed him, Eren couldn't help but marvel at the softness of her lips, which still felt so mesmerizing. After a long moment, Gwen calmed down, her face flushed with embarrassment as she released him. Sensing her discomfort, Eren quickly changed the subject. "How's Helen doing? She seemed to be in bad shape yesterday." At the mention of her mother, the light in Gwen's eyes dimmed visibly. "The doctor said Mom was brought to the hospital just in time. The surgery went well, and if she recovers smoothly, she might be able to walk again in a few months." But, Gwen's voice faltered, and her eyes filled with tears. She might never be able to wear skirts again. Helen's legs, already broken by blunt force, now bore the scars of surgery. The thought of the permanent marks left behind, a cruel reminder of the ordeal, was unbearable for someone who once loved dressing elegantly. "I'm sorry," Eren said, his voice tinged with guilt. "If I had found her sooner." "No." Gwen shook her head firmly. "If it weren't for you, things would have been so much worse. Even Dad couldn't believe how quickly you found her. He said you were out for less than half an hour." She looked at Eren with a mix of curiosity and awe, her eyes still shimmering with unshed tears. "Want to know how I did it?" Eren asked, meeting her gaze. Gwen hesitated for a moment. "Is it something you're allowed to share?" "Why not?" Eren shrugged. "It's a form of divination, actually." He chuckled and added, "Didn't George mention I asked for items that carried Helen's aura?" "Yes, he did." "Does it have to do with your divination?" "Exactly. I used those items to locate her. Of course, my method is a bit different from what most people think of as fortune-telling. If you're curious, I can show you sometime, maybe even try finding something to help remove Helen's scars." Gwen's eyes lit up with hope. "You mean, that's possible?" But just as quickly, her gaze shifted to Eren's pale face, and a new worry arose. She recalled the stories she'd read about how powerful seers often paid heavy prices for their abilities. "Wait," she said, her voice tight with concern. "Does divination hurt you? Your face is so pale today, is it because of yesterday? Did finding my mom cost you too much?" Eren blinked, surprised by the depth of her understanding. It seemed Gwen had a broader knowledge of such matters than he'd expected. In truth, the pale complexion wasn't from yesterday's divination but rather the cosmic brain meditation method he'd been practicing. Still, there was no need to explain that. Eren gave her a faint smile, deliberately keeping his answer mysterious. "Just a small price. Nothing I can't handle." Besides, his smile turned teasing. "You've already paid me, haven't you?" "What?" Gwen frowned in confusion, only for her mind to replay the earlier kiss. Her face turned bright red, the blush spreading rapidly across her cheeks. The memory of her impulsive act burned in her thoughts. This jerk. Flustered, Gwen shot him a glare, but despite her embarrassment, she found herself oddly comforted. The guilt she'd carried for being in Eren's debt began to ease, replaced by a sense of balance. Maybe it's okay that he helped me so much, she thought. After all, I've already paid him plenty, haven't I? Eren's playful comment shifted the atmosphere between them, adding a subtle tension that neither could quite articulate. The awkward silence lingered until the sharp ding of the school bell broke the moment. Gwen exhaled deeply, her thoughts settling. My mom's still in critical condition, so I'll be spending my evenings at the hospital for now, she said apologetically. But once she's stable, I'd love to see how your divination works. There's no rush, Eren replied with an easy smile. Whenever you're ready. And next time, if you need to reach me, you can always just call. You still have my number, right? Of course, Gwen said, a smile tugging at her lips. I'm the one who reminded you about dinner at my place last time, remember? Her smile faltered slightly. But maybe, if Dad hadn't insisted on driving you home that night, none of this would have happened. Chapter 70. As Gwen hurried to her classroom, her mind wandered. Sometimes she wondered, if Eren had taken a cab home that night, would things have turned out differently? Would they have avoided the encounter with that terrifying creature in the underground garage? Without that, would her family have escaped the notice of the deranged cultist? Would her mom still be unscathed, and their lives untouched by tragedy? Eren, noticing her lingering guilt, interrupted her thoughts with a calm voice. Hey, I don't see it that way, Gwen. In fact, you should be thankful that George and I ran into that spider-faced creature that night. Things could have been much worse otherwise. Living next to a deranged cultist. That's terrifying and dangerous. Especially one truly favored by a god of madness, Eren thought, keeping that last part to himself. Gwen nodded, her expression somber. Uncle Vinny told me they uncovered dozens of women's remains beneath the altar where my mom was kept. If you and my dad hadn't found that spider creature, my mom and I, who knows? We might have disappeared silently one night, becoming sacrificial offerings to that lunatic's rituals. Or worse, food for that monster, Eren quipped with a dry chuckle. No way. Gwen said with a shudder, the faintest smile breaking through her gloom. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the school bell signaling the start of class. Gwen bid him a quick goodbye and darted toward her classroom, eager not to tarnish her reputation as a model student. Watching her retreating figure, Eren chuckled softly, the faint scent of her perfume still lingering in the air. But as he turned to head back to his own classroom, he felt something peculiar. A piercing, angry gaze seemed to bore into him, filling the air with tension. Eren paused, scanning the corridor. The sensation vanished as quickly as it came, leaving him puzzled. Was someone watching me and Gwen? His brows furrowed as he looked around, but the hallways were quickly emptying. Most students were hurrying to class, while a few curious eyes peered at him from classroom windows. Even passing teachers gave him questioning glances. Realizing he stood out in the now sparsely populated corridor, Eren shrugged off the uneasy feeling. Forget it. Probably nothing important. With a shake of his head, he strode toward his classroom, slipping in just before the teacher arrived. Eren barely had time to settle into his seat before noticing the shift in atmosphere. Male classmates glared at him with a mix of envy and hostility, while the girls whispered excitedly, their curious gazes darting between him and the door. The cause was obvious. Gwen Stacy, the school's golden girl, had sought him out multiple times, stirring up rumors and resentment. Eren, however, couldn't care less. That is, until a note from his neighbor, Doug Wong, was discreetly passed his way. Lunch is on you, or I'll tell the whole school about you and Gwen. Let's see how you handle being every guy's public enemy, the note read. Doug's clumsy attempt at blackmail only earned him an unimpressed eye roll from Eren. Do you think I'd fall for your little threat? Grinning to himself, Eren scribbled a reply and handed the note back. Doug, eager to secure a free lunch, opened it, and his face turned ghostly pale. Eren's response was simple. I have photos of you reading Playboy in class. Below the message was Doug's mother's phone number. The implication was clear. If Doug pushed him, Eren wouldn't hesitate to ensure his mom found out. And knowing how strict Mrs. Wong was about her son's academics, Doug could kiss his freedom goodbye for at least a month. You win, Doug muttered, defeated. Satisfied, Eren leaned back in his seat, his smirk growing wider. Nice try. The rest of the morning flew by, with Eren focusing intently on class. When the lunch bell rang, he prepared to head to the cafeteria. But as he packed his bag, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. What's going on? He wondered aloud, moving to investigate. Before he could, Doug burst through the crowd, grabbing Eren's arm in a panic. "Run!" Doug hissed. Flash brought his goons. "Flash Thompson. What does that have to do with me?" Eren asked, confused. Doug gave him an incredulous look. "Are you serious? Flash has been obsessed with Gwen forever. And now you're all buddy-buddy with her. He's obviously here to pick a fight. He brought the whole basketball team with him." Eren sighed as Doug dragged him toward the back exit. "You're overreacting," he said. But before they could leave, Flash and his cronies stormed in, cutting off their escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Flash sneered, his voice loud and mocking. The towering basketball players surrounded Eren and Doug, trapping them. Ignoring Doug entirely, Flash stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Eren. "You think you can just walk away?" he taunted. Doug's face turned white, but to his credit, he didn't abandon Eren. He stammered, "Teachers are still nearby, Flash. You don't want to get caught, do you?" "Oh, I'm terrified," Flash mocked, his expression dripping with sarcasm. "Listen, fatty, this isn't about you. So keep your mouth shut if you know what's good for you." Without warning, Flash swung a fist toward Doug's stomach. But before the punch could land, Eren caught Flash's wrist in midair. The room fell silent. Despite Eren's pale complexion and lean frame, his grip was like iron. Flash, for all his bulk and bravado, couldn't budge an inch. "What the hell?" Flash muttered, his confidence wavering. Eren didn't respond. He simply tightened his grip before shoving Flash backward with surprising force. The so-called school bully stumbled and fell flat on his back, earning gasps and cheers from the onlookers. "Holy crap," someone whispered. "No way. Flash got owned." The crowd erupted, their shock and excitement palpable. Flash glared up at Eren, his humiliation feeding his rage. But Eren remained calm, his pale face showing only mild disdain. "You picked the wrong guy to mess with." Chapter 71. The exclamations ringing in his ears felt like blatant mockery, causing Flash's face to flush with shame and fury. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "You're asking for it." Flash sprang to his feet, clenching his fist to strike at Eren's face. But the next second, his burning gaze met an icy, piercing stare that froze him in place. It was as though a bucket of cold water had doused his rage, extinguishing it instantly. A surge of terror, as if being stared down by a prehistoric tyrannosaurus, engulfed him, leaving him breathless and dizzy. Bang! While Flash was momentarily paralyzed by the weakened version of dreadful gaze, Eren delivered a swift kick, sending Flash flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into the corridor railing and passed out cold. As Flash was flung aside, his group of basketball teammates hesitated, seemingly ready to intervene. Eren, however, turned abruptly. The lingering remnants of the dreadful gaze, in his eyes swept coldly across the group. Anyone else want to join him? Each student who dared to meet Eren's gaze felt an indescribable chill creep up their spine, and they quickly averted their eyes in terror. At that moment, it felt like they were standing before a demon from the depths of hell, one too fearsome to face. Satisfied with the sudden silence, Eren smirked. Dreadful gaze really turned out to be unexpectedly effective against ordinary people. Heh. With no one daring to block his way, Eren helped the trembling, wide-eyed chubby kid out of the classroom. Out of gratitude for the kid's earlier loyalty, Eren decided to treat him to lunch. But soon, Eren regretted his hasty decision. "Hey, Eren, did you see that? After you sent Flash flying, his whole basketball team got scared stiff when you just looked at them. Pfft, useless bunch. All muscles, no guts. By the way, Eren, since when were you so strong? You've been hiding this from me. Man, the way you handled them was so cool. If only I could be that awesome someday." Sitting across from the overly enthusiastic chatterbox, Eren felt his brain buzz as the endless prattle assaulted his senses. This chubby guy's constant rambling was worse than the whispers of an eldritch god. If it weren't for their recent shared hardship, Eren might have been tempted to tape that mouth shut. Barely managing to eat a few bites, Eren finally couldn't stand the chatter. Using a bathroom break as an excuse, he secretly paid the bill and slipped away. When the afternoon class bell rang, Eren returned to the classroom, greeted by the chubby kid's resentful glare. The math teacher had already begun writing problems on the board. Under the teacher's stern authority, the chubby kid didn't dare to act out again, giving Eren a moment of peace. Apart from the chatterbox's antics, Eren noticed something else upon returning to class. The other students were looking at him with newfound respect and awe. It was likely a result of the events earlier that day. Eren didn't dwell on it, though. The afternoon classes flew by. When the dismissal bell rang, Eren declined the chubby kid's invitation to ride the school bus together. Instead, he pulled a black card from his pocket, hailed a cab, and headed to the address written on the card. The destination was a minimalist, slightly aged building labeled Tom's Shooting Club. So this is Tom's Shooting Club? Eren glanced at the signboard and then at the nearby street corner, where a police department logo was faintly visible. He shrugged. No wonder George was so familiar with this club, it was practically around the corner from the 13th precinct. Running a shooting club under the cops' noses definitely required some skill. Walking into the club, Eren handed the black card from George to the receptionist. After a brief verification and a quick registration of Eren's details, he was escorted into the club's interior. Mr. Eren, since this is your first visit, would you like us to assign you a shooting coach to help you master the basics? Eren replied, George from the 13th precinct recommended old Jerry. Is he available now? George's name carried weight. Upon hearing it, the receptionist immediately confirmed that old Jerry was available. After notifying another staff member to fetch old Jerry, Eren was led to an enclosed shooting range underground. Not long after Eren entered the range, a man dressed like a Western cowboy, walking with a noticeable limp, approached him. The name tag on his chest confirmed that this was the sharpshooter Eren was looking for. Old Jerry eyed Eren's hands and remarked, a beginner? Yes. Got it. My fees are higher than the regular coaches, $300 per hour. If you're fine with that, we can start right away. Despite retiring from the military, old Jerry's straightforwardness still reflected his disciplined background. The price is fine. Let's start. Seeing that Eren had no issue with the cost, old Jerry summoned a staff member to sign a basic contract with him. Then, he began teaching Eren the fundamentals of firearms. This was precisely what Eren needed most. After about 10 minutes of explaining the stats, strengths, and weaknesses of 5 common handguns, old Jerry selected the most suitable gun for Eren based on his hand size and finger length. He handed it to him, signaling the start of their practice. Chapter 72. Glock 19, compact and lightweight, low recoil, standard magazine capacity of 15 rounds, suitable for beginners and practice, old Jerry explained while tossing a Glock 19 to Eren. Leading Eren to the shooting range, Jerry barked a command to the staff, 10-meter target. They proceeded to a vacant slot marked as number 5, where Jerry began instructing Eren on shooting techniques. Old Jerry's reputation as a retired military sharpshooter was well deserved. His extraordinary sensitivity to firearms became evident as he corrected Eren's mistakes after just a few shots. Following Jerry's advice, Eren adjusted some minor errors in his posture and grip, leading to a noticeable improvement in accuracy. The embarrassing scenario of missing the 10-meter target completely with his first 2 shots quickly became a thing of the past. Gradually, Eren stopped blindly firing after barely aiming. Instead, he practiced repeatedly, tweaking his grip and adjusting his aiming angle before pulling the trigger. After emptying a magazine, Jerry instructed Eren to take a short break, relax his tense muscles, and reload the magazine with fresh bullets. Taking a moment to recall the sensations from earlier shots, Eren gripped the Glock 19 firmly, adjusted his posture slightly to suit his habits, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the edge of the target, a score of 1. Not bad for a start. Bang! 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 Gaining confidence, Eren continued firing, refining his technique through practice. After emptying another magazine, he stopped to reflect on his progress. Not bad. You've improved a lot, but your wrist muscles are still too stiff while shooting, Jerry remarked. Satisfied with Eren's rapid progress, Jerry pointed out a few more issues in his shooting stance and technique. Eren took the feedback to heart, made adjustments, and resumed his practice. Bang! 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 The gunshots echoed in the range as Eren alternated between practice and breaks. Under Jerry's guidance, his accuracy improved steadily. He progressed from missing the target entirely to consistently hitting it, and eventually, he began aiming for higher scores. After his 7th magazine, Eren shook his sore arms. Jerry suggested, take a break. That's enough shooting for today. You've fired over 100 rounds for your first session. I recommend getting one of the staff to massage your arm muscles, or you might not even be able to lift your arms tomorrow. Jerry hesitated briefly before adding, "Don't worry, the massage service is free." Tom's Shooting Club charged a hefty annual fee, but it included such amenities to ensure a premium experience. Got it. As a novice, Eren gladly accepted the advice. A slender female attendant arrived shortly after and began massaging Eren's arms. While his body relaxed, Eren's mind remained active. Seizing the opportunity, Jerry pulled up a chair beside Eren and began explaining firearm mechanics and shooting techniques in a simplified manner. The clear and concise explanations helped Eren grasp the concepts quickly, accelerating his understanding of firearms. By the end of the session, Eren felt that the $300 per hour fee for Jerry's lessons was well worth it. After paying for 2 hours of Jerry's instruction and settling additional fees for ammunition and equipment where Eren left the club, the total came to under $50, a reasonable price. Eren hailed a cab and headed back to Chinatown. Once home, Eren referred to the nutritionist's recipe manual, selecting ingredients he could source locally to prepare a nutritious, balanced meal for himself. The meal, rich in nutrients, left him completely stuffed. Despite following the smallest portion sizes in the manual, Eren couldn't help but marvel at the appetite of the gene-enhanced warriors described in the book. They must have stomachs like black holes to consume several kilograms of food in one sitting. To Eren's surprise, the meal wasn't just palatable, it was effective. As the food digested, he felt a warm flow of energy spreading from his stomach to his entire body. Though it wasn't as potent as consuming a nutrient solution directly, it was far superior to regular meals. Not bad, Eren mused, lounging on the second-floor sofa and watching TV. Until the lab is set up, I can experiment with preparing more meals tailored to my needs. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the cleanup was being handled autonomously. Dishes and cooking tools were washed until spotless, and even the scraps and leftovers from meal preparation were efficiently disposed of by his small companion. On TV, nearly half the channels were broadcasting news about Tony Stark's return. The most shocking revelation was Stark's announcement that Stark Industries would cease its weapons development program entirely. The idea of the world's largest arms dealer shutting down its most profitable division sounded absurd, like a joke too far-fetched for April Fool's Day. The sensational news spread across the Federation at lightning speed and was rapidly gaining traction worldwide. The most immediate and significant reaction came from Stark Industries' stock prices. Within an hour of the press conference, their shares plummeted. Chapter 73. Stark Industries' stock is plummeting. This is fantastic news. For Eren, who had shorted Stark Industries stock, the collapse was nothing less than a windfall. This meant a considerable influx of cash was heading his way. With such a pleasant thought, Eren resumed his meditation. Above the ruins of Abbott Freezing Company's warehouse, reduced to rubble in a previous explosion. Humming. A figure wearing a top hat strolled nonchalantly under the moonlight, stepping over the police's caution tape as if it didn't exist, walking boldly into the wreckage. Suddenly, his cheerful humming halted, and his steps froze. Though he quickly returned to his usual carefree demeanor, a flicker of surprise and delight lingered beneath the shadow of his hat. Hee. The aura of an eldritch god. Abbott, that incompetent fool, actually managed to catch the attention of an eldritch being and survived a sacrificial ritual? What a miracle! However, for such a gaze to pierce through the sanctum's barriers and reach New York, it seems the rumors about something happening at Kamartaj might be true. This is truly delightful news. But before the delight faded, his face twisted into anger. To think such a promising start was ruined by a group of ordinary people. Abbott even lost his life to them. What a complete waste of my time. How could I have been blind enough to choose such a useless pawn out of everyone available? He wasn't upset about Abbott's death itself but about the stalled growth of the larva hidden beneath the altar due to the lack of blood and resentment to nourish it after Abbott's demise. Despite his grim mood, the man raised his cane and tapped it heavily on the spot where the altar once stood. Bang! An invisible ripple spread from the cane, reaching deep underground. Moments later, the crimson surface of a larva nestled deep below cracked with a sharp sound. The next second, a writhing, shadowy form emerged from the shell. Hearing the crack, the man's face lit up with unrestrained joy. Just as he reached to claim the spider egg he had placed beneath the altar, a slender tendril shot out from the ground, piercing his chest. Looking down at the wound, the man showed no fear. Instead, he grinned maniacally. Shadow touch. It's already mastering spells of this level right after hatching. Has the Eldritch God's influence caused some sort of mutation? This is perfect. Blood poured from the wound, staining the tendril and spreading into the ground below. Within moments, the vegetation within a several-meter radius withered and decayed as if struck by a deadly poison. In the next instant, the man's spirit emerged from his body. Grasping the tendril tightly, his soul flowed into the ground, merging with the shadowy form of the larva below. The following morning, while Eren was having breakfast, Pepper arrived with a group of people. This is. Seeing Eren's puzzled look, Pepper introduced the slightly overweight, greasy-looking man wearing a blue hard hat. This is Mr. Tom, the best project supervisor at Stark Industries. He's overseen everything from Tony's lab to other critical projects. He'll be responsible for the renovation and construction of your underground lab. The man nodded politely at Eren and asked, Mr. Eren, may I inspect your basement first? While Pepper has provided me with the design blueprints, I'd like to see the space myself to better plan the construction process. Of course, no problem. Eren opened the door, allowing Tom and his assistant inside. After examining the first floor layout, Tom headed straight for the basement. As he descended the narrow staircase, Tom frowned and turned to Eren. Mr. Eren, I noticed that the lab will house some large, high-precision equipment that isn't easily disassembled. To ensure smooth transportation, may I suggest modifying this staircase? Eren nodded, sure. Relieved, Tom continued into the brightly lit and spacious basement, his eyes lighting up. Ah, you've already cleared this area? Pepper commented in surprise. Eren nodded, since I'm building a lab, I had to clean out the clutter. In reality, all the junk that had been in the basement was moved to a spare storage room on the second floor by his little helper. After answering Pepper, Eren asked Tom, how long will it take to complete the lab? Tom estimated briefly and replied, including equipment installation, it'll take about 7 days. 7 days. All right. I'll set a 7-day access permission for you. You can bring your team and start work anytime, Eren said. After instructing Tom, Eren and Pepper left the basement. Once outside, Eren noticed Pepper's tired expression and asked curiously, Pepper, how do you even have the time to handle my small project? I thought you'd be swamped after Tony's announcement about shutting down Stark Industries' weapons division. Don't mention him, Pepper groaned, massaging her temples in frustration. I don't even want to hear his name right now. Pepper had hoped that bringing Tony back would help stabilize the precarious situation at Stark Industries. However, Tony had blindsided her by dropping a bombshell at the press conference, announcing the closure of the weapons division without giving her any prior notice. Now, she was left to deal with the fallout, facing the wrath of shareholders like Obadiah, while Tony secluded himself in his mansion without a care in the world. Pepper was utterly fed up with it all. Chapter 74. Life moves on, no matter how bad it gets. Although Pepper was thoroughly fed up with Tony's whims and recklessness, she adjusted her mood and hurried back to Stark Industries after a brief respite. Watching her leave, Eren could only chuckle helplessly. Before heading out, he instructed his little helper to refrain from treating the construction workers as snacks. At the same time, he asked it to monitor their every move inside the house, restricting their access to the second and third floors. With these precautions in place, Eren greeted Tom and then took off, heading to school. Pepper and Tom's visit had disrupted Eren's original plan of jogging in the park. Since he still had time, he decided to test out jogging to school instead. Home, school, shooting club, a simple routine formed the backbone of Eren's life that week. His days were filled with learning, and life felt unusually fulfilling. By the time of Midtown High's mock exams, Eren's academic performance had improved explosively, placing him in the top 3 of his class. This remarkable leap in his grades caught the attention of several teachers at school. Meanwhile, his daily shooting practice at the club resulted in terrifyingly rapid progress in marksmanship. Strangely, the week was unusually peaceful, as if all the bad luck from the previous week had been spent. That peace lasted until the completion of the sterile lab in his basement. Once Tom and his construction team left the house, Eren sat on the couch, shaking his head at the pile of bugs and micro cameras that his little helper had found hidden around the house. The classic spy tools, bugs and cameras. According to his helper, these devices had been installed at noon by 2 delivery guys bringing lunch for the construction crew. Interestingly, just after installing the cameras, those 2 delivery guys had been swallowed whole by the little helper at the stairwell corner. Fascinating, Eren muttered, rubbing his chin. If the devices were planted by delivery workers, it likely wasn't Tony Stark's doing. After all, with a construction team already in place, Tony wouldn't need to send delivery workers to do the job. So, who else could it be? S.H.I.E.L.D. Or Hydra hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D. After pondering for a moment, Eren decided to confirm the source of the devices by using his tools for divination. The answer came quickly. Well, it really is you, Fury. Eren sneered, I helped you guys twice already, and you repay me by planting bugs in my house. Fine. I'll remember this. With a cold snort, Eren swept all the bugs and cameras into his little helper's mouth. Gulp. The devices were instantly absorbed, becoming part of the helper's body. Moments later, new surveillance nodes appeared in the corners of the house, now serving as its extended eyes and ears to monitor the surroundings. Meanwhile, in a nearby apartment not far from Chinatown, a man in a black suit frowned, any news? Another man, wearing glasses and fiddling with a pile of equipment, adjusted his frames and replied, none. After picking up the lunch order, the Stark Industries workers claimed they never saw Agent 6 and 7 again. We questioned several of them separately, and their stories align, so collusion seems unlikely. Humph. No one's lying, huh? So, what? Did two grown men just vanish under our noses? The team monitoring the house didn't see 6 or 7 leave. The bespectacled man tinkered with the equipment again but found no response from the bugs and cameras installed by 6 and 7. If they didn't leave, isn't it possible they're still inside? The suited man frowned, you're suggesting? Let's request a warrant from the director. I suspect 6 and 7 are trapped inside that house. Impossible. They're seasoned agents. They wouldn't be trapped just installing bugs. If they were, wouldn't they have called us for help? Besides, the Stark Industries workers spent the entire day there. If 6 and 7 were really stuck, someone would have noticed something. The bespectacled man frowned deeper, puzzled by the situation. According to the workers, the house had no signal interference. Even in the basement, they could communicate freely with their families. If the signal was fine, why hadn't 6 and 7 called for help? Unless they were dealt with immediately after entering. But, could that really be possible? Later that evening, 2 SHIELD agents disguised as NYPD officers arrived at Eren's house with a search warrant, ringing the doorbell. Hello. We've received a report from Pinocchio Catering about 2 employees who went missing while delivering food to your home. We need to search your premises. Please cooperate. Looking at the 2 officers, Eren replied, wait a moment while I verify this warrant, snapping a photo and sending it to George. The disguised SHIELD agents exchanged a brief, relieved glance. Thankfully, they had taken the precaution of obtaining a legitimate warrant. Otherwise, things could have gone south quickly. But before they could relax, Eren added, by the way, let me verify your badge numbers too. The 2 disguised agents froze momentarily, clearly caught off guard. After a tense verification process using SHIELD's virtual identity database, the agents were finally allowed into the house. Of course, with the delivery workers already digested by the little helper, not even bones remained. The agents found no trace of their missing colleagues. After searching the house thoroughly for over half an hour, the 2 frustrated agents left empty-handed. Watching them walk away, Eren smirked, if they'd actually found something, that'd truly be a miracle. Chapter 75. No, even if you could see ghosts, you wouldn't find those 2 unlucky guys. What the little helper devoured wasn't just their flesh and blood, it consumed their souls as well. Ghosts? Heh. Anyone consumed by the little helper didn't even have the chance to reincarnate, let alone linger as a spirit. The Marvel world undeniably had ghosts and spirits, given its real dimensions of hell and the underworld. However, most souls were naturally drawn to dimensions like hell or the underworld upon death, rarely lingering in the material world. Even when they did, most ordinary people couldn't perceive spirits or ghosts due to their ethereal nature. Thus, encounters with actual ghosts in reality were exceedingly rare, at least, Eren had never seen one himself. Whoosh! Just as Eren was about to close the door after watching the 2 agents leave, a sudden icy wind swept through the street in front of him. The chills seemed to sink deep into his bones, and the temperature around him plummeted as though it had dropped dozens of degrees in an instant. The biting cold cut through him. Whoosh! A gust of sinister wind slammed into Eren, forcing him back into the house and shutting the door with a loud bang. At the same time, a faint, guttural growl echoed near his ears. What the hell? Sensing something was off, Eren quickly activated his spiritual sight. Under the enhanced perception of his spiritual vision, Eren immediately noticed a dark mist swirling inside his house. The mist coalesced like a translucent black cloud, rolling and twisting before taking the vague shape of a short-haired man in a black suit. His eyes emitted a smoldering black smoke. The ghostly figure's pale, translucent limbs hung at unnatural angles as he dangled upside down from the living room ceiling. Thick, ink-like smoke swirled around him, accompanied by chilling wails. Within the black haze, Eren could vaguely discern countless distorted human faces writhing and screaming. The oppressive, frigid aura of the ghost felt like countless blades slicing into Eren's skin. Shivering involuntarily, Eren stared at the ghastly specter suspended from his ceiling, his mind racing with confusion. What the hell? Where did this guy come from? Judging by its appearance alone, Eren could tell it was a particularly malevolent ghost. The terrifying aura surrounding it was nearly tangible, capable of lethally harming living beings. This level of malice suggested the ghost had claimed numerous lives during its mortal existence. But why had such a powerful ghost suddenly appeared in his house? Was it some bizarre twist of fate? He had just joked about seeing ghosts, and now here one was. Did my words have some kind of supernatural power? As Eren pondered, the ghost hanging from the ceiling took a deep breath, inhaling deeply. Eren's senses picked up faint remnants of malice from two recently deceased individuals in the house, transforming into thin streams of black smoke as they were drawn into the ghost's gaping mouth. The ghost's face twisted into a euphoric expression, like an addict getting their fix. But the pleasure was fleeting. Once the malice was consumed, the ghost's ecstasy turned into rage and frustration, its hunger unfulfilled. Its anger surged, driving it to lash out at the only living being in the room, Eren. Roar! The ghost's twisted face contorted further as it lunged at Eren, black smoke trailing behind it like a vengeful specter. Such malice, Eren muttered, just as his little helper appeared with near-instantaneous speed. With its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, the little helper lunged at the ghost with unimaginable speed. The ghost seemed instinctively terrified of the abyss-like jaws bearing down on it and tried to evade. But before it could escape, a thunderous voice echoed, shaking its very soul. "Wretch, look at me!" Caught off guard, the ghost instinctively raised its head. In that moment, it locked eyes with a gaze of cold, regal authority, a gaze that seemed to belong to a king of the underworld. Boom! A freezing chill and oppressive force surged through the ghost's soul, paralyzing it. The brief hesitation was all the little helper needed to clamp down, devouring half the ghost's translucent body in one bite. The ghost's incorporeal form stood no chance against the little helper's voracious jaws, as its body was ripped apart and swallowed. After consuming most of the ghost, the little helper shuddered as if savoring a delicious meal. Its greedy gaze turned toward the remaining portion of the ghost. In the air, the ghost wailed pitifully, unaware of the imminent danger targeting its fragmented form. Just as the little helper prepared to finish devouring the intruder, a subtle tremor rippled through the scales of fate hidden within Eren's soul. An invisible shockwave dispersed the ghost's remaining consciousness, while a twisted vortex appeared in the void, swallowing the rest of its body entirely. Ding! Residual traces of a fate-bound artifact detected in the spirit. Source identified as the Bloom of Fate from this world. Host is strongly encouraged to seek out this artifact and offer it to the Scales of Fate. Doing so is expected to partially restore the scale's functions and alleviate some of the XXX corruption. Additionally, the host will unlock at least one unique function of the scales and gain a substantial amount of fate points. Chapter 76. The moment Eren heard the message in his mind, his consciousness was pulled into the space of the Scales of Fate. As before, upon entering, Eren quickly noticed another grayish orb of light hovering near the scales. With a motion of his hand, the orb floated toward him, coming to rest before him in no time. The previous red orb was a reward for eliminating an eldritch god servant. What could this gray orb be? Curious, Eren reached out and touched the gray orb. With a soft sound, the orb merged seamlessly into his body. Huh. This is... A flood of information rushed into Eren's mind. He closed his eyes, allowing himself to absorb the knowledge contained within the orb. The gray orb held a memory, specifically, fragments of the life of the malevolent spirit that the Scales of Fate had consumed earlier. Abel Smith, alias X, male, 46 years old. A top-tier assassin from the Brotherhood of Assassins in the Dark Underworld. One day prior, this unlucky man was killed on the rooftop of a metropolitan skyscraper by a Brotherhood traitor known as Cross. Wow, X. The Brotherhood, Cross, this is straight out of the plot of Wanted. X was that poor guy who got offed by Cross at the very start. Despite his unfortunate end, X's reputation as a top-tier assassin in the underworld was undeniable. The deadly malice that clung to his soul after death, transforming him into a vengeful ghost in just one day, was proof enough of his lethality. That malice stemmed from the curses of the countless souls he had slain. Moreover, it was precisely this skill and experience that left a trace of the fate-bound artifact's aura on his soul. Ordinary assassins in the Brotherhood wouldn't have the privilege of interacting with the mystical loom of fate. Beyond fragments of X's memories, the orb also contained a skill etched deeply into his soul. Gun kata. Upon absorbing the orb, Eren's understanding and mastery of firearms shot to unimaginable heights. He even felt that he had surpassed his instructor, Old Jerry, the retired sharpshooter. This was because the knowledge Eren inherited included an advanced firearm technique unique to the Brotherhood, something Old Jerry could never master. Curved ballistics. This skill was rare even within the Brotherhood, reserved only for a select few assassins. Of course, mastering curved ballistics didn't automatically make an assassin invincible. Not every practitioner was destined to be the best after all, a gun's ultimate purpose is to kill. As long as it gets the job done, who cares if the bullet curves or not? That said, the ability to curve bullets added a versatile and unpredictable edge to a shooter's arsenal, especially when combined with their adrenaline-boosting techniques. It was no wonder assassins who mastered curved ballistics often climbed to the apex of the dark underworld. Savoring the knowledge now etched into his mind, Eren smirked. This feels pretty damn good. With his reward from the scales of fate secured, Eren began strategizing how to acquire the Brotherhood's loom of fate. Ordinarily, the loom, guarded heavily within the Brotherhood's textile mill, was utterly inaccessible to outsiders. Even X, one of the 12 apostles of the Brotherhood, was prohibited from interacting with it directly. Only Sloane, the leader of the Brotherhood, had daily access to the artifact. Recalling the plot of Wanted, Eren murmured, in the original storyline, Cross's death and Wesley's awakening led to the Brotherhood's annihilation, thanks to Fox's help. So, could I just wait for the Brotherhood to get wiped out and then stroll in to pick up the loom without breaking a sweat? Wait. Eren paused. After crossing into this world, he had already disrupted numerous events. Could the butterfly effect have altered the original plot? The thought of relying on others suddenly seemed unreliable. Besides, he couldn't ignore the possibility that his interference might have already diverted the story's course. X just died, so we're likely still in the early stages of the story. Should I try to contact Cross? The idea lingered for a moment before Eren dismissed it. As one of the world's top assassins, Cross was exceedingly dangerous. Other than his son, he had no emotional attachments. Approaching Cross now could easily result in Eren taking a bullet to the head. Though Eren had extraordinary abilities, Cross's skill with firearms still posed a significant threat. Fortunately, as a diviner, Eren didn't need direct contact to glean valuable information. By following the guidance of fate, he could gather the insights he needed without risking his life. Additionally, there were other ways to weaken the Brotherhood aside from relying on Wesley's actions in the original storyline. Exiting the space of the scales of fate, Eren found his little helper sulking, staring at the air where half the ghost had vanished. Amused, Eren patted its head. Don't be upset. I'll get you something even better next time. Though it didn't understand why its delicious meal had disappeared, the promise brightened the little helper's mood, prompting it to wag its tongue enthusiastically. After amusing the little helper for a bit, Eren hailed a cab and left Chinatown. Before taking on the Brotherhood, he planned to familiarize himself with his newly acquired skills. 20 minutes later, Eren arrived at Tom's shooting club. Guided by a staff member to a moving target range, he picked up a handgun from an empty slot and began shooting at a target 10 meters away. Bang! 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 Chapter 77. The thunderous roar of gunfire echoed relentlessly through the underground shooting range. As the rounds continued to fly, Eren rapidly assimilated the firearm techniques he had inherited from X's memories. 10-meter targets. 20-meter targets. 30-meter targets. Finally, 50-meter moving targets. No matter the distance or speed of the target, Eren's bullets always struck the bullseye at seemingly impossible angles. What's more, his speed in raising his weapon and reloading grew visibly faster with each round. If not for the higher cost of the 50-meter range, which kept it relatively empty most of the time, Eren's astonishing accuracy and speed would have drawn an audience of shocked onlookers. Even now, the two muscle-bound men training on the range were starting to eye him with a mix of curiosity and awe. Fortunately, old Jerry had already clocked out for the day. If he were here to witness Eren's progress, his jaw would undoubtedly hit the floor. Phew. After emptying another magazine, Eren's arm began to cramp from the intense strain. Yet, despite the spasms, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The session had allowed him to fully absorb X's firearm expertise, transforming it into his own. While the advanced technique of adrenaline-induced reflexes required a unique innate talent that Eren lacked, he wasn't too concerned. After all, adrenaline could be artificially induced. With his current mastery of self-hypnosis, Eren could easily stimulate his body to produce adrenaline, forcefully entering that heightened state. Placing the handgun back on the bench, Eren noticed the increasingly fervent gazes of the two muscle-bound men nearby. Their eyes burned with admiration, as if they wanted to absorb his skills into their very being. The intensity of their stares sent a shiver down Eren's spine. Though he overheard snippets of their conversation through his headphones, apparently, they just wanted tips to improve their shooting. Eren wasn't taking any chances. He quickly fled the range, skipping even the post-session arm massage from the club's staff. Without a backward glance, he paid his bill and left the moving target range in a hurry. A few minutes later, standing outside Tom's shooting club, Eren let out a sigh of relief. Glancing back at the club's neon-lit sign, he made a silent decision. I'd better avoid this place for a while. If anyone familiar sees me, I won't be able to explain how my shooting skills improved so drastically in such a short time. Besides, with my current proficiency, there's not much more old Jerry can teach me. Skipping the club won't hinder my progress. Instead of heading home, Eren stopped by a cosplay shop on the way and purchased a set of vintage fortune teller attire and a few props for divination games. By now, enough time had passed since he consumed the Seer's potion. With a wealth of divination techniques under his belt and most of the potion's effects assimilated, Eren could confidently call himself a true seer. What he lacked now was complete digestion of the potion, the final step before advancing to the clown stage. Advancing would give him greater leverage in obtaining the Brotherhood's Loom of Fate. To accelerate the digestion process, Eren decided to embrace the role of a seer more fully. In a multicultural city like New York, posing as a seer was relatively easy. Eren planned to roam the city's streets and crowded areas in his fortune teller guise, offering readings to those who crossed his path. Over the next few days, whispers spread through New York's night scene about a wandering fortune teller with uncanny accuracy. According to rumors, if you were lucky enough to encounter a strangely dressed fortune teller at night, you could pay $1 for a reading on any topic: career, luck, love, family, or even lost pets. The mysterious seer never turned anyone away. To everyone's astonishment, every prediction came true with startling accuracy. The low price of $1 and the consistent success of the readings quickly turned the wandering seer into a citywide phenomenon. Some even filmed their encounters with the mysterious figure, sharing their stories online. The video that truly catapulted the seer to fame came from a YouTube blogger. In the video, the blogger detailed how the seer's guidance led them to uncover a treasure worth over $1 million using a family heirloom map. The discovery made headlines, drawing the attention of local authorities and lending credibility to the story. As the video went viral, Eren's fortune teller persona became a household name. Countless people roamed New York streets at night, hoping to meet the mysterious seer and strike it rich. Even well-dressed professionals and socialites joined the search, some women dressing extravagantly in hopes of catching the seer's attention for a memorable encounter to boast about later. But just as quickly as he had appeared, the seer vanished without a trace, leaving his admirers to wonder if they'd ever encounter him again. Chapter 78. The internet buzzed with speculation about the mysterious wandering fortune teller who had suddenly vanished. Theories ran wild. Some claimed he had been invited by a powerful corporation or wealthy magnate, becoming a valued guest and leaving his street days behind. Others whispered he had angered a crime syndicate and fled New York in disgrace. A few even joked that he'd met too many beautiful women, overexerted himself, and perished in a lover's bed. But the most common belief was that the enigmatic seer had simply moved on, continuing his travels to the next city, leaving behind only rumors and intrigue. What no one knew was that the seer in question was currently sitting in a house in Chinatown, his eyes closed in deep reflection. Moments ago, after gaining the belief and recognition of tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands, of people online, Eren had entered a peculiar state. It felt as if he had pierced an illusory bubble, shattering it with a faint popping sound. At that very instant, he sensed something within him dissolve completely, merging seamlessly with his mind and spirit. Eren didn't need anyone to tell him, he instinctively understood that this marked the complete digestion of the seer potion. For a long time, Eren lay quietly on the sofa, savoring the rare clarity of this experience. Finally, he opened his eyes and exhaled. So, the seer potion is fully digested now? Strictly speaking, it's only been about 2 weeks since I consumed the potion. Even for a sequence 9 potion, digesting it this quickly is quite impressive. Of course, compared to those freakishly talented individuals in Lord of Mysteries who were practically born with demigod or angel characteristics, I still fall short. But I did manage to beat Klein's digestion time for the seer potion. Eren chuckled at the thought, though he knew better than to let it go to his head. His rapid progress wasn't due to superior aptitude but rather a combination of foreknowledge, strategic role-playing as a seer, and the modern world's ability to spread information quickly. By leveraging these advantages, along with props and his knowledge of certain key events, Eren had successfully played the role of a seer before figures like Coulson and Tony Stark, digesting a significant portion of the potion. The final push came through his widely publicized fortune-telling in the viral video, cementing his image as a mystical seer in the minds of thousands and allowing him to digest the last remnants of the potion. Interestingly, Eren's success wasn't entirely coincidental. The viral YouTube video, for instance, had been part of his plan. By predicting the discovery of a treasure during a fortune-telling session and subtly orchestrating the event, Eren ensured that the blogger's encounter with him would culminate in uncovering the fortune. The result was a win-win situation. The blogger became rich, and Eren solidified his reputation as a seer, completing his potion digestion in the process. Yet the deeper mechanics of fate left Eren pondering. Had his fortune-telling led to the discovery of the treasure? Or had the treasure's discovery created the conditions for his fortune-telling? Either way, both parties had benefited immensely. Just as Eren was musing over his recent success, his phone buzzed with a notification. Glancing at the screen, he saw a photo from Gwen. The image was unmistakably of him, disguised as the wandering seer, performing a fortune-telling. Beneath the photo, Gwen had written, "I think I've uncovered someone's little secret." Amused, Eren quickly replied, "Oh really? Looks like I'll have to silence you, then." He added a playful, evil overlord emoji to the message before sending it. Moments later, he followed up with another text. "How'd you figure it out? I thought my disguise was pretty solid." On the other end, Gwen hesitated, typing and deleting several times before settling on a reply. Her first instinct was to type "your body," but she quickly realized how that could be misinterpreted and erased the words. Instead, she sent, "You mentioned being a seer before. Plus, your build and some intuition gave you away." Eren read the message, nodding at the first 2 points. "But, intuition? Are women's instincts always this accurate?" he muttered, bemused. After chatting for a while, their conversation naturally shifted to an earlier promise Eren had made, to use his divination to help find a way to heal Helen's scars. As the topic came up, Eren decided to press forward. "How's Helen doing? Would she like me to do a reading for her now?" Chapter 79. On the other end of the phone, Gwen's mind flashed to memories of Helen often staring blankly at her legs in a daze after the surgery. She hesitated for less than a second before replying, "Tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I'll have time during the day." "Tomorrow works. I'll come by your place," Eren offered. "No need, I'll come to you," Gwen insisted. Since she was asking for Eren's help, she wouldn't take advantage of him by having him come over. After agreeing on a time for the divination, they ended the call. After chatting with Gwen, Eren found that the joy from fully digesting the seer potion had begun to settle. Seizing the moment, he decided to enter the space of the scales of fate and retrieve the vial of clown potion he had previously drawn. Holding the potion in his hand, Eren didn't immediately drink it. Instead, he took out his divination coin, an item imbued with spirituality from frequent use, and prepared to perform a divination to ensure the success of his advancement. The coin's simplicity made it perfect for yes or no questions, and for this purpose, it was more than sufficient. Focusing his spirituality, Eren closed his eyes halfway and murmured, "Will my advancement succeed? Will my advancement succeed?" He repeated the question 7 times before flipping the coin into the air. Opening his eyes, he saw the coin land in his palm, face up. A positive result. This affirmation brought Eren a sense of relief. While he had confidence in his preparation, having the divination confirm his success felt like a good omen. After pocketing the coin, Eren turned his attention back to the vial of clown potion. Removing the stopper, he raised the vial to his lips and tipped it back, swallowing the liquid in one gulp. Immediately, an intense bitterness overwhelmed his senses, far surpassing anything he had ever tasted. It felt like swallowing a concentrated extract of raw herbs, leaving his tongue numb and his voice strained. "This is so much worse than the seer potion," he thought bitterly. A wave of heat surged through his face and body, making his skin flush a bright red. He felt as though he were a lobster being boiled alive. Meanwhile, his consciousness seemed to detach, fragmenting into countless threads that intertwined with the potion as it coursed through his body. Though Eren had not yet reached a level where he could fully perceive his inner self, he found himself vividly observing the potion's essence merging into every cell of his being. It felt as though his body was being meticulously restructured by an impossibly precise instrument. Time passed in a blur. In the depths of his consciousness, Eren saw a reflection of himself, a distorted yet fascinating image. Through this surreal projection, he realized he now had near-perfect control over his facial expressions and body movements, as if his very being had become a malleable canvas. Then came the whispers. An unsettling cacophony of ethereal murmurs and frenzied screams filled his ears. Corruption, break the veil, fall, death, ascend. The indescribable pollution and madness emanating from the voices seemed to claw at his psyche, urging him toward ruin. However, as the advancement process neared its conclusion, the whispers began to fade, their influence weakening. With immense effort, Eren suppressed the lingering spiritual overflow and brought his newfound abilities under control. When he finally stabilized his spirit, he knew without a doubt, he had succeeded. Eren was now a Sequence 8 clown. Opening his eyes, Eren noticed the world around him seemed sharper and more vivid, as though a veil had been lifted. "This feels incredible," he murmured. Clenching his fist, he marveled at the explosive strength now coursing through his muscles. Oddball, sandbag. At his command, a ripple spread across the ceiling as if the air itself were water. Moments later, a worn training sandbag dropped from a hidden storage space, hanging neatly before him. With a sharp crack, Eren delivered a full-force punch, the sound of his strike splitting the air like a whip. The impact sent the sandbag flying, nearly ripping it from its chain. The raw power of his punch exceeded his expectations. Unlike the seer potion, which had only slightly enhanced his physical capabilities, the clown potion had drastically improved his strength, agility, and coordination. As the sandbag swung back toward him, Eren twisted his torso and delivered a spinning kick. Boom! The kick connected with a thunderous explosion, tearing the aged sandbag apart and scattering its contents across the room. To Eren's surprise, the sand and debris didn't stay scattered for long. As he watched, the grains of sand sank into the floorboards, furniture, and walls, which seemed to absorb them like a sponge. Moments later, the sandbag reformed itself, whole and intact, as though it had never been damaged. This miraculous repair was one of Oddball's abilities. It could consume energy to restore any object within the house that it had assimilated. But Eren's focus remained on his body. Through a series of experiments, he confirmed that his strength, agility, and reflexes had all undergone significant enhancement. Most impressive was his newfound balance and coordination. Under normal circumstances, Eren realized he would never lose his footing again. Even if he were to fall down a flight of stairs, his body would instinctively realign itself, twisting midair to land safely. "This is incredible," he muttered, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Chapter 80. Are you all enjoying this fanfic? If you do, leave a comment. If we reach 100 comments I will post +1 chapter tomorrow. Truly worthy of being called a jester. This ability is simply perfect for performing tricks on stage, Eren thought, marveling at his new powers. The extraordinary coordination and control over his body not only allowed him to maintain balance even in the most unpredictable situations but also made him exceptionally adept at learning physical skills. Whether it was martial arts or combat techniques, his newfound talent vastly accelerated his progress. What might take an ordinary person a year, or even several years, to master could be achieved by Eren in just a month, or perhaps even 2 or 3 weeks. This was the stark difference between the extraordinary and the mundane. The innate talents bestowed upon him through his ascension had elevated Eren beyond the limits of ordinary humans. With such a powerful physical gift, he couldn't help but contemplate learning some advanced combat techniques. Leaving this talent untapped would be a waste. After completing the tests on his physical changes, Eren picked up a brand new deck of cards that had been sitting on the table. With a flick of his wrist, he infused a card with his spirituality and threw it. Whiz! The soft card shot out like a knife and embedded itself precisely in the red brick wall he had been aiming at. Only 1/3 of the card remained visible outside the wall. Looking at the card lodged deeply into the bricks, Eren couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With spiritual energy infused, even the sturdier-than-average bricks of this wall were no match for the card, which cut 2/3 into it. On a living target, the card would undoubtedly pierce through flesh and organs, inflicting fatal damage. What made this ability even more remarkable was its versatility. It required no special materials, any paper in daily life could achieve similar effects. The only difference was the degree of power. This ability turned ordinary paper, found everywhere, into lethal weapons in Eren's hands, significantly enriching his arsenal of combat techniques. This transformation also marked a turning point for Eren. Having ascended as a jester, he transitioned from being a semi-supportive extraordinary to someone capable of direct, overwhelming combat. Moreover, coupled with the top-tier shooting skills inherited from Mr. X and the mind-affecting sorcery disheartened stare, Eren's strength after becoming a jester had soared to unprecedented heights. His combat capabilities were now formidable. Finally, my chances of obtaining the Fate Loom from the textile factory have greatly improved, Eren thought with satisfaction, exhaling deeply. After testing his new powers, he took a relaxing bath and began meditating on his bed. Following his ascension, his spiritual energy had surged explosively. Although he had managed to stabilize it somewhat, controlling the sudden influx of power remained challenging. Seizing the quiet of the night, Eren planned to meditate and gain better mastery over his spiritual energy. While Eren was meditating after his ascension, elsewhere, in Tony Stark's expansive private villa, a highly advanced Iron Man suit was slowly taking shape. Since his abduction in Afghanistan, Stark had been consumed by a sense of insecurity. Determined to protect himself, he had poured all his energy into refining the inspiration he had gained in that cave. He was building a suit of armor that could envelop him entirely, safeguarding his life. Now, from the steadily forming humanoid structure of metallic components, it was evident that Stark's armor was nearly complete. Soon, the Iron Man, the harbinger of the Marvel Universe's Age of the Extraordinary, would emerge, heralding the beginning of an era of unimaginable change. Unbeknownst to Eren, the moment he consumed the Jester potion and ascended, the scales of fate hidden deep within his soul trembled. In that imperceptible vibration, faint black streams of energy and scattered dark specks dislodged from the scale's base and fell into the boundless river of fate below. As the river rippled with their entry, the black streams and specks quickly vanished into its vastness. In the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, a minuscule black speck emerged from the void and landed on a giant squid that was preying on a sperm whale. The speck, smaller than a sesame seed, seemed utterly inconsequential against the squid's massive body. Yet, the moment it touched the creature, it began spreading like ink in water, rapidly polluting the squid's entire form. In mere moments, the giant squid underwent horrifying mutations. Its body expanded at an alarming rate, with grotesque tumors appearing all over its surface. These tumors transformed into writhing black tentacles, emanating a sinister aura with black mist and glowing red spots flowing between them. Nearby, the sperm whale sensed something amiss and turned to look, only to witness an unspeakable monstrosity in the dark depths. A piercing cry echoed through the ocean, spreading far and wide. Meanwhile, a slightly larger black speck drifted upstream through the river of fate, piercing through the boundary between reality and illusion. After exhausting most of its energy, it eventually fell into a specific region of the sea, landing on a giant cruise ship in motion. While the black speck struggled within the river of fate, the faint black streams drifted passively, scattering into various corners of the world under destiny's guidance. Chapter 81. Early the next morning, Gwen arrived at Eren's doorstep with breakfast in hand. Fresh from his morning jog in the park and halfway through a shower, Eren heard the doorbell. He quickly dried his damp hair, changed into a loose outfit, and went downstairs to open the door. "Good morning, Eren." "Good morning, Gwen," he replied, smiling. Gwen shook the bag of food in her hand with a cheerful grin. "You haven't had breakfast yet, right? I brought 2 servings of freshly baked magic bread from Alice's bakery, plus some of their pudding. They're amazing." "Really? Looks like I'm in for a treat today." After inviting Gwen into his home, Eren noticed she had arrived half an hour earlier than expected and commented with a chuckle. Alice's bakery was a renowned establishment in the heart of Queens, famous for its delicious bread. Unlike other bakeries that expanded aggressively once they became popular, Alice's bakery had only one storefront and resisted offers to franchise. Rumor had it the owner believed that opening more locations would compromise the quality of their bread, so they focused solely on their original shop. Others speculated that the bakery didn't need the extra money and simply wanted to avoid the hassle. Regardless of the reason, the bakery's exclusivity, combined with its outstanding bread, created a scarcity effect that only enhanced its reputation. Even Eren, who wasn't particularly fond of bread, had heard plenty of buzz about the place. It was said that freshly baked bread from Alice's was often snapped up immediately by long lines of eager customers. Many spent hours waiting, only to leave empty-handed. Their magic bread, in particular, was the bakery's signature item, notorious for being hard to obtain. Gwen must have queued for a long time to secure 2 portions, and this thoughtful gesture moved Eren, making him almost feel guilty about his plans for her. Walking through the impeccably clean and well-organized first floor of Eren's home, Gwen followed him upstairs to the dining area. She had expected Eren's place to be messy and chaotic, as was typical of most young men living alone. But to her astonishment, his home was even cleaner and tidier than her own. What surprised her even more was the dining table on the second floor. It was laid out with 7 or 8 types of freshly made, aromatic, and beautifully presented Chinese breakfasts. "Wow, Eren, is this your breakfast? It looks amazing," Gwen exclaimed in surprise. Pointing at a basket of translucent shrimp dumplings, she added, "I recognize these. They're a type of Chinese cuisine, right? I think they're called dumplings. They look beautiful." She spoke the word dumpling in Chinese, albeit with a slightly imperfect accent. Eren, impressed, gave her a thumbs up. "Nice. These are called shrimp dumplings, a type of dumpling. Not only do they look good, but they're also delicious. Try one." He went into the kitchen, retrieved a new set of utensils, and handed them to Gwen. "Don't mind if I do." Gwen graciously accepted the utensils and deftly picked up a dumpling with chopsticks, her skillful handling of them suggesting she was no stranger to Chinese food. Eren decided against offering her a crash course on using chopsticks. Phew. Blowing lightly on the dumpling to cool it, Gwen placed it into her mouth. Her eyes closed in bliss as she savored the burst of flavorful broth and the springy texture of the shrimp filling. When she reopened her eyes, now sparkling with delight, Eren asked with a smile, "How is it?" "It's amazing. This is the best dumpling I've ever had," Gwen praised earnestly before glancing at the table. "Did you make all of this?" "Of course not. Aside from the eggs I fried and the porridge I cooked, the rest came from a breakfast shop in Chinatown," Eren admitted. Preparing such a variety of dishes himself would have taken far too long, and he didn't have that kind of time or energy. Besides, he wasn't short on money. It was much more convenient to buy them. "Oh, I see." Gwen breathed a subtle sigh of relief. This was more reasonable. If Eren really had the ability to make such elaborate breakfasts, it would have put her basic skills in making toast and simple Western dishes to shame. After sharing the diverse array of Chinese breakfasts with Eren at the table, Gwen rubbed her now rounded belly and thought sheepishly, "Oh no, how did I eat so much?" Eren, noticing her embarrassment, didn't tease her. Instead, he opened the bag of breakfast she had brought, took out a beautifully packaged piece of bread, and tried it. Having eaten only a third of his own breakfast, Eren's appetite had recently increased significantly, and he still wasn't full. The moment he opened the packaging, a delightful aroma of milk and wheat filled the air, instantly reigniting his hunger. He took a bite of the bread, and his eyes lit up. Alice's Bakery's magic bread truly lived up to its reputation. Even someone like Eren, who wasn't particularly into bread, found it delicious. Good food was meant to be shared, especially something Gwen had gone to great lengths to buy. However, when Eren offered her a piece of the bread, she adamantly refused, shaking her head vigorously. After breakfast, Eren led Gwen, who had rested briefly, to his room on the 3rd floor. From his wardrobe, he retrieved the tools he used for his persona as a wandering fortune-teller. Gwen's eyes lit up at the sight of the mysterious items. "Wow! These are the tools from the video, right?" Eren chuckled. "That's right. They'll help us divine the method to remove Helen's scar." With a plan already in mind, Eren picked up a crystal ball from the tools and began the divination process with Gwen. Soon, to Gwen's astonishment, a clear image slowly formed within the crystal ball. The vision depicted a sprawling textile factory. Chapter 82. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the textile factory was tense. Before the gathered members lay a corpse, the body of Wesley, their designated tool to deal with Cross. According to Sloane's original plan, they intended to exploit the remnants of Cross's familial ties and train Wesley, his son, into a weapon to kill the traitorous assassin. But no one could have foreseen what happened last night. Cross himself shot and killed Wesley, his only son. For them, this was undeniably bad news. From now on, they had no leverage against Cross. By eliminating his sole weakness, Cross had severed the last thread of his humanity. Such a transformation made him even more dangerous. It was almost certain that, having been forced into killing his son, Cross would now unleash a relentless vendetta against the textile factory. Given his skills, the Brotherhood of Assassins was in for serious trouble. Damn it! Sloane cursed under his breath, his expression dark as he looked at the other 8 skilled assassins in the room, those adept at the fraternity's iconic bullet curving technique. "Have the orders been sent out?" he asked. Fox nodded. "I've instructed all operatives to halt their current missions and return to the factory immediately." The gunsmith chimed in, "I've stationed people at all critical points in the factory. If Cross dares to show up, dozens of guns firing simultaneously will turn him into a sieve." The butcher, playing with his cleaver, added coldly, "The problem is, what if he doesn't show up and instead picks us off bit by bit?" At these words, the room fell into uneasy silence. What the butcher had pointed out was their worst fear. The factory might have resources to sustain them for years, but hiding indefinitely was not a viable option. Standing at the back of the group, the pharmacist hesitated as though he wanted to say something. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly shattered the stillness, blowing apart the massive, gate-like entrance of the textile factory. Crash! Fragments of the door shot inward like bullets, shredding several factory members stationed nearby. Sloane, Fox, and the others rushed to the window, peering outside. Gunfire erupted across the factory grounds, fiery bursts lighting up the scene as a truck smashed through the broken gate. Squeak, squeak. The high-pitched screeching of rats reached the pharmacist's ears. Looking out the window, his eyes widened in horror as he saw a swarm of rats pouring out of the truck. "Be careful. Those rats have bombs on them," the pharmacist shouted. Boom! Boom! Even as the warning left his lips, stray bullets struck several of the bomb-laden rats, triggering explosions that rocked the factory. The chain of explosions plunged the factory into chaos. Amid the confusion, a figure darted into the factory unnoticed. Meanwhile, Eren and Gwen had arrived near the factory after locating its address through the crystal ball's vision. The sudden explosion startled them both, followed by the deafening sound of gunfire. The intensity of the battle made their expressions turn grim. "This is serious," Eren muttered, pulling Gwen back. Listening to the gunfire, Gwen began to understand why Eren's divination had pointed to this factory as the place to find a method to heal Helen's scars. The sheer scale of firepower on display was far beyond what any ordinary factory, or even a typical police precinct, would possess. "No, I can't just leave. I need to inform my dad about this," Gwen said, shaking her head. She quickly took out her phone and moved to a corner to call George. While Gwen was occupied, Eren watched the scene. The gunfire, though intense, was rapidly subsiding. "What's going on?" Cross was eliminating the assassins much faster than Eren had anticipated based on his divination. At this rate, Cross might annihilate the entire factory before the police could even arrive, or he might be overwhelmed and killed. Either way, it would complicate Eren's plans. So, divination isn't omnipotent after all. Sighing softly, Eren glanced at Gwen, who was still on the phone urging George to hurry. Seizing the moment, he stepped forward and snapped his fingers. Snap! Using a hypnotic technique from his psychic abilities, Eren planted a suggestion in Gwen's mind to stay put and hide. With her distracted, he quietly headed toward the textile factory, where the gunfire was dying down. Using a secret escape route he had uncovered through repeated divinations and Mr. X's memories, Eren, now wearing his jester mask, infiltrated the factory from the hidden exit. Opening the concealed door, he stepped into a scene of devastation. Smoke filled the air, and bodies, both human and rat, lay strewn across the ground and stairs. Pools of blood gathered on the factory floor, forming crimson streams. "Who's there?" A shaky voice called out, followed by a gunshot aimed at the cabinet where Eren had just been hiding. With the agility granted by his jester powers, Eren dodged the bullet effortlessly and flicked his wrist. Bang! The bullet curved in an elegant arc, bypassing obstacles before striking the shooter squarely in the forehead. Having ascended as a jester, Eren had mastered the Brotherhood signature technique, curved trajectory shooting. Chapter 83. As the gunshot rang out, Eren swiftly somersaulted and used the noise as cover to reposition himself behind another piece of cover. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the textile factory, 7 or 8 assassins who had narrowly escaped Cross's rampage turned pale at the sight of their comrade lying dead with a bullet wound to the head, despite hiding behind a column. "Damn it! Curved trajectory shooting. Be careful, it's that traitor." Driven by fear, they began unloading their ammunition wildly at the spot where Eren had previously been hiding. Within moments, the cabinet that had concealed Eren was reduced to splinters by the barrage of bullets. Behind his jester mask, Eren felt his heartbeat racing. He licked his lips, exhilarated. "This is thrilling." Whether it was his true nature or the influence of the potion, Eren realized he was starting to enjoy this adrenaline rush. Tuning into the sound of gunfire, Eren carefully pinpointed the positions of his attackers. With a flick of his wrist, a bullet shot out from his gun. Bang! One of the assassins unloading bullets at Eren's previous location froze mid-action. The bullet arced through the air, entering his skull from the left and exiting through the right, before ricocheting into a second assassin, then a third, and finally a fourth. Boom! In an instant, Eren had used his curved trajectory shooting to eliminate 4 assassins who had been closing in on him. Seeing their comrades drop one by one, the remaining assassins were overcome by the same fear Cross had instilled in them before. Panic-stricken, they turned to flee. Bang! Bang, bang! The moment they exposed their backs, Eren raised his gun without hesitation, firing shot after shot. Moments later, all 7 or 8 assassins lay lifeless. Activating his spiritual vision, Eren scanned the first floor. He delivered finishing shots to the wounded assassins who were still alive but incapacitated before heading toward the deeper part of the textile factory, where the sound of battle was still raging. The fight was centered in a slaughterhouse at the back of the factory. There, the butcher, who should have been no match for Cross, was pressing him hard with his dual blades. With deft movements, the butcher deflected bullets aimed at his face and chest with his blades, completely ignoring those that struck other parts of his body. He relentlessly closed the distance, landing several deep, bloody cuts on Cross. The butcher's immense strength and agility, which were disproportionate to his size, taught Cross a harsh lesson in the slaughterhouse. Noticing that the butcher seemed impervious to pain, Cross's gaze turned cold. Bang! With a flick of his wrist, a silver bullet arced elegantly through the air, striking the butcher's ankle from behind and shattering it. Though the butcher appeared to lack pain receptors, the injury significantly hindered his mobility. Damn it! Bang! Before he could finish his curse, another bullet whizzed toward his temple. Forced to react, the butcher swung his blade and deflected it with all his might. However, almost simultaneously, a second silver bullet from Cross's other gun exploded against the side of his neck, blowing away a chunk of flesh. Dual-wield curved trajectory shooting, the legendary double arc, muttered a voice from the shadows, trembling with awe. Cross turned to see the pharmacist, his secret mole within the Brotherhood. "What are you still doing here?" Cross asked with a frown. According to their plan, the pharmacist should have already fled during the chaos. "I came to tell you that Sloane, the gunsmith, and Fox are all holed up in Sloane's study. It seems they've set a trap and are waiting for you," the pharmacist explained. Cross scoffed, unfazed by the mention of a trap. "In the study? Good. That saves me the trouble of hunting them down." He gave the pharmacist a glance and said coldly, "Get out of here before the police arrive. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to later." Without waiting for a response, Cross turned and walked away toward the study, his back to the pharmacist, as if unafraid of being shot in the back. The pharmacist hesitated, his eyes flickering with indecision, but ultimately, he chose to leave. Since Cross had betrayed the Brotherhood, their relationship had grown increasingly distant. Learning that Cross had personally killed his own son the night before had left the pharmacist in utter disbelief. From that moment, he knew the Cross he once knew was gone. As the pharmacist exited the slaughterhouse, a flash of silver light suddenly appeared, severing both his hands at the wrists. Bang! At the same time, a gunshot rang out near Eren. Reacting instantly, Eren bent backward almost 90 degrees, narrowly dodging the bullet. Raising his gun, he fired 3 consecutive shots toward the slaughterhouse. Bang, bang, bang. Almost simultaneously, 3 gunshots echoed from within. Clang, clang, clang. 6 spinning bullets collided mid-air, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Emerging from the smoke was Cross, his icy gaze locked onto Eren. "So, it's you, a little mouse following me around," Cross remarked coldly. Meanwhile, in Sloane's large circular study, the scene was nothing short of macabre. Sloane, his hair streaked with gray, meticulously wiped his blood-stained hands with a white cloth. Around him lay the corpses of Fox, the gunsmith, and 4 other senior members of the Brotherhood. Their bodies had been arranged in eerie positions, as if bowing in worship toward Sloane at the center of the room. Blood from the 6 corpses flowed into grooves carved into the floor, slowly forming a crimson, sinister symbol. Chapter 84. At the moment the crimson symbol was fully formed, the circular study was suddenly engulfed in a burst of blood-red light. The bodies of Fox, the gunsmith, and the other 4 assassins were instantly drained by the symbol on the floor, leaving behind shriveled corpses. Having absorbed the blood and essence of 6 elite assassins, the crimson symbol began to twist and writhe, sprouting tendrils of blood that wrapped themselves tightly around Sloane. No, it was more than just wrapping him. The eerie, pulsating symbol began to burrow into Sloane's body through his pores, merging with his decaying flesh and nourishing it from within. The transformation was grotesque yet mesmerizing. The stolen vitality rejuvenated Sloane's body, triggering a horrifying metamorphosis. In mere seconds, Sloane stood upright, his once aged and withered form now brimming with youth and vitality. His skin, now sleek and dark, gleamed ominously as once shrunken muscles swelled with explosive power. With a soft tap of his shoe, Sloane leapt 5 or 6 meters, landing gracefully beyond the circle of desiccated corpses. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, greater even than his prime, Sloane's face twisted into an expression of ecstasy and madness. This intoxicating feeling of strength. Cross, he murmured with a dark chuckle. Soon, you'll realize that no matter how strong you think you are, you're still just a mortal. The thought of the traitor who had recently pushed him to the brink of despair ignited a bloodthirsty gleam in Sloane's eyes. As the leader of the Brotherhood, Sloane had once been the strongest assassin in the organization's centuries-long history. Yet, years of wielding power and the ravages of time had dulled his edge, making most forget just how deadly he had once been. But everything changed last night. After Cross killed his only son, severing his last tie to humanity, Sloane too underwent a transformation. He had heard the whispers of a demon and willingly embraced the abyss. Already forsaken by divine providence, his name etched into the threads of the loom of fate, Sloane had no hesitation in throwing himself into the embrace of darkness. This descent into corruption unlocked forbidden knowledge within his mind, and his body, now nourished by an unknown force, was completely reborn. Elsewhere in the factory, as Sloane absorbed the life essence of the 6 assassins, both Eren and Cross froze mid-action. Their heightened senses simultaneously picked up on the deadly aura emanating from the 2nd floor. This ominous feeling. Eren's eyes turned deep and piercing as he activated his spiritual vision, staring directly at the source of the oppressive energy. What he saw made his breath catch, a blood-red orb enshrouded in an eerie glow. Within it, the faint silhouette of a small demon with curled horns stared back at him with a chilling, mocking grin. The intense psychic backlash caused a sharp pain in Eren's eyes, forcing him to avert his gaze. Meanwhile, Cross's innate extraordinary instincts warned him of the looming shadow of death radiating from Sloane's study. That's Sloane's study, Cross muttered, his eyes narrowing. What the hell is happening in there? The mere thought of Sloane, the man who betrayed their creed and drove him to kill his own son, rekindled an uncontrollable fury within Cross. Nearby, Eren noted the murderous aura emanating from Cross and smirked faintly. How about we call a temporary truce? Eren suggested. You feel it too, don't you? That presence upstairs. Cross, our goals are the same. We both want Sloane dead for corrupting the creed. Let's join forces to kill him first. Once he's dealt with, we can settle our differences. Cross shot him a cold glare. I don't need anyone's help. Though he distrusted Eren, Cross ultimately decided to let him be for now. The overwhelming sense of danger from the 2nd floor left him uneasy. Sloane had to be eliminated first. As for Eren, Cross was confident he could deal with him later. Watching Cross retreat into the shadows of the slaughterhouse, Eren raised an eyebrow, smirking. Go ahead, you arrogant fool. Let's see what's really waiting on the 2nd floor. Once Cross disappeared, Eren extended his hand and summoned the pharmacist, who was still writhing in pain from losing both hands. Eren recalled that the special restorative wax used in the factory to heal injuries was made by the pharmacist. While Cross went ahead to test whatever monstrosity had emerged upstairs, Eren decided to extract some information from the pharmacist. Cross carefully ascended the stairs, each step slow and deliberate. As he reached the entrance of Sloane's study, a taunting voice echoed from within. So, you finally made it? I almost thought you'd lost your nerve, lingering at the door for so long. Cross's pupils shrank, and cold sweat broke out across his body. His heartbeat accelerated, and adrenaline surged through his veins. Activating his bullet time ability, he rolled to the side while firing 2 silver bullets toward the source of the voice. Ding! Ding! Before Cross's bullets could hit their target, they were intercepted mid-air by 2 bronze bullets, sparks flying from the collision. Chapter 85. Effortlessly intercepting the 2 bullets fired by Cross, Sloane, now rejuvenated by the essence of 6 elite assassins, stepped forward, his appearance younger and brimming with vitality. Seeing the shock on Cross's face, Sloane's lips curled into a mocking smile. What's wrong, Carlos. You look surprised, he sneered. You're Sloane. Rolling to the ground, Cross looked at the seemingly younger man in disbelief. His gaze drifted to the 6 shriveled corpses on the floor, their eerie appearance making his heart clench. Fox, the gunsmith. Even in their current state, drained of all vitality, Cross recognized them by their clothing. These were his former comrades, elite members of the Brotherhood. Before entering the study, Cross had considered these individuals his primary obstacles. Now, before he could even face them, they were reduced to grotesque husks. Staring at the remains of Fox and the others, Cross quickly pieced together the source of his earlier unease. Although he didn't know exactly what had occurred in this room, one thing was clear: Sloane was deeply involved. Looks like you've been busy in the few days I was gone, Sloane, Cross remarked coldly. You must have been overjoyed not having me around to deal with. There's no need to pretend in front of me, Carlos, Sloane replied, taking a few steps closer. His gaze locked on Cross. He said, what you really want to know is why I look like this, isn't it? Will you tell me? Of course. Sloane gestured to the corpses around him with a smirk. I simply offered them as a sacrifice to a demon and received its gift in return. Cross's expression hardened. A demon? Sloane, you bastard, you've sided with hell. For members of the Brotherhood, who revered the loom of fate as a divine tool, belief in God was absolute. Their creed, kill one to save 1,000, was an act of faith, a fulfillment of divine will. Their killings were not for the sake of murder but for salvation, saving countless lives by eliminating those deemed fated to bring harm. Now, their leader, the very figurehead of their sacred mission, had turned to hell. This betrayal struck at the core of Cross's beliefs, filling him with rage and a sense of desecration. Huh, Sloane chuckled coldly. Carlos, you've known all along. If God wanted me dead, then why shouldn't I embrace hell instead? Die, you faithless scum. Enraged by Sloane's blasphemy, Cross raised his guns. Adrenaline surged through his body, propelling him into bullet time. With a rapid pull of the triggers, bullets shot toward Sloane's vital points, sealing off any potential escape routes. Humph, and you, who betrayed your creed and killed your own son, think you're above reproach. Sloane scoffed, unperturbed. The moment Cross raised his guns, Sloane activated bullet time himself. Moving in perfect sync with Cross, he fired precise shots, deflecting some of the incoming bullets with his own. Using the openings he created, Sloane deftly sidestepped Cross's barrage. Once clear of the hail of bullets, Sloane retaliated, firing his own shots. His bullets collided mid-air with those from Cross, creating a dazzling and surreal display. As Cross ducked behind a column to reload, Sloane flicked his wrist, sending a golden bullet in an elegant arc forced to roll out of cover. Cross narrowly avoided being struck. Is this all you've got? If so, you're a disappointment, Carlos, Sloane taunted. With his newfound strength, Sloane felt he could easily overpower Cross. But he had no intention of killing him outright. Sloane wanted to savor the moment, to break Cross both physically and mentally, leaving him in utter despair before delivering the final blow. The knowledge whispered to him by the demon had included rituals to please his new master. Torturing and killing a legendary figure like Cross, a top-tier assassin of the dark world, would be the ultimate offering. Having already tasted the power granted by the demon, Sloane eagerly anticipated the rewards he would receive after offering Cross's life. Meanwhile, Eren had extracted the recipe for the factory's unique restorative wax from the pharmacist using disheartened stare and his psychic grip. Once he had what he needed, Eren drove the vengeful threads into the pharmacist, draining his flesh and soul to nourish the weapon. With the pharmacist dealt with, Eren glanced toward the second floor, where gunfire continued to echo from the study. A smirk played on his lips. Take your time. I won't be joining you. In the next moment, Eren vanished, heading toward the room where Mr. X's memories indicated the loom of fate was kept. From the start, Eren had never forgotten his true purpose for coming to the factory. As for the feud between Cross and Sloane, it had nothing to do with him. Click. After a few failed attempts to pick the lock on the room's ancient door with a piece of wire, Eren heard a snapping sound, not the lock giving way, but the wire breaking. Damn it, what a hassle. Irritated, Eren activated the vengeful threads coiled around his finger, slicing through the sturdy metal lock with ease. Click. The lock fell apart and Eren pushed open the heavy door, stepping into the textile factory's most secretive chamber. Chapter 86. In the spacious, brightly lit room, countless threads stretched like a spider's web, connecting the walls and ceiling to an enormous loom that dominated the space. Clack. 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 A golden shuttle darted swiftly through the dense network of threads on the massive loom, its movements like a stream of golden light, mesmerizing to behold. Despite the carnage throughout the textile factory, the colossal loom continued its relentless work, weaving without pause, indifferent to the chaos. So this is the loom of fate, Eren muttered, gazing at the machine that formed the very foundation of the Brotherhood. The loom of fate, the cornerstone of the Assassin's Creed. It was also Eren's ultimate objective in this carefully orchestrated plan. As he stepped closer, standing mere feet from the loom, Eren found himself at a loss. Now that I've found it, how do I offer it to the scales of fate? Do I need some kind of ritual? Just as he pondered this, a message emerged in his mind. Touch it. All he needed to do was touch the loom of fate with any part of his body to offer it to the scales of fate. That easy, huh? Eren smirked and extended his hand toward the loom. As his right hand approached, the golden shuttle, sensing impending danger, transformed into a streak of light and tried to escape the loom. But the moment Eren's hand made contact with the loom of fate, the streak of light froze mid-air, as though time itself had been halted. No, it wasn't just the shuttle. Everything in the room, every thread, every motion, became still, as if frozen in time. A distorted vortex materialized in the air, swallowing the entire loom, golden shuttle included. Once the vortex vanished and the room returned to normal, a cascade of information poured into Eren's mind. Ding! The host has successfully offered the anomalous artifact Loom of Fate, extracting 2 points of this world's destiny essence and gaining 10,000 fate points. Scales of fate functions being updated. Ding! Update complete. Eren had anticipated that the Scales of Fate's upgrade would take some time, but it was done in an instant. Well, that was quick, he remarked to himself before the new feature caught his eye. Exchange. The name was simple, but the feature's capabilities left Eren stunned. Exchange, place sufficient weights on one side of the Scales of Fate, and you may exchange them for anything you desire. Remember, anything. Evaluation, Fate is omnipotent. The audacious claim of Fate being omnipotent felt less exaggerated in light of this terrifying ability. What an incredible power. Unlike the Fate manifestation feature, which required fate points, this new ability relied on the inherent value of items placed on the scales. If the value was deemed adequate, the exchange could proceed. Eren's mind raced. What if I placed this world's 6 infinity stones on the scales? What could I get in return? His musings were cut short by the sound of intense gunfire from nearby. Guess now's not the time for daydreaming, Eren muttered. With a flash of his figure, he exited the now empty room. Stepping out, Eren immediately spotted Cross stumbling out of the study, bloodied and pale, with Sloane close behind. Cross's body was riddled with wounds, fresh blood soaking through his clothes, highlighting his precarious state. Sloane, however, didn't look much better. Though he pursued Cross with a dark expression, he bore bullet wounds in his abdomen and right arm. At the moment Eren offered the Loom of Fate to the scales, Sloane had experienced a chilling dread deep within his soul. Sensing his hesitation, Cross seized the moment, suppressing his pain to unload the entirety of a handgun's magazine at Sloane. Though Sloane managed to evade most of the lethal shots, he couldn't avoid 2 bullets that tore into his flesh. To his frustration, Cross used the distraction to leap through a factory window, shattering it as he fled. The ritual Sloane had been preparing to please the demon was ruined. You want to die? I'll gladly oblige, Sloane growled, grabbing a thick leather-bound book from the study. From within, he drew a pitch-black handgun and sprinted after Cross. Having never imagined Sloane would become this terrifying, Cross burst through the window just in time to see Eren emerging from the room that housed the loom. Thinking quickly, Cross yelled, "Do something. I can't hold him off much longer." Trailing behind, Sloane also noticed Eren's masked figure. "Oh, you've brought a friend? Good. I'll kill you both," Sloane sneered, raising his weapon and firing. Eren froze. Having successfully obtained both the Loom of Fate and the formula for the restorative wax, Eren had been ready to leave, his mission completed flawlessly. Now, thanks to Cross's diversionary tactics, he found himself caught in the crossfire. Chapter 87. Damn it! Before Eren could explain himself, Sloane's bullet was already flying toward him. Left with no choice, Eren swiftly dodged behind a brick column, using it to block the incoming shot. Meanwhile, Cross took advantage of Sloane's momentary distraction. With a quick maneuver, he dodged the bullets and leapt down to the first floor of the factory. Realizing this, Sloane shifted his focus entirely onto Eren, who remained concealed behind the column. You think that column will protect you? Sloane sneered, preparing to fire again. But before he could act, a barrage of 7 or 8 high-explosive grenades rained down toward him, as if scattered like flower petals. FK. The sight of so many grenades descending upon him caused Sloane's expression to twist in fear. Even with the powers granted by the demon, Sloane was not immortal. He remained vulnerable to bullets, and such a dense cluster of grenades would reduce him to nothing but ash. With a forceful kick off the wall behind him, Sloane propelled himself toward the staircase leading to the first floor. Perfect timing, Cross muttered, seizing the moment as Sloane hung midair. He raised his gun and fired 3 bullets in quick succession, each aimed at vital points, the head, the heart and the torso. Damn it! Sloane's instincts screamed danger as he caught sight of Cross, but suspended in midair, he had no way to maneuver. Bang! Bang! He managed to shoot down 2 bullets, but the third pierced his abdomen, tearing through his kidney. FK. Before he could curse further, the deafening explosion of the grenades rocked the entire factory. Caught in midair, Sloane was blasted away by the devastating shockwave created by the grenades. The explosions shook the factory to its core, collapsing part of its aged walls. Ugh! Sloane was hurled back over a dozen meters by the shockwave, coughing up dark red blood. His condition was pitiful. Not only had the blast ravaged his internal organs, but his unlucky landing had caused him to impale his leg on a butcher's blade. The sharp steel sliced through most of his thigh, leaving his leg barely functional. Even so, Sloane's fate was better than Cross's. The assassin had been engulfed in the flames and crushed beneath the rubble caused by the collapsing walls. At the same time, the chaos in the factory had triggered a flood of emergency calls to the NYPD. Terrified residents, shocked by the deafening explosions and relentless gunfire, berated police operators with furious exclamations. Is this still New York, or have we suddenly moved to a war zone in the Middle East? What the hell are you doing? Protecting taxpayers, my ass. You're wasting our money. At NYPD headquarters, the police chief's face had turned a deep shade of crimson. This incident was a massive failure, and he knew his position was at risk if he couldn't contain it. Determined to save his career, the chief mobilized every available officer from dozens of precincts. All units, listen up. There is an intense conflict at the Brooklyn textile factory. Mobilize immediately and secure the area. Among the responding officers was George, who had received an early warning from Gwen. Leading a convoy of police cars, George floored the gas pedal, racing toward the scene. As engines roared, George's mind raced with worry. Gwen, please be safe. In the factory, Eren observed Sloane through the wall using his enhanced vision. Sloane's aura was no longer the blindingly powerful force it had been when Eren had first glimpsed him in the study. It had dimmed significantly, though it still lingered. His injured leg, however, was clear evidence that Sloane's mobility was severely compromised. Still alive, huh? Eren mused. But with that leg, he's just a sitting duck. Eren began retrieving every grenade he had hidden on his person. These grenades, sourced from Mr. X's private armory, had already proven invaluable. But after this encounter, his once abundant stockpile was nearly depleted. Damn, they're almost all gone, Eren muttered. High-explosive grenades were quickly becoming his most used resource, proving effective against both humanoid and monstrous threats. Recalling how these grenades had taken down the human-faced spider and other adversaries, Eren resolved to restock as soon as this ordeal was over. Using his enhanced sight, Eren confirmed Sloane's position. With both hands moving in a blur, he lobbed nearly 10 grenades towards Sloane's hiding spot, each grenade arcing through the air like a perfectly choreographed performance. For added insurance, Eren simultaneously drew his handgun and fired relentlessly, raining bullets towards Sloane's position. Bang! 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 Hearing the grenades whistling through the air, Sloane instinctively ducked further into cover, forced to abandon any plans of counterattack. Seething with rage, his face twisted in a mask of murderous intent as he growled through clenched teeth, "You bastard, I'll tear you apart piece by piece." But before Sloane could act, the air was filled with a deafening roar. Chapter 88. At that moment, the first grenade Eren had thrown landed directly above Sloane's head, its round shape catching his eye immediately. Again. The instant he saw the high-explosive grenade, Sloane's face twitched involuntarily. At this point, Sloane utterly loathed these infernal grenades. However, faced with the threat to his life, Sloane had no choice but to force his body upright, scrambling and rolling towards the other side of the cover with all his might. Yet, as Sloane continued rolling away, one grenade after another kept appearing in his line of sight as if summoned out of nowhere. Seeing the grenades seemingly about to drown him, Sloane's eyes filled with despair. No. As fiery explosions erupted one after another, thick smoke from the grenades engulfed Sloane's figure. And with the final, deafening explosion, Sloane's body was obliterated, torn into countless bloody fragments that rained across the area. Ha! I was about to leave, but you just had to insist on keeping me here. Now look what happened, lost your life for it. Behind the clown mask, Eren grinned maliciously as he watched the last traces of Sloane's presence disappear from his spiritual vision. Next, Eren deliberately took another round through the textile factory. Using his threads of malice, he devoured anyone still clinging to life, ensuring that there were no survivors left in the blood-soaked factory. Only after confirming the place was devoid of any life did Eren leave the factory, now echoing with the faint wail of approaching sirens. A glass container in hand, he quickly disappeared into the night. Outside the textile factory. After realizing Eren had vanished, Gwen was consumed by anxiety and worry. Under the weight of those emotions, she even managed to break through Eren's implanted mental suggestion, cautiously approaching the factory entrance. Just as she was about to step through the main gate, a slender yet surprisingly strong arm suddenly grabbed Gwen, pulling her away at a full sprint. Startled, Gwen almost screamed, but Eren quickly covered her mouth with his other hand. Nearly dragging Gwen for dozens of meters, Eren pulled her back to their previous hiding spot before releasing her and whispering harshly, "Are you out of your mind? Why were you heading in there? Didn't I tell you to stay put and not come out?" Seeing it was Eren who had grabbed her, Gwen, who had nearly been scared to death, snapped back irritably, "I was worried about you. You vanished out of nowhere. If I weren't worried, I wouldn't have gone anywhere near that place." Eren rolled his eyes. "Thanks, I guess." Having barely escaped through the partially collapsed underground tunnel, which he had sealed with pre-planted explosives, Eren had returned to find Gwen creeping toward the factory entrance, breaking through the mental suggestion he had left on her earlier. Did she think the horrors inside the textile factory were something she could handle? Setting down the container he carried, Eren wasted no time rushing forward to grab Gwen and haul her back. "Don't change the subject. Where did you go? I almost thought you," Gwen began to question him, but Eren cut her off, pointing to the glass container on the ground. "When you were on the phone earlier, I noticed someone running out of the factory carrying several containers like this." He looked terrified, probably spooked by the gunfire. One of the containers fell, but he didn't even stop to pick it up, just bolted. "I went back to grab it," Eren said nonchalantly. Gwen frowned at the grimy container. "You're crazy. What if it's dangerous?" Eren shrugged. "I don't know if it's dangerous. What I do know is that you'd regret it if I didn't take it. My intuition told me that whatever's in this container is exactly what Helen needs." "What? Are you saying this is?" Gwen stared at the filthy container in disbelief. "Of course. Why else would I bring it back? Oh, and one more thing, you cannot tell your dad about this. If you do, they'll definitely confiscate it. And if they do, Helen's scars will." Before Eren could finish, Gwen caught his meaning and nodded firmly. At the textile factory. Unsurprisingly, the first officers to arrive were from the 13th precinct, led by George himself, who had rushed over immediately after getting his daughter's call. Seeing Gwen and Eren unharmed brought visible relief to George. But after calming down, George scolded his daughter harshly before assigning a female officer to escort both Gwen and Eren away from the scene. The deafening explosions earlier had even shocked George as he drove over, and he had no intention of letting his daughter be anywhere near such a dangerous place. Outside the textile factory. The officers who arrived stared at the battered textile factory, which looked like it had been through a small war. Drawing their weapons in unison, they remained on high alert. "George, the SWAT team's here," said Vinny, clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, as an NYPD armored vehicle pulled up. George nodded and addressed the officers around him. "The criminals we're dealing with here are extremely dangerous. Proceed with utmost caution." "Yes, sir." Under the SWAT team's lead, a dozen officers advanced toward the factory, shields raised. But despite their tense approach, no attacks came. Instead, the scene that greeted them inside was far worse than expected. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, human and rodent alike, blood pooling so heavily it formed streams across the floor. The overwhelming stench of blood hit them like a wave, leaving even the most seasoned officers nauseated. Chapter 89. Several inexperienced officers couldn't help but gag as they saw the blood pooling on the ground, almost forming a small stream. The scene inside the textile factory had everyone's nerves stretched taut. It only took a single glance. They immediately realized the kind of ruthless criminals they were dealing with this time. Taking a deep breath, George, who was commanding the operation, spoke in a steady voice. "Special Ops, take point." "Understood." "Vinny, take your team to the left, I'll take mine to the right." "Got it." After signaling with hand gestures, George cautiously advanced to the right. The Special Ops team leader and Vinny, another detective from the 13th precinct, each led their teams in their respective directions. However, whether it was George, Vinny, or the Special Ops team brought in from the NYPD headquarters, all they encountered were corpses, no other sign of life. The textile factory was eerily quiet. A short while later, the three teams regrouped in the largest workshop of the factory. "Any survivors?" George asked. "None," replied both Vinny and the Special Ops team leader. Hearing the same answer from both, George's expression grew grave. The three shared a glance before ordering their teams to reform their initial formation and advance toward the last unexplored section of the factory. 10 minutes later. Apart from the countless corpses and the wreckage of various textile machines, the officers found no survivors or immediate threats. Soon after, more officers flooded the scene. Not a single survivor. Even someone as experienced as George fell silent as he looked at the carnage within the factory. It was clear. They were too late. The group of criminals who had turned the factory into a battlefield had likely fled before the police arrived. The thought made George's face darken. Dozens of dead bodies and no suspects in custody, how was the police department supposed to explain this to the public? If the media caught wind of this failure, George could already imagine the firestorm of criticism awaiting the NYPD. At that moment, Vinny suddenly ran over, clutching a black plastic bag. "George, I think you need to see this." This operation at the textile factory had been one of the most thoroughly prepared actions Eren had undertaken since arriving in this world. Although he couldn't understand why Sloane had suddenly gained such formidable abilities, the factory massacre had already been foreseen in Eren's divination. No one knew how many times a diviner would repeat their readings to ensure safety, or rather, to guarantee success, when given ample time. Naturally, Eren had more than one plan in place. He had even thought about how to make George's cleanup of the aftermath easier. The contents of the bag Vinny brought over were the result of this planning, a list of assassinations conducted by Mr. X over the years, targeting political and corporate elites, along with irrefutable evidence of their crimes. Besides the evidence Eren had prepared in advance, he also added documents he found while cleaning up the battlefield, evidence of crimes tied to the textile factory and Sloane's collusion with certain New York City Council members. These items, regardless of whether Eren ended up confronting Sloane or the Cross, were always meant to end up in George's hands through some means. Consider it a reward of sorts. After all, if Eren successfully escaped with the Fate Loom and the unique wax formula, someone still needed to clean up the chaos in the factory, and George was the best candidate. Without such rewards, George might end up as a scapegoat sacrificed by the NYPD. Besides, Eren had no use for the criminal evidence. Rather than keep such incriminating items, it was better to hand them to George, ensuring he wouldn't be ousted from the department. "What's this?" George took the bag from Vinny and asked casually. "You'll understand once you look inside," Vinny replied with a wry smile. "So mysterious?" George shot Vinny a look before opening the bag. The first thing that caught his eye was a playing card, the Joker. After staring at the card for a second, George shifted his attention to the stack of booklets inside the bag. He pulled out what looked like a ledger and flipped it open. "Well, damn." George's expression changed the moment he read the first page. 10 minutes later, George walked back to where Gwen and Eren were waiting. "Dad." Seeing George approaching from afar, Gwen's worries visibly eased, and she rushed to embrace him. When she had seen George leading his team into the dangerous textile factory earlier, her heart had nearly leapt out of her chest. Now, she finally understood why Helen always got so upset whenever George took on missions despite his promotion. Of course. When George became deputy precinct chief, Helen had thought he wouldn't be on the front lines anymore. But clearly, George hadn't changed his ways and still insisted on risking himself. How could Helen not worry or be angry? "I'm fine, Gwen." After hugging his daughter briefly, George released her and addressed both Gwen and Eren. "There might be people coming to take your statements soon. They'll need you to describe what you saw at the scene. Eren nodded. Of course. George acknowledged him with a nod, then turned to Gwen, his expression growing stern. Gwen, I expect you to give me a satisfactory explanation tonight about why you were in such a dangerous place. Gwen stuck out her tongue mischievously. There was no way she could tell George the real reason, how she and Eren had come to the factory searching for a way to remove Helen's scars. If she did, George would definitely report everything to Helen, and Gwen would undoubtedly face an unprecedented grounding. After a few more instructions, George turned and left. While the textile factory incident was over for Eren, for George, the headache-inducing troubles were just beginning. Chapter 90. The aftermath of the textile factory massacre presented more than just the logistical nightmare of handling the sea of blood and corpses, it also included a black bag filled with ledgers and incriminating evidence recovered from a macabre room containing 6 mummified bodies. While the evidence documenting various assassination targets, dates, and locations offered hope for solving numerous cold cases, the ledgers presented a far more delicate challenge for George. One name stood out in the most recent transaction, a high-ranking official within the NYPD, someone even outranking George. It wasn't surprising. A covert assassin ring like the textile factories wouldn't have operated so brazenly in New York for years without protection from high-level insiders. Beyond the NYPD, the ledger also listed several New York City Council members whose names George recognized all too well. If the contents of this bag went public, it would send shockwaves through New York's political and law enforcement landscapes. However, if handled strategically, this information could elevate George and everyone involved in the operation. Promotions for all were on the table, which was precisely why Vinny handed the bag directly to George. Among them, only George had the connections and savvy to manage such a volatile situation. Sitting in a police car, George immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Chief. George, I've arranged everything. Mr. Robert will meet us at the Secret Garden Club in Queens. I'll head over first and see you there. Understood, Chief. Hanging up, George glanced at the bag on the passenger seat. Revving the engine, he headed for the Secret Garden Club. As the deputy chief of the 13th Precinct, George's position was not just a result of merit, it also stemmed from his sharp political instincts. Robert De Niro, a leading candidate in the upcoming mayoral race, had strong ties to George's superior, Chief Damon Jones. Over the years, Robert had donated generously to the NYPD, particularly to the 13th Precinct, whose patrol cars bore his name. The incriminating evidence George carried included damaging information about Robert's primary rival in the election. His intentions were clear, this meeting was about securing his future. This move wasn't just about ambition. George's career had been marked by frustration at having his cases stripped away due to insufficient rank and authority. The Spider murders case was a bitter reminder. Despite being a first-hand investigator, George had been sidelined when the FBI claimed jurisdiction. That failure to control the investigation left his family vulnerable, culminating in Helen's kidnapping by shadowy forces. Even after the kidnapping, when George sought help from Joaquin, the FBI's lead agent on the case, he was rebuffed. The man who had once smiled as he took George's case refused to share even a scrap of information. Had Eren not intervened to rescue Helen, George might have lost his wife forever. From that day forward, George swore vengeance against Joaquin and the FBI. But he knew a deputy chief had no real power to challenge the federal agency. He needed greater authority and influence, not out of ambition, but to protect his family and ensure such tragedies never happened again. Meanwhile, as photos of the textile factory's carnage leaked online, social media across New York erupted. Within hours, news spread that the factory had been a front for a clandestine assassin organization. Sensing a story, journalists descended on the factory like ravenous wolves. Bribes to officers, covert photography, and even drones circumventing police barricades became commonplace as media outlets vied to expose the factory's secrets. The public uproar left the NYPD with no choice but to hold a press conference. The NYPD commissioner personally addressed the media, declaring that the department had meticulously planned and executed an operation to dismantle the assassin network, taking minimal losses. He also took the opportunity to highlight George's heroism, portraying him as the mastermind and leader of the operation. No sooner had the NYPD's press conference concluded than the FBI joined the fray, announcing that evidence from the factory had led to the arrest of several suspects, including corrupt city council members and the NYPD's internal affairs chief. One explosive revelation followed another, leaving the public enthralled by the scandal. At an old house in Chinatown, Eren emerged from the basement, glancing at the live news coverage on the TV. A sly smile crept across his face. George had played his hand masterfully. Rather than exposing all the names in the ledger outright, George had allied with Councilman Robert, leveraging the evidence to secure allies, purge enemies, and even eliminate a few NYPD parasites to pave the way for his own promotion. With this maneuver, George was poised to rise from Deputy Chief of the 13th Precinct to an even higher position. Chapter 91. However, no matter how substantial George's gains were this time, they clearly couldn't compare to what Eren had achieved. This operation, although it cost Eren an untold amount of time and effort, yielded equally massive rewards for him. Aside from the 10,000 fate points and the exchange function unlocked in the fate scale after sacrificing the Fate Weaver, Eren obtained several other treasures. Among them was the formula for the factory's unique wax-based restorative potion, along with a complete sample. Unlike the Assassin Brotherhood, which treated it merely as a life-saving medical remedy, Eren immediately recognized its immense commercial potential upon learning its detailed properties from the alchemist. If he could replicate this wax-based restorative potion, he could easily secure a new avenue for wealth and prosperity. Beyond this, Eren discovered numerous valuable items while looting the factory. The Assassin Brotherhood, though a killer organization, had amassed some extraordinary treasures over their 1,000-year history, priceless jewels and relics with unique supernatural properties that ordinary people couldn't utilize. Among Sloane's possessions, Eren found several of these items. The most surprising discovery came after Sloane's death. In the place where Sloane fell, Eren found a translucent, gel-like object interwoven with vein-like patterns. Although Eren had never seen such a thing before, he immediately recognized it, a remnant extraordinary trait from the mysterious world of Beyonders. These traits were formed when an extraordinary individual perished in that world. While Eren didn't know why Sloane's death left behind this trait, there was no mistaking its authenticity. To determine which pathway and sequence this trait belonged to, Eren took it to the fate space for appraisal. Abyss Pathway, Sequence 7, Serial Killer. The result didn't surprise Eren much. The sequence matched Sloane's identity in this world perfectly. But what use do I have for a Beyonder's extraordinary trait? In the world of Beyonders, such traits could be sold for money. For Eren, however. After pondering silently for a few seconds, Eren realized it could still serve several purposes. He could use the exchange function of the fate scale to trade it for something he wanted or utilize it to craft items imbued with extraordinary powers. After tallying his spoils, Eren, satisfied, summoned the fate panel to review his current attributes. Fate panel. Name, Eren. Fate compass, 100 fate points to spin once. Fate manifestation, materialize anything that has existed within the river of fate. Exchange, place sufficient weight on one side of the fate scale to exchange for anything desired. Innate talent, frowny face, fickle fate. Skills, driving, beginner, English, 12th grade, history, 12th grade, mathematics, 12th grade, chemistry, 12th grade, antiquities appraisal, novice, programming, advanced, divination, intermediate, marksmanship, master, gaze of despair, beginner. Combat system, sequence 8, clown, cosmic brain meditation, uninitiated, power assessment, a clown growing increasingly inhuman. Fate points, 11,000. Fate essence, 2. Compared to when the fate panel first appeared, its features and Eren's skills had expanded significantly. Even his power assessment had grown from weakling to a clown growing increasingly inhuman. The most satisfying aspect, however, was the 11,000 fate points displayed in the final section. Of these, 10,000 points came from sacrificing the Fate Weaver, while the remaining 1,000 points were earned by killing Sloane and eliminating the remaining assassins in the factory. Apparently, Sloane, having become extraordinary and mutated, had turned into a Fate Singularity. By resolving Sloane and the factory's disruptions, the Fate scale smoothed out the disturbances in the River of Fate, bringing significant benefits. Eren's fate points increased by 1,000 as a result. With 11,000 fate points, Eren had never felt so wealthy. He knew that materializing a Sequence 7 Magician potion only required 3,000 points. Even after setting aside 3,000 points for that, he still had 8,000 points to spare. With 8,000 points, he could afford to spin the Fate Compass 8 times for tenfold draws. Even with bad luck, these draws were bound to yield some valuable rewards. Despite advancing to Sequence 8, Clown, Eren still lacked a sense of security in this dangerous Marvel universe. He believed that the stronger he became, the easier it would be to earn fate points in the future. For instance, during the containment of the Morning Star Bar's forbidden item, Eren had needed to act as a diviner and persuade Coulson to help him complete the task. But now, with his current strength, Eren could have handled the containment alone. Proper investments weren't wasteful, they promised better returns. If Eren hadn't drawn the clown potion earlier and advanced before the final battle at the factory, could he have defeated Sloane and earned those 11,000 points so easily? It's like playing a game. Without upgrading your gear first, how can you expect to beat higher-level enemies and level up efficiently? Deciding it was time to test his luck, Eren summoned the Fate Scales projection and initiated a tenfold draw. In the next instant, the massive shadow of the Fate Compass began spinning rapidly. Moments later, as the shadow dissipated, 10 glowing orbs materialized before Eren, 1 blue, 2 green, and 7 white. No purples. Though Eren knew his previous tenfold draw had been sheer dumb luck, netting him a purple item, he couldn't help but hope. Alas, reality crushed his expectations. Not only were there no purple orbs this time, but there was only 1 blue orb. The results were even worse than his threefold draw last time. Damn it. Bad luck. With a sigh, Eren reached for the lone blue orb, determined to see what it held. Even in failure, he wanted to know what he had gained. The moment Eren's hand touched the blue orb and received the item's information, his expression underwent a dramatic change. Chapter 92. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sequence potion, Magician. Eren stared at the Magician potion before him, which would have cost 3,000 fate points to manifest, now drawn in a single tenfold draw. Ignoring the other 9 items from the draw, this one potion alone made Eren feel like he had hit the jackpot. But, looking at the potion before him, Eren's expression darkened instead of brightening with joy. If the first time was a coincidence and the second time a fluke, could the third time still be called chance? After becoming a diviner, his first tenfold draw had landed him the clown potion, worth 2,000 fate points, and the purple-rated cosmic brain meditation method. At the time, he had marveled at his luck. After all, pulling a follow-up potion for his path from the countless prizes on the fate compass was an extraordinary stroke of luck. He had attributed it to sheer good fortune. But now, after becoming a clown, his first tenfold draw had miraculously granted him the Magician potion, the next step on his sequence path. Was this really a coincidence? At this moment, even his first draw, which had granted him the diviner potion, now felt suspicious. The gifts of fate. Eren's mind replayed the message he had first seen when the fate scale had gifted him 100 fate points. Every gift of fate comes with a price secretly marked. Murmuring this phrase to himself, Eren felt as though a massive shadow loomed over his destiny, an invisible hand manipulating the threads of his fate. The sense of powerlessness and unease extinguished the pride he had felt after planning and executing the downfall of the assassin factory. Heh! A pitiful soul whose very destiny might lie in the hands of another, what right did he have to feel proud? Of course, all this was merely Eren's speculation. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Who's to say that his stroke of luck wasn't simply a boon from the fate scale? Taking a deep breath, Eren calmed himself, clutching the Magician potion emitting its strange glow. He then proceeded to open the remaining 2 green and 7 white orbs from the tenfold draw. The 2 green orbs revealed. Strong Healing Potion, Fortification Stone. Strong Healing Potion, rapidly heals all injuries below fatal wounds upon consumption. The description was simple, but the effect was immensely powerful, a life-saving item. The Fortification Stone, on the other hand, left Eren speechless. Fortification Stone, crafted by Kaylee of the Celestial Realm, it guarantees 1 weapon enhancement. Trait, contains unique enhancement rules but does not guarantee success. Failure might instantly destroy the item being enhanced. Use with caution. Note: enhancement is risky. Proceed with caution, young one. Are you ready to take a chance? Ignoring the painful memories stirred by the Fortification Stone, Eren turned his attention to the 7 white orbs, which yielded Eggshell Grenade ×1. Terror Doll ×1. Smith & Wesson M500 Pistol ×1. The Complete Guide to Dark Cuisine ×1. Stink Bomb ×1. Strong Hallucinogen ×1. Lollipop ×1. Apart from the filler items like the Lollipop and the Complete Guide to Dark Cuisine, the Eggshell Grenade, Smith & Wesson M500, Stink Bomb, and Strong Hallucinogen were all valuable items. As for the Terror Doll, it seemed terrifying in appearance but had no discernible abilities. After tallying the rewards, Eren shifted his gaze to the massive shadow of the fate scale hanging over the river of fate. With the magician potion in hand, Eren suddenly decided to try a different way of spending his remaining 10,000 fate points. Rather than continuing with another draw, Eren approached the fate scale projection with Sloane's serial killer extraordinary trait in hand. Eren wasn't skilled at crafting, nor could he forge this trait into an extraordinary item. It made more sense to trade it for something more useful. Exchange. The moment the words left his lips, a smaller projection of the fate scale appeared before him. Eren quickly grasped how to use it. After stating what he wanted, he placed the serial killer extraordinary trait onto one side of the scale. For a brief moment, Eren felt a faint sense of disdain, as though the scale found his offering akin to picking up discarded trash. However, the sensation was fleeting, and Eren dismissed it as his imagination. Soon, several projections began to form on the other side of the scale, presenting his options. Flesh Tai Sui, a unique biological entity from another world. When provided with sufficient water and nutrients, it can rapidly produce large quantities of edible flesh. Note: overconsumption may lead to unforeseen transformations. Endless Flesh, a mysterious chunk of meat from an unknown entity. Possesses endless vitality and can regenerate infinitely, no matter how much is consumed or destroyed. Note: though inexhaustible, it doesn't look particularly appetizing. Meat Synthesizer, a high-tech creation from a futuristic world. Capable of producing synthetic meat in a variety of flavors using specified formulas and materials. Note: comes preloaded with over 1,000 premium recipes. Based on the value of the serial killer extraordinary trait, Eren could choose one of these items to exchange. Chapter 93. Eren wasn't exchanging these items for himself, they were meant for Oddball. Oddball had a unique ability to devour and decompose the flesh and souls of living beings, transforming them into a foundation to strengthen its home. As long as Oddball consumed enough flesh and souls, it could gradually upgrade Eren's house, eventually turning it into an unassailable fortress. While gathering large quantities of souls was difficult, acquiring flesh was much easier. Supermarkets were filled with meat that could be purchased directly. However, buying large amounts of meat without a good excuse would inevitably attract attention, so Eren had refrained from doing so. But after drawing the magician potion, Eren changed his mind. Even if it came at a cost, Eren wanted to build Oddball into an impenetrable fortress as quickly as possible. Perhaps that was the only way to bring him a semblance of security in this dangerous world. Flesh Tai Sui. Endless Flesh. Meat Synthesizer. According to the fate scale, all three items were of equal value to Sloane's extraordinary trait and could meet Oddball's need for flesh. The meat synthesizer, a product of advanced technology, was the safest option. It could synthesize thousands of different types of artificial meat using basic materials. However, the synthesized meat had the lowest quality and effectiveness. The endless flesh, on the other hand, was of the highest quality. This mysterious chunk of meat from an unknown being contained incredible vitality and could regenerate infinitely. However, Eren had no idea how long Oddball could take to fully digest it. As for the flesh Tai Sui, it carried unknown risks. Overconsumption could potentially lead to unpredictable changes in Oddball, whether beneficial or harmful. After a moment of thought, Eren ultimately chose to exchange for the endless flesh, solely for its superior quality. As Eren confirmed his choice, a blood-soaked chunk of meat materialized on the other side of the fate scale's projection. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of the meat filled Eren with a sudden, intense craving. This blood-soaked chunk of meat looked so delicious. If not for the fact that his presence in the fate scale was merely a projection, Eren might have lunged forward to take a bite. Damn it, why am I craving raw meat? I don't even know what creature this came from. Shaking off the unsettling thought, Eren exited the fate scale space. A momentary sense of weightlessness followed, and Eren found himself back in the real world, holding the blood-soaked chunk of meat in his hand. Oddball. At Eren's call, Oddball appeared instantly, like a husky materializing at his feet. The moment it arrived, Oddball's gaze locked onto the meat in Eren's hand. Instinct told it that consuming this meat would bring immense benefits. However, after a brief moment of temptation, Oddball's attention shifted back to Eren. It wagged its body excitedly, sticking out its unusually clean, oversized tongue to lick Eren's hand affectionately. Alright, stop licking. You'll wear my skin off. After pacifying Oddball's excitement, Eren patted its head and said, "Open wide." Without hesitation, Oddball opened its mouth, revealing a gaping maw wide enough to fit a large round table. Good job. Praising it, Eren tossed the endless flesh into Oddball's enormous mouth. As soon as the meat was inside, Eren instinctively licked the blood on his hand. The next moment, an indescribable wave of nausea surged through him, forcing him to retch violently. Ugh! Rushing to the sink, Eren scrubbed his tongue with water and cleaned his hand thoroughly. Only after washing several times did the nauseating sensation subside. Now Eren fully understood what the endless flesh description meant by not very appetizing. Not very appetizing. It felt as awful as eating rotten fish. What about Oddball? Curious, Eren placed his hand on Oddball's head. Sorry, Oddball. I prioritized quality but forgot about taste. Is it edible? Oddball's response was surprising. It found the meat delicious, filled with energy, and incredibly beneficial for its growth. Since the endless flesh contained inexhaustible vitality, each portion Oddball digested would regenerate almost instantly, providing a constant source of nourishment. Oddball didn't care about the taste, it was thrilled to consume the meat. The faster it grew, the stronger it could become to protect its master. Just as Eren finished sorting his thoughts, a sudden ringing broke the silence. Ring ring, ring ring. Huh. Surprised, Eren dried his hands and walked to the sofa, picking up his phone. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Who could be calling me at this hour? Puzzled, he answered the call. Hello, who's this? To Eren's surprise, the voice on the other end was unfamiliar, a clear, cold child's voice. I'm Yuan Nan. You can also call me Métis. If I've dialed correctly, you should be Eren. Yuan Nan. Métis? Eren froze for a moment before remembering that Yuan Nan was Uncle Yuan's daughter, affectionately called Nan Nan. Why is Nan Nan calling me? Did Aunt Fong need something from me? With this thought, Eren asked, yes, this is Eren. What's going on? Did Aunt Fong ask you to contact me? No, it's not my mom. It's me. Chapter 94. No, it's not my mom who's looking for you, it's me. Eren paused, confused. Not Aunt Fong, but Nan Nan. What's going on? As if sensing his confusion, Yuan Nan continued calmly, something has happened to my mom. I called you because I need your help to save her. Hearing this, Eren's expression turned serious. He straightened up and asked in a deep voice, what happened? Aunt Fong and Nan Nan were Uncle Yuan's only family left in this world. Yuan had helped Eren greatly when he first crossed over, even sacrificing his life in the process. Now that Aunt Fong was in trouble, there was no way Eren could stand idly by. I made an agreement with my mom, no matter how busy she was, she'd always be home by 10 p.m. It's already past 10, and I've called her multiple times, but no one is answering. She was supposed to be home by 6 p.m. today for dinner with me. In just a few words, Yuan Nan conveyed key details. Eren knew Aunt Fong well enough to be certain, even if an emergency at work required her to stay late, she wouldn't leave Nan Nan waiting alone without at least making a call. Do you know where she works? Eren asked immediately. My mom didn't tell me directly, but I know where it is. Come to the apartment to pick me up, and I'll take you there. Eren frowned. That's a waste of time. Just tell me her workplace address, and I'll go straight there. The sooner we find her, the safer she'll be. Eren didn't want to bring Nan Nan along. If Aunt Fong was really in trouble, having a child in tow would only complicate matters. However, Yuan Nan was unexpectedly adamant. No, I have to go. Why? Because no one else can find where she is. And besides, I don't trust you. My mom is my only family, I need to save her myself. If you still have any respect for my late father, come to the apartment and pick me up. Before Eren could respond, Yuan Nan hung up. When he tried calling back, her phone was already off. That kid. Eren groaned, rubbing his temples. Despite his frustration, he decided to head to Aunt Feng's apartment. He was worried that if he didn't pick up Nan Nan, she might try to search for her mother alone. If Eren found Aunt Fong only to lose Nan Nan in the process, it would be a disaster. Eren grabbed the eggshell grenade and stink bomb from his earlier draw, stuffing them into his pockets. He also picked up the oversized M500 revolver before heading out. At the Chinatown intersection, he flagged down a cab and instructed the driver to head to Aunt Feng's apartment. When they arrived, Eren handed the driver $100 to ensure he waited. As Eren stepped out, a petite girl in a white dress approached him briskly. Her delicate features bore a faint resemblance to Aunt Fong, making her identity unmistakable. Nan Nan. The girl nodded, then said curtly, "Let's go." She opened the cab door and climbed into the back seat. Eren sighed and followed. After Nan Nan gave the driver an address, the cab started moving again. Turning to Nan Nan, Eren asked, "Do you really know where Aunt Feng is?" On the way, Eren had attempted to divine Aunt Feng's location. Since becoming a clown, his divination skills had significantly improved. Even without personal belongings, he could usually pinpoint someone's general whereabouts. But when he tried to divine Aunt Feng, his efforts failed. A mysterious force seemed to interfere, preventing him from finding her. The failed divination made Eren realize the situation was far from simple. What puzzled him even more was how Yuan Nan appeared so certain of her mother's location. "Don't call me Nan Nan, I'm not a little kid. You can call me Métis. That's the name my mom gave me." After correcting him, she explained, "My mom never told me her workplace, but I've seen the addresses on the receipts from her taxi rides home. Coupled with things she's mentioned on calls and the new work uniform she's been wearing lately, it wasn't hard to piece together." Eren's expression grew strange. Yuan Nan's explanation sounded straightforward, but who paid such close attention to these details, especially a 7- or 8-year-old girl? Her sharp observations were far from ordinary. Meanwhile, elsewhere. In a massive building, Aunt Feng, dressed in a silk robe, lay on a luxurious bed. Her eyes fluttered as if in a half-dreaming, half-conscious state. Her bare, smooth legs rubbed against the layered blankets, her delicate hands grasping at the air as if trying to hold on to something. She struggled to open her eyes but couldn't. Her thoughts grew hazy, and her body felt unnaturally warm. In her dreamlike state, Aunt Feng seemed to see a starry night sky filled with dazzling constellations. Countless stars connected, forming a strange and intricate pattern. Chapter 95. At the bedside of Feng Qinggu, a refined man in a white linen priest's robe held a black book, his strikingly handsome features exuding an air of calm. As Feng Qinggu dreamed of a starry night sky with constellations forming peculiar patterns, the man seemed to sense something. He looked up slightly, then retrieved a silver pocket watch from his robes. After checking the time, a regretful expression appeared on his face. 3 hours and 17 minutes. Even with the secret medicine, it took her over 3 hours to perceive it. Her aptitude is worse than I anticipated, exceeding the standard by 17 minutes, what a pity. It seems you're unqualified to join us after all. He closed the black book in his hands, removed the starry pendant from Feng Qinggu's neck, and rose to leave without a backward glance. To him, Feng Qinggu, despite her talents far surpassing those of ordinary people, was now unworthy of his attention. As the refined man stepped out of the room, a sound like a bubble popping broke the silence. The bedroom, previously isolated, suddenly reconnected with the real world. A cacophony of chaotic and frenzied sounds from outside rushed into the room, accompanied by crazed cries. Outside the room. In various chambers of the grand building, elegantly dressed elites and high-ranking individuals indulged in their basest desires, their eyes bloodshot with unbridled lust. A haze of mixed scents filled the villa, painting a grotesque tableau of decadence. In the mansion's central hall, wisps of pale pink smoke rose from an ancient bronze censer. As the smoke spread, the red hue in people's eyes deepened, further fueling their frenzied actions. Had the refined man not isolated Feng Qinggu's room, she might have been swept into this depraved scene as well. After leaving the bedroom, the man strode to the hall's center, where the censer sat emitting its mysterious pink smoke. Examining the censer, he nodded slightly. Interesting. It can stimulate the desires of those within a certain range. Such a rare ability, I wonder which existence left their mark on this artifact. The man extended his hand, intending to take the extraordinary item for further study. But just then, a sharp voice rang out. "Stop! You have no right to be here." The mansion's owner, organizer of this debauched gathering, suddenly shoved aside the young woman beside him and stormed toward the refined man. In a desperate attempt to assert his authority, the middle-aged host, dressed in a black robe with graying temples, grabbed a vicious-looking shotgun from the corner of the room and aimed it at the refined man. Ha! Ants should know their place. Why insist on courting death? The refined man, still facing away, glanced back with a hint of gloom in his eyes. In the next instant, he vanished from the censor's side. Before the black-robed man could react, the refined man reappeared behind him. Raising the black book in his hand, the refined man brought it down hard on the man's shiny bald head. Smack! The black-robed man's skull caved under the force of the blow. Blood spattered across the refined man's white robe and the black book. Unfazed, the refined man continued his assault. Once. Twice. Thrice. Not until the man's head was thoroughly obliterated did the refined man finally stop. He then gracefully wiped the black book clean with his sleeve. Meanwhile, the young woman the host had pushed away, along with the heavily paid bodyguards, lay lifeless in pools of blood. As for the guests scattered throughout the villa, consumed by the pink smoke, they continued to indulge in their desires, oblivious to the carnage around them. Even if they were aware, they might not care. Ha! The refined man sneered at the debauchery around him. Lifting the heavy censer with both hands, he carried it out of the mansion and placed it in the back seat of a black car. Driving away, he left the villa behind, deeming the so-called celestial faction worthless without the censer. Not even Feng Qinggu, who had briefly piqued his interest, held any value now. As he drove away from the mansion, he noticed a yellow taxi speeding toward him, its headlights cutting through the night. At first, he paid little attention to the approaching vehicle. But then, sensing something, he instinctively looked up. Inside the taxi, Eren, seated by the window, happened to glance up at the same time. Their gazes met. Chapter 96. Interesting, I hope you don't die too easily later, the refined man muttered to himself, his lips curling into a faint smile as the yellow taxi disappeared in his rearview mirror. He seemed to have found a new, intriguing toy. In the taxi, Eren couldn't help but glance back at the black sedan speeding away in the opposite direction. The moment their eyes met through the car windows, Eren felt his intuition flare violently, a diviner's warning, a premonition of something ominous. What's going on? Why did that guy give me such an unsettling feeling? It was as if their paths were destined to cross again, not as acquaintances but as adversaries. Eren immediately attempted to divine the identity of the man in the sedan. But just like his earlier attempt to locate Aunt Feng, his efforts were blocked by some unknown interference. Failed again. The failure only confirmed his suspicions. The man in the black sedan was no ordinary individual, his very existence disrupted divination. Could Aunt Feng's disappearance be connected to him? Eren considered asking the driver to turn around and follow the sedan but was interrupted by Yuan Nan's calm voice. We're here. Eren looked up and saw a grand monastery-like building in front of them. Its gates bore a large sign, Celestial Faction. The Celestial Faction? Here of all places. The familiarity of the name gave Eren pause. The Latino driver, upon seeing the Celestial Faction sign, cast Eren and Yuan Nan a peculiar look. His expression grew even stranger when Yuan Nan confirmed Eren's question. Does Aunt Feng work here? Unperturbed, Yuan Nan explained, it's not that surprising. My mom doesn't have a high level of education, and she's Asian. Jobs that are respectable, well-paying, and have good environments are hard to come by for someone like her. She got this job as a financial accountant here after pulling a few strings and proving her skills. Her looks probably helped too. Her bluntness left both Eren and the driver silent. Indeed, in a country that supposedly championed freedom and equality, true equality was an illusion. The driver's initial wariness disappeared, replaced by a mix of sympathy and respect for Yuan Nan's mother. Eren, on the other hand, was lost in thought. What Aunt Feng needs isn't a fleeting monetary fix, it's a stable, high-paying job. Breaking the silence, Eren handed his phone to Yuan Nan. If Aunt Feng really disappeared here, then this place is obviously dangerous. Wait in the car while I go inside. The first number on my phone is George Stacy, captain of the NYPD's 13th precinct. If I'm not back in 30 minutes, call him. He'll send help. Pausing for a moment, Eren swiped to another number. If Captain Stacy can't handle it, call this number. It's Tony Stark's personal line. Yuan Nan's eyes widened slightly at the mention of Tony Stark. But she quickly composed herself, nodding as she took the phone. Eren then turned to the Latino driver. Fixing the man with a sharp gaze, he said, "Stay here and protect her. If anything feels off, leave immediately." "Yes," the driver replied, his tone unusually firm. Unknown to Yuan Nan, Eren had subtly hypnotized the driver using his mental abilities, ensuring the man would prioritize Yuan Nan's safety. As Eren stepped out of the car, Yuan Nan's eyes reflected a mix of surprise and intrigue. George Stacy and Tony Stark, this guy is more connected than I thought. Her astonishment deepened when she noticed how effortlessly Eren had hypnotized the driver. Though Eren caught Yuan Nan's reaction, he dismissed it as simple surprise at his connections. After instructing Yuan Nan and the driver, Eren's figure blurred and vanished from sight. Instead of charging directly into the Celestial faction's estate, Eren circled the building cautiously, identifying several escape routes. Once satisfied, he retrieved his crystal ball and prepared to divine the situation within the compound. But this time. Chapter 97. This time, Eren's attempt to divine Aunt Feng's location went off without a hitch. As the crystal ball glowed, an image of a large villa appeared. The perspective zoomed in rapidly, making the building and its details increasingly clear. Soon, Eren saw Aunt Feng lying on a luxurious bed in a room with a balcony. She was dressed in a silk robe, seemingly unconscious. Just as Eren was about to end the divination, his instincts flared, and the image plunged downward. The perspective shifted swiftly, showing glimpses of entwined bodies in various rooms and corpses sprawled on the first floor. The descent continued, transitioning from room to room. In each fleeting glance, Eren spotted glowing red devices scattered throughout the villa. Finally, the image froze on a timer. 5:37. 5:36. Eren's eyes widened as he realized the true nature of these devices, countdown bombs. With just over 5 minutes left before detonation, Eren sprang into action. Without hesitation, Eren dashed toward the room he had seen in the divination. Reaching the correct spot, he vaulted onto a balcony using an exposed pipe for leverage. The sliding door was slightly ajar, allowing him to enter easily. Inside, Aunt Feng lay on the bed, her face flushed. The silk robe she wore revealed enticing glimpses of pale skin and black lace trim. Despite the fleeting distraction of the scene, Eren quickly snapped out of it. There was no time to waste. Scooping up Aunt Feng, he leaped from the balcony with her in his arms, landing lightly on the ground below. No sooner had Eren landed than Yuan Nan appeared from around the corner. "What are you doing here?" Eren snapped, frustration evident in his voice. Without giving her a chance to respond, he hoisted Aunt Feng onto his back and grabbed Yuan Nan by the collar. "We're leaving." Dodging the villa's security cameras, Eren carried Aunt Feng and dragged Yuan Nan back toward the taxi. At the car, the anxious driver paced, scanning the area. His face lit up when he spotted Yuan Nan with Eren. "Everyone's safe," he muttered in relief, visibly calming down. "Get in and start the engine," Eren ordered as they approached. The driver complied without hesitation, sliding into the front seat and starting the car. Eren tossed Yuan Nan and Aunt Feng into the back seat before climbing in himself. "Drive. Get us to the nearest hotel. Fast." The driver floored the gas pedal, and the taxi surged forward like a beast unleashed. The powerful acceleration pinned Yuan Nan and the unconscious Aunt Feng against their seats. Only Eren, aided by the enhanced balance granted by the clown potion, remained steady. As the taxi sped away, Eren felt something brush against his side. Without looking, he swatted the small hand away and caught the item that fell from it. It was a stun gun. Eren turned to Yuan Nan with a cold glare. "What are you trying to do?" he demanded. Yuan Nan's expression was equally frosty. "That's a self-defense stun gun. What else? Should I just watch as you take my mom to a hotel without doing anything?" "What?" Eren froze, stunned by her words. Then, glancing at Aunt Feng's disheveled state, realization dawned on him, and anger surged. What's going on in that brain of yours?" he growled, veins throbbing. Yuan Nan sneered. "You're rushing her to a hotel like your life depends on it. What am I supposed to think?" "Idiot," Eren snapped, his voice dripping with exasperation. He explained quickly, "That villa is rigged with bombs, and they're set to go off in a few minutes. I saw at least a dozen corpses inside already. Taking you to the hotel isn't about comfort, it's to establish an alibi. Or do you want us to stick around, get caught in the explosion, and have the police suspect us because we conveniently left the scene right before it blew up?" Yuan Nan's icy demeanor faltered, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. "Bombs? Corpses? Yes, and if we don't have a solid alibi, the cops will look at us first. Now sit back and let me think," Eren barked, pocketing the stun gun for good measure. Though her sharp wit didn't fail her often, Yuan Nan felt a wave of embarrassment. She crossed her arms and stared out the window, but not before casting a glance at Eren. Her thoughts churned. Bombs, the NYPD captain's number, and Tony Stark's personal line. This guy isn't ordinary. Even more puzzling, Yuan Nan had caught glimpses of Eren's abilities earlier, abilities far beyond what she expected from someone who seemed, at first glance, to be a typical rogue. She didn't say anything, but her expression betrayed her shifting thoughts. Eren noticed the change in her demeanor but dismissed it as disbelief in his explanation. As they sped toward the hotel, Eren's mind raced to piece together the events. The bombs, the corpses, and the mysterious man in the black sedan, something larger was at play, and he intended to find out what. Chapter 98. Corpses. Bombs. Police. Alibis. The series of words Eren uttered left Nanan's previously cold expression frozen stiff. After escaping the supervision of the driver Eren had left behind, Nan hadn't even managed to enter the villa when Eren appeared, carrying Aunt Fong and leaping down from the second-floor balcony. As a result, Nan had no idea what had transpired inside the villa. It wasn't until Eren explained everything that she realized just how much had happened in that celestial villa. No wonder Eren had rushed to leave as soon as he rescued her mother. Of course. If there were bombs inside, who in their right mind would stick around and wait for them to go off, turning themselves to ashes? Realizing she had misunderstood Eren, a faint trace of embarrassment flickered across Nanan's face. She shook her head lightly and solemnly apologized to Eren. "I'm sorry. Earlier, I thought you were trying to." "Trying to what?" "That I'd make a move on Aunt Fong or something." Before she could finish, Eren interrupted irritably. "Yes." Nan nodded seriously, showing no hesitation in admitting it. After admitting it, she tilted her head in confusion and asked, "But even so, once we were out of range of the bomb, wouldn't it make sense to call the police? We're the victims here. My mom's current state is clearly tied to that astronomical sect." "Astronomical sect is better because celestial kinda make one assume that has to be with the celestials, which is not." Eren shook his head and replied. "True, we are victims, but to some people, wouldn't it seem reasonable for the victims to plant a bomb as revenge against the astronomical sect? Oh, and by the way, while rescuing your mom, I came across several so-called important figures in that villa. If those big shots were all blown to pieces, under the pressure of various parties, what do you think the NYPD would do to us, who have clear motives and suspicions? Forget the NYPD's response for a moment. Just think about the families of those big shots. Once they find out we knew about the bomb but didn't notify their loved ones or save them from the explosion, how do you think they'll react? Wouldn't they resent us for standing by and use their influence to retaliate against us? They wouldn't care how dangerous the bomb was. All they'd know is their loved ones died in the blast while we survived. Oh, and if you're wondering why I didn't save those big shots or at least warn them, maybe you should first guess what those so-called important figures were doing when I arrived, and why your mom ended up in this state." As he spoke, Eren gestured toward Aunt Fong, who was still unconscious, her face flushed unnaturally. "Mom." Piecing together Eren's words and noticing her mom's peculiar condition, the precocious Nanan's expression darkened. She quickly grasped the subtext of Eren's words, and a flash of anger crossed her face. "Those bastards." Seeing that Nan understood his meaning, Eren nodded inwardly. The moment she shook off the driver's supervision and appeared outside the villa, Eren realized he had underestimated this doll-like, delicate girl. Her attempt to sneak attack him with a taser further confirmed her intelligence and resourcefulness. Otherwise, Eren wouldn't have bothered explaining so much to a child. "That's why, instead of dealing with the chaos calling the cops would bring, it's better for us to create an alibi before the bomb goes off. That way, we'll avoid a lot of trouble later. Since I carried Aunt Fong out without lingering too long outside the villa, and there aren't many surveillance cameras along the way, as long as we speed up, we can establish an alibi to avoid any potential issues." So. Of course. Eren had confidence in this plan mainly because it was part of his foresight. In his divination, this method was the safest and most feasible option. After leaving the villa and noticing how few cameras were around the astronomical sex estate, Eren felt even more assured. It wasn't surprising, really. The astronomical sect primarily catered to elite socialites and influential figures. If the area were filled with cameras, how would these individuals enjoy themselves without concern? In fact, before every gathering, the sect would bribe the police to shut down nearby surveillance under the guise of maintenance or other excuses to ensure secrecy for their high-profile guests. But little did they know, their usual precautions would be exploited by Eren and that refined man tonight. The Latino driver was skilled, bringing the cab to a halt at the entrance of a decent-looking hotel after 2 minutes of high-speed driving. Noting the barely visible cameras in the hotel lobby, Eren nodded slightly. Using hypnosis, he erased part of the driver's memory about the events involving him and implanted false ones. Only then did Eren and Nan help Aunt Fong, now draped in Eren's coat, into the hotel lobby. It was fortunate that the cold weather prompted Eren to wear a mid-length coat. Without it, he wouldn't have had anything to cover Aunt Fang's barely concealed disheveled appearance. Once inside the hotel, Eren made sure to appear on the cameras before heading to the front desk to request a suite. He had prepared several explanations for Aunt Fang's condition in case the hotel staff asked. But surprisingly, as soon as Eren handed over the money, the receptionist quickly issued a room key without a single question. It seemed they were well acquainted with handling such situations. This level of service. Truly thoughtful. The moment Eren received the room key, the countdown for all the bombs in the astronomical sex villa hit 0. Then, 6 bombs arranged in a hexagram pattern detonated simultaneously. The massive explosion reverberated across a radius of several miles. Under the starry sky, the blinding flames roared like a lit torch, burning fiercely. Chapter 99. Eren stayed at the hotel until dawn. Seeing no sign of the police coming for them, he escorted the now conscious Aunt Fong and Nan Nan back to their apartment. After receiving countless heartfelt thanks from Aunt Fong, Eren finally left the building. By the time Eren returned home, it was almost noon. As he entered, his mind involuntarily drifted back to the man they had encountered the previous night. After entering the hotel, Eren was almost certain that the reason his divination failed on Aunt Fong was closely linked to that man. He also suspected that the bodies on the first floor of the astronomical sex villa and the timed bombs in the basement were the work of the same individual. A spiritual warning. A destined adversary, perhaps. This world seems to be getting more interesting, but I need to grow stronger as soon as possible, Eren murmured to himself. After preparing himself a nutritious lunch, Eren once again entered the balance space. Though Little Oddball's sudden phone call had interrupted him before, Eren hadn't forgotten the 10,000 fate points he still hadn't used. Standing once more in the balance space, Eren gazed at the fate balance, which stood on the edge of the silvery river of destiny, supported by a misty white glow. With a thought, he called out silently. Manifest, Gemini. Ding. Would you like to spend 10,000 fate points to manifest the special talent, Gemini? Yes. Ding. Manifestation successful. Transformation initiated. In the next moment, a silver-white beam shot out from the fate balance and entered Eren's body. In that instant, the fate balance vanished into the endless river of destiny, extracting a unique soul talent from its depths and imprinting it onto Eren's soul. The Gemini talent, which cost Eren a full 10,000 fate points, was far from ordinary. Talent, Gemini. Ability 1, Twin Body, split half of your soul to permanently create a doppelganger with all the abilities of the original. Ability 2, Twin Life, as long as one of you survives, neither will truly die. By paying a price, resurrection is possible beside the surviving counterpart. Ability 3, Gemini Fusion, when the split Gemini reunites, it unleashes unimaginable power. Ability 4 Dash. The extensive list of abilities highlighted just how powerful this talent was. Particularly noteworthy were the Twin Body, allowing the permanent creation of a doppelganger with the same abilities, and Twin Life, ensuring the survival of either the original or the clone. This talent drastically increased Eren's survivability. Even if Thanos' snap were to happen in the future, Eren's odds of survival would be double those of others thanks to Twin Life. Moreover, with 2 bodies, Eren could accelerate his mastery of potion digestion through his acting method, effectively doubling his efficiency. Of course, Eren didn't manifest this ability purely for self-preservation or efficiency. It was also a way to probe the workings of fate itself. Later that day, a section of brick wall beside Eren's home began to writhe eerily. A second later, a figure wearing sunglasses and a hoodie was spat out of the wall. Fortunately, dusk was falling, and the narrow alley rarely saw any foot traffic. Otherwise, an ordinary person witnessing this would surely have been scared out of their wits. The figure, however, didn't seem to mind. Stretching lazily, Eren adjusted the oversized sunglasses on his face and patted the wall that had just expelled him. In response, the wall spat out a bulging backpack. Eren grabbed the black backpack, dusted it off, and slung it over his shoulder. Under the flickering streetlights, he strolled leisurely out of Chinatown. On the second floor of the house, another Eren stood by the window, his pale face watching the departing figure in silence. The Eren leaving Chinatown was none other than the doppelganger created by the Gemini talent. Or rather, it would be more accurate to call him another Eren. When Eren split his soul, if his original self embodied the orderly and virtuous aspects of his soul, the doppelganger carried the chaotic and unrestrained parts. This was why Eren let the doppelganger roam freely after creating him. Once out of Chinatown, the other Eren wandered the streets of New York. For a time, he had no destination in mind. Carrying the backpack, he drifted through the city's alleys and streets like a wandering spirit, turning corner after corner. By the time he fully regained his focus and grasped his own intentions, an hour had passed. Perhaps to minimize interference with the doppelganger, the original Eren had given him no specific instructions beyond a single goal: to grow stronger. This lack of guidance left the doppelganger feeling somewhat adrift. Since he had no destination, why not let divination decide? But first, he needed a divination tool. Glancing around, Eren's eyes landed on a vintage suit shop not far away. In the window display, mannequins wore meticulously tailored shirts, trousers, waistcoats, and ties. Even their feet were clad in polished leather shoes. But what caught Eren's attention wasn't the clothing, it was the canes some of the mannequins held. After assessing the shop, Eren's eyes glinted, and he walked inside. A few minutes later, Eren emerged dressed in a black suit, complete with a bow tie, top hat, and a heavy black cane inlaid with silver. Stepping outside, he swung the cane experimentally. Feeling its weight and hearing the sharp sound as it sliced through the air, Eren nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This cane would hurt if used to hit someone. Yes, it carried a touch of class. Of course, Eren hadn't bought the cane just for appearances. He intended to use it for divination. Cane divination was a simple yet practical method for finding direction. Since he had no goal, he would follow wherever the cane pointed. Chapter 100. Standing at the intersection of a bustling street, Eren seemed to find himself at a crossroads in life. He planted the black cane firmly on the ground, its silver inlay gleaming faintly under the streetlights. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes deepened as he entered a semi-meditative state. As his spiritual intuition surged, the ever-present, mysterious world of spirituality unfolded before him. Mentally repeating the phrase, "Take me to a place where I can grow stronger," 7 times, Eren released his grip on the cane. In the next second, the black cane tipped forward, pointing straight ahead. Straight ahead, then. 2 hours later, following the guidance of his cane's divination, Eren passed through one intersection after another. Unknowingly, he found himself in one of New York's most chaotic areas, Hell's Kitchen. This place was infamous, not just in New York but throughout the country, as a cesspool of filth and depravity, a breeding ground for sin. The cracked, sunken roads were littered with discarded trash, exuding the pungent stench of rot that assaulted the senses. Flickering streetlights, barely functioning from neglect, cast eerie shadows over the cold streets. Graffiti-covered alleyways stretched into darkness, and beneath the vibrant murals, figures could be seen huddled in shadows, vagrants, addicts, or worse. Sometimes these individuals were mere beggars or unfortunates. Other times, they transformed into demons, attacking lone passers-by for a scrap of food or a dose of powder. On one graffiti-covered wall, a bold slogan declared, "Welcome to Hell's Kitchen." Hell's Kitchen. Never thought the divination would bring me here, Eren muttered. He had been here once before, seeking revenge on the Water Ghost Gang's leader, Giant Ghost Onik. It seemed fate had brought him back. But what opportunity for growth could possibly await him here? This place was rife with gangs, addicts, and petty criminals. Could it be that his growth lay in sacrificing these human scums with his cursed threads? While such sacrifices would boost the cursed thread's power, it wouldn't significantly enhance Eren's own strength. What he needed urgently was to elevate his abilities. For instance, he needed to quickly digest the Jester potion and advance to Spiritual Sequence 7, Magician. Becoming a magician would mark a significant leap in power, granting him greater confidence in dealing with the world's emerging superheroes. Shaking his head, Eren dismissed the idea of sacrificing random criminals. Or is this a sign I should emulate that clown from Arkham and unify Hell's Kitchen's criminal underworld? That didn't seem like a bad idea either. New York's gangs were no pushovers. If Eren could consolidate their power under his control, they would at least serve as useful cannon fodder. After all, if the Joker of Gotham could unite his city's crime syndicates and become a symbol of chaos, why couldn't he? Though Eren wasn't as insane, they were both Jokers. What one could do, the other could too, right? Unconsciously, a grin spread across Eren's face. All right. From today onward, call me Joker, Joker Eren. Perfect to distinguish me from my original self. With this decision made, Joker Eren reached into his backpack and retrieved a clown mask he had acquired earlier. Placing the mask over his face, he admired his reflection in a nearby store window. Now I really look the part. As he stared at the reflection, something intangible seemed to break free from the mask, flooding Joker Eren's mind. An overwhelming surge of terror, madness, and chaotic, incomprehensible energy crashed into his consciousness like a tidal wave. HSSS. Joker Eren drew a sharp breath as the onslaught of madness consumed him. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh echoed in his mind. Piercing and relentless, it reverberated as if the source of the laughter was laughing itself to exhaustion. The laugh carried a strange power, an infectious quality that attacked Joker Eren's spirit and soul, attempting to reshape them in its image. Under the influence of this laugh, Joker Eren's consciousness began to spiral into insanity. At the critical moment, a cosmic brain-like image emerged in his mind, a construct that seemed to contain endless galaxies and stars. This manifestation solidified his spiritual power into the shape of the cosmic brain, isolating the deranged laughter. Thankfully, even with only half his soul, Joker Eren's mental strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. Otherwise, forming the cosmic brain would have been impossible. What the hell is this thing? Freeing himself from the influence of the eerie laughter, Joker Eren quickly tore off the clown mask. He knew full well that the sinister laugh was undoubtedly linked to this mask. Damn it! This was supposed to be a mundane item. How the hell does it have abilities like that? Upon closer inspection, Joker Eren noticed something peculiar about the mask. Though it appeared unchanged, its texture and aura were now subtly different. Even a casual glance at the mask gave him a sense of dissonance and distortion, leaving an unsettling impression. He shuddered to think how this mask might affect others. Wearing it in battle would undoubtedly instill fear and chaos among his enemies, paralyzing them with psychological pressure. Flipping the mask over, Joker Eren's sharp eyes caught sight of a previously unseen inscription on the inside. To my dearest love, Jerome. Jerome? Holy crap. This mask had belonged to that lunatic, Jerome, the original Joker. No wonder it carried such a twisted, eerie laugh. It was imbued with Jerome's essence. Realizing this, Joker Eren began to understand why this supposedly mundane mask possessed such bizarre powers. Well, it seemed only fitting for something tied to the Joker to be a little abnormal. Chapter 101. As Eren, the clown, gazed into the closet, seemingly admiring his reflection, a striking woman with fiery red hair stepped out of a nearby alley. Her daring, provocative attire left little to the imagination, even in the biting cold wind, as she confidently approached him. Upon seeing Eren's youthful face, her eyes lit up, and she licked her lips lightly before speaking in a seductive tone. Hey, handsome. Looking for some company tonight? For just $100, I'll be yours for the night. Normally, given her stunning looks, her nightly rate would be at least $200, but she decided to cut it in half, charmed by Eren's boyish face. She thought to herself, I've dealt with plenty of old men trying to feel young. Tonight, I'll flip the script and see what it's like for the older one to indulge the younger. Eren, standing opposite her, heard her proposition and quickly grinned, his mouth stretching wide. Only $100, and you're mine for the night? Sounds like a deal. Without hesitation, he eagerly pulled 2 crisp $50 bills from his pocket and handed them to her, as if afraid she might change her mind. The red-haired woman, named Elena, couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. As she discreetly pocketed the money, she thought she had just snagged herself a promising young customer. Her face flushed slightly, and she unconsciously tightened her legs at the thought. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and leaned close to Eren's ear, her voice sultry as she asked, So, handsome, where are we going tonight? A hotel, or your place? Eren didn't hesitate. Why go to a hotel? Of course, we're going to my place. Hearing his answer, Elena's smile deepened. Perfect, she mused, looks like I just found myself a long-term customer. My place, huh? You're a naughty one, aren't you? She teased. Eren returned her grin with one of his own. Wait till you see how naughty I can get. He paused, then added, but first, we need to pick up a few things. With that, Eren began walking toward a nearby 24-hour convenience store, gesturing for Elena to follow. Watching him stride ahead, Elena thought to herself, not bad, he's even covering shopping expenses. One less thing for me to worry about tonight. She sauntered after him, her long legs moving gracefully as she added with a playful tone, Oh. I can't wait to see what surprises you have in store for me tonight. Not long after, Eren, empty-handed, and Elena, now carrying several shopping bags with a slightly annoyed expression, arrived at a soot-covered red brick building. Ah, here we are. My memory is better than I thought, Eren exclaimed, pleased with himself as he looked at the fire-blackened structure he had personally set ablaze. But as soon as they reached the door, Elena froze. Her gaze fell on the police tape still sealing the entrance. Her complexion turned pale as she recognized the building. This was the site of a gruesome arson murder from a few weeks ago. Several people, including the infamous gang leader Boney of the Water Ghost Gang, had been burned alive in this very building. Their charred bodies had been carried out as little more than cinders. Since the fire had gutted the interior, leaving only the acrid stench of burnt remains and blackened debris, even homeless squatters avoided the place, considering it cursed. Elena stared at the excited look on Eren's face and the faint flicker of madness in his eyes. She suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and had the urge to drop everything and run. But as she turned to leave, her gaze met Eren's. Beneath the dim yellow streetlight, his black eyes gleamed with a strange warmth, and he smiled at her. Earlier, she had thought his smile was charming. Now, with the eerie house looming behind him, that same smile filled her with dread. Eren, noticing her shivering, kindly took off his expensive suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. "You're shaking so much. You must be freezing. Come on, let's get inside. It'll be much warmer in there," he said warmly. Before she could react, he grabbed her hand and led her up the steps. With a casual tug, Eren ripped off the police tape barring the door. Tossing it aside, he opened his bag, revealing an array of items, an intimidating M500 revolver, a small grenade, and a vial of hallucinogens. He calmly took out a wire and began working on the slightly warped lock. Watching him pick the lock with unnerving ease, Elena's legs trembled. Any thoughts of escape fled as her courage drained away entirely. Finally, with a satisfying click, the lock gave way. Eren beamed with joy, opening the warped metal door with a flourish. "Beautiful lady," he said, bowing slightly in mock politeness, "please, step inside." Chapter 102. To Elena, Eren's gentlemanly invitation felt more like a devil's chilling summons to death. The gaping black doorway behind him resembled the maw of a monstrous abyss, ready to devour her whole. As she stared at the ominous doorway, her body trembled violently. Her voice quivered with fear as she pleaded. "Please, don't hurt me. I'm begging you." Eren, casually picking up his backpack and tucking the M500 revolver back inside, tilted his head in confusion. "Hurt you? Why would I do that? I already paid, didn't I? Alright, there's no time to waste tonight. Let's head inside, there's still a lot waiting for you to do." With that, Eren pushed the trembling, almost paralyzed Elena into the house. As they stepped into the pitch-black building, Eren kicked the slightly warped door shut with a loud bang. At that moment, the last sliver of color drained from Elena's once radiant face as the darkness engulfed her. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground lab beneath Chinatown, Eren worked meticulously. His face was pale as paper, still bearing the strain from the soul-wrenching pain he had endured. He carefully added a single drop of liquid extracted from the Welwitschia mirabilis, also known as the thousand-year orchid, into a beaker filled with dark green fluid. Eren was attempting to concoct a mid-level nutrient potion, following a recipe from the nutritional pharmacist's handbook. It wasn't that Eren was being reckless, skipping the basic formula for a lower-level potion. He simply had no choice. Even with the resources of the Osborne Group, one of the world's leading biotech corporations, it had taken considerable time and effort just to gather the ingredients for the mid-level Hiatus potion. As for other formulas, they were either missing crucial components that didn't exist in this world, or they required rare and bizarre ingredients that would take significant time and effort to acquire. For now, the Hiatus potion was the only recipe he had all the materials for, thanks to Osborne Group's efforts. Despite the lingering pain in his soul, Eren, whose body was in dire need of nutrients, could no longer afford to wait. As soon as the materials arrived, he dove into his underground lab and began his experiments. A sharp hissing sound echoed as the drop of orchid extract hit the green liquid, causing the mixture to froth violently. Eren sighed as he watched the concoction bubble over. Another failure. With a wave of his hand, the bubbling beaker was absorbed into the lab table, its contents promptly disposed of. After a few moments, the same beaker re-emerged, now spotless and ready for reuse. This was thanks to one of Eren's creations, affectionately called Little Oddball, which maintained the lab and cleaned up after every failed experiment. Eren often felt grateful for the decision to animate the house and create this helpful entity. Unbeknownst to him, however, the house was slowly transforming. Deep in the corners, hidden from Eren's view, Little Oddball was digesting a piece of flesh that does not rot. Brick by brick, the once ordinary red walls were being replaced with living, flesh-like material, pulsing with vitality and strength. These flesh bricks, further enhanced by Little Oddball, grew far stronger and more resilient than the original structure, making the house an impenetrable fortress. It was clear that in the near future, this seemingly decrepit building would evolve into a terrifying stronghold, an unyielding safe haven for Eren. Eren took a pen and jotted down notes in his journal, recording the data from his latest failed attempt and reflecting on what went wrong. Without wasting time, he began preparing for the next trial. Failure was the mother of success, after all. Every failure brought Eren closer to success. Though each experiment consumed a significant amount of resources, he believed the payoff would be worth it once he succeeded. The Hiatus potion, as described in the handbook, was a powerful nutrient supplement designed for mid-level gene warriors. A single vial of the potion, once diluted, could provide the daily nutritional needs of 50 to 100 adult men, depending on its quality. If Eren could perfect the formula, not only would it sustain him during the intense consumption of energy required by the cosmic brain meditation technique, but it would also nourish his body, subtly enhancing his physical attributes. This would allow him to greatly accelerate the improvement of both his physical and mental strength. More importantly, enhanced mental strength would help suppress the growing madness within him. With a strong enough mind, Eren believed he could maintain control over his sanity even as he climbed higher in the sequence system. And if he managed to reach the unimaginable heights described in the cosmic brain meditation technique, he might even be able to resist the madness inherent in the potion sequences entirely, maintaining clarity of thought no matter how far he advanced. Taking a deep breath, Eren adjusted his equipment and prepared for another attempt. He knew the road ahead would be filled with setbacks, but each failure brought him closer to mastery. Success was only a matter of time. Chapter 103. Day turned to night and night into day. Immersed in the meticulous process of crafting the Hiatus potion, Eren was completely unaware of time slipping away. If not for the alarm he had set earlier, which Little Oddball dutifully brought to him, Eren wouldn't have realized that he had spent the entire night in the lab. Despite the sleepless night, Eren remained energetic and focused. Through countless trials, and at the cost of a significant amount of raw materials, Eren had grown adept at the process of crafting the Hiatus potion. He was now familiar with most of the nuances and adjustments needed for the recipe. All that remained was to refine the precise ratios for each ingredient to account for their varying concentrations. With a bit more effort, Eren was confident he could finally produce a successful potion. After disposing of yet another failed batch with the help of Little Oddball, Eren let out a deep sigh of relief. Removing his lab coat, he returned to his room and took a long, refreshing shower. As was his routine, he went for a jog in the park to invigorate his body, which felt slightly fatigued. Back home, Eren opened the refrigerator and prepared a nutritious breakfast for himself. His deepening understanding of the nutritional pharmacist's handbook now allowed him to create balanced, nutrient-rich meals with ease. As long as he had the right ingredients on hand, Eren could quickly whip up a delicious and wholesome dish tailored to his needs. After breakfast, as Eren walked to school, he glanced at the busy streets filled with cars and thought to himself. Maybe it's time I bought a car. Money was no issue, and he already had a driver's license. Previously, Eren had chosen to walk as a form of exercise. However, now that his enhanced body no longer benefited much from mundane workouts like running, it seemed practical to invest in a car to save time. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, Elena stumbled out of the decrepit house, her legs weak and her entire body drained. She was parched, exhausted to the core, but overwhelmingly relieved to have survived the night. When she had resigned herself to her fate, believing her life was over, the madman had handed her a mop and some rags he had bought from the convenience store. He then ordered her to clean one of the least damaged rooms in the house. She ended up scrubbing and clearing the space all night, disposing of scorched, dilapidated furniture until the mop finally broke from overuse. By dawn, she had managed to clean out a small, empty room. Throughout the night, Eren lounged on a chair he had brought in from somewhere, watching her work with an unsettling calmness. As he put it, I paid for the full night. Not wanting to waste even a cent of the $100 he had spent, Eren kept Elena working non-stop. He even made her return to the store with him to buy more supplies, carrying everything back to the house by herself. The workload was so intense that even the most exploitative of capitalists would have been impressed by Eren's ruthlessness. Still, despite her aching body, Elena was grateful. She had survived. Inside the room she had cleaned, Eren had strung up a large hammock, suspended from the four corners of the room with fixtures. He now lay back in it, processing the information he had gleaned. While Elena cleaned, she had shared plenty of details about Hell's Kitchen. It turned out that the entire area was under the iron grip of Wilson Fisk, known as the Kingpin. Even the streetwalkers like Elena operated under his empire's permission. Hell's Kitchen's outward chaos masked an intricate web of control woven by Fisk, extending his influence not just throughout the neighborhood but also across New York. For Eren to establish his own foothold here, his first step would be to tear apart the oppressive net of order that Fisk had created. Thinking of this, Eren's grin widened with excitement. Destroying order. That's my specialty. Under the dim light filtering through the room, Eren's shadow on the floor twisted faintly, taking the form of a grinning clown. When Eren arrived at Midtown High, he noticed a large crowd of students gathered, buzzing with excitement. Curious, he was about to approach the group when a familiar figure squeezed through the throng. Doug, his round-faced friend, maneuvered through the crowd with surprising agility, dodging obstacles before reaching Eren's side. "Hey, Eren. Did you catch the news last night?" Doug asked, practically bouncing with excitement. Yesterday, in the Gulmira region, this armored guy dropped out of the sky and single-handedly took out a bunch of terrorists. It was insane. Doug glanced around conspiratorially before lowering his voice. "Listen, man, I got a video from a hacker friend of mine. I'll show it to you later, it's unreal. My friend thinks that armored guy is some kind of top-secret weapon from one of the big nations." Doug's enthusiasm only grew as he continued. "Oh, and get this, my hacker buddy says the military tried to cover it up, claiming an F-22 Raptor crashed during training. But we both know that's BS. I mean, a $350 million fighter jet crashing during practice. Give me a break." Grinning, Doug tugged Eren toward the classroom, eager to share the video. Eren's mind, however, was racing. Gulmira. Armored guy. Wasn't this the plotline where Tony Stark, after building the Mark II suit, had a falling out with Obadiah and went to Gulmira to destroy Stark Industries' weapons? If the Mark II was already operational, that meant the showdown between Tony and Obadiah's Ironmonger suit was just around the corner. Chapter 104. The showdown between Iron Man and Ironmonger. This battle seemed to mark the true beginning of the extraordinary in this world. Eren wondered to himself, if I joined this fight, would I earn some fate points? Fate points had proven to be incredibly fleeting. Not long ago, Eren had sacrificed a mystical object from an abandoned textile factory, gaining a significant amount of fate points. But they had been completely spent on manifesting a new talent. Still, Eren didn't regret it. Now, however, if he wanted to grow stronger quickly, he would need to gather more fate points. Wait. Eren suddenly remembered that Pepper was involved in a conflict between Iron Man and Ironmonger. If Tony hadn't arrived in time, Pepper might have died at the hands of Ironmonger. Unlike the movies, this world wasn't scripted. Eren's presence had already started altering events, and there was no guarantee that Tony would arrive in time to save Pepper. No. I have to warn her. I can't let her take such a risk. With that thought, Eren shook off Doug's grip on his arm. Sorry, Doug, I just remembered something urgent. I'll catch up with you later. Before Doug could respond, Eren darted through the crowd with astonishing speed, disappearing from view within moments. Finding a quiet corner on campus, Eren pulled out his phone and dialed a number he had saved for a long time. Ring, ring. After a few rings, the call connected. Stark Industries headquarters, CEO's office. Pepper was inside Stark's office, copying critical evidence onto a flash drive. This evidence implicated Obadiah Stane in Stark Industries' illegal arms dealings and the 10 Rings' attempted assassination of Tony Stark. Her heart pounded as she processed the shocking information. Suddenly, the door to the office opened, and Obadiah walked in with a bottle of wine in hand. Pepper froze, her heart skipping a beat as fear gripped her. But instead of confronting her, Obadiah smiled and moved to the liquor cabinet. Tony never runs out of good wine, he remarked casually. At that moment, Pepper's phone, sitting on the desk, began to ring. A chance. Despite her panic, Pepper maintained her composure. She quickly picked up the phone, using the moment to slip the flash drive into her palm. Without waiting for the caller to speak, she answered. Eren, what's up? I'm at work right now. Can I call you back later? Obadiah, sipping his wine nearby, overheard her and smiled understandingly. Eren? That's your nephew, right? Boys his age don't call unless it's important. No need to rush, Pepper. Stark Industries has always been family-friendly. Go ahead, take care of your personal matters. Work can wait. Raising his glass, Obadiah added, just like I'm stealing a moment to enjoy this wine. Pepper forced a smile and nodded, her heart racing. As Obadiah turned away to fetch some ice from the fridge, Pepper swiftly closed the pop-up window confirming the file transfer success. Excuse me, I'll handle this quickly, she said, holding up the phone. Of course, Obadiah replied, his smile never wavering. Just then, Eren's voice came through the phone. Aunt Pepper, are you busy today? Something came up at school, and I need you to come over. Hearing this, Obadiah chuckled. Go ahead, Pepper. Your boy needs you. Thank you, she said, feigning gratitude as she grabbed her bag and hurried out of the office. Watching her leave, Obadiah smirked and took another sip of his wine. But as he savored the drink, a nagging thought struck him. Wait a minute. Tony's been suspended by the board. Why would his personal assistant be working in his office? And wasn't she just using the computer earlier? Realization dawned, and Obadiah's expression darkened. He set down his glass and rushed to the computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he checked the recent activity logs. Moments later, his face twisted in fury. Damn it. Grabbing his coat, Obadiah stormed out, chasing after Pepper. A few minutes earlier. Inside the elevator, as the doors slid shut, Pepper finally exhaled. Her voice trembled as she spoke into the phone. Sorry, Eren. I'm dealing with something critical right now. I don't think I can come to Midtown High. Before she could finish, Eren interrupted. I know, Aunt Pepper. I don't actually need you at the school. I said that to give you an excuse to get away. I knew you were in danger. Chapter 105. Pepper froze for a moment. You know. Of course, Aunt Pepper. Have you forgotten my abilities? Before Pepper could respond, Eren continued, listen to me, Aunt Pepper. You're in grave danger. I've foreseen a shadow of death looming over you. You need to leave Stark Industries immediately. Shadow of death. As soon as Eren said those words, Pepper's mind flashed to the files she had just copied on the office computer, the records of Obadiah's illicit arms deals with terrorists and his attempt to assassinate Tony Stark. If Obadiah discovered that she had stolen incriminating evidence against him, he might very well arrange for her to be silenced, just as he had tried to do with Tony. The elevator chimed, announcing its arrival on the second floor. Her fear mounting, Pepper instinctively quickened her pace, heading toward the staircase to the first floor. On the ground floor, SHIELD Agent Coulson, who had been waiting in the lobby, called out as soon as he saw Pepper. Miss Potts, we had an appointment, remember? Hearing Coulson's voice through the phone, Eren immediately said, is that Coulson? Aunt Pepper, take him with you. He's an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. You'll be safer with him around. Of course. Even without Eren's suggestion, Pepper, feeling vulnerable, had already planned to take Coulson with her. Walking with a SHIELD agent would make Obadiah think twice before trying anything overt. Turning to Coulson, Pepper said, I haven't forgotten. Come with me, I have something I want to show you. Now. Shall we get started? Yes, follow me. Coulson, slightly surprised, quickly rose from his seat and followed Pepper as she hastily made her way out of Stark Tower. Hearing through the phone that Pepper had met up with Coulson, Eren spoke again. Aunt Pepper, your danger isn't over yet. Find a safe place and stay there until this crisis is resolved. Otherwise, your life will be at risk. Got it. Thank you, Eren. I have something important to deal with right now. I'll contact you later. After thanking Eren, Pepper hung up and turned to Coulson. I have some evidence I want to hand over to you. I think you'll find it interesting. Evidence? Of what? Proof that Obadiah Stane has been smuggling weapons and hiring terrorists to kill Tony. Meanwhile, back on campus, Eren stared at the disconnected call, frowning slightly. Although he had warned Pepper, he knew she wouldn't simply sit still and follow his advice. She was too strong-willed for that. I guess I'll have to take matters into my own hands, Eren muttered. At that moment, he spotted Gwen walking toward him with a stack of books. A thought flashed through his mind. Taking a few quick steps, Eren approached Gwen and greeted her with a smile. Hi, Gwen. Hi, Eren, Gwen replied, smiling back. After all they had been through together, the bond between Gwen and Eren had grown significantly stronger. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Eren had unknowingly become an important part of Gwen's life. Eren cut straight to the point. Hey, Gwen, you're a student assistant, right? Of course. I'm the 12th grade assistant, she said proudly. Perfect. Eren grinned. I need to take the day off for something urgent. Can you help me get it approved by the teachers? Hearing this, Gwen's expression grew concerned. Is something wrong? If you need help, I can. Before she could finish, Eren shook his head and interrupted. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just need to visit Aunt Pepper. The best way you can help is by getting the teachers to approve my leave. Seeing that Eren didn't seem troubled, Gwen sighed in relief. All right. I'll take care of it. Being an assistant has its perks, after all. I'll talk to the teachers for you. Thanks. I owe you one. Dinner's on me next time, Eren promised with a smile before turning to leave the school grounds. Watching him go, Gwen smiled faintly, then turned to head toward the administration office to fulfill her promise. After leaving the school, Eren didn't head straight for Pepper. Instead, he took a taxi back home to prepare. A diviner never fought without certainty, and that principle applied to Eren as well. Returning to his Chinatown hideout, Eren concealed a few items on his person and began his divination ritual to gather more information. Meanwhile, Pepper handed the evidence against Obadiah to Coulson. Coulson escorted her to his car and pulled out a laptop to examine the files on the flash drive. After browsing through several documents, his expression darkened. Turning to Pepper in the back seat, he said gravely. This is beyond my jurisdiction. I'll need to inform the director immediately. As Stark Industries' second-largest shareholder and longtime CEO, Obadiah had amassed significant power and influence over the years. Even with such damning evidence, bringing him down wouldn't be easy. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Coulson decided to call in the big guns. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, had the authority and experience to handle someone like Obadiah Stane. Chapter 106. A few hours later. After a flurry of activity on the computer, Eren redirected the $10 billion he had used to short Stark Industries stock, along with the $50 billion he had earned from the stock market during this period, to buy Stark Industries stock at its lowest point. Since Iron Man was about to emerge, continuing to short Stark Industries stock would undoubtedly become a losing proposition. Eren wasn't about to let himself lose money, so he seized the opportunity to purchase Stark Industries stock while it was at rock bottom. This way, when Tony announced his identity as Iron Man, Eren could make another fortune. Once all was done, Eren leisurely hailed a cab and made his way to a spot near Tony Stark's seaside villa. Tony Stark's villa was far from New York City. By the time Eren arrived, the sky had already begun to darken. After paying the fare and dismissing the driver, Eren found a concealed spot outside Tony's villa and quietly waited. About 10 minutes later, a luxury SUV drove up to the villa. The villa's security system scanned the license plate and allowed the vehicle to pass. Eren, watching from a distance, shook his head. How foolish, he murmured. Even though Tony had already realized something was amiss and had Pepper sneak into Obadiah's computer to steal data, he hadn't revoked Obadiah's access authorization to the villa. Allowing him free access was practically courting disaster. After shaking his head, Eren took out some special tools and planted a few surprises along the villa's main access road. Earlier, when Obadiah's car passed by, Eren had confirmed that it was a specially modified, bulletproof luxury vehicle. Regular bullets wouldn't penetrate its defenses, so Eren made sure to prepare thoroughly. Half an hour later. With the miniature arc reactor successfully taken from Tony Stark, Obadiah drove away from the villa, brimming with excitement. But his car had barely left the villa when a powerful explosion flipped the vehicle into the air, spinning 180 degrees before crashing into a pile of rocks on the roadside with a loud bang. Nearby, Eren sat on a large rock, watching the bulletproof SUV get tossed aside like a toy. He let out a casual remark. Wow! What a pity. Just one step away, Obadiah, and you could have returned to Stark Industries, placed that little arc reactor into your ironmonger, and gotten your big toy. But now, you've run out of chances. Since he already knew Obadiah's plans, Eren wasn't about to let him succeed. After all, if Obadiah really managed to create the ironmonger and harmed Pepper, it would be unacceptable. So, after divining Obadiah's arrival time at Tony's villa, Eren arrived early to prepare and set up everything. Then, he struck at the perfect moment, taking both the man and his loot in one move. Out of respect for fate, Eren had even waited until Obadiah had taken Tony's arc reactor before making his move. Of course, Eren didn't deny that part of his plan was to maximize Tony Stark's gratitude and minimize potential complications. As Eren approached the overturned armored vehicle, Obadiah unexpectedly crawled out, battered and bruised. Clutching the box containing the arc reactor in one hand, he dragged himself from the wreckage. Bang! A bullet pierced Obadiah's arm, forcing him to release the box as he cried out in agony. Bang! 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 3 more shots rang out, shattering Obadiah's other arm and both knees. With Obadiah neutralized, Eren walked over, picked up the box, and stood before him. Who are you? Obadiah growled through gritted teeth, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Eren. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you're going to die. Really? Obadiah sneered through his pain, sweat pouring down his face. If you wanted to kill me, you could have done it earlier. Since you didn't, you must want something, money, weapons, whatever you want. Just treat my wounds first. Bang! Before Obadiah could finish, a bullet pierced his forehead, killing him instantly. Sorry, but you guessed wrong, Eren said indifferently. The only reason I didn't kill you earlier was to experience the satisfaction of taking your life up close and see how much fate points I'd gain in return. Looks like it was worth it. Ding! Host has disrupted the timeline by eliminating Obadiah early, creating ripples in the river of fate. The scales of fate have absorbed 1,000 fate points. Seeing the system notification confirming the acquisition of 1,000 fate points, Eren nodded in satisfaction. As the first major villain in the extraordinary chapter of this world, Obadiah's head had been a lucrative prize. Killing him had been far easier than taking down an entire factory or containing a forbidden object. Yet the rewards were just as substantial. This success also confirmed Eren's theory: by killing key figures in this world and altering their predetermined fates, he could gain fate points. But could there be other ways to earn them? With this thought in mind, Eren picked up the arc reactor box and walked toward Stark's seaside villa. Another theory awaited testing there. Chapter 107. Eren had just taken a few steps when a grayish-black mist suddenly rose behind him, enveloping the area where Obadiah had died. The moment the mist appeared, the entire world seemed to fall eerily silent. As Eren walked forward, a terrifying aura emerged from behind him, causing his body to tense instantly. His right leg, mid-step, froze in place. The next second, a chilling wind blew past. Just as mysteriously as it had appeared, the grayish-black mist vanished without a trace. At the same time, the horrifying presence that had enveloped Eren also disappeared. After the mist dissipated, several seconds passed before Eren dared to glance back. The mountains were still the same, the road unchanged, and even the roadside weeds looked no different than before. But Obadiah's luxury car now appeared as though centuries had passed in an instant. The vehicle was corroded beyond recognition, reduced to a rusted, skeletal frame. As for Obadiah's corpse, which should have been beside the car, it had turned to human-shaped ashes. The sea breeze quickly scattered the remains into the air. Damn it, what just happened? Feeling uneasy, Eren's pupils darkened as he entered a semi-meditative state, attempting to divine what had transpired the moment he turned away. But before he could begin, his intuition was overwhelmed by an infinite terror. It was as if attempting the divination would lead his very essence to be consumed by that boundless fear. Swallowing hard, Eren cautiously withdrew from his meditative state, not daring to probe further into the mysterious event. Although he didn't know what had happened, his instincts told him something ominous had occurred. Shaking off the lingering dread, Eren quickened his pace, breaking into a short run before vaulting over the wall surrounding Stark's villa. Unlike Obadiah, Eren didn't have authorized access to Stark's villa, so he had to rely on alternative methods to enter. Fortunately, the Joker's abilities had given him exceptional agility and heightened perception, allowing him to evade the villa's ubiquitous security cameras. After about a minute, Eren climbed onto the balcony and slipped into the villa, where he found Tony Stark slumped on the sofa, incapacitated by a device Eren had invented, a powerful electromagnetic disruptor. Tony's body trembled slightly, racked with pain. Without the miniature arc reactor in his chest, the shrapnel lodged near Tony's heart moved closer with every beat, inching toward a fatal endpoint. To make matters worse, the electromagnetic disruptor heightened Tony's suffering, leaving him gasping for breath and on the verge of suffocation. Paralyzed, Tony was utterly helpless. "Wow, you look absolutely pathetic," Eren remarked as he stepped into the living room, observing Tony's desperate struggle between life and death. Hearing Eren's voice, Tony's bloodshot eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. His trembling body strained, his lips parted as though to speak, but the paralysis and darkened veins on his face rendered him mute. Instead of immediately returning the arc reactor to Tony's chest, Eren pulled out his phone. "Hold on," he said casually. He snapped several photos of Tony from different angles. A moment like this, Tony Stark so utterly defeated, was too rare not to document. Satisfied, Eren finally opened the briefcase and retrieved the miniature arc reactor that Obadiah had stolen. Buzz. As soon as the arc reactor was reconnected to the device in Tony's chest, he took a deep, life-saving breath. Ah! While Tony recovered, Eren went to the bathroom to wash the electrolyte solution off his hands. When he returned to the living room, Tony was still lying on the sofa, breathing heavily and unable to compose himself. Eren dialed Pepper's number in front of Tony. The call was answered after just a few rings. "Pepper, where are you right now?" Eren asked directly. Tony, still gasping for air, froze when he heard Pepper's name. He hadn't forgotten Obadiah's chilling words when he stole the arc reactor. "It's a shame you dragged Pepper into this. I had planned to spare her." If Pepper got hurt because of him, Tony knew he'd never forgive himself. Fortunately, his worst fears hadn't yet materialized. Pepper's voice came through the phone. "Don't worry, Eren, I'm fine. I'm with Coulson, and we just got the arrest warrant for Obadiah. We're heading to Stark Industries to shut down his secret operation in Sector 16. At that moment, an image flashed in Eren's mind, Pepper's body riddled with bullets, torn apart. His instincts screamed a warning. "Don't go there, Pepper." Eren interrupted sharply. "Leave immediately." Pepper hesitated, surprised by Eren's urgency. A second later, she replied, "It's okay, Eren. Coulson brought 5 experienced agents with him. I'm just showing them the way." Chapter 108. Before Eren could say anything more, Tony, still lying on the sofa but recovering somewhat, rasped out, Don't go, Pepper. Obadiah, he's dangerous." "Tony." After nearly a decade as Tony's personal assistant, Pepper instantly recognized his hoarse voice. There was a gasp on the other end of the line before Pepper quickly asked, "What happened to your voice? And why is Eren with you?" Hearing this, Eren silently rolled his eyes before speaking into the phone. "Honestly, Pepper, if I hadn't shown up in time, the famous Tony Stark might already be dead." Tony, still gasping for air on the sofa, managed to muster his usual stubbornness. "No, even if you hadn't come, I'd still be fine. It was just a minor hiccup." Eren shot Tony a scornful look, raising his phone as a reminder of the incriminating photos he'd just taken. Tony's face twitched as he caught sight of the gesture. Quickly shifting the subject, he said, "Listen, Pepper. Obadiah has lost it. He nearly killed me just now. Anyway, anything involving Obadiah is extremely dangerous right now. Leave the matter of shutting down Sector 16 to the agents. That's not something you should be handling. The only thing you need to do is find a safe place and stay there until this is over. Got it?" After Eren and Tony both issued warnings, Pepper, who had felt reassured by the 5 agents accompanying her, began to sense that something was wrong. But as she stood before the entrance to Sector 16, she muttered, "But we're already here. Damn it. What kind of timing is this?" Eren cursed silently before shouting into the phone, "Pepper, leave immediately. I've already foreseen your death. If you stay there, you're going to die." Without waiting for a response, Eren connected with his clone in Hell's Kitchen, instructing it to head toward Stark Industries headquarters as quickly as possible. Hell's Kitchen. The clown faced Eren, who had just stuffed explosives into a grotesque doll to make it more presentable, paused briefly as he absorbed the information from his main body. Death omen. Even though Obadiah is already dead, something like this still happens. Things are getting interesting. Grinning, the clown Eren adjusted the doll's pose before weaving his way past the bloodied corpses littering the room, courtesy of Kingpin's gang. The doll was his parting gift to Kingpin. Ah, almost forgot. Halfway out, the clown Eren retraced his steps to retrieve a car key from the belt of a dead thug. The distance from Hell's Kitchen to Stark Industries wasn't short, and this was the perfect excuse to indulge in some high-speed driving. Back at Tony's villa. After hearing Eren's warning about Pepper's danger, Tony shouted into the phone, "Get out of there immediately. I'll be there soon. Just stay safe until I arrive, Pepper." Hanging up, Tony steeled himself and rushed to his basement, where his mechanical arms helped him don the gold and red Mark II suit. As he suited up, Tony suddenly turned to Eren, who had followed him downstairs. By the way, I thought Obadiah took the arc reactor from my chest. How did you get it back? I shot him, broke his arm, and took it back. What, you think he suddenly had a change of heart and gave it to me out of goodwill? Eren's words were laced with sarcasm as he looked at Tony with a mocking smile. You've been holding that question in for a while, haven't you? Took suiting up in armor for you to work up the courage to ask, huh? Impressive. Of course not. Tony retorted reflexively, his tone defensive. I just wondered if you used some weird magic to get it back from him. Against someone like Obadiah. Magic's overkill. Eren ignored Tony's deflection and said grimly, listen, Tony. There's something off about Obadiah. I shot him, broke all his limbs, and even put a bullet through his head. But when I thought he was dead, his body vanished. What? Tony was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a diviner or something? Diviners could be this brutal. And what did he mean by the body vanishing? Obadiah might have gotten entangled in some kind of supernatural incident, Eren continued, his expression darkening. Even the danger Pepper's facing could be connected to him. As he spoke, Eren recalled the ominous vision of Pepper's death. If Obadiah was involved in something truly otherworldly, his apparent resurrection could spell big trouble. Tony, now fully suited up in the Mark II, tested the suit by blasting a nearby luxury car into smithereens. With confidence brimming, he declared, don't worry. I'll take care of Obadiah. He won't harm Pepper. Not a chance. With those words, Tony activated the repulsors on his palms and legs. Orange flames burst forth, propelling him into the air. Leave the rest to me. With that, Tony smashed through the villa's floor and rocketed toward Stark Industries. At Stark Industries Sector 16. In one of the laboratories, a massive steel robot's eyes flickered to life, emitting a pair of ominous crimson beams. At the same time, distorted whispers filled the room, radiating from the machine. Flesh is weak. Chapter 109. What was that sound? Outside Sector 16, Coulson, who was attaching a small timed explosive to the sector's access door, suddenly asked the agent beside him. The agent, handing Coulson the explosive, seemed confused. What? The timer's beeping. Coulson shook his head, dismissing the thought. Waving his hand, he retreated 5 meters away with 3 of his subordinates, standing with their backs to the door. He had already activated the timer, and in a few seconds, the explosive would detonate. There wasn't enough time for Coulson to linger on his unease. Whatever that sound was, he would find out once they entered Sector 16. Coulson was now accompanied by just 3 well-trained agents. As for Pepper, after Eren's warning call, Coulson had assigned one of his agents to escort her out of the so-called danger zone. Pepper's role had only been to guide them to the hidden Sector 16 lab. Now that they had located it, there was no need for her to stay, and Coulson saw it as an opportunity to gain favor with both Tony Stark and Eren. If there was indeed danger in Sector 16, it might even earn him a favor from those two, something that could be incredibly valuable down the line. Well, he thought ruefully, maybe he already owed Eren a few favors himself. Boom! As Coulson was lost in thought, a muffled explosion broke the silence. The heavy electronic gate of Sector 16 had been blasted open by S.H.I.E.L.D. specialized explosives. Check your weapons. With the gate breached, Coulson and his team drew their handguns and cautiously advanced. Eren had repeatedly warned them about the dangers within Sector 16, and Coulson wasn't about to take those warnings lightly. He even took out a special device resembling a remote control. It was a S.H.I.E.L.D. distress beacon. Pressing the button would alert the nearest S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, summoning reinforcements. The moment Coulson and his team stepped into Sector 16. Buzz! The dim, shadowy lab was suddenly illuminated as rows of lights flickered on, one by one. Something's up. The abrupt transition from darkness to light caused the seasoned agents to instinctively dive for cover, anticipating an attack. But several tense seconds passed, and no assault came. Just as their nerves began to ease, a deep, heavy sound of footsteps echoed through the space. Then. Boom! With a deafening crash, a massive mechanical arm smashed down, obliterating an agent and the cover he had been hiding behind. A colossal steel robot, towering 3 to 4 meters high, emerged from the shadows, standing before them. Without waiting for orders, the 2 remaining agents opened fire on the giant machine. But bullets that could tear through human flesh had no effect on the robot's alloy frame, producing only harmless sparks. The giant robot instinctively raised one of its mechanical arms to shield its head. When it realized the bullets couldn't even scratch its armor, the machine paused. A guttural voice, tinged with Obadiah's chilling tone, emerged from the robot. Flesh is weak. Only steel is eternal. Just moments ago, Obadiah's human body had been powerless against bullets. A single handgun had been enough to shatter his limbs and end his life. But now, resurrected in the Ironmonger, Obadiah felt invincible. Bullets that had once been fatal now couldn't even pierce his skin. The stark contrast left him intoxicated with his newfound power. With a laugh, the massive robot stomped its mechanical leg, shattering several tiles as it closed the distance to one of the agents in an instant. Boom! A steel fist came down, turning the agent's head into a spray of blood and gore. Damn it! Coulson cursed under his breath as his brown eyes narrowed in horror. At that moment, he finally understood the danger Eren had warned about. This monstrous machine was far beyond what his small team could handle. If Pepper had stayed with them, she would have been torn apart in seconds. Damn it! Obadiah actually created this kind of mechanical monstrosity. Things just got a lot worse. Without hesitation, Coulson pressed the distress button in his hand and shouted to the last remaining agent, "Retreat." Then he turned and ran without looking back. Bang! Bang! The remaining agent fired 2 shots at the Ironmonger's head before quickly retreating. As he ran, he kept glancing over his shoulder at the massive robot. Unbeknownst to him, those gunshots were his death knell. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the Ironmonger's head, leaving faint sparks. Remembering the vulnerability of his human form, the robot's eyes flared crimson, glowing like searchlights. "I hate the sound of bullets," it growled. Raising one arm, it launched a small rocket from its mechanical limb. Boom! The explosion ripped through the retreating agent, reducing him to a spray of blood and fragmented flesh. Chapter 110. After killing the last agent, the Ironmonger turned its crimson, glowing gaze toward Coulson, who was sprinting into the entrance corridor of Sector 16. The heavy steel behemoth's legs ignited with bursts of flame, unleashing immense propulsion power. Like a berserk bull, the Ironmonger barreled through precious equipment, leaving a trail of sparks and destruction as it charged into the reinforced corridor, built with bunker-level strength. But within the confined space of the corridor, the Ironmonger's massive frame became a liability, slowing its pursuit. Sensing the monstrous presence closing in behind him, Coulson gritted his teeth and pushed his body to its limits, narrowly evading the steel hand that reached for his back. With a sharp left turn, Coulson disappeared from Obadiah's sight. The Ironmonger crashed into the corridor walls, lodging its massive steel body in the tight confines. Watching Coulson's fleeing figure vanish, a cold, menacing voice echoed from the mechanical giant. "You can't escape. This time, no one will stand in my way, no one." Once outside Sector 16, Coulson sprinted toward the laboratory's exit, quickly dialing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York branch. "This is Coulson. I need heavy firepower support immediately. Obadiah has built a massive suit of armor that looks even stronger than Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Standard firearms are completely ineffective against him. We'll need significant heavy artillery to take him down." As Coulson ran, the ground ahead of him suddenly cracked open. The Ironmonger burst through the surface, its hulking form emerging from the debris. Without hesitation, Coulson grabbed a high-explosive grenade from his belt and hurled it at the mechanical behemoth's head, diving in the opposite direction as he did. Boom! A fiery explosion engulfed the Ironmonger as it was still halfway out of the ground. Coulson, flattened against the ground, wasted no time. After evading the blast's initial shockwave, he bolted toward a nearby building for cover. He knew from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s records that Tony Stark's smaller Iron Man suit could withstand tank shells. There was no way a single grenade would destroy this larger, heavily armored machine. Betting on such slim odds was foolish. His only option was to buy time, using the surrounding structures to evade the Ironmonger until reinforcements arrived. But just as Coulson reached a wall for cover, whoosh! A small rocket from the Ironmonger's arm shot toward him, slamming into the wall ahead. Boom! The explosion's force sent Coulson flying backward. His left arm was severed, and his upper body was drenched in blood. He lay motionless on the ground. The Ironmonger emerged from the flames, its body scorched but otherwise unharmed. Its crimson eyes glowed with disdain. With one heavy step, it crushed Coulson's discarded phone, which was still connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. Pathetic humans. After eliminating the last agent, the Ironmonger's glowing red eyes scanned the surroundings. They quickly locked onto a black Audi speeding away from the Stark Industrial Complex. The car, carrying Pepper, was fleeing at high speed. Pepper, I gave you a chance. Since you've chosen to stand against me, be prepared to pay with your life. Muttering to itself, the ironmonger's massive steel frame shifted slightly. A second later, its legs and palms ignited, unleashing flames and smoke that lifted the heavy machine into the air. After adjusting its trajectory, the ironmonger shot off in pursuit of the black Audi. Inside the black Audi, sitting in the back seat, Pepper anxiously looked out the rear window. Seeing the terrifying figure, engulfed in smoke and flames, closing in on them, she shouted to the SHIELD agent driving, "Faster. It's catching up to us. I'm already at full speed." The agent, his foot pressed firmly on the gas pedal, replied through gritted teeth. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The distant sounds of explosions from the lab had already set them on edge. Determined to protect Pepper, the agent had immediately floored the accelerator, pushing the car to its limits. But the ironmonger's propulsion system, designed by Stark Industries' top engineers, gave it a flying speed far beyond anything a ground vehicle could match. High above, less than 50 meters from the fleeing car, the ironmonger raised its massive right arm. The rotary cannon mounted on its arm locked onto the black Audi carrying Pepper. Farewell, Pepper. Chapter 111. The next moment, the rotary machine gun began to spin rapidly, emitting a chilling metallic glow. Rat-a-tat-tat. Orange-yellow bullets poured out like a storm, raining toward the black Audi carrying Pepper. Just as the metallic storm was about to engulf the Audi, threatening to tear Pepper and the accompanying SHIELD agent apart along with the car, a white semi-truck burst through the guardrail with a deafening honk. In a daring drift, it positioned itself between Ironmonger and the black Audi. The massive truck's body intercepted the storm of bullets, shielding the Audi completely. Simultaneously, in the truck's cab, a figure wearing a clown mask enthusiastically waved at Ironmonger hovering in midair. "Hey! Big guy, look over here." "Yeah, that's right, look this way." As Ironmonger's attention was drawn to the clown-masked figure, a grin of excitement spread beneath the mask. "That's it. Right here, you bastard." Dread gaze. In the next instant, Ironmonger's electronic consciousness was overwhelmed by the sight of the clown's face, which seemed to morph into a terrifying dragon, roaring ferociously as if it had awakened from an ancient slumber. The indescribable dread emanating from the dragon's roar swept through Obadiah's mind, even burning out a critical circuit deep within Ironmonger's armor. If Ironmonger were a pure machine, the dread gaze might not have had any effect. But the steel body contained the self-aware soul of a human, and that soul was not immune to such mental assaults. "Heh heh. Enjoy the fireworks, sweetheart." Taking advantage of Ironmonger's momentary daze, the clown, Eren, pulled out a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher he had prepared beforehand. Without hesitation, he aimed at the hovering mech and fired. Whoosh! The rocket soared through the air, trailing a fiery tail before hitting its marked dead center. Boom! The ensuing explosion sent Ironmonger flying backward, the massive steel monstrosity crashing onto the street and rolling uncontrollably, smashing countless oncoming cars in the process. Boom! 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 As one car after another was crushed under Ironmonger's weight, sparks and flames erupted into the sky, filling the street with the cacophony of car alarms and panic. One by one, New York citizens leapt from their cars, abandoning their vehicles as they fled the scene with practiced efficiency, a sight that was oddly heartbreaking. Meanwhile, inside the black Audi, Pepper, who had braced herself for death, stared in disbelief at the scene behind her, the white truck that had shielded them from certain death, and the masked figure atop it, wielding a rocket launcher that had just sent the enormous mech flying. That back, could it be? Before Pepper could get a clearer look, the SHIELD agent in the driver's seat seized the opportunity. With exhilaration flashing in his eyes, he floored the gas pedal, speeding the car away from the chaos. On the other side of the street, Ironmonger, having smashed through countless cars, began to stir again. The once dim crimson glow in its eyes reignited, brighter than ever. Wow! That big guy recovers fast. Seeing that Ironmonger was back on its feet, Eren casually discarded the now useless rocket launcher. With a nimble movement, he leapt out of the truck's cab and climbed onto its roof. Using the truck's momentum, he sprinted a few steps before timing his jump perfectly, vaulting onto a garbage truck in the opposite lane. Buzz! Ironmonger, still reeling from the effects of fearful gaze, staggered as it stood. The direct hit from the rocket, combined with the collisions with oncoming cars, had left its internal systems damaged. Occasionally, sparks erupted from its massive chest. "Hey, big guy. Goodbye." Just as Ironmonger regained some semblance of composure, Eren's cheerful farewell reached its audio receptors. Looking up, Ironmonger saw the clown-masked figure waving enthusiastically at him from the top of the garbage truck, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. In Ironmonger's eyes, this was the ultimate humiliation. Its crimson gaze flared even brighter as fury consumed Obadiah. Damn clown! I'll kill you! Perhaps it was the lingering shame from the fearful gaze, or perhaps Eren's mocking farewell was the last straw, but Obadiah's hatred for the clown now outweighed his attention to Pepper entirely. Clank! Clank! With a mechanical whir, the left shoulder of Ironmonger's armor split open, revealing a small but deadly missile. Die! Fueled by rage, Obadiah decided to repay the clown in kind. The missile locked onto Eren atop the garbage truck. Danger sense. The moment the missile appeared, Eren's heightened instincts screamed in warning. Reacting instantly, he flicked his wrist, sending out a strand of cursed thread imbued with mystical energy. Like a living serpent, it latched onto a nearby vehicle. Chapter 112. Almost at the moment the cursed thread latched onto the truck, Eren yanked it forcefully, using its momentum to leap toward the vehicle. The next second, the garbage truck Eren had been riding was struck by the missile fired from Ironmonger. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted instantly. Blinding flames dispelled the darkness, lighting up New York's night sky. The explosion's shockwave shredded the garbage truck and sent every nearby vehicle within a 10-meter radius flying. Even the truck tangled in the cursed thread wasn't spared. Wow, that really stung. Covered in dust, Eren nonchalantly stood up on the roadside, brushing himself off as if nothing had happened. Thud, thud. Seeing the clown-masked troublemaker still alive, Ironmonger stomped heavily, flames jetting from its mechanical feet as it leapt over several overturned cars and landed with a thunderous crash in front of Eren. The ground beneath him trembled violently from the impact. Closing in step by step, Ironmonger raised its rotary machine gun. A chilling voice boomed from within. Goodbye, clown. Let me send you to hell first. As the rotary barrel began to spin, a glint of cold light flashed in Eren's eyes. You just don't learn, do you? Tremble, bastard. Dread gaze. The instant Ironmonger's electronic eyes met Eren's, the soul-shaking, dread gaze, struck again. Eren dashed forward, deftly circling around Ironmonger several times. Then, pulling a grenade from his pocket, he jammed it into a gap in Ironmonger's left leg armor. As he finished, Eren instinctively ducked. The next second, a massive mechanical arm whooshed past, just missing his head. Obadiah, though stunned again by dread gaze, recovered faster this time. The force of his near-miss punch generated a wind so fierce it made Eren's exposed skin sting. Hiss. Rolling forward to avoid the attack, Eren smirked beneath his mask. Mimicking an explosion, he whispered softly. Boom. Almost as if on cue, the grenade wedged in Ironmonger's left leg detonated with a deafening explosion. While a grenade wouldn't typically damage Ironmonger's armor externally, one placed within a joint was devastating. The explosion blasted away the alloy plating at Ironmonger's left knee, burning through vital circuits. The damage caused Ironmonger to stagger, collapsing onto one knee. Eren casually stepped a few paces away, standing before the kneeling Ironmonger. He cleared his throat dramatically and declared with mock solemnity. Rise, my knight. Inside the mech, Obadiah was so enraged by the clown's antics he nearly choked. You bastard. Do you think you've won? With a furious roar, the mysterious blue energy core in Ironmonger's chest pulsed, sending a stream of blue light toward its damaged left leg. The blue energy flowed across the damaged joint, forming a shimmering membrane that repaired the shattered components at an astonishing speed. Within moments, the left leg was fully restored, except for the missing armor plating. What is this? Eren tilted his head, intrigued by the glowing core. A wicked grin spread beneath his mask. Interesting. I'd love to take that thing apart for study. With its leg fully functional again, Ironmonger rose, emitting a furious mechanical growl. You want to study me? Let me crush you into a pulp first. Boom. Ironmonger's heavy mechanical legs slammed into the ground, cracking the pavement like a spiderweb. Using the resulting force, the steel behemoth launched itself toward Eren at breakneck speed. Its massive right fist, larger than a sandbag, was poised to smash the clown into nothing more than a bloody stain. Ironmonger's intent was clear, to show Eren the frailty of human flesh against the might of steel and the consequences of defiance. Yet, as the towering mech hurtled toward him, Eren remained unfazed. Calmly, he snapped his fingers. The once ferocious ironmonger suddenly stumbled, crashing face-first into the pavement. The impact carved a deep trench into the ground. Eren casually stepped aside, avoiding the flailing mech as sparks and smoke burst from its battered frame. Even parts of its alloy armor appeared deformed, as though constricted by silver threads. Eren chuckled coldly. Did they really think he had only planted a grenade during the earlier confrontation? In those few seconds, Eren had also entwined cursed threads around several critical points on Ironmonger's frame. As long as Ironmonger moved, the threads would tighten, transforming into deadly restraints and weapons. If pushed hard enough, those cursed threads, imbued with significant mystical energy, could even slice through the steel giant entirely. Chapter 113. These threads, when did they? Caught off guard, Obadiah nearly tore himself apart under the tension of the cursed threads. Furious, he scanned his massive body to identify the culprit responsible for his near collapse. Upon noticing the impossibly fine yet unbelievably strong and sharp silver threads cutting through his high-strength alloy armor, disbelief filled his face. This wasn't scientifically possible. What are these threads? In Obadiah's understanding, no material on Earth could possess such durability and sharpness. At that moment, a streak of light, trailing a massive tail, cut through the night sky at supersonic speed. It descended with a thunderous boom, landing right in front of Ironmonger. Thud. Tony, clad in the Mark II armor, had arrived from his seaside mansion. Seeing the battered and bruised Ironmonger and the clown-masked figure nearby, Tony hesitated. What is going on? Was he seeing things? How had such a seemingly invincible mech ended up in this state? And with no visible heavy weaponry nearby, how had the masked clown achieved this? Before Tony could voice his confusion, the clown turned to him and addressed him directly. Tony Stark. The sound of his name snapped Tony out of his stupor. Eyeing the clown with a mix of discomfort and wariness, he replied cautiously, "That's me." "And you are?" Ignoring Tony's guarded tone, the clown spoke nonchalantly. "Perfect timing. Tell Eren that I've rescued Pepper from this big guy. He owes me one." Eren? The name startled Tony briefly, but he quickly pieced it together. This guy must be someone Eren sent. No wonder he managed to save Pepper from Ironmonger. During his flight here, Tony had received a frantic call from Pepper, describing how a mysterious clown-masked figure had saved her from Ironmonger. She'd begged Tony to hurry and rescue the man who had risked his life to save hers. But now, looking at the situation, Tony wondered if the mysterious figure had ever needed saving. If anything, it seemed like he might have been the one to finish off Ironmonger entirely if given a few more minutes. Nevertheless, Tony offered his gratitude. "Thank you for saving Pepper. As for Eren, I'll make sure he gets your message." "Good." Dusting his hands, the clown gestured toward Ironmonger's battered frame. "Alright, this big guy is your problem now." With a wave of his hand, the cursed threads binding Ironmonger softened, transforming into a harmless silver strand that coiled back around his finger. Despite the thread's unassuming appearance, neither Obadiah, who had first-hand experience with their terrifying power, nor Tony dared to underestimate them. Tony couldn't help but wonder. Are those threads, like the paper crane, another mysterious artifact? After encountering Eren and witnessing his inexplicable abilities, Tony had grown curious about the world of the arcane. Using his vast resources, he had even collected a few peculiar items, like a cup that could turn water into low-grade wine after soaking overnight, or a mirror that made him appear more attractive. But even without comparison, Tony knew his trinkets were nothing compared to Eren's paper crane or the threads wielded by this clown-masked figure. If the timing had been different, and if the clown hadn't just saved Pepper, Tony might have asked outright if the threads were for sale. "Goodbye, big guy." Retrieving his threads, the clown gave Ironmonger a casual wave before vanishing into the shadows of the abandoned vehicles littering the road. For Eren, who had nearly exhausted his arsenal of high-powered weapons, Tony's arrival was perfect. Now, the heavy lifting against Ironmonger could be left to Tony. Eren planned to watch from the sidelines and swoop in later to claim the mysterious blue energy core once Tony had dealt with Obadiah. "I'll kill you, you bastard," Obadiah growled, his crimson eyes fixed on the spot where the clown had disappeared. The next moment, the mysterious blue energy core in his chest flared, sending streams of light cascading over his entire frame. Under the blue glow, the damage caused by the cursed threads began to repair itself. The torn circuits and broken components restored rapidly, as though time itself had reversed. However, the energy expenditure dimmed the blue core significantly, revealing its limitations. Clank, clank. With his mech fully repaired, Obadiah directed a cold, venomous glare at Tony. Tony, you're lucky you survived last time. But I won't show mercy again. This time, I'll kill you myself, and then that damned clown. Hearing the all-too-familiar voice, Tony's expression darkened. Obadiah, I should have known. Surrender now. This time, you won't get another chance. Surrender? Obadiah sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Who do you think you are? Chapter 114. Surrender? Who do you think you are? With a furious roar, Ironmonger lunged forward, closing the distance to Tony in an instant. A steel-clad fist sent Tony's Mark II flying through the air. As the suit skidded across the ground, Obadiah pursued relentlessly. Fueled by rage and humiliation from his battle with Eren, Obadiah unleashed his frustration on Tony. Blow after brutal blow rained down on the Mark II armor, overwhelming Tony with a barrage of strikes. Tony managed to blast Ironmonger back momentarily with a repulsor shot, giving himself some breathing room. But no sooner had he recovered than a barrage of missiles launched from Ironmonger's frame, forcing Tony to dodge frantically. Boom! 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 Explosions lit up the night, filling the air with smoke and debris. Inside the Mark II, Tony's expression grew grim. How many weapons does this guy have? While the Mark II clearly had superior mobility and performance, there was a problem. Tony had never designed the suit as a full-blown war machine. It lacked the heavy arsenal necessary to counter the enhanced armor and weaponry of Ironmonger. Bang! A massive punch sent Tony crashing into the ground again. The Mark II now sported numerous dents and scorches, while Ironmonger's thick armor absorbed the punishment with little visible damage. This couldn't go on. Struggling to his feet, Tony activated the arc reactor in his chest. A charged energy beam blasted from the reactor, sending Ironmonger flying backward. Now it's my turn. Capitalizing on his suit's agility, Tony maneuvered behind Ironmonger. Grabbing onto its neck, he tore off a thick piece of armor. Before he could dismantle more components, Obadiah roared in fury. Damn it! Ironmonger's massive hands grabbed Tony, slamming him to the ground with bone-rattling force. Before Tony could react, Ironmonger's colossal foot came down toward his chest. Tony fired his repulsor at point-blank range. Boom! The energy blast disrupted Ironmonger's balance, toppling the mech. Tony seized the opportunity to escape, taking to the skies. Hovering above, Tony stared down at the smoking Ironmonger, his face dark with frustration. Damn it, why was that clown able to beat you into that sorry state, but when it's my turn, you suddenly turn into a monster? Do I look weaker? Easier to bully? Tony, of course, would never admit to being weaker. Determined to finish this, he issued a command to Jarvis. Jarvis, channel 50% of energy. Target the reactor core in his chest. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied. As energy gathered, the arc reactor on Tony's chest glowed brighter and brighter, emitting an aura of destruction so intense it even made Obadiah, still recovering, feel a pang of dread. Without hesitation, Obadiah launched every remaining missile at Tony. At the same time, Tony unleashed a massive energy beam from his arc reactor. Boom! The beam collided with the missiles mid-air, triggering a devastating explosion. The resulting shockwave radiated outward, obliterating everything in its path. Vehicles were torn apart, debris was flung through the air like bullets, and the asphalt cracked and peeled away to expose the road's foundation. The deafening explosion drew immediate attention. Units from the NYPD, FBI, and Homeland Security scrambled to the scene. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s backup team, already en route following Coulson's distress call, diverted straight to the blast zone. Before the dust even settled, 5 modified S.H.I.E.L.D. armored vehicles arrived on the scene. Heavy weapons were deployed immediately. Agents armed with rocket launchers took aim at the smoky epicenter of the explosion. A vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun was positioned, its barrel pointed at the same spot. Go, go, go. Heavily armed agents disembarked, spreading out cautiously to surround the area. Half a minute later, as the dust cleared, the scene came into view. In the middle of what used to be a smooth road lay a massive crater several meters in diameter, splitting the street in two. The surrounding asphalt had been stripped away, exposing the underlying foundation. Near the crater, 2 steel-clad figures lay motionless, one large, one small. Just as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents approached, the smaller, red and gold figure stirred. Damn it, Tony groaned, climbing to his feet and muttering angrily. It's that mind attack again. I'm sure now, that clown-masked lunatic is definitely working with Eren. Unbelievable. We're supposed to be on the same side, and that maniac still knocked me out. What the hell? Jarvis, record the data from when I was hit by the psychic attack. One day, I'm going to figure out how to counter it, and then I'll beat both of them senseless. Chapter 115. Falling for the same trick twice. Do I, Tony Stark, have no dignity? As Tony silently vowed to find a way to get back at those two clowns one day, Jarvis interrupted his thoughts with a sobering report. Apologies, sir, but I've reviewed the footage from before your blackout and found no trace of any attack. Tony froze, frowning. Not a single trace. Not even with the Mark II's advanced detection systems. Jarvis, the most advanced AI Tony had ever created, coupled with the cutting-edge sensors in the Mark II, couldn't detect how the clown had incapacitated him. The realization weighed heavily on Tony. Correct, sir. However, based on the data, both you and the massive steel mech experienced the blackout immediately after locking eyes with the clown-masked individual. My analysis indicates a 67-65% probability that the psychic attack is linked to eye contact. Tony pondered for a moment before responding. Eye contact, so their gaze acts as the medium for the attack. Jarvis, note this down. Understood, sir. As Jarvis logged the data, Tony turned his gaze toward Ironmonger's remains. The mech lay dismantled, its head severed and energy core extracted. Obadiah. Sighing, Tony stepped forward to take one last look at his former mentor. But as soon as he moved, an array of weapons turned to face him. High-caliber rifles, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and even a mounted heavy machine gun, all aimed directly at him. Don't move. Raise your hands and stand down. Simultaneously, Jarvis' voice echoed in his helmet. Sir, you are currently being targeted by 16 rifles, 5 sniper rifles, 3 rocket launchers, and a heavy machine gun. I advise immediate retreat or identification to the agents of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Alternatively, surrendering is an option. Tony's jaw dropped. What? Strategic Homeland, whatever. Are you saying Pepper's Little Rescue Squad has me at gunpoint now? Correct, sir. Fantastic. My luck today is just spectacular. Frustrated, Tony heaved a sigh. Ignoring the surrounding firepower, he powered up the Mark II and took off into the sky. From above, Tony confirmed what he had already suspected: Ironmonger was empty. Obadiah was nowhere to be found. If Obadiah wasn't inside, there was no point sticking around. He'd had enough of being betrayed or shot at by supposed allies for one day. As he flew off, the SHIELD agents below readied their weapons, fingers poised on triggers, prepared to shoot him down. But before they could act, the lead agent, Brock Rumlow, code-name Crossbones, gave the order. Hold fire. He's not our target for this operation. Rumlow had already identified the red and gold suit as belonging to Tony Stark, the infamous billionaire. He'd even known in advance, through Hydra's special channels, that this operation stemmed from Stark's actions. While Rumlow had no qualms about intimidating Tony earlier, his true goal had been to seize the Mark II under the guise of investigation. Such a powerful piece of technology, capable of single-handedly turning the tide of a war, was irresistible. But Tony's swift departure had thwarted Rumlow's plan. Still, Rumlow wasn't entirely disappointed. His attention shifted to the massive remains of Ironmonger. Looking at the mech, Rumlow's eyes gleamed. The machine might be bulky, but its combat capabilities were remarkable. If Hydra could deploy something like this, it could change the balance of power. Pack it up, Rumlow ordered. Get this thing out of here before the other agencies arrive. Once they're here, it'll be much harder to keep this prize. While Rumlow worked to secure Ironmonger's remains, elsewhere, Eren drove a stolen van toward Hell's Kitchen. Moments earlier, during Tony and Ironmonger's clash, Eren had seized the opportunity. He had unleashed his dread gaze, at full power, incapacitating both Tony and Obadiah simultaneously. His original plan was simple: decapitate Ironmonger, extract its energy core, and uncover the secrets of Obadiah's transformation into such a monstrosity. However, things didn't go as expected. The cursed threads he had sent toward the unconscious Ironmonger began to resonate strangely. A powerful hunger emanated from them, as though they yearned to consume the mech's energy core. Chapter 116. All right. Feeling the intense hunger radiating from the grudge silk, Eren, as a responsible master, naturally wouldn't let it down. So, without hesitation, he gave the grudge silk a stern lesson. Then, seizing the opportunity, he sliced off Ironmonger's head and dug out the mysterious azure energy core from its chest. After fiddling with the mysterious glowing blue orb in his hand for a while, Eren, under the sulking and aggrieved aura of the grudge silk, casually tossed the orb to it. "No. You can't do that." At this moment, the decapitated head of Obadiah, as if sensing something, suddenly regained consciousness and let out a terrified scream directed at Eren. "Oh." Surprised that Obadiah could still speak with just his mechanical head remaining, Eren's lips curved into a seemingly kind smile. The next moment, right before Obadiah's eyes, Eren placed the metal head and the energy core beside the grudge silk. Then, he ordered, "Now, you can eat." The grudge silk, receiving Eren's permission, immediately extended 2 silver threads that plunged fiercely into the azure energy orb and the metal head. The instant it made contact, arcs of ghostly blue lightning erupted from the core and the head, attempting to scorch the inconspicuous silver threads to ashes. Unfortunately for them, the electricity not only failed to harm the grudge silk but seemed to provoke it further, igniting an even more voracious devouring force. Slurp. With a grotesque sucking sound, the red glow in the head and the azure light from the orb dimmed rapidly. Meanwhile, the grudge silk, nourished by this rich feast, began to grow exponentially. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. Crack. In just 2 seconds, the head of Ironmonger and the azure orb shattered into fragments. The grudge silk's length, in turn, surged to an impressive 54 meters. A 54-meter-long silver thread, seems like there's potential for a lot of creative uses here. Elsewhere. As the grudge silk consumed Obadiah's soul and energy core, Eren, who had casually stolen an Aston Martin from Tony Stark's seaside villa and was on his way to New York, heard the sound of the fate balance notifying him. Ding! Host has killed the designated Destiny antagonist, the anomalous mechanical life form Ironmonger, prematurely ending Iron Man's fated battle and causing a ripple in Destiny. 2,000 fate points successfully intercepted. Ha! So I can earn fate points from kills my clone makes, too? Now that's a pleasant surprise. But what's the deal with Obadiah? What happened to him at the moment I killed him? How did he transform into an anomalous mechanical life form, Ironmonger? From the memories shared by the clone, the enhanced Ironmonger was far tougher than its original version. Without my clone's help, even Tony Stark with a fully powered arc reactor might not have been able to handle it. Still, I didn't expect Obadiah's second death to net me another haul. In total, he's contributed 3,000 fate points to me. Not bad at all. Truly one of the catalysts of the Marvel Universe's extraordinary rise. What a pity, though. This is probably the last time I'll be able to milk fate points from him. With his soul completely consumed by the grudge silk, there's no chance of him resurrecting to trouble me again. At the same time, Eren's clone, perfectly in sync with his thoughts, also received the information. Satisfied that Ironmonger was now well and truly dead, the clone picked up the now useless heap of scrap metal and began searching for a vehicle. Within seconds, the clown-faced Eren located an unlocked van, placed Ironmonger's head in the back seat, and drove off toward Hell's Kitchen while humming a cheerful tune. Back in the present. Not long after leaving the battlefield, Tony used Jarvis to locate Pepper and quickly piloted the Mark II to reunite with her. Seeing Pepper step safely out of her car, Tony let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you're all right." Pepper, seeing Tony unharmed, also breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, when she'd learned from Eren that Tony had almost died at Obadiah's hands, she had been terrified. Fortunately, Eren had intervened just in time. Thinking of Eren, Pepper suddenly recalled the clown-masked figure who had seemed so familiar. She quickly asked, "Tony, did you take care of that giant mech?" "That's Obadiah's secret weapon from District 16. And when you arrived, did you see the man in the clown mask?" "I still haven't thanked him for saving me." Tony's expression stiffened slightly at her words. With a forced smile, he replied, "That big guy's been taken care of. As for the clown-masked man, don't worry, he's fine. If you want to thank him, you should ask your nephew about him. That lunatic was someone your nephew brought in to save you." Pepper's pupils shrank slightly. "That man was someone Eren sent." Tony nodded. "Exactly. That clown-masked guy has abilities far beyond what ordinary people can imagine, just like your nephew." I'm pretty sure they're part of the same circle. Recalling the state of Obadiah's mech when he arrived, Tony's expression grew serious. Pepper, that clown-masked guy is strong, but he's crazy, and dangerous. You should warn your nephew. Chapter 117. Dangerous? Pepper frowned, nodding to Tony. Got it. I'll warn Eren. By the way, didn't Eren come here with you? Before Tony could respond, Jarvis, integrated into the Mark II, spoke in its familiar electronic tone. Based on the dashcam footage from the Aston Martin DB7 Vantage, Mr. Eren is currently 36 miles away from us. At his current driving speed, it will take him approximately 1 hour to arrive. 1 hour? Pepper's eyes flashed with doubt upon hearing this. Did I mistake someone else for him? Huh. Tony Stark was momentarily stunned by Jarvis' report. Aston Martin DB7 Vantage. Wait, are you referring to the one I kept in my underground garage? Yes, sir. You granted Mr. Eren temporary level 1 access before you left. Based on that permission, he was authorized to take any vehicle from the garage. Would you like me to revoke the Aston Martin DB7 Vantage's usage rights? Hearing Jarvis' response, Stark's expression twitched. It's just a car. Am I, Tony Stark, really that petty? It's just unsettling to have my stuff taken without notice. No need, Tony replied, waving his hand. If the kid likes the car, let him have it. Jarvis, transfer the ownership of the car to him. After all, Eren had saved his life twice now. Tony had been racking his brain on how to thank him. Since the kid had taken the car, it made sense to gift it as a token of gratitude. With the car as a placeholder, Tony would have more time to think about how to repay Eren properly for saving his life. Although Eren was Pepper's nephew, Tony didn't see that as a reason to accept such a massive favor without showing appreciation. Understood, sir. Jarvis, always efficient, executed Tony Stark's command. Backed by Stark Industries' influence, the ownership transfer of the Aston Martin DB7 Vantage was completed at an astonishing speed. By the time Eren arrived in New York, Tony and Pepper were already gone. While Obadiah was dead, it didn't mean the ordeal was over. In fact, it was just the beginning of trouble. Various federal departments had already bombarded Pepper's phone with calls. There was now a mountain of aftermath to deal with, leaving Tony and Pepper scrambling to clean up the mess. After a brief video call with Eren, Pepper hurried back to Stark Industries to handle the fallout. Meanwhile, Eren turned his newly acquired Aston Martin DB7 Vantage toward Chinatown. Earlier, Jarvis had not only transferred ownership of the car to Eren but also thoughtfully arranged for insurance coverage. Jarvis' efficiency was truly remarkable. By the next morning, Eren had received the car title, registration documents, and a brand new insurance policy, all delivered right to his door. Now armed with a driver's license, car title, registration, and insurance, the Aston Martin DB7 Vantage was officially Eren's. Meanwhile, news of the battle that had unfolded on the streets of New York had already gone viral. The fierce and imposing Ironmonger, the sleek and agile Iron Man, and the enigmatic, powerful clown. The world's attention was riveted. Amidst the speculation, Ironmonger's origins were relatively clear. Many had witnessed it launch from Stark Industries, and numerous videos corroborated this. This wasn't good news. Preliminary estimates suggested Ironmonger's rampage had caused at least 17 deaths and 43 injuries. If it was confirmed that Ironmonger came from Stark Industries, the company would face a flood of lawsuits from victims' families. But in this age of sensationalism, most of the public's focus wasn't on Ironmonger. Instead, it was on the dazzling Iron Man. Countless people speculated about the identity of the person behind the armor. Was he a military secret weapon? Or, like Ironmonger, a Stark Industries creation? After all, there weren't many individuals in the world capable of designing such an advanced suit. And Tony Stark was among the rare few with the intellect to achieve it. Amid the fervor surrounding the armored combatants, many also took note of the mysterious clown. Before Iron Man's arrival, this masked figure had held his own against Ironmonger with just his physical abilities. To challenge a machine of steel with mere flesh and blood, that alone earned the clown legions of admirers. However, some of the clown's actions while dodging Ironmonger's attacks inadvertently caused collateral damage, leading to mixed online opinions. As speculation ran wild, the federal government and military hastily organized a press conference. Backstage, Tony Stark's friend James Rhodes handed him a note. "Tony, we've prepared the PR statement. When you're on stage, just read what's on this paper. Tony nodded, accepting the note as he stepped onto the stage. Facing the sea of reporters, Stark's expression was complex. Clutching the paper, he rambled on about unrelated topics before finally lowering the note. With a steady gaze, he addressed the reporters directly. Actually, I am Iron Man. Tony Stark had just publicly admitted he was Iron Man. The room erupted in chaos, a mix of gasps, applause, and cheers. At that moment, the line between comic book fantasy and reality blurred. The world had officially entered a new chapter. In Chinatown, Eren watched the live broadcast with a faint smile. Finally, the moment had come. Turning to his computer, Eren opened Stark Industries' stock tracker. His grin widened as he watched the stock skyrocket in real time. This was a huge win. Chapter 118. Of course, beyond the soaring stock prices, what truly delighted Eren was the haul from last night's chaos. A total of 3,000 fate points confirmed one of his long-standing theories: killing individuals tied to destiny could indeed siphon fate points from them. Unfortunately, when Eren reinstalled the arc reactor for Stark yesterday, he didn't receive any fate points. Perhaps it was because, with or without Eren, Tony would have accessed the spare reactor in the basement and survived anyway. This lack of reward left Eren slightly disappointed. It seemed that such an act didn't count as altering Stark's destiny. He made a mental note to test this on someone else next time. As he reflected on the intelligence gathered from last night, thoughts of the 3,000 fate points set Eren's heart racing. Since I've got the fate points, let's do a round of draws. The battle between his clown clone and Ironmonger had highlighted a glaring weakness: Eren lacked truly powerful offensive techniques. The clone's paper soldier technique and his own sharpshooting skills were highly effective against ordinary foes. However, against heavily armored enemies like Ironmonger, Iron Man, or the Hulk, such methods were far less effective. In fact, he couldn't even break through their defenses. This time, Eren hoped to draw something to bolster his offensive capabilities. With that thought, he entered the fate balance space through meditation. Inside the space, Eren summoned the phantom of the fate compass. All in. I'm betting all my fate points on a 30-draw streak. This time, Eren didn't bother with smaller batches to test his luck. He wagered everything on a single massive draw. The enormous phantom of the fate compass spun rapidly before him, its dazzling array of prizes flashing past his eyes. Soon, after leaving behind 30 radiant orbs of various colors, the phantom vanished. The results: 1 purple, 3 blue, 5 green, and 21 white. The sight of the orbs made Eren's eyes gleam with excitement. A purple. The single purple orb alone was enough to offset the disappointment of the large number of white ones. Eren decided to save the best for last and started with the 21 white orbs. One by one, Eren crushed the white orbs, yielding the following items: a disguise diary, a fine tea set, a necklace, a generator, a sniper rifle, a pack of T9 explosives, a princess dress, a pair of sunglasses, a high-quality sapphire, a pair of gargoyle statues, a bottle of poison marked with a skull, a delicious bento box, 3 handguns, 6 grenades from different timelines. Despite their abundance, most items were either mundane or of limited use to him. Next, Eren turned his attention to the 5 green orbs, which promised items imbued with extraordinary power. After crushing them, he received Cursed Scarecrow, a straw doll made from cursed grass. Write a name on its back and burn it to curse the target into the abyss of death. Limitations: only effective on ordinary souls. One-time use. Feather Quill. A quill that automatically completes homework. Created by a wizard frustrated with assignments. Magician's Ring. A ring imbued with the heritage of a magician. Wearing it grants enhanced physical abilities like finger dexterity, memory efficiency, flexibility, and balance, all considered essential traits for magicians. Crystal Eye. A monocle that allows the wearer to see spirits and ethereal beings. Prolonged use may reduce vision and attract ghosts. Sunfire Talisman. A talisman inscribed with solar energy, capable of suppressing evil and inflicting significant damage on spirits. One-time use. The Magician's Ring particularly caught Eren's eye. Beyond the physical enhancements it offered, its inherited magical techniques could prove invaluable in the future. Thankful by this unexpected luck with the green orbs, Eren eagerly moved on to the 3 blue orbs. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the sequence potion, which... What? Staring at the witch potion in his hand, Eren froze mid-motion. Seriously? Adding this to the assassin potion from before, all I'm missing is the instigator potion to complete the witch trio and perfect my gender transformation. He groaned internally. What kind of joke was this? Out of all the incredible items the Fate Compass could have given him, why these? Chapter 119. Feeling a bit exasperated, Eren reached for the remaining 2 blue light orbs. Fortunately, these orbs didn't disappoint. First orb. Perfect human skin mask. A rule-based item, this magical mask allows the wearer to completely transform into another person in every sense of the word. Remark 1, no one can detect your disguise, except for an actual deity/god. Remark 2, once worn, the mask causes you to subconsciously forget its presence and fully believe you are the person you are disguising as. The longer you wear it, the more convincing the disguise becomes. However, prolonged use blurs the line between self and disguise. Wearing it for over 30 days will cause irreversible transformation, you will permanently become them. At that point, the mask will fuse to your face and cannot be removed. Remark 3, single use only. Staring at the smooth, skin-like texture of the mask in his hand, Eren instinctively felt an urge to press it to his face. Thankfully, he reacted in time and stopped himself. Otherwise, the mask would already be on his face. Shivering, Eren quickly tossed the unsettling mask onto the silvery white mist beneath him. The memory of his brief loss of control sent chills down his spine. This thing is seriously creepy. There was no doubt that the perfect human skin mask was a powerful tool. If not for its single-use limitation, Eren would have suspected it belonged to an even higher tier. But its terrifying side effects were equally undeniable. Eren didn't doubt that wearing this mask could easily lead to losing oneself. Determined, Eren resolved never to use the mask until his mental fortitude had grown strong enough to resist its insidious influence. With his nerves slightly calmed by the acquisition of such a powerful tool, Eren reached for the final blue orb. Second orb. Spatial Stone. A crystal condensed from spatial energy, brimming with immense power. Remark, can be used for crafting space attribute equipment or tools, or absorbed directly to enhance one's own spatial abilities. A spatial stone. This was a valuable item, but as someone who wasn't an alchemist or craftsman, Eren couldn't make use of it. Still, he didn't dwell on it for too long. The Fate Balance's exchange function meant he could trade the stone for something more suitable in the future. Now, only the purple light orb remained. The last purple orb Eren had opened had granted him the invaluable cosmic brain meditation technique, which significantly enhanced his mental capabilities. What could this one hold? Excited anticipation welled up in him as Eren reached into the purple orb. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Angelic Staff. Angelic Staff. This staff was once wielded by a 6-winged battle angel. During a battle, the angel was captured and forged into the staff itself. The staff absorbed the angel's power, significantly enhancing its capabilities. Abilities. Healing. Basic Healing Light, refreshes daily. Intermediate Healing Light, refreshes weekly. Advanced Healing Light, refreshes monthly. Intimidation. The staff radiates angelic divinity, intimidating evil beings and doubling damage against them. Against demonic entities, damage is tripled. Protection. Activates a shield of holy light capable of withstanding powerful attacks. Strength augmentation. The wielder gains immense strength but may experience increased anger. Battle angels are not known for their calm temperament. When sealed within the wielder's body, the staff remains dormant unless danger is sensed. Cursing, inflicts a powerful curse fueled by the angel's vengeful spirit on those who harm the wielder. Angel summoning, summons a 6-winged angel to assist in battle. Cooldown, 3 months. Warning. The angel's influence is pervasive and may subtly affect the wielder, enticing them to become a devout follower. HSSS. Eren sucked in a sharp breath as he examined the towering angelic staff, which stood as tall as his 1.8-meter frame. Its attributes were simply astounding, living up to its purple tier ranking. With 6 distinct abilities combining offense and defense, the staff's versatility was extraordinary. The summoning ability in particular left Eren in awe. If not for the 3-month cooldown, he would have summoned the 6-winged angel immediately to see its power firsthand. While Eren wasn't entirely sure how this world's legendary artifacts compared in terms of power, he was confident the angelic staff could rival them. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to obtain such a mighty artifact from the draw. Though the angelic staff was incredibly powerful, Eren recognized it didn't quite surpass the cosmic brain meditation technique in overall value. After all, the meditation technique enhanced his core foundation, helping him maintain control over the chaotic nature of sequence potions and preventing mental instability. Still, unlike the meditation technique, which required slow accumulation to show its true power, the angelic staff provided an immediate boost to Eren's combat capabilities. With this staff in hand, Eren felt his strength had skyrocketed overnight. Chapter 120. If Eren were to face Ironmonger now, a simple angel summoning would utterly crush the foe. No matter how strong Ironmonger was, it would stand no chance against an angel. Compared to the perfect human skin mask, the angelic staff had far fewer drawbacks. The anger tendency could be easily managed with the given solution, leaving only one concern. The angel's influence is ever present. Beware, for it may slowly lead you to become a devout follower. The angel's influence? Eren couldn't help but laugh. Even in death, this angel was still devoted to converting followers for God. That said, faith in God was prevalent in this world. If Eren could somehow replace God, much like Lilith usurped the faith of the Earth Church in the mystery world, and claimed these believers for himself, he could even ascend to godhood without worrying about the scarcity of anchors for his divinity. Of course, this was merely wishful thinking. The God of this world wasn't dead, and stealing his faith wouldn't be easy. Eren shook off the wandering thoughts, knowing that the angel's influence wasn't as simple as it seemed. Still, given the staff's immense power, the risk seemed manageable. After opening all the orbs and gathering a heap of items, Eren felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Phew! Looks like all my effort yesterday was worth it. Except for the princess dress, witch potion, and perfect human skin mask, Eren brought the rest of the items into the real world. He summoned the oddball to move the large vault in the basement and the small safe from his bedroom to his side. Item storage. Into the small safe went the silver-white diamond necklace, the high-quality sapphire, the skull-marked poison. Into the large vault went cursed scarecrow, sunfire talisman. Previous items like the tracking crane origami, universal antidote, strong healing potion, and enhancement stone. The T9 explosives, powerful enough to destroy a building. The T9 explosives were categorized alongside the supernatural items due to their sheer destructive power. Weapons and tools. The generator, sniper rifle, gargoyle statues, 3 handguns, and 6 grenades were handed over to Oddball. Eren instructed it to assimilate these items into the house itself, enhancing its offensive capabilities beyond just swallowing intruders. Miscellaneous items. The tea set was displayed on the table. The sunglasses and disguised diary were tossed aside for now. In the study, Eren placed the feather quill atop his unfinished schoolwork. As a student at Midtown High, which prided itself on producing future elites, the academic workload was intense. The quill allowed him to offload that burden while still learning effectively, as it wrote based on his own knowledge. By reviewing the finished assignments, he could pinpoint gaps in his understanding. Whoever invented this quill was a genius. After setting the quill to work, Eren pocketed the crystal eye and slipped the magician's ring onto his thumb. The ring resized to fit perfectly, and a cool sensation surged up his hand, sending a refreshing stream of energy to his brain. Along with a heightened sense of mental clarity, a wealth of information flooded his mind, the heritage of a magician. The ring even provided subtle physical enhancements, improving Eren's dexterity, memory, flexibility, and balance. Not bad at all, he mused, nodding in satisfaction. Eren's thoughts were interrupted by the sight of Oddball drooling over the spatial stone on the table. The creature's yearning gaze was almost pitiful, reminiscent of a dog eyeing a bone it couldn't reach. Curious, Eren picked up the spatial stone. You want this? Oddball nodded vigorously, its large head bobbing up and down. It hadn't shown such enthusiasm, not even for the undying flesh. Eren chuckled and tossed the stone toward its gaping maw. Alright, it's yours. Since Eren had no immediate use for the stone, giving it to Oddball seemed like a reasonable choice. Clearly, the stone held significant value for the creature. Oddball eagerly snapped up the stone, swallowing it whole. Its delighted expression made Eren wonder what kind of transformation it would undergo. Feeling a bit peckish himself, Eren grabbed a pair of chopsticks and opened the delicious bento, savoring the meal inside. The Fate Balance's evaluation was spot on, the bento tasted incredible. Its only flaw was the portion size, which left him wanting more. After finishing his meal, Eren turned his attention to the towering angelic staff, which stood as tall as he was. Now, how do I seal something this big into my body? I have an idea, but you will need tons of lube. Chapter 121. The angel's staff in front of Eren seemed to resonate with his thoughts, trembling faintly. Then, in a flash of silver light, it transformed into a radiant stream that merged into Eren's right arm. When the silver light dissipated, a small, intricate tattoo appeared on his right arm. It depicted a six-winged angel standing proudly with a war staff, exuding an aura of dominance. Occasionally, a silver-white divine glow would ripple across the tattoo, adding a touch of sacredness to it. At the same time, a gentle, warm current flowed from Eren's right arm into his mind. Looking at the six-winged angel tattoo on his arm, Eren suddenly understood. This was how the angel's staff was sealed into his flesh and blood. The process was far gentler than Eren had anticipated. He had initially thought he might need to carve a bloody wound into his body and then press the angel's staff into it. To his surprise, the actual process was much different. And with the angel's staff transformed into a small tattoo, carrying it around became much more convenient for Eren. Of course, there were pros and cons. The angel's staff, in its tattoo form, had its abilities slightly diminished. However, this did not matter much to Eren. If he ever needed the full power of the angel's staff, he could summon it directly from his arm. As Eren was experimenting with summoning the angel's staff and familiarizing himself with its abilities and the changes it brought, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up from the table, Eren saw that it was Gwen calling. Pressing the answer button, Eren greeted warmly, "Good morning, Gwen. Honestly, being dragged to the principal's office first thing in the morning isn't a great way to start my day." Don't tell me our model student Gwen was late. Otherwise, why would the principal be looking for you so early? On the other end of the line, Gwen rolled her eyes. Sorry to disappoint you. If I were late, the principal would only be concerned about my health and whether something had happened. Well, that's the privilege of being Midtown High's top student. The stark difference in treatment was maddening. After some playful banter, Gwen got to the point. Actually, the principal called me in to ask if something had happened to you. Me? Yes, we were all worried about you. Worried about me? Eren was even more puzzled. I only asked for a day off yesterday, but you didn't show up today either. Combined with the large-scale battle in New York last night and your connection with MS Pepper, well, we were worried something might have happened to you. As it turned out, Principal Shermo, who had been secretly browsing news in his office, immediately thought of Eren when he learned that Tony was Iron Man. As one of the few staff members at Midtown High aware of Eren's connection to Pepper, Shermo grew increasingly concerned about Eren's absence. After failing to reach Eren on his school-registered number, Shermo sought out Gwen, who had helped Eren take a day off yesterday. Thankfully, Gwen didn't let him down. Hearing Shermo's concerns, Gwen, who was also worried, stepped aside and dialed Eren's number. The moment she heard his voice, the worry in her eyes began to fade. Standing nearby, Shermo also relaxed visibly after learning that Gwen had reached Eren. However, after his initial relief, Shermo's stern demeanor returned as he thought about Eren's skipping class. Gwen, he said, walking over, tell Eren this, since I became principal, Midtown High has never had a student skip class without a valid reason. I expect him in my office with an explanation. After delivering his message, Shermo walked away, his footsteps noticeably lighter. Once Shermo was out of sight, Gwen spoke into the phone, you heard him. I suggest you think of a good reason before meeting him. Oh, and it seems like he's heading toward the school gates, probably to wait for you there. You'd better hurry up. Eren was stunned for a moment. After everything that had happened since yesterday, he had completely forgotten that Gwen had only asked for one day off on his behalf. Great. Now he was caught red-handed. With a wry smile, Eren said, thanks, Gwen. I'll handle it. I'm sure you will, Gwen replied with a chuckle before asking with a hint of concern, but are you really okay, Eren? Don't worry. I'm fine. After a few more reassurances to ease Gwen's mind, Eren returned to his bedroom, changed into fresh clothes, grabbed the keys to his Aston Martin, and drove to Midtown High. Chapter 122. Sure enough. As Eren drove his Aston Martin into the school parking lot, he spotted Principal Shermo chatting with a security guard at the gate. The moment Eren noticed Shermo, the principal also caught sight of Eren stepping out of the sleek Aston Martin. Upon seeing this, Shermo's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Goodness. An Aston Martin DB7 Vantage. As a car enthusiast, Shermo immediately recognized the luxury sports car, a vehicle that had captured the hearts of many the moment it debuted. Shermo had once fantasized about driving this car down the street, roaring past and drawing admiring screams, but the exorbitant price tag of the Aston Martin DB7 Vantage had always kept it beyond his reach. He hadn't expected to see a car he could never afford being driven by one of his students. Humph. For the sake of this car, Shermo decided to give this rule-breaking student a good scolding later. He needed to teach Eren how serious it was to skip school. However, when Shermo saw Eren quickly approaching him with a smile on his face, his irritation mysteriously dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Shermo found himself unable to get angry. Especially when Eren greeted him with that warm smile, it felt strangely endearing. In an instant, Shermo's mind was filled with a peculiar thought. Maybe Eren skipping school today wasn't such a big deal after all. If Eren could offer a reasonable explanation, Shermo decided he would let it slide this time. As Shermo's thoughts shifted, Eren arrived in front of him and apologized sincerely. "Sorry, Principal Shermo. I happened to be at Tony Stark's mansion last night. Something happened there, which delayed me. Plus, the travel time didn't help. Anyway, I'm sorry for being late today." Looking at Eren, who was apologizing earnestly, Shermo's expression softened further. So he really was at Stark's mansion last night? That means he was involved in that major event. That made sense. A good student like Eren wouldn't skip school for no reason. After finding a plausible explanation in his own mind, Shermo sighed and said, "Fine, as long as you're okay. Go back to class for now. This afternoon, make sure to visit the administration office and fill out a leave slip." Patting Eren on the shoulder, Shermo stepped aside to let him into the school. "Thank you, Principal Shermo." Eren thanked him and quickly entered the campus. Standing nearby, the security guard, who had been expecting Shermo to lay into Eren, widened his eyes in disbelief. Since when did Shermo become so lenient? Wasn't he just saying he'd give that kid a good scolding? How did he change his mind so quickly? On the other side, as Eren entered the school, he subtly retracted the mental energy that had been focused in his eyes. Moments ago, he had subtly hypnotized Shermo, enhancing the principal's favorable impression of him and subtly altering his thoughts. For dealing with ordinary people with weak mental resistance, hypnosis truly is an incredibly useful tool. It's practically unstoppable when they don't even realize it. Smirking slightly, Eren quickened his pace toward his classroom. By the time Eren arrived at school, it was almost noon. The morning classes were already in their final session. Fortunately, his class had a self-study period for the last session. With no teacher in the room, Eren smoothly returned to his seat. Before he could sit down, Doug, the chubby boy sitting nearest to him, leaned over and asked, "Eren, why are you so late? I thought you weren't coming today either." "I wanted to skip, but Principal Shermo even called my house. Could I not come?" Hearing Shermo's name, Doug's head shrank slightly. He gave Eren a sympathetic look, as if to say, "Man, getting on that old guy's radar. You're doomed." Ignoring Doug's gaze, Eren casually tidied up his desk, took out a textbook from his drawer, and laid it open on the table. At that moment, Doug seemed to remember something. He fished a few folded charms from his pocket and handed one to Eren. Looking at the oddly drawn but seemingly ordinary charm, Eren turned to Doug and asked, "A peace charm? What's this for?" Doug leaned closer and whispered, "Something weird's been happening over on 13th Street lately. A bunch of people have died. My mom got worried and went to some master for these peace charms. Here, take one, it's supposed to keep you safe. I don't really believe in that stuff, but hey, it's a peace charm. It might help a little, especially since it cost money." Playing with the charm in his hand, Eren frowned slightly. 13th Street was part of Chinatown, located in the lower district, not too far from his home. How come I haven't heard about anything happening there? "Doug, do you know what exactly happened on 13th Street? Doug shook his head. "Not much. I just heard people have been dying there every day for the past few days, over a dozen so far. And the way they die is really creepy, like they're being suffocated alive. Apparently, to calm the residents, the community invited a master to perform some rituals yesterday. But it didn't work. This morning, someone else died. When I left home, my mom specifically warned me to stay away from that area. Since you live alone, I figured you might not know, so I'm telling you, and giving you a charm." Chapter 123. I see. After listening to Doug's story, a gleam of interest flashed through Eren's eyes. Each victim appeared to have suffocated as if choked to death. It was no wonder the community had sought help from spiritual practitioners, suspecting some malevolent entity. But for Eren, many things could cause such deaths beyond just ghosts. For instance, certain forbidden objects. Could the incident on 13th Street involve a forbidden object? This thought brought a shadow of suspicion to Eren's mind. Of course, it wasn't a certainty. 13th Street isn't far from where I live. When I have time, I should go and check it out myself to see what's really going on. If it turned out to be some malevolent entity, that would be one thing. But if it was a forbidden object, it might be an opportunity for Eren to gain some fate points. After his recent streak of luck, drawing several valuable items, Eren was eager for more fate points. Doug, unaware of Eren's thoughts, nodded quickly and added, "True or not, it's better to stay away from 13th Street until the issue is resolved." The chubby boy shuddered slightly, his plump body jiggling, before leaning closer to Eren. "By the way, where were you yesterday? I was going to share that secret video with you, but you didn't show up after school. Also, you didn't even tell me you were taking the day off. Not cool, man. I was planning to show you the video I secretly snagged. I didn't show it to anyone else, you know. Yesterday, a mysterious mech appeared in New York and stopped that giant ironmonger from wreaking havoc. The internet's been calling that mech Iron Man." As Doug grew more excited, Eren suddenly interrupted, "Doug, did you watch the news this morning?" Doug blinked in confusion. "The news? What news?" "I barely opened my eyes this morning before my mom dragged me out of bed to wash up. By the time I was awake enough to think, I was already on the school bus." "Why? What's up?" Eren smiled faintly. "Nothing much, just that during a press conference held by the federal government and the military this morning, Tony Stark admitted he's Iron Man." Before Eren could finish, Doug's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "Holy crap." Almost instantly, he whipped out his phone, deftly typing in a website and scanning the latest headlines. "Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap." Doug muttered in disbelief as he read, drawing annoyed looks from nearby classmates. Had Eren not recently dealt with the school bully Fletcher, earning some clout, several irritated students might have taught the loud-mouthed Doug a lesson. But when Doug exclaimed his next sentence, the annoyance on their faces turned to shock. "Holy crap. That billionaire genius Tony Stark is Iron Man. This world is insane. What?" Doug's words silenced the noisy classroom for a few seconds. Then, like a dam bursting, the room erupted into chaos. "No way. That playboy is Iron Man." "Exactly. Stark is infamous for being a weapons dealer. How could he be the one who swooped in and saved civilians from terrorists?" "Come on, Doug, think before you speak." Students who envied Stark's lavish lifestyle but disapproved of his character reacted like agitated porcupines, firing rebuttals at Doug. Faced with the backlash, Doug turned red and defended himself, "Why would I lie? This is all over the internet. Look it up yourselves." As soon as Doug finished, most of the class pulled out their phones to check. Moments later, the classroom was filled with gasps and exclamations. "Holy crap, Doug was right. Tony Stark really is Iron Man. Damn it. This world is so unfair. A billionaire with fame, power, luxury cars, and women, fine. But now he's also a top-tier scientist and a superhero. What chance do the rest of us have?" Eren shook his head, watching the chaos in the classroom. "These guys are so loud, it's like they're begging for a teacher to show up." Sure enough, it wasn't long before Principal Shermo stormed in, slamming the door open with a loud bang. "What's going on? Are you all trying to start a rebellion?" The students, who had been buzzing with excitement just moments ago, froze at the sight of Shermo's thunderous expression. One by one, they sank into their seats, heads bowed, as silence blanketed the room. "Humph." Shermo stood at the door for a while, ensuring the students remained subdued before finally leaving. Though he was gone, no one dared to cause a commotion again, fearing he might return unexpectedly. The oppressive silence didn't last long, however. When the bell rang for the end of class, the classroom erupted in chatter again. With keywords like Iron Man and Tony Stark, the buzz quickly spread throughout Midtown High like wildfire. Exiting the classroom, Eren soon spotted a familiar golden-haired figure in the crowd. Pushing through the chatting students, he made his way to Gwen. As Eren approached, Gwen noticed him and started making her way toward him as well. Before long, the two met amidst the bustling crowd. Seeing Eren safe and sound, Gwen smiled and said, "Looks like you managed to handle Principal Shermo." Chapter 124. "Well, Principal Shermo is usually reasonable," Eren joked. He then turned to Gwen and asked, "Are you heading to lunch?" "No, my mom needs her dressing changed at noon, so I'm heading to the hospital first." Midtown High's lunch break was long enough, and the hospital treating Helen wasn't far. With careful time management, Gwen could easily make a round trip. "To the hospital? Let me give you a ride. I drove today." Gwen blinked at Eren, then smiled brightly. "Thanks, Eren." A few minutes later, Gwen stood in front of Eren's sleek Aston Martin DB7 Vantage, staring at it in disbelief. "This is your car?" In the US, used cars were cheap. Most high schoolers, upon earning their driver's licenses, would save up from part-time jobs to buy a used car. Gwen had assumed Eren's car was one of those. She hadn't expected this, a stunning luxury sports car that stood out like a gem amidst the mundane vehicles in the parking lot. Isn't Eren an orphan? How could he afford such a car? Just by looking at the beautiful curves of the car, Gwen could tell it was worth more than several years of her dad's salary. "Yeah, the process was a bit complicated, but this car is mine now." Eren opened the passenger door for Gwen and smiled. "Hop in. I'll explain on the way to the hospital." "Alright, but you'd better tell me the full story." As Gwen climbed into the car, Eren slid into the driver's seat, and they drove off. Outside Midtown High, Doug stared in shock as Eren's sports car sped away with Gwen in the passenger seat. He wasn't the only one. Other students at the school gates, boys and girls alike, were frozen, their eyes glued to the car as it disappeared from view. The boys envied Eren for his car and the goddess sitting beside him, while the girls were jealous of Gwen for getting to ride in such a luxurious car. None of them had ever ridden in a car that beautiful. A little over 10 minutes later, in the hospital's underground parking lot, Gwen was still trying to process what she'd heard. "So, Tony Stark just gave you this car?" "Of course. I did save his life, after all. For a billionaire like Stark, giving away a car gathering dust in his garage isn't a big deal." "Alright, let's hurry up, Helen's waiting." "Fair enough. That does sound like something a billionaire would do." Accepting Eren's explanation, Gwen opened the car door and stepped out of the Aston Martin. On the other side, Eren exited the driver's seat as well, grabbing a bouquet of flowers from the car. The bouquet, purchased at the hospital entrance, was a simple but thoughtful gesture. Eren couldn't visit empty-handed. "Let's go." Gwen nodded and led the way. A few minutes later, they entered a private hospital room, where Helen was lying on the bed, quietly reading a book. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Helen," Eren greeted. "Eren." "What a surprise," Helen said, her face lighting up when she saw him. "I was planning to visit you once I recover to thank you for saving my life, but you beat me to it." Eren smiled. "Saving your life? Wasn't it George who rushed in and got you out of that freezer?" "I only showed him the way." Helen chuckled. "I know George carried me out, but without you, he wouldn't have found me." "Not necessarily. I believe George would have found you on his own, given his abilities." Eren handed her the bouquet. "I was in a bit of a rush, so I grabbed these carnations at the hospital entrance. I hope you don't mind." "Of course not." Helen took the bouquet and inhaled deeply, a smile spreading across her face. "Thank you, Eren," she said, her mood visibly uplifted by the fragrant flowers. Gwen smiled and said, "Mom, let me put the flowers in a vase for you." "Thank you, Gwen." After handing the bouquet to her daughter, Helen gestured for Eren to sit. "So, Eren, what brings you and Gwen here together?" "Well, I came to share some good news." "Oh. What kind of good news?" Helen teased. "Don't tell me you two are dating." "That would certainly be good news." Helen's playful remark made Gwen's face turn beet red. "Mom!" Gwen protested, her tone both shy and exasperated. Helen chuckled at her daughter's reaction, clearly enjoying the moment. Eren smiled and explained, "Mrs. Helen, you're mistaken. The good news is that I managed to obtain a special scar removal serum from a lab at Oscorp. Once your wounds heal, using this serum will perfectly remove any scars." "A perfect scar removal serum?" Helen didn't look thrilled, instead, a hint of worry appeared on her face. "There's no such thing as a perfect scar removal serum." "Eren, are you sure you weren't scammed?" Eren smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Mrs. Helen. I wouldn't fall for a scam. Besides, Gwen's interning at Oscorp. If the serum didn't exist, she'd know, wouldn't she? Really? Helen turned to her daughter, her gaze questioning. Caught off guard, Gwen hesitated briefly before nodding. Dr. Connors has mentioned this serum before, but it's produced in very limited quantities. Even he has trouble acquiring it. I plan to tell you about it once I got my hands on some. Chapter 125. With Gwen's cooperation and the robust resources of Oscorp's biological laboratory, it didn't take long for Eren to dispel Helen's doubts. When Helen learned that the scar removal serum Eren had purchased would arrive soon and could be used to remove the scars on her calf after her wounds healed, her spirits visibly lifted. After all, no woman would willingly give up on beauty. At that moment, an older nurse entered the room, pushing a cart filled with gauze and medical supplies. She glanced at Gwen and smiled. Miss Gwen, will you be changing Helen's dressing again today? Of course, Gwen replied, taking the cart from the nurse. Thank you, Ms. Sindra. You're welcome. With a kind smile, the nurse turned to Helen. Mrs. Helen, you have such a wonderful daughter. Mine wouldn't even help me with a band-aid. Helen chuckled, her eyes full of affection. Gwen is the best angel God has given me. The nurse nodded, leaving behind a parting comment. I'll come back in half an hour to retrieve the cart, and quickly moved on to the next room. Gwen had specifically requested to handle her mother's dressing changes. Her knowledge of medicine and anatomy, honed through her internship at Oscorp, far exceeded that of an average nurse. Her meticulous and caring approach even won over the head nurse, who eventually approved her request. Since Helen's wounds were on her calf, Gwen saw no need to send Eren out of the room. Instead, she asked him to fetch a basin of clean water. After cutting away the gauze on Helen's leg, Gwen carefully cleaned the area around the wounds. Just as she was about to apply the new medication brought in by the nurse, Eren suddenly spoke up. Mrs. Helen, do you trust me? Helen, watching her daughter clean her wounds, was momentarily surprised by the question. Then, she smiled warmly. Of course. Eren smiled back. In that case, let me show you a magic trick. Under Gwen's curious gaze, Eren approached Helen's bedside and extended his hand, hovering it above her wounds. Watch closely. The magic is about to begin. He smiled at them both and, in his mind, activated the angel's staff, using a low-level holy light healing. The next moment, a soft, milky white glow appeared in Eren's hand, gently descending onto Helen's injured leg. Helen felt a soothing warmth radiating from her swollen calf, spreading through her entire body. The comforting sensation made her skin tingle, and she closed her eyes, savoring the moment. When Helen opened her eyes again, the glow had vanished as quickly as it had appeared, like a fleeting illusion. However, she could clearly feel the difference. Her body felt significantly better, and the swelling in her calf had visibly reduced. Even the crimson wounds had faded, as though they had been healing for weeks. The miraculous scene left Helen and Gwen staring at Eren in astonishment. Helen began. This is a magic trick to help Mrs. Helen recover faster. Did you enjoy the performance? Eren stepped back gracefully and gave a courteous bow, as though he were a magician concluding his act. Having already witnessed Eren's mysterious abilities before, Gwen was quicker to accept what she'd seen. She examined her mother's leg with excitement. Of course I liked it. Is this one of your abilities, Eren? Can you use it again? If so, maybe my mom's wounds. Gwen. Helen interrupted her daughter sharply, snapping her out of her enthusiasm. Thank you, Eren. I loved your magic trick. I don't know how you did it, but I can tell it wasn't easy. Don't worry, Gwen and I will keep this a secret for you. Unlike the excitable Gwen, Helen's life experience allowed her to better grasp how extraordinary Eren's abilities were, and the potential dangers of exposing them. Realizing her mother's concern, Gwen looked at Eren apologetically, but before she could speak, Eren reassured her with a smile. This magic can't be performed too often. Mrs. Helen's body wouldn't handle such frequent shows. Seeing Gwen's disappointment, Eren added, but I can perform it once a week. That way, Mrs. Helen's body can recover faster without it being too overwhelming. Really? Gwen's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Of course. Her joy was so radiant that Eren momentarily lost himself in her gaze. Gwen noticed his fleeting daze and blushed slightly, her lips curving into a softer smile. Watching the interaction between the two, Helen couldn't help but smile warmly. Half an hour later, Eren drove Gwen back after she had finished reapplying her mother's bandages and medication. In the Aston Martin, Gwen tilted her head and studied Eren with her gem-like eyes. That magic trick, earlier, was it like the divination you performed before? Another one of your special abilities? Chapter 126. No. Eren shook his head and explained, to be precise, this is a special ability carried by a magical artifact called Holy Light Healing. Although it can rapidly heal injuries, it also consumes some of the body's stored nutrients. During this period, you should prepare more nutrient-rich food for Mrs. Helen. Is that so? I understand now. Upon hearing Eren's explanation, Gwen quickly realized why he mentioned at the hospital that Helen's body couldn't withstand daily treatments. It was simple. Helen's body lacked sufficient nutrients. Forced treatment, while accelerating the healing of her calf injury, would ultimately weaken her body, making it counterproductive. After clearing up her doubts, Gwen once again thanked Eren. Thank you, Eren. At that moment, sunlight from the window illuminated Gwen's profile, highlighting her beauty. Eren glanced at Gwen, then checked the time. I know a restaurant nearby that's quite good. How about we try it now? I still owe you a feast. Hearing this, Gwen blinked at Eren. Can it match Helen's cooking skills? That depends on the chef's performance. With a press of the gas pedal, the engine roared as Eren made a sharp right turn onto Fifth Avenue. A few minutes later, Eren parked the Aston Martin near a restaurant. Winston's Dream Restaurant. Gwen's jaw dropped slightly at the sight of the restaurant. Of course, she knew about this place. Though not a Michelin 3-star restaurant, its fame in New York surpassed any 3-star venue. Rumor had it that the head chef here had won a prestigious federal award. Helen and George had once wanted to experience this so-called dream restaurant, but this restaurant operated on a membership basis. Different membership levels offered different privileges. For basic members, reserving a suitable table required booking months in advance. Though George had secured a basic membership, his unpredictable work schedule made it impossible to plan months ahead. As a result, their family never got the chance to dine here. Are you a member of this restaurant too? After getting out of the car, Gwen looked at Eren with a mix of surprise, curiosity, and delight. But this restaurant's reservations are notoriously difficult to secure. Even for members, tables must be booked months in advance. How did you manage to get a spot here? Is that so? Eren smiled, then closed the car door. Looking at Gwen, he said, then I guess I didn't choose the wrong place today, right? Gwen, shall we? Gwen. Winston's Dream Restaurant had 5 floors, each themed with its own dreamy ambience, creating 5 unique dining environments. Each theme hosted 6 tables, making a total of 30 tables. Every table only served 2 to 3 groups of guests per day. Although the restaurant was spacious, to ensure every guest enjoyed an excellent dining experience, invisible partitions separated the tables, maintaining ample distance between them. After entering the restaurant, Eren presented a black and gold card. The staff enthusiastically guided them to a prime spot on the 5th floor. From the spiral staircase in the center of the 5th floor, one could look down and take in the restaurant's various fantastical scenes. This is so beautiful. Gwen's eyes lit up as she admired the dreamy decor. She reached into her bag for her phone. What are you doing? What do you think? Taking pictures, of course. Ah. Eren watched Gwen snapping photos, then glanced at the other women entering the restaurant, who were also eagerly taking pictures of the decor. Some even began sharing videos with their friends, showing off the venue. He couldn't help but blink at Gwen. Indeed. Even in another world, women still shared many universal traits. After capturing various shots of the restaurant, Gwen reviewed the photos on her phone and said to Eren, if I send these to Ilya, she'll lose her mind with jealousy. She's always wanted to come here with her boyfriend but never managed to get a reservation. The same goes for my parents. Ilya was one of Gwen's few close female friends at school, her confidant. Eren had met her briefly at school but didn't have a strong impression. Recently, she had taken an extended leave due to illness, so Eren hadn't seen her since arriving in this world. Be honest, Gwen said, her curiosity piqued. How did you manage to pull this off? This visit was clearly a last-minute decision. In response, Eren took out the black and gold card he had shown earlier and handed it to Gwen. This is the legendary non-personalized black-gold membership card for Winston's Dream Restaurant. Oh my god. How did you get this? I heard only 5 of these cards were issued when the restaurant first opened, given to 5 mysterious VIPs. Eren nodded. Remember the textile factory? I found this card outside the factory. Consider it our shared trophy. If George and Mrs. Helen want to visit, you can lend them this card. With it, the restaurant manager will arrange a table for them as soon as possible. This black gold card was indeed a trophy Eren obtained from the textile factory. If Eren hadn't recognized the card back then, it would have either been burned in the explosion or confiscated by the police as evidence. Of course, Eren had only taken the card after divination confirmed it wouldn't bring him trouble. Found it? Gwen rolled her eyes, clearly not buying that excuse. She treated it as a pretext for Eren to lend her the card. After examining the card for a few seconds, Gwen paused, then returned it to Eren. Never mind. I won't use it. Why not? Eren asked, puzzled. Gwen replied, I think it would mean more to my parents if they got a reservation through their own efforts. If Gwen gave the card to her parents, her outing with Eren would no longer be a secret. Winston's Dream Restaurant had another nickname, the Dream Couple Restaurant. Apart from those drawn by its reputation, most visitors were couples. In this enchanting dining environment, many proposals made at the tables had a higher success rate. It was said that every day, this restaurant witnessed several couples getting engaged, further enhancing its fame. This also made reservations even harder to secure. If George found out Gwen had dined here alone with Eren, he might never let Eren into their home again. Chapter 127. So, rather than lending the black card to George and Helen, which might mean Eren would never be able to visit her house again, Gwen decided she'd rather let Helen and George continue waiting for their reservation. They'd already waited so long, surely, a little longer wouldn't hurt. Gwen's response surprised Eren slightly, but he didn't dwell on it. At Winston's Dream Restaurant, the service was impressively fast. Not long after they placed their order, exquisite dishes were brought to their table by attentive staff. Gwen snapped a few pictures of the beautifully plated dishes before joining Eren to savor the flavors. It had to be said. To have built such a renowned reputation in New York, a city of countless culinary gems, Winston's Dream Restaurant truly lived up to its name. The taste. It was, without a doubt, the best Western cuisine Eren had ever eaten. After the meal, the only minor downside for Eren was that the portions weren't quite enough for his appetite. In every other aspect, the experience exceeded his expectations. For Gwen, dining alone with Eren at such a dreamy restaurant was an entirely different kind of experience. Since they were rushing to make it back to school, Eren quickly drove Gwen back in the Aston Martin after the meal. At the school parking lot. Ha! Just as Eren stepped out of the car, a voice filled with surprise rang out beside him. A fiery-haired girl, brimming with youthful energy, leaned against a Hummer. Her stunning features and wild, untamed beauty gave her the appearance of a rebellious spirit. She blinked at Gwen stepping out of Eren's car and let out an incredulous sound. Seeing the striking young woman, Gwen's gemstone-like eyes sparkled with delight. Ilya, you're better now. Why didn't you tell me you were back at school? I wanted to surprise you, but who would have thought? Ilya trailed off, casting a meaningful glance at Eren before turning back to Gwen. You'd end up surprising me instead. This wild beauty, with her magnetic presence, was none other than Gwen's close friend, Ilya. Having finally recovered from her illness, Ilya had rushed back to school, eager to surprise her best friend. She had kept her return a secret for the sake of this surprise. But to her shock, before she could deliver her surprise, she stumbled upon one herself. As soon as she arrived at school, she heard rumors flying around about Gwen leaving in Eren's Aston Martin. Adding to that, whispers about someone allegedly witnessing Gwen kissing Eren had also started circulating. In high school, these kinds of rumors were as good as a declaration of romance. How could this be? She'd only been on medical leave for a short time, and now her best friend had a boyfriend without her knowing a thing. Impossible. As Gwen's closest confidant, Ilya refused to believe it. But coming to the parking lot to catch them in the act, Ilya saw with her own eyes Gwen stepping out of Eren's car. Her conviction wavered. Could Gwen really have found a boyfriend and kept it from her? On the other side, Gwen's gaze faltered under Ilya's probing stare. Her expression mirrored that of a mischievous kitten caught stealing a fish snack, innocent yet guilty. Ilya blinked, then turned to Eren. Are you and Gwen dating? What? That direct? Eren was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Gwen was flustered and quickly pushed Ilya. Don't say such things. My relationship with Eren isn't what you think. Ilya rolled her eyes. What do I think? I just saw you step out of his fancy car. Don't tell me I imagined it, I'm not blind. Eren only drove me to the hospital, Gwen explained. I told you, my mom is hospitalized. Huh. Ilya raised an eyebrow, her tone skeptical. He drove you to see Mrs. Helen. So he's already met your mom. Gwen, you're unbelievable. I'm your best friend, and you didn't tell me any of this. To think I only heard about you two from rumors after getting back to school. If it weren't for those rumors, I wouldn't even know you two had gotten this far. No way. Gwen, you owe me an explanation. Watching Gwen squirm under Ilya's relentless questioning, Eren couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ahem. Eren cleared his throat deliberately, interrupting Ilya's interrogation. Ilya, right? I heard from Gwen that you've been wanting to visit Winston's dream restaurant but couldn't get a reservation. As he spoke, Eren turned his palm up. In a flash, the black and gold membership card appeared in his previously empty hand. Huh, magic. Not bad, no wonder Gwen fell for you. Ilya's eyes lit up at the sudden appearance of the card, her impression of Eren shifting from rich boy to interesting guy. For high schoolers, an intriguing skill could sometimes be even more attractive than wealth, especially to someone like Ilya, who came from a well-off family herself. But in the next moment, her attention shifted entirely to the card in Eren's hand. Her wide eyes gleamed with recognition, and she asked in disbelief, "Is that?" Eren smiled. "This is Winston's Dream Restaurant's black gold card. If you want to go there next time, you can borrow it from Gwen. Anyway, I've got things to do, so I'll leave you two to catch up." With that, Eren handed the card to Gwen and walked off. Watching Eren's retreating figure, Gwen glanced at the black gold card in her hand, understanding his intention immediately. Just then, a shout came from the school gate. Eren. Looking toward the voice, Eren saw a chubby friend waving at him. Smiling at Gwen and Ilya, he said, "My friend's calling me. I'll see you later." Any plans Ilya had to grill Gwen about her relationship with Eren were forgotten. Hugging Gwen's arm tightly, she pleaded, "Gwen, give me." Chapter 128. Watch where you're grabbing. Hearing faint laughter and chatter behind him, Eren silently shook his head and quickened his pace. He approached Doug, who was standing at the school gate, and glanced at the backpack slung over the chubby boy's shoulder. Slightly surprised, Eren asked, "School's not over yet. Why are you carrying your bag? Are you planning to skip class this afternoon? Aren't you afraid your mom will come after you with a feather duster?" Doug rolled his eyes and held up a slip of paper. "What kind of look is that? Don't you see this leave of absence note?" His mood suddenly dimmed as he continued, "My uncle was found dead this morning on 13th Street. My mom called at noon and asked me to take a few days off to help with his funeral. My grandparents passed away long ago, so we're the closest relatives he has left. I'm sorry, Doug. My condolences." Eren offered his sympathies, but he froze for a moment. 13th Street again. Could Doug's uncle's death be related to that rumored entity haunting the area? Before Eren could voice his suspicions, Doug spoke up first. "Enough with the condolences. I've heard that enough today. Let's change the subject. How about telling me how far things have progressed between you and Gwen? Honestly, I've been at this school for so long, and I've never seen Gwen get into any guy's car before." Doug paused, narrowing his eyes at Eren. "And what's the deal with that flashy sports car? Don't tell me you rented it." Realizing Doug didn't want to dwell on his family matter, Eren decided to drop the topic. Doug was one of the few people Eren considered a friend, so pressing him further wasn't worth it. He figured he could find out more about 13th Street by investigating it himself later. With that settled, Eren replied, "Gwen and I are just regular friends." "Really?" "Of course. Gwen is the school's beauty queen. If I had managed to date someone like her, would I keep it a secret?" Doug instinctively replied, "Obviously not. If I scored a girl that stunning, I'd shout it from the rooftops." Eren shrugged. "Exactly. If there was something between us, why wouldn't I admit it?" "That makes sense." Doug stared at Eren, feeling like something about his words didn't quite add up. Their conversation didn't last long before a yellow cab pulled up nearby. "See you later, Eren," Doug said before climbing into the taxi and disappearing from sight. As night fell, Eren crossed several blocks, weaving through dimly lit alleys, until he arrived at 13th Street. Located on the fringes of Chinatown, 13th Street was the most desolate and rundown area in the district. The scene was even more dilapidated than Eren had imagined. Abandoned factories dotted the street, and only a few shops remained open amidst the boarded-up storefronts. The street's bleak atmosphere starkly contrasted with the bustling energy of the other Chinatown neighborhoods. Eren couldn't tell if this desolation was caused by the rumored entity haunting 13th Street or if the area had always been this neglected. Whatever the reason, the eerie tales of suffocating deaths on 13th Street seemed to have scared people away. Under the cover of night, the streets were almost empty. The few people Eren spotted hurried along with anxious expressions, as though something terrifying was chasing them. The only signs of lingering life were a few groups of brash young men gathered at street corners. Some smoked, others clutched bottles of alcohol, huddling in clusters or crouching in shadowy alleys. Whenever a new face appeared, countless vacant eyes turned to stare. Scanning his surroundings and finding no one else in sight, Eren approached the nearest group. As Eren walked toward them, two blonde men holding beer bottles exchanged glances. Without a word, they moved closer to the alley, their eyes gleaming with ill intent. When Eren stepped into the alley, the two blonde men slowly stood and sauntered toward him. Noticing their hostile expressions, Eren smiled faintly and asked, "I'm looking for some information. I heard some strange things have been happening on 13th Street lately. Do you know anything specific? For example, about the man who died today?" The two men paused, their eyes lighting up at Eren's calm demeanor. They smirked and continued to close the distance. When they were just a few steps away, they suddenly reached for their waists, revealing folding knives as sinister grins spread across their faces. "You want answers? Sure, as long as you can satisfy us first, then we'll tell you everything you want to know," one sneered. Just as they pulled out their knives, Eren swiftly drew a silenced pistol from his waistband and fired. Pfft! The sudden shot startled the second blonde man, snapping him out of his alcohol-induced haze. He stared in shock as his companion dropped his knife, clutching his wrist and howling in pain. Before the second man could fully process what had happened, Eren calmly shifted his aim, leveling the gun directly at his face. The sight of the gun barrel sent the second man's face pale, and his pants grew visibly damp. "Now," Eren said coldly, "can you answer my question properly?" "Why, yes. Of course," the man stammered. "Then tell me, what's the real story behind this so-called entity on 13th Street? The terrified man's legs shook as he cried, "Boss, I swear we don't know. We really don't. Think harder." On the verge of tears, the man suddenly pointed to a distant building. "I remember now. Chapter 129. I remember now. That apartment, it's that apartment. The rumors say that all the recent deaths on 13th Street are tied to that building. It started with that building, the Pinyin Apartments. The first deaths happened there, and even the priest the community hired performed rituals there." Following the direction the man pointed, Eren squinted through the dim lighting and sparse branches, catching sight of a deep gray building in the distance. Pinyin Apartments. Could this be the source of the mysterious incidents on 13th Street? After gathering this information, Eren turned to the man and asked calmly, "Anything else?" "That's all. I swear, we're just small-time punks, not even on the radar of any real gangs. We don't know anything else." Eren nodded. "All right, I won't interrupt your activities anymore." With a snap of his fingers, Eren activated his mental abilities, triggering a surge of primal desire in the man's mind. Holstering his gun, Eren walked away toward another group of delinquents gathering in a nearby alley. Behind him, the remaining man, eyes red with intensity, turned to his injured companion, who shrieked in terror, "Stay away from me." Before long, a wailing scream echoed through the alley. Meanwhile, Eren approached the next group and employed the same method to extract more information. By the time a third scream pierced the night, the remaining delinquents scattered from the alleys like startled rats, abandoning their usual haunts. The information gathered was consistent. Everyone believed the bizarre events on 13th Street originated from the Pinyin Apartments. While the exact cause remained unclear, the connection to the apartment was undeniable. Walking under the flickering streetlights, Eren made his way along the uneven sidewalk. After a few hundred meters, the Pinyin Apartments came into view. The streetlights surrounding the building were inexplicably dark. The 5-story structure was cloaked in a heavy darkness that resembled black silk. A flock of crows circled ominously above the roof. The apartment had only one entrance, a rusted iron gate secured by a shiny new padlock. "The gate is so worn out, but the lock looks brand new. Wait, what's this?" Eren noticed a piece of white paper stuck next to the gate. Initially mistaking it for an advertisement, he found upon closer inspection that it was a "no entry" notice. After reading it, Eren activated his spiritual vision. His eyes, now glowing faintly, focused intently on the building. Through his heightened perception, Eren saw the Pinyin apartments shrouded in an overwhelming aura of decay and despair. The air was thick with a grayish-black miasma, resembling countless intertwining strands of hopelessness. This oppressive aura wasn't just a coincidence, it had been forged over years by the despair of the building's inhabitants. The sheer density of this despair suggested that even the most optimistic person would succumb to hopelessness after spending time here, their will to live gradually eroded. Pinyin apartments, not peaceful at all, Eren muttered, taking a deep breath. While entering such a place late at night seemed ominous, Eren had no intention of turning back. As he neared the building, the balance of fate activated, delivering a new message. Ding! Detected a Class 2 forbidden item, Shadow of Suffocation, currently in gestation within this building. It is strongly recommended to contain the item before its gestation completes. Successfully containing it will yield significant fate points. The notification confirmed Eren's suspicions. The strange events on 13th Street were indeed connected to a forbidden item. However, unlike what he initially expected, this item was still in the process of forming. Even so, the chaos it had already caused, claiming multiple lives, demonstrated its immense potential. A Class 2 forbidden item, that's new, Eren mused. If the Shadow of Suffocation fully forms, it'll likely be far more dangerous than the Moonlight DJ from Morningstar Bar. The Moonlight DJ had claimed over 100 lives in mere days. Who knew how many the Shadow of Suffocation could kill if left unchecked? Determined, Eren flipped his wrist, producing a thin wire. With practiced precision, he inserted the wire into the lock, deftly manipulating it. Moments later, the padlock clicked open. Removing the lock, Eren pulled the iron gate open with a creak. As the heavy door swung wide, a wave of foul, putrid air rushed out, carrying the stench of decay and ruin. The interior of the apartment was suffused with the smell of rot, typical of abandoned buildings. Yet according to the delinquents, this building had still housed residents just 2 weeks ago. The strange events had spooked the local Chinese council, prompting them to forcibly evict everyone living there. If not for their intervention, the Pinyin apartments might still have been occupied. How could a building become so decrepit in such a short time? Before Eren could ponder further, a sudden noise interrupted his thoughts. Thud. A shadowy figure, reeking of putrefaction, plummeted from above. Looking up instinctively, Eren saw a ghastly face rushing toward him. The figure's grotesque features included an unnaturally long, drooping tongue that nearly reached its chest, dripping with an unknown black fluid. Its expression was a horrifying mix of laughter and sorrow, with bulging eyes radiating despair. As their gazes met, a suffocating wave of hopelessness surged from the figure, threatening to drown Eren's mind. Chapter 130. Faced with the sudden change, Eren slightly shifted his body to the side, letting the ghastly pale face brush past him. With a loud thud, the body crashed onto the yellow tiles below, cracking them with its impact. The suffocating wave of despair that had accompanied the falling figure barely stirred Eren's mind. While he hadn't yet mastered true serenity, his mental fortitude was more than enough to suppress such an invasive emotion with ease. The despair dissipated almost as quickly as it spread, crushed under the weight of Eren's indomitable will. A dead body here. Eren frowned slightly. The Pinyin apartments had been cleared out under orders from the Chinatown Council. Surely, a building inspection was conducted during the evacuation. If a corpse had been this visibly present at the entrance, it would have been impossible for the inspectors to miss it. This could only mean one thing: the body must have appeared after the building was cleared. Interesting. Eren refrained from touching the corpse. Instead, he crouched at a safe distance and shone his flashlight over it. It was a woman's body. Based on the evidence, her death couldn't have occurred too long ago. Yet the overpowering stench of decay made it seem as though she had been dead for weeks, contradicting his initial assessment. Still, Eren wasn't surprised. The corpse radiated faint traces of supernatural energy, hinting at the involvement of otherworldly forces. Her grotesquely elongated tongue made her resemble someone who had died from hanging or suffocation. However, there were no visible injuries or marks on her neck. It seemed she suffocated to death. Is this the ability of the forbidden item Shadow of Suffocation still in gestation? Eren stood and directed his gaze toward the dark, foreboding corridor ahead. The building was larger than he'd anticipated. Despite its eerie state of disrepair, the floors were surprisingly free of trash, save for a thin layer of dust. The long, winding hallway made the interior feel even more oppressive. The green-painted doors lining both sides added to the claustrophobic atmosphere, while the peeling, discolored walls enhanced the sense of desolation. With a measured step, Eren began moving deeper into the building. As he walked, he noticed something unsettling. The fallen wall paint occasionally revealed dark red stains beneath, resembling dried blood. Worse still, the air around these spots reeked of decay, as if the walls themselves concealed hidden corpses. Not far from his starting point, Eren discovered another body slumped beside a trash bin. The second one. Moments later, he came across a third corpse. As Eren delved further into the building, even ascending to the second floor, the number of bodies continued to grow. Some were curled up near trash bins, others lay motionless in stairwell corners. A few knelt against the walls, their faces twisted in anguish. The sheer number of corpses made Eren's expression darken. Men and women, young and old, well-dressed professionals, and tattered vagabonds, people from all walks of life were united in one grim similarity: they had all died from apparent suffocation. Despite their intact bodies and unmarked necks, the unmistakable signs of asphyxiation were etched into their final expressions. A chill crept over Eren's heart as he pressed onward. Simultaneously, an odd sensation began to stir within him, a nagging feeling that he was forgetting something important. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the realization eluded him. As he mulled over the puzzle, his footsteps slowed, and he murmured to himself. All these bodies, suffocated without any visible wounds. What's going on here? Suddenly, Eren's legs froze mid-step. A faint heartbeat echoed in his ears as a shocking thought struck him. I haven't breathed in a long time. In the deathly silent Pinyin apartments, his voice resounded like a thunderclap in his own mind. Eren realized with horror that, at some point, he had stopped breathing entirely. The nagging sensation that had plagued him earlier finally made sense. Breathing was an instinctive, automatic function, something even unconscious bodies did naturally. And yet, here he was, standing in eerie silence, his body completely neglecting this most basic reflex. How absurd. It wasn't until his chest began to ache and his mind replayed the agonized expressions of the corpses around him that Eren became aware of the issue. Panicked, he tried to take a deep breath, but the air felt thick and unyielding, as if the atmosphere had congealed into an impenetrable barrier. Breath, air. Eren's voice grew hoarse as he realized what had happened. Somewhere along the way, the shadow of suffocation had begun exerting its influence over him, causing him to abandon the most fundamental of human actions. So, the shadow of suffocation is already affecting me. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. If it's resorting to this so early, it must be impatient. Chapter 131. So eager to affect me this early on. It seems this as yet unborn secondary forbidden item is far more impatient than I imagined. With that thought, Eren allowed himself a brief sigh of relief. The shadow of suffocation targeting him so urgently only confirmed one thing: it instinctively sensed a threat from him, even in its embryonic state. It was trying to neutralize that threat by eliminating him. For Eren, this was actually good news. At the very least, it suggested that this secondary forbidden item was not as powerful as he had initially feared. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to act with such urgency. But before Eren could relax, a sharp instinct from his clown abilities caused every hair on his body to stand on end. The acute warning filled him with a sense of danger from all directions. The overwhelming threat surged toward him, making it impossible to pinpoint its exact source. At the same time, Eren's heartbeat grew slower and heavier. Prolonged oxygen deprivation due to his inability to breathe was drastically lowering the oxygen levels in his blood, weakening even his heartbeats. Dizziness, fatigue, and other symptoms began to manifest and worsen. This was the shadow of suffocation intensifying its influence. Unless Eren could contain it or escape its range of effect, the lack of oxygen alone could kill him. Despite the extraordinary abilities of Sequence 8 clowns, they were still mortal beings. Prolonged suffocation could indeed claim his life. Realizing this, Eren's eyes narrowed. It seems I'll need to speed things up and deal with this now. Just then, a pale hand silently emerged from his blind spot, reaching for his side. However, as the hand was about to touch him, Eren's body instinctively dodged to the side as if he had eyes on his back, avoiding the sneak attack. Almost simultaneously, Eren's right hand flipped, and a pistol slid into his grip. Without hesitation, he raised the gun slightly and pulled the trigger. The next moment, a faint flash of light erupted from the silenced barrel, blasting apart part of the skull of what should have been a lifeless corpse lying in the corner. The putrid brain matter splattered everywhere. If Eren hadn't quickly found cover, he might have faced another biochemical attack from the corpse that had just tried to ambush him. What the hell is going on? Why did this corpse move? I checked the bodies along the way with spirit vision. They were all ordinary corpses, devoid of supernatural power. Eren's expression was filled with disbelief as he poured more spirituality into his eyes. As his spirit vision intensified, Eren soon spotted something abnormal on the corpse that had attempted to attack him. Even though the skull had been blown apart, its shadow remained intact. The shadow wriggled continuously, manipulating the corpse in an attempt to attack him again. A shadow? In the pitch-black peace apartment at this late hour, it was only thanks to the intensified spirit vision that Eren noticed the unusual shadow. So, this shadow of suffocation isn't limited to suffocation, it can control shadows as well. Watching the wriggling shadow manipulating the shattered corpse, Eren finally pieced together the mystery. The corpses themselves were ordinary, lacking any supernatural power. The real puppeteer was the shadow controlled by the forbidden item, the shadow of suffocation. As Eren made this realization, a horrifying sound of cracking bones echoed throughout the apartment building. One by one, corpses with twisted postures began crawling out from every corner of the building. Their faces were frozen in suffocating agony, full of despair and resentment. It was as if even in death, their bodies couldn't find peace. Each corpse had a dark, suffocating shadow at its feet or back, manipulating it. From these shadows, thin, dark threads extended, weaving into a massive spiderweb deep within the building, emanating despair and suffocation. The corpses, controlled by the shadows, lurched forward in an eerie tide, converging from all directions toward Eren. The dozens, then hundreds of corpses turned the peace apartment into a nightmarish hellscape. Seriously, where did all these bodies come from? Even accounting for those removed or buried, this building alone has over 100 corpses. What else have those damned politicians been covering up? Seeing the mindless, stumbling corpses swarming him, Eren barely resisted the urge to curse aloud. Without hesitation, he holstered his pistol and summoned the angel's staff sealed within his arm. The gun could blow off skulls but was useless against the shadows controlling the corpses. Wasting bullets would only delay the inevitable. Instead, the angel's staff, fused with divine remnants capable of doubling damage against evil entities, was his best option in this dire situation. With a determined expression, Eren gripped the shimmering staff, ready to face the encroaching tide of darkness. Chapter 132. Under the control of the shadow of suffocation, the twisted corpses surged toward Eren in waves. As they approached, the sight alone was harrowing, but the oppressive sensation of suffocation grew even more intense. The oxygen-deprived air seemed to warp into an enormous, invisible phantom, commanding the advancing tide of corpses, as if trying to engulf Eren completely. At that moment, a radiant silver and golden light surged from Eren's right arm, rapidly coalescing into a massive, sacred staff before him. The moment the staff materialized, a wave of divine energy swept across the scene. The unstable and distorted phantom dissolved instantly under its holy aura. Even the advancing horde of corpses froze momentarily. Although they soon resumed their bizarre, crawling movements, reminiscent of something straight out of a horror film, they were noticeably slower in their approach. Bang! With the strength-enhancing power of might, Eren swung the massive metallic angel's staff with ease, smashing a nearby corpse, shadow and all, into the distance. The immense power, inherited from an angel, crushed the corpse's chest entirely. The sacred energy of the staff, with its double damage against malevolent entities, obliterated the shadow controlling the corpse, permanently eradicating it. Bang! 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 Eren swung the angel's staff in wide arcs, clearing a circle around himself of corpses and shadows alike. But despite his success, no trace of relief appeared on his face. While the angel's staff was highly effective against the shadows, every swing rapidly consumed the limited oxygen in his body. Ordinarily, a trained individual could hold their breath for a minute or two underwater, some experts could even last 10 or 20 minutes. Eren, while not reaching professional levels, could normally endure for 10 minutes or so. But under the strain of intense combat, which drained his oxygen reserves even faster, he wasn't sure how long he could hold out. And to make matters worse, the oppressive suffocation in the building continued to intensify with every passing second. Gradually, it went beyond merely physical suffocation. An invisible force began pressing on Eren's spirit, inducing a mental sense of asphyxiation as well. It was as though he had been cast into the depths of the ocean, deprived of air, while immense pressure squeezed the remaining oxygen from his body and weighed on his very soul. I can't drag this out any longer. I need to find that embryonic shadow of suffocation, and fast. Shattering another shadow with his staff, Eren made his decision. Following the faint threads connecting the shadows, he strode deeper into the peace apartment. As if sensing his determination, the embryonic secondary forbidden item seemed to react. The shadows around Eren went berserk, launching suicidal attacks in a desperate bid to stop him. Some corpses, in a crazed frenzy, scrambled ahead to block his path, their rotting, pale hands clawing at him from all directions. Holy shield. A luminous, sacred barrier enveloped Eren, protecting him from head to toe. The decaying hand striking the shield sizzled upon contact, blackened by its divine energy. Some corpses struck with such force that chunks of rotting flesh were burned clean off their hands. Using the shield to his advantage, Eren swung the angel's staff in a wide arc, carving a path through the horde. Without wasting time, he sprinted down the corridor toward the apartment's depths. Behind him, the nightmarish horde of corpses surged, clawing desperately at his retreating figure. The scene resembled a surreal, macabre painting, countless ghastly figures clawing at a lone radiant silhouette, trying to drag it into the abyss. Time was of the essence. Without pausing for a second, Eren rushed into the fourth floor of the building, where the threads converged into a dense web. The long corridor on this floor was pitch black, devoid of any light. Even the moonlight and streetlights outside seemed unable to penetrate the darkened windows, leaving the hallway shrouded in deathly silence. With the faint glow of the angel's staff, Eren used spirit vision to trace the countless threads leading into room 404. Room 404. The number on the slightly reflective doorplate made Eren pause. What an ominous number. The door to room 404 was ajar, with a narrow gap barely wide enough for a finger. Through the gap, Eren could see the threads controlling the shadows streaming out. Beyond the threads, an even darker void loomed within the room, surpassing the oppressive gloom of the hallway. As Eren peered through the gap into room 404, a pair of bloodshot crimson eyes suddenly emerged from the abyss. Chapter 133. The instant those blood-red eyes appeared, a chill ran down Eren's spine, and goosebumps erupted across his body as every hair stood on end. When Eren's gaze met the crimson pupils, a suffocating despair surged across the spatial divide, bypassing the holy shield and piercing directly into his mind. Like a tidal wave, the despair flooded Eren's mental sea, attempting to drown it and pollute his soul. Buzz! At that critical moment, the angel's staff in Eren's hand quivered slightly. A warm, milky white glow flowed from the staff into Eren's body, wrapping him in a maternal warmth. The soothing stream alleviated his stiffened body and dispelled the suffocating despair that sought to overwhelm him. Using the reprieve provided by the angel's staff, Eren quickly severed his gaze from the crimson eyes. He fortified his mental defenses, building layer upon layer of barriers in his mind. Prepared, Eren didn't hesitate. He charged straight toward room 404. Bang! With a powerful kick, Eren blasted open the door to room 404. Inside, a pitch-black figure stood by the window, gazing silently at him. This shadowy figure, apart from its eerie crimson eyes, was entirely composed of writhing black threads, constantly twisting and contorting. The threads extending from the corpses outside were connected to the tangled mass emanating from this shadow. These threads had woven the suffocating nightmare that engulfed the peace apartment. At the same time, the shadow was greedily drawing despair from all around it, using the suffocating emotions as nourishment to accelerate its development. Eren's sudden arrival seemed to provoke the shadow, causing it to frantically absorb more despair, as though trying to complete its maturation before Eren could act. But a secondary forbidden item wasn't so easily perfected. So this is the shadow of suffocation, huh? Slashing through the dark threads attempting to ensnare him with the glowing angel's staff, Eren advanced steadily toward the shadowy figure. Finish it while it's weak. The embryonic state of the shadow of suffocation presented the perfect opportunity for Eren to eliminate it entirely. Armed with the angel's staff, a weapon capable of countering such malevolence, Eren wasn't about to waste the chance. Room 404 was small. In a few determined strides, Eren closed the gap between himself and the shadow. Although countless threads sprang from the figure in a futile effort to stop him, the sacred light of the angel's staff severed them effortlessly. When Eren was within 3 meters of the shadow, ready to strike it with the angel's staff, the figure made a sudden move. Its crimson eyes detached from the body, hurtling toward Eren like blazing meteors. Humph. Sensing the danger, a flash of anger crossed Eren's eyes. He channeled the full power of the angel's staff, activating its twin abilities. Protection. Might. A radiant holy shield, a finger's width thick, enveloped Eren, while he swung the massive staff with all his enhanced strength, aiming for the incoming crimson eyes. The sacred glow of the angel staff collided with the ominous crimson pupils in a dazzling explosion of light. Boom! Blazing silver-white flames erupted from the staff, engulfing the entire room in a flash. In mere moments, everything inside room 404, tables, beds, sofas, chairs, even the concrete walls, was reduced to ashes under the sacred flames. By the window of room 404, the shadowy figure stood motionless as the purifying blaze consumed it. The scorching light seared away the writhing black threads clinging to its body, turning them into ash bit by bit. As more threads were burned away, a frail, translucent figure began to emerge from within the shadow. When the sacred flames had nearly incinerated both the black threads and the majority of the figure's body, a hint of clarity returned to its amber eyes. Despite the searing pain of the flames burning its very soul, the frail figure let out a sigh of relief. So, it's finally over. Realizing that its soul would soon be obliterated, the translucent figure didn't show the slightest panic. Instead, it offered a genuine smile. Turning to Eren, who was gripping the angel's staff, it said, "Thank you, for not letting me become that monster. I have nothing left to repay you with, but I'll give you the power of that creature." As it spoke, the translucent figure's shadow stretched out beneath it, extending slowly toward Eren's. The movement was slow enough that Eren could have dodged or even struck the shadow with the angel's staff to destroy it entirely. But as he watched the figure smile amidst the sacred flames, Eren dismissed the thought. He stood still, allowing the small shadow to merge with his own. The moment the two shadows merged, the translucent figure was consumed entirely by the holy flames, vanishing into nothingness. At the same time, fragments of unfamiliar knowledge flowed from the shadow into Eren's mind. Chapter 134. In those fragmented memories, Eren felt as if he had personally lived through the man's brief yet tragic life. Born into a humble family in Chinatown, the man's parents were Chinese immigrants who had illegally crossed into the U.S. Though not wealthy, his family managed to scrape by due to his parents' hard work. However, their relentless focus on work left him largely unguided during his formative years. During his school days, he spent more time playing games and goofing around. While he wasn't completely inattentive to his studies, he didn't have the drive to compete with the top students in his class. As a result, he only managed to get into a modest community college. After graduating, he secured a job at a Chinatown factory, thanks to a favor his parents had called in. His eloquence got him transferred to the sales department, where he landed a few major deals. With newfound confidence, he found love in the factory and eventually married, starting a family of his own. It seemed like he was destined to live a life similar to his parents, ordinary but peaceful. But fate had other plans. One evening, his father was hit by a speeding car while walking home with a bottle of beer he had just bought to relax. The car, driven recklessly by two intoxicated men who had stolen it, ended his father's life just 200 meters from their home. The men, two impoverished junkies, were charged with vehicular manslaughter and hit and run. Legally, they should have been sentenced to 5 years in prison. However, due to heightened racial tensions and frequent riots at the time, the jury, in an attempt to de-escalate the situation, sentenced them to only a year in prison with a 2-year probation. The meager compensation they were ordered to pay, a combined $20,000, was never collected. It was clear the two criminals couldn't afford it. The loss of her husband plunged his mother into deep sorrow. She fell gravely ill not long after. As her son, he naturally took responsibility for her medical bills. Though he hadn't expected the expenses to be so high, his years of savings managed to cover them. He figured that by working hard for a few more years, he could recoup the losses. But tragedy struck again. The factory where he worked, a relatively stable source of income, collapsed under the weight of a massive breach of contract fine after failing to deliver goods on time due to supply chain issues. Jobless, he began searching for new work, only to find that the local labor market had become ruthless. With a surplus of workers from the collapsed factory, employers slashed wages, offering less than half of what he used to earn. Benefits were practically non-existent. Unwilling to accept such conditions, he reluctantly worked at a new factory for a few months. Frustrated by the grueling labor and meager pay, he eventually quit, hoping to find something better. Reality, however, was merciless. As if cursed, every job he found ended within a few months due to various reasons, sometimes voluntary, sometimes not. His savings dwindled rapidly, eaten away by mounting expenses, his mother's medical bills, his child's needs, and basic household necessities. Credit cards were maxed out one after another, and his income continued to shrink as his debt ballooned. The crushing weight of life's demands suffocated him. Still, he refused to give up. He threw himself into work, juggling 3 jobs at a time, desperate to turn things around. But the world doesn't always reward effort with success. His body, worn down by relentless toil, finally gave out. The medical bills for his own treatment drained the last of his savings and plunged his family further into debt. Just as he began recovering and found a new job, his mother's condition relapsed. That same night, he learned from the police that his wife had been struck by a stray bullet during a robbery while returning home from her job at a restaurant. Although she survived, he was left with no money to pay for her treatment. At the hospital, he knelt before the billing counter, begging the doctors to save his wife. They coldly reminded him that hospital policies required payment before treatment. Fortunately, his wife's parents arrived just in time to cover the costs. But they also demanded that their daughter leave him, refusing to let her endure such a precarious life any longer. He agreed. His wife's first words after surgery were a plea for him to bring their child to the hospital. Unbeknownst to him, their child had fallen ill with a high fever that night. His wife had rushed home to take the child to the hospital, only to be caught in the crossfire of the robbery. Staring at the empty balance on his credit cards, he was consumed by despair. In the end, his in-laws brought the child to the hospital but forced him to sign divorce papers on the spot. When he left the hospital, his eyes were hollow, devoid of the last glimmer of hope. Back at the apartment, he saw a family photo on the table, a portrait of 5 smiling faces. It was the final straw. He clutched the photo and broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, 2 crimson lights, drawn by his suffocating despair, descended from the void and entered his body. After witnessing the man's tragic life through the fragmented memories, Eren's expression turned solemn. He finally understood. True suffocation doesn't come from the inability to breathe, it comes from the crushing weight of despair in life. Chapter 135. At the same time, Eren realized what the man, overwhelmed by pain and despair, had left behind for him. A fragmented shard of the forbidden item, Shadow of Suffocation. This incomplete shadow was far from a full-fledged forbidden item. In fact, it was even weaker than the embryonic form of the original, Shadow of Suffocation. The abilities of this fragment were simple. It could infiltrate a target's shadow, suffocating them by metaphorically drowning their shadow, causing the target to die from asphyxiation. Alternatively, if the target was unconscious or dead, it could manipulate their body or corpse. Despite its simplicity, the fragment was undeniably potent. In this world where the supernatural remained largely unseen, the power was sufficient to kill 99% of people, barring a few exceptional individuals. However, being a fragmented version, the Shadow of Suffocation had notable flaws. It was vulnerable to light. In environments with strong illumination, its abilities would be drastically weakened, and it could even be forced out of a host's shadow. Additionally, its side effects were significant. Prolonged possession could subtly interfere with the host's breathing reflex, creating a risk of death by suffocation. As the sacred white flames in the room dimmed and the translucent figure dissolved into nothingness, Eren sighed softly and turned to leave. With the Shadow of Suffocation no longer parasitizing the apartment and feeding on despair, the building became no different from any ordinary residence, aside from the abundance of corpses. The once suffocating air was now breathable again. After carefully erasing all traces of his presence in the peace apartment, Eren left swiftly as the faint sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. When the NYPD precinct in Chinatown arrived at the scene, they were greeted by the sight of over 100 corpses packed into the apartment building. Their faces darkened instantly. Such a large-scale loss of life within their jurisdiction was bound to cause significant trouble, not only for them but for their superiors as well. Unconcerned by the chaos in the NYPD, Eren was sitting in a 24-hour cafe, enjoying a leisurely cup of coffee with his clone. Setting down the slightly bitter coffee, the tuxedo-clad clown Eren smirked and scoffed, "I never thought that big brute Kingpin could endure so much. I've already destroyed a dozen of his bases, almost wiping out his operations in Hell's Kitchen, and he's still hiding in the shadows." In recent weeks, Clown Eren had been busy dismantling Kingpin's criminal empire, taking down 1 or 2 of his operations every day. Yet, despite these provocations, Kingpin hadn't shown himself. He hadn't even sent his enforcer, Bullseye, into action. This unusual behavior left Clown Eren puzzled. Eren shook his head. Why not just use divination or a homing charm to locate him? It'd save a lot of time. Clown Eren's grin widened mischievously. "Oh, no, that's no fun. Don't worry, I won't take too long." Seeing the playful glint in Clown Eren's eyes, Eren sighed. Fine, do whatever makes you happy. With that, Eren tapped his foot lightly against his shadow. A long, slender shadow emerged, slithered across the floor, and merged into Clown Eren's shadow. Eren had come to the cafe specifically to transfer the shadow of suffocation to his clone. After its integration into his own shadow, Eren had noticed that the angel staff seemed to reject the shadow's presence. If not for his suppression, the staff might have unleashed a holy flame to purge it. To avoid any conflict, Eren decided to pass the shadow onto his clone. As the fragment merged into his shadow, Clown Eren's eyes lit up. He grinned like a child receiving a new toy, clearly delighted. This shard isn't weak. Used correctly, it could provide some unexpected advantages. Just watch out for its side effects. I don't want to have to resurrect you someday because you suffocated. In addition to the shadow of suffocation, Eren handed over the cursed straw doll and the crystal eye that his clone had requested. With the transfer of these items complete, Eren left the cafe without delay. Meanwhile, at a classified shield base, now operating under the new name, a man known as Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, was frowning as he examined a dossier. Codename, Clown. Gender, male. Real name, unknown. Abilities, exceptional marksmanship and combat skills. Notes, suspected of possessing supernatural abilities. Personality. The dossier was detailed, documenting every known event involving Clown Eren, from his first appearance to his systematic dismantling of Kingpin's empire in Hell's Kitchen. Even Clown Eren's current residence was marked. Rumlow looked up from the file and addressed the figure before him. What do you want me to do? This clown has been destroying Kingpin's operations in Hell's Kitchen. Not long ago, Kingpin approached us, offering a significant reward to eliminate this problem for him. Rumlow raised an eyebrow. You want me to do a favor for that crime lord? No. I want the item that clown stole. According to our intel, he was the one who took Ironmonger's head. Rumlow, we need that head. Chapter 136. After the nighttime battle on the streets of New York, besides earning Tony his moniker as Iron Man, S.H.I.E.L.D. also managed to obtain the remains of the Ironmonger. Initially, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, hidden within its ranks, believed that by reverse engineering the Ironmonger, they could develop a battlefield-dominating war machine. Their goal was clear: mass-produce these steel behemoths. However, reality soon crushed their lofty ambitions. Although they successfully recreated a brand-new, flawless Ironmonger, complete with an arsenal of weapons, the absence of the arc reactor as its core energy source and the Jarvis-like subsystem for superior operational performance reduced the towering, multi-ton, extravagantly expensive steel machine to little more than an oversized pile of scrap metal. Unwilling to accept this monumental loss, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra turned their focus to the missing critical component, the Ironmonger's head. Thus, after extensive analysis and investigation, the clown who had taken the head that day quickly entered their radar. Around the same time, Kingpin, who had been collaborating with Hydra, offered a handsome reward to deal with the clown who had cost him dearly in Hell's Kitchen. Hydra, already planning to take action against the clown, gladly accepted Kingpin's payment. The Ironmonger's head, huh? Recalling the video footage of the Ironmonger, a war machine seemingly incarnate, Brock's eyes burned with fervor. I understand. I'll retrieve the head. Of course, I have no doubt about that, the figure in front of him replied after a pause. Also, this clown seems to possess extraordinary abilities. For this mission, I've secured temporary access to the Winter Soldier. He'll assist you. The mention of the Winter Soldier brought a confident smile to Brock's face, further boosting his resolve for the mission. Elsewhere, at a cafe, Eren toyed with the crystal eye, a mischievous grin flashing across his face as a thought struck him. At that moment, he sneezed violently several times. Achoo! Rubbing his itchy nose, Eren's eyes narrowed coldly. This feeling, is someone plotting against me? With his strong divination abilities and precise control over his facial muscles, Eren knew that his sneezes weren't mere coincidences. Excluding common causes like colds, every sneeze he had was a warning from fate, a subtle nudge from destiny itself. Interesting. Could it be Kingpin? After being quiet for so long, he finally wants to make a move. Pocketing the cursed straw doll and crystal eye, Eren adjusted his black top hat and leisurely made his way back to Hell's Kitchen. Shortly after stepping into Hell's Kitchen, Eren's steps faltered for a moment. A slight smile graced his lips as he adjusted his hat, then veered off the main road. Seconds later, two burly men glanced at Eren from afar before silently tailing him. Minutes passed. When Eren turned into a secluded alley, the two men quickened their pace, following closely. Where is he? Gone. The alley was a dead end, littered with trash. The two men exchanged uneasy glances. Just as they considered retreating, a chilling voice echoed from above. Looking for me, gentlemen? Startled, they instinctively looked up, only to be swallowed by mesmerizing illusions and the terrifying gaze of someone who seemed to tower above them. Dread gaze. The attack instantly shattered their mental defenses. Hanging by his enchanted threads, Eren descended from above, plucking an earpiece from each of their ears and crushing them. Then, summoning the power of mental seal, he interrogated them while rummaging through their belongings. Beyond a pile of fake IDs, all he found were 2 photos of himself, which he promptly destroyed. After extracting the information he needed, Eren pointed a finger, unleashing the ravenous threads of malice, which devoured their bodies and souls in an instant. Convenient ability for cleanup. During the brief window created by Dread Gaze, Eren had hypnotized the 2 to reveal critical information. These weren't hired assassins from Kingpin but agents sent by Hydra. Their mission was to kill Eren and retrieve the Ironmonger's head. Hydra believed that with their tech, the head would eventually allow them to replicate the Ironmonger and, perhaps one day, produce their own Iron Man-style heroes. Hydra, huh? Do they think I'm that easy to deal with? Shaking his head, Eren approached his temporary, smoke-stained residence. A faint smirk played on his lips. Seems like there's a guest at home. Chapter 137. Raising his head slightly, Eren's deep black pupils seemed to pierce through the smoke-charred brick walls, catching sight of the uninvited guests. Seeing one distinct aura after another, Eren's lips stretched into an exaggerated curve, his grin growing wider by the second. Well, quite a crowd, huh? Looks like I'll have to give these guests a proper welcome. From his pocket, Eren retrieved a piece of wire he had fashioned into a makeshift key. With a few deft movements in the lock, a faint click echoed, and he gripped the doorknob. Behind the door. For Hydra agents, pressed against the wall and holding their breath, tensed as they heard the faint sound of the doorknob turning. Carefully, they aimed their silenced pistols at the door. These were no ordinary agents. They had been assigned to eliminate the mysterious figure who had single-handedly dismantled many of Kingpin's operations and even gone toe-to-toe with the Ironmonger without flinching. They couldn't afford to be careless. Just as their attention was fully locked onto the door, a low voice suddenly spoke from behind them. Hey, what are you all looking at? The unexpected voice sent a shiver down their spines. In an instant, they spun around, weapons aimed at the source. Swoosh. 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 The moment they turned, their necks were cleanly sliced by near-invisible threads. Blood seeped from the precise lines on their throats as their bodies stiffened. Eren smirked at the gruesome scene. Having spotted the Hydra agents lying in ambush behind the door, Eren had deliberately used his makeshift key to draw their attention. While they were distracted, he had slipped in through a window, silently wrapping his threads of malice around their necks. Once his trap was set, he simply greeted them, and the startled agents, in their haste, practically offered their heads to the threads. The result? A grisly scene that Eren couldn't help but mock. As the scent of blood filled the room, Eren wrinkled his nose in mild disgust. Ugh, you're stinking up my perfectly trashy residence. With a flick of his finger, the threads of malice tightened, consuming the agents' bodies and souls in an instant, leaving no trace of blood behind. The threads, seemingly meticulous, even absorbed the splatters, as though protecting the integrity of the fire-damaged home. Having warmly welcomed his first 4 guests and sent them into eternal rest, Eren turned his gaze toward the staircase leading to the second floor. There, more important guests awaited his attention. Humming softly, Eren strolled upstairs, making no effort to mask his footsteps. The sound of his steps quickly reached the ears of the Hydra agents stationed on the second floor. Hearing the approaching noise, a squad leader with piercing blue eyes frowned in irritation. What are those idiots downstairs doing? Letting the target reach the staircase like this? Are they trying to tip him off? As the leader prepared to reprimand the supposed underlings coming upstairs, a figure wearing a clown mask casually appeared at the top of the staircase. The leader froze for a moment before realizing the truth. Attack! He shouted the command to his team while raising his Uzi submachine gun, aiming directly at Eren. Before he could pull the trigger, however, the thunderous roar of Eren's M500 revolver echoed. The leader's head exploded in a spray of red and white, painting the walls. Without missing a beat, Eren fired 4 more shots, each one claiming the life of another Hydra agent before they could react. Wow, that's disgusting, Eren muttered, eyeing the gore-soaked second floor with distaste. This place is too filthy now. Guess I'll need a new hideout. As Eren considered his options, the deafening sound of his revolver alerted the other Hydra operatives hiding in the building. In the only clean room left in the house, Brock stood by the Ironmonger's head, his expression filled with disbelief. He had assumed capturing Eren would involve a grueling interrogation to locate the Ironmonger's head. But the moment he entered the building, he found the prize trophy casually dumped in a corner of this room. At first, Brock thought it was a trap. After numerous careful tests, however, he realized all his efforts had been a waste of time. To Eren, the Ironmonger's head was nothing more than an ordinary keepsake, something so insignificant that he hadn't even bothered to secure it. Chapter 138. If Hydra had known it would be this easy, they would have sent someone to sneak into the house and steal the Ironmonger's head from the corner long ago. Instead, they waited until now, bringing Crossbones and the Winter Soldier, along with a small army, to ambush the clown, only to discover that the Ironmonger's head had been quietly sitting in the corner of the room all along. As Crossbones picked up the head, planning to leave with it, a sudden barrage of deafening gunfire erupted from downstairs, followed by intense combat noises. Hearing the commotion below, Crossbones frowned and tightened his grip on the Ironmonger's head. The distinct sound of the gunfire was unmistakable, it was the roar of an M500 revolver. That clown must be back, Crossbones muttered. As Hydra's ace infiltrator within S.H.I.E.L.D., Crossbones had sharp instincts. Even from 2 floors away, he immediately recognized the unique sound of the weapon. Heh, M500. Crossbones smirked dismissively. Sure, the M500 packed a punch, but its limited 5-round capacity made it impractical for a seasoned operative. Why bother trading magazine capacity for such a small number of rounds, he mused, shaking his head. Turning to the Winter Soldier, whose cold eyes betrayed no emotion behind his half-covered face, Crossbones ordered, "I'll take the head back. You go kill the clown." The Winter Soldier nodded silently. Armed to the teeth, he headed toward the source of the gunfire on the 3rd floor, while Crossbones, accompanied by 2 agents, made his way to the rooftop. His priority was the Ironmonger's head. Engaging the clown wasn't worth risking damage to the valuable trophy. Just as Crossbones was about to leave, a powerful bullet struck the staircase ahead of him with a thunderous bang, blowing a massive crater into the cement steps. The scattered debris stung his face, bringing a sharp pain. "I haven't even properly greeted you, and you're already leaving?" A voice echoed from below, laced with mocking amusement. Crossbones froze. The shot wasn't a miss, it was a warning. He knew that if the clown had truly intended to shoot him, the bullet wouldn't have landed on the staircase. But what truly enraged him was the near miss of the Ironmonger's head. The destructive force of the M500's rounds could easily obliterate its delicate components, creating significant challenges for Hydra's engineers to repair it. Furious, he turned to the Winter Soldier. "Kill him." "Understood," the Winter Soldier replied, raising his shotgun and firing 2 rounds toward the lower floor. The shotgun's widespread pellets forced Eren to momentarily dodge out of their path. "Troublesome," Eren muttered, taking cover behind a nearby obstacle. With a flick of his fingers, the threads of malice, infused with his spiritual energy, shot out like venomous serpents and wrapped tightly around the Winter Soldier. "Come over here." Yanking hard, Eren pulled the Winter Soldier off his feet, sending him tumbling down the stairs. Even as he fell, the Winter Soldier remained composed. Mid-tumble, he pulled the pin on a grenade and hurled it toward the direction of the pull. "Back to you." Before the grenade could land, the threads of malice swiftly wove a small net around it. With a forceful flick, Eren sent the grenade back toward the 4th floor. Boom! The explosion tore through the building, leaving a gaping hole in the 4th floor and reducing Crossbones and his team to a dusty mess. Seizing the opportunity, Eren dashed forward with a unique, agile stride, closing the distance to the Winter Soldier in an instant. The Winter Soldier, just recovering from his fall, raised his mechanical arm and swung a powerful punch at Eren. The arm, a high-tech Hydra creation, significantly enhanced the Winter Soldier's strength and could also act as a compact shield against incoming attacks. Yet, Eren had no intention of meeting the blow head-on. With a swift sidestep, he dodged the punch effortlessly, locking eyes with the Winter Soldier. Dread gaze. The mental assault struck like a bolt of lightning, exploding within the Winter Soldier's mind. Even his brainwashed, Zola-controlled mind couldn't withstand the devastating impact. Cracks began to form in the mental walls Hydra had erected. "You're still standing?" Eren muttered in mild surprise as the Winter Soldier staggered, trying to rise. If one isn't enough, let's try two. Eren unleashed a second dread gaze, tearing open a massive chasm in the Winter Soldier's psyche. The soldier's once steely eyes grew vacant and disoriented. Now's the time to end this. Summoning his spiritual energy, Eren prepared to deliver a decisive blow to the Winter Soldier's mind.